In the realm of the Hyuga, the journey of cultivation begins anew. Mastery of Ninjutsu grants one the automatic elevation to the corresponding celestial techniques. Hyuga declares, the Byakugan may falter, but what concern is it of the heavenly eye? Ding. You have mastered chakra refinement technique, automatically upgraded to celestial breathing. Ding. You have mastered the great fireball technique, automatically upgraded to true fire of Samadhi. Ding. You have mastered the Konoha sword technique, automatically upgraded to sword control. With the art of corpse reincarnation, the puppet technique becomes an army of soldiers. The multiplication technique mirrors the celestial phenomena. With the awakening of the heavenly eye, one cultivates with the sword. Heaven did not give birth to me, Hyuga, yet the path of the sword shall endure through the ages. Uchiha Madara. Have you ever witnessed a sword that shatters the stars? Chapter 1. The Byakugan is insufficient? What concern is it of the heavenly eye? Asterisk, asterisk. Clap, clap, clap. In the early morning, the sound of bodies colliding reverberated across the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Impressive. Taro, you have made remarkable progress. Not at all. I fall far behind Kakashi. He is the true genius. Students of class were diligently practicing their physical techniques, for the dawn of a new day greatly enhances their abilities. The sounds of flesh meeting shuriken, intertwined with sweat, filled the training grounds as the eager youths exerted themselves, striving to outperform their peers. Yet amidst this fervor, one peculiar individual lounged lazily beneath a distant tree, eyes closed seemingly. Sleeping. That slacker Hyuga is at it again, bringing disgrace to our noble family. Indeed, how did the Hyuga clan produce such an oddity? Witnessing this scene, several classmates expressed disdain, clearly dissatisfied with the indolent member of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi frowned as he observed the sleeping Hyuga beneath the tree. He felt there was more to him than met the eye. Their homeroom teacher, Aoyama Kenji, gazed at the blissfully napping Hyuga, a vein throbbing at his temple, teeth clenched in frustration. This guy, while everyone else was diligently training, even with over a decade of teaching experience, he had never encountered such a uniquely troublesome student. Hyuga, the extraordinary genius of the Hyuga clan. He was deemed a genius due to his nearly perfect theoretical coursework, having completed the advanced curriculum of fundamentals of the three bodies in less than 2.5 years, shattering the historical academic records since the founding of Konoha. Yet, when it came to practical training, he transformed into an entirely different person. Too lazy. He could always find countless excuses to evade daily physical training. This won't do. You are a ninja of the prestigious Hyuga clan. Aoyama Kenji rubbed his temples in exasperation. Ninjas do not thrive solely on academic prowess. Theoretical excellence is of no use on the battlefield. Next time, he must have a serious talk with you. How refreshing. On the opposite side of the training ground, in the shade of a tree, Hyuga stretched luxuriously. My daily chi breathing cultivation is complete. Hyuga gazed contentedly at his dantian. What he refined was not mere chakra, but rather, through the method of breathing, it transformed and contained a portion of natural energy. This was why he preferred to practice in the early morning, for the residual natural energy in the air was most potent after a night's accumulation, in another world. This might even be akin to spiritual energy? Thinking of this, Hyuga felt a pang of regret. The ninja world was not devoid of spiritual energy. Compared to the barren age of his previous life on Blue Star, it was vastly superior. Yet, the methods of cultivation were inexplicably controlled by three monstrous beasts. Humans seeking to cultivate had to enter certain sacred grounds to gain the approval of these three beasts. Feeling his body after practicing breathing, Hyuga found not a trace of fatigue. Rather, he felt as if he had enjoyed a delightful slumber, invigorated and utterly content. He patiently observed his classmates' physical training on the field. Though their techniques appeared formidable, Hyuga could not help but express disdain. So lowly. Most importantly, these classmates were merely 7 or 8 years old, yet many had already begun refining their chakra. Chakra is extracted from one's physical and mental energies. Excessive training during one Kochu developmental phase would only hinder growth and damage the foundational essence. The average lifespan of a ninja barely exceeds 30 years, partly due to the ceaseless conflicts in the ninja world, and perhaps also due to the premature extraction of chakra, which exhausts the body. The neighboring prodigy with the red eyes, who awakened his Sharingan at 13, is a rare talent, unparalleled in history, Yet he appears weak and frail, perhaps a victim of excessive strain in his youth, leaving him devoid of vitality. The flashy white-haired youth on the training ground, who became a genin at 5 and a chunin at 6, was hailed as Konoha's top genius. Yet, as an adult, he quickly waned, reduced to a mere unit of chakra measurement. Conversely, that watermelon-headed student who ran on his hands was initially unnoticed during his school years, but worked diligently for over a decade, and in a single night, rose to fame. In conclusion, fleeting moments of glory mean little. What truly matters for ninjas is the accumulation of strength over time, floating as if detached from the world, ascending to immortality. I, Hyuga, shall pursue the path of cultivation. What is the most crucial aspect of cultivation? It is longevity. This is not merely an excuse for Hyuga to remain idle. Within the center of his brow lies a special eye, the heavenly eye. Through this eye, Hyuga, you can glimpse the foundational essence of these youths, realizing that their excessive chakra refinement has already damaged many of their roots, rendering them insubstantial and incapable of achieving greatness. Conversely, his practice of chi breathing, which incorporates the forces of nature, is an exemplary introductory method to cultivation. Not only does it impose no adverse effects on the body, but it also transforms the chakra within, nurturing the body and solidifying the foundational essence. In his mind, a sapling of vibrant green grows, its branches adorned with a few scattered leaves, each leaf representing a technique related to cultivation. When he learns or comprehends a ninjutsu or skill, the sapling absorbs this knowledge, sprouting new leaves. For instance, upon mastering the chakra refinement technique, the sapling grew a leaf of the chi breathing method. When he comprehended ninjutsu, related to the 3 bodies, it sprouted leaves representing superior celestial techniques, such as substitution, shadow clone, and others. The heavenly eye, then, is the first leaf that sprouted from this sapling, awakened when he first opened his Byakugan at the age of 4. Chapter 2. The Divine Tree of Bansutsuki? Is it mightier than my Jinmu? The heavenly eye, of which Hyuga possesses limited knowledge. From what he understands, both Taoism and Buddhism have their own legends regarding the heavenly eye. Taoism refers to it as the eye of the deity, while Buddhism recognizes it as one of the 5 eyes. It is said that the 3rd eye of Erlang Shun is the heavenly eye. As the first leaf of the sapling, the heavenly eye holds a unique significance for Hyuga, resembling a form of special bloodline limit. Normally concealed within his brow, it reveals its power when activated, granting him a godlike perspective, overseeing all living beings. Most importantly, Hyuga, you can faintly perceive something akin to rules through the heavenly eye. Yet, it remains too vague for now. Hyuga speculates that as his cultivation deepens, he will awaken even more potent abilities. Regarding that mysterious sapling, Hyuga harbors certain conjectures. It is highly likely that it is akin to the world tree from the myths of his past life, Jinmu. When he learns ninjutsu or skills, the sapling in his mind absorbs this knowledge, sprouting new leaves. Each leaf represents a divine technique, possibly embodying a form of encroachment and assimilation of the world's rules. It is worth noting that the ninja world also possesses a divine tree. The divine tree planted by Bansutsuki Kagaya is the source of all chakra within the ninja realm, and one could argue that the birth and development of the ninja system stem from that very tree. The sacred tree within my mind serves as the origin of the cultivation system that I ponder the might of the divine tree of the Bansutsuki clan in comparison to my own. After the monotonous and tedious life at school drew to a close, Hyuga returned home. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, he was greeted by a narrow courtyard, meticulously cleaned, with a dilapidated low house at the rear. This was Hyuga's home. Though humble, he did not find it lacking, for he had not been reborn into a prestigious family during his transmigration. His parents were merely members of the ordinary branch of the Hyuga clan, sacrificing their lives during a mission to protect the main family, leaving him an orphan at the tender age of 4. It was during that fateful event that he awakened the Byakugan, and the sapling in his mind sprouted its first leaf, the heavenly eye. Subsequently, he learned the art of chakra refinement from the notes left by his father, and the sapling grew its 2nd leaf, chi induction and expulsion. In that moment, Hyuga realized what awaited him in the future. Lo and behold, he was destined to cultivate in the realm of ninjas. Truth be told, the essence of the Hyuga clan was quite compatible with the path of cultivation. Clad in the white robes of his clan, with long, dark hair and striking pure white eyes, he envisioned himself as a formidable cultivator, soaring through the skies on a flying sword. A longing droplet trickled from the corner of his mouth, causing him to forget even the history of his browser before his transmigration. Regarding the caged bird upon his forehead, Hyuga paid it little heed. Knowing that his future lay in cultivation, he had already conceived at least 3 strategies to address the caged bird. This caged bird appeared to be a spiritual constraint. The first method involved mastering a more potent soul technique in the future to naturally dispel such a restriction. The second method capitalized on the Byakugan's ability to pierce illusions, which had a significant connection to the soul. Currently, his grasp of the heavenly eye was still quite rudimentary. Yet it was not impossible to unravel the caged bird with it in the future. As for the third method, it utilized the very mechanism of the caged bird. The caged bird was based on the Byakugan's curse seal. However, if he were to seize the body afflicted by the red-eye disease, transforming the Byakugan into the Sharingan, would the caged bird still remain in effect? The most probable outcome was a logical paradox leading to a system crash was commonly referred to as a bug. Hyuga speculated that Orochimaru's technique of impure resurrection corresponded to the art of body snatching. In short, as long as Hyuga's bird was sufficiently powerful, it could break free from any cage. Given my current physical condition, it is indeed time to delve into the study of Gentle Fist. Bringing his thoughts back, Hyuga stroked his chin and murmured to himself. He had previously researched the Gentle Fist technique, but due to his underdeveloped body and the complexity of his father's notes, the sapling in his mind had not progressed. Now, however, it was the perfect opportunity to revisit the Gentle Fist and see if the sapling would sprout new leaves. Without hesitation, he quickly replenished his energy with a light meal, set down his backpack, and assumed a peculiar stance in the courtyard to practice the Gentle Fist. With each punch and palm, the movements flowed like an unending tide. To be candid, Hyuga had never held the Gentle Fist in particularly high regard, which explained why he had not dedicated himself to mastering it for so long. In a vast clan like the Hyuga, possessing the Byakugan's extraordinary ocular prowess, it was perplexing that they had only developed the Gentle Fist as their sole technique. In the early stages, the sealing of chakra pathways provided considerable advantages, but as battles escalated and foes began wielding formidable powers, the Hyuga clan remained entrenched in their Gentle Fist. Such a stark disparity. Yet, if the sapling in his mind could sprout new leaves, perhaps it could alter this predicament. As Hyuga's movements grew increasingly adept, his understanding of the Gentle Fist deepened, until at a certain moment, an enigmatic sensation surged within him, and the sapling in his mind seemed to awaken, sprouting a new leaf. Overwhelmed with joy, Hyuga immediately focused his consciousness on that verdant leaf that in his mind. The sound of a bell resonated, and in a daze he beheld an ethereal elder practicing his fist techniques at the edge of a cliff, each movement exuding profound mystery. Like a revelation, he absorbed the essence of that leaf's teachings, inhaling deeply as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Who would have thought it would be this fist technique? Moa being AI chi fist technique. Hyuga felt a surge of disbelief. Upon reflection, many of the structures within the Gentle Fist indeed bore striking resemblance to Tai Chi, especially the Bagua diagram that appeared beneath Hyuga when he executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms at IT was virtually identical to the Tai Chi Bagua in his past life. While watching anime, Hyuga had once speculated whether Kishimoto had directly borrowed from their ancestral heritage, and now the authentic version had arrived. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the Tai Chi technique recorded on that leaf diverged from the traditional martial arts of his previous life. It required chakra to activate, resembling an ancient martial art of cultivation, possessing not only formidable lethality, but also remarkable effects in refining the body. The Tai Chi fist technique categorized power into 3 forms. The first was the most fundamental, the Ming Jin, mastery of which signified entry into the realm of martial arts. The second was Jin, a seemingly light strike that was, in fact, treacherously profound, capable of sealing acupoints and even reducing one's kidneys to pulp. The final form was Hua Jin, where one could redirect force effortlessly. Upon recognizing the extraordinary nature of the Tai Chi fist technique, Hyuga was elated. Without a moment's pause, he began practicing this new version of the technique. As the sun gradually descended, darkness enveloped the sky, leaving only the slender figure in the cramped courtyard, the sound of his practiced fists echoing through the night. Chapter 3. I just wish to cultivate in peace after a night of dedicated cultivation. Hinata, you had nearly mastered the 3 forms of strength inherent in Tai Chi. Although he had yet to achieve true mastery, he could manage their application with some effort. At dawn, Hinata, you arrived early in class. Thanks to practicing the breathing technique, he felt surprisingly invigorated despite his all-nighter. As he settled into his seat, a buzz of excitement filled the air as his classmates engaged in animated discussions. Frowning slightly, he gently tapped the shoulder of his friend, Hinata Akane, and inquired, "Hey, Akane, why is it so noisy in here?" Akane stared at Hinata, momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming, "No way. Have you forgotten there's an exam today?" Hinata was instantly struck dumb. He suddenly recalled that during the previous afternoon's dismissal, their homeroom teacher, Aoyama Kenjin, had indeed mentioned the assessment. However, lost in his thoughts of cultivation, he had completely forgotten. Akane's exclamation was like a pebble thrown into a pond, drawing the attention of many nearby students. "No way. Did Hinata really forget about the exam?" They murmured in disbelief. Well, it's no surprise. After all, Hinata excels in theory and has no reason to worry about failing. But today's exam was practical. Laughter erupted among the boys, their amusement palpable, as they eagerly awaited the spectacle of Hinata's potential embarrassment. Observing this scene, Hinata felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the indignant voices of several girls around him. "Don't bully our Yu-san. If you're so capable, why not challenge him in theory?" Another girl chimed in. "Exactly. You all just know how to fight. Doesn't he even bother with your squabbles, right you?" In an instant, countless gazes from his female classmates converged on Hinata, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Years of practicing breathing techniques had refined his skin to a porcelain-like smoothness, and with his unique, pure white pupils, he stood out as exceptionally handsome among his peers. In the ninja world, where maturity often came early, Hinata had always been the focal point of attention for the girls in class. He internally lamented, "I have no interest in such frivolities. I truly wish to cultivate in peace. That insufferable pretty boy, hiding behind the girls, what kind of skill is that? He is so arrogant just because he is handsome. If he is so capable, let him face me in the assessment." The boys who had mocked Hinata now clenched their teeth in frustration, their fists tight with a burning desire to confront him. In class, there were 2 heartthrobs. Kakashi's popularity rivaled Hinata's. Yet no boy dared to issue a challenge to Kakashi. The reason was simple. They knew they couldn't win. However, Hinata's reputation for napping under trees during practical classes painted him as a weakling. Yet, the girls still found him incredibly attractive. Uchiha Obito stared lifelessly at his crush, Noira Rin, who was practically swooning over Hinata. Anger surged within him, and he pointed directly at Hinata. "Damn it! Hinata, I challenge you." Upon hearing Obito's declaration, the surrounding students erupted with enthusiasm. "Good job, Obito. Show him what you've got." Despite being at the bottom of the class, Obito was still considered more formidable than Hinata, who slept through training sessions. Only one girl cast a cold, disdainful glance at Hinata, her eyes filled with contempt. What good is theoretical knowledge? What does looks matter if you die on the battlefield? On the other side, Kakashi merely glanced at Hinata with an impassive expression before turning away. Such trivial matters hardly warranted his attention, as the son of White Fang. He held himself to high standards. Just as the tension escalated, someone suddenly exclaimed, "The teacher is here." Instantly, everyone returned to their seats, straightening their posture as if under a spell. The earlier clamor faded into silence, leaving one to wonder if the ruckus had been merely a figment of their imagination. Aoyama Kenjin entered with a stack of textbooks, commanding, "Stand up." "Good morning, teacher." "Excellent. You all seem quite spirited." Aoyama Kenjin surveyed the students with satisfaction, praising them for embodying the noble spirit of the will of fire and promising a bright future for the village. "Your discipline is commendable. Truly, I am proud of what I have cultivated in you." After briefly outlining the rules, Aoyama Kenjin announced that Class A would proceed to the training ground for their first-year practical assessment. Chapter 4. Do you understand the essence of strength? On the training field, Class A students stood in a neat line, their postures straight as if they were rows of freshly sprouted chives. Their homeroom teacher, Aoyama Kenjin, stood before them, a look of pride gracing his features. Regardless of whether they hailed from prestigious families or humble origins, all had made significant progress under his tutelage throughout the year. They each held bright prospects for the future. As names were called, students stepped forward to commence the practical assessment. First match, Sanju Yui versus Tsukikage Hate. The moment Aoyama Kenjin's announcement echoed, two figures sprang forth from the line, and after forming their respective seals, they launched into combat. The sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberated across the field. Aoyama Kenjin nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Both combatants demonstrate a solid foundation in physical techniques, evidently having dedicated themselves to their training. Hate is impressive. He appears so frail, yet fights fiercely. Sanju Yui, seemingly a delicate girl, had managed to overpower Hate. The onlookers watched intently, their excitement palpable. Hinata Yu observed Hate, who was now retreating under Yui's onslaught, occasionally coughing weakly. Is he really this weak already? Hinata Yu was no stranger to Tsukikage Hate, a renowned user of the body flicker technique, yet he had a reputation for being somewhat fragile. I guess it's true. He is a mere supporting character in this tale. Who would have thought he would be in such poor condition at this age? After a brief struggle, Hate deftly seized an opening as Yui attempted a high kick, delivering a well-aimed punch that sent her flying. Tsukikage Hate wins, Aoyama Kenjin declared, nodding in approval. Gasping for breath, Hate wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that he hadn't embarrassed himself in the first match. Hate is truly formidable, despite his appearance. His combat skills are no joke. Hate's victory ignited a competitive spark among the other students, many eagerly preparing for their turn. Aoyama Kenjin perused the attendance sheet, marking scores beside the names of the competitors before announcing the next matchup. Gozu Tetsu versus Kamizuki Izumi. From the crowd, two figures emerged, one with a bandaged nose and the other sporting a distinctive hairstyle reminiscent of a punk rocker. It is indeed the renowned duo of gatekeepers from Konoha. However, it appears that no camaraderie has yet been established. Their strikes are exceedingly ruthless, and after an intense battle, Shingetsu Izumi has a kunai poised at Kozo's throat. Shingetsu Izumi emerges victorious. Aoyama Kenji nodded, marking the score on the attendance sheet. The examination proceeded methodically, and soon a third of the participants had passed. Hinata Yu could not help but click his tongue. Most of those who triumphed were clan ninjas, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to compete against them. Indeed, in any world, commoners are often at the mercy of the elite. Just as Hinata Yu was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang in his ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hinata Yu versus Noera Genkan. Aoyama Kenji announced while flipping through the attendance sheet. Hinata Yu? Excellent. It is finally his turn. Genkan, the honor of the boys rests upon you. Give it your all. Kenji's voice boomed, akin to a boulder crashing into a lake, causing the entire playground to erupt in excitement. Although Hinata Yu typically exuded a laid-back demeanor, his popularity was formidable, especially among the boys, where animosity towards him was palpable. Damn it, why is it not me? Uchiha Obito clenched his fists in frustration amidst the crowd. He envisioned the infatuated gaze of Noera Rin directed at Hinata Yu. Obito, do not worry, I shall reclaim your honor. Noera Jenkins sauntered forward, casually chewing on a long kunai, patting Obito on the shoulder with a swaggering demeanor. Facing Hinata Yu, he felt no trepidation. Worry? Why should I worry? Hinata Yu has scarcely participated in practical classes, often hiding beneath trees to nap. So what if he is from the Hinata clan? He is undoubtedly a subpar fighter. The two stood opposite each other. Noera Jenkin casting a disdainful glance at Hinata Yu while clutching his kunai. You are unfortunate to face me. Is that so? Hinata Yu merely shrugged, non-committal. As his words faded, Noera Jenkin lunged at Hinata Yu. Yet, Hinata Yu merely assumed an unusual stance. Gentle fist. Hinata Hiromu, observing the match, raised an eyebrow. He, too, belonged to the Hinata clan and could not be unfamiliar with the gentle fist technique. No, this is not it. The stance had deviated considerably from the traditional form. Moreover, the gentle fist requires the Byakugan, which Hinata Yu had not activated. Hinata Hiromu furrowed his brow. In the blink of an eye, Noera Gunkan's attack arrived. His fierce fist imbued with chakra descending forcefully. He envisioned Hinata Yu being sent flying. Shernai? Many girls watching turned their heads away in sympathy. Yet, in the next moment, Hinata Yu merely flicked his wrist and effortlessly deflected the attack. Noera Jinkan was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with a relentless wave of attacks from Hinata Yu. As their fists clashed, Noera Jinkan was astonished to find that regardless of how fierce his strikes were, they were effortlessly neutralized by Hinata Yu. Indeed, the harder he hit, the stronger Hinata Yu's counterattacks became, pushing him to his limits. Of course, Had he understood the concept of neutralizing force, he likely would have been less astonished. What is happening? Jinkan, did you skip breakfast? You lack any strength. Kyuso, Jinkan, come on. Do not go easy on him. The surrounding students were oblivious to Noera Gunkan's plight, shouting in frustration. From their perspective, Hinata-Yu's movements appeared soft and lacking force, yet he managed to dominate Noera Jinkan, leaving him unable to retaliate. Even their instructor, Aoyama Kenji, widened his eyes in disbelief. With his experience, he could tell Noera Jinkan was not holding back. This is perplexing. In over a decade of teaching, I have never encountered such an unusual form of martial arts. It seems neither gentle fist nor strong fist, yet it effectively suppresses the opponent. Noera Ginkan's forehead glistened with sweat as he realized that Hinata-Yu's movements became increasingly fluid, allowing him to deflect attacks with growing ease, seemingly honing his martial arts through their combat. Damn it, is this guy treating me like a practice dummy? A mix of humiliation and rage surged within him, as the boastful words he had uttered earlier felt like a resounding slap to his face, nearly causing him to bite through his kunai. Hinata-Yu's eyes glimmered with enlightenment. By utilizing Noera Jinkan as an exemplary target, he was mastering the application of Tai Chi. The path of a growing tree can indeed be enhanced through practice. It is divided into 4 stages: initial understanding, entering the threshold, mastery, and achieving transcendence. Hinata-Yu sensed that if he continued to practice for a short while longer, he might elevate his Tai Chi from the initial stage to the threshold stage. At that moment, Noera Jinkan could no longer endure the humiliation of being toyed with for so long. His anger had reached its peak. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the remaining chakra in his body and suddenly launched a punch at Hinata-Yu's chest. In a flash, Hinata-Yu merely sank slightly, using Noera Ginkan's momentum to gently push his right hand forward. With a resounding impact accompanied by a cloud of dust, Noera Jinkan fell spectacularly to the ground. An eerie silence ensued. Uchiha Obito stood frozen, swallowing hard. What just happened? Hinata-Yu is so strong? Wasn't he supposed to be a subpar fighter? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 5. Is this a beaver? How is this possible? Noera Jinkan actually lost. Hinata-Yu is this strong? Hasn't he been sleeping in practical classes all this time? The students gathered on the playground were engulfed in shock, many wide-eyed and disbelieving as they stared at the defeated Noera Jinkan, sprawled on the grass, bewildered as he spat out grass and dirt. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Hey, where's my kunai? He glanced around, only to be pierced by a sharp pain in his cheek. Then came a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Oh! The kunai he had been clutching had, due to inertia, now impaled his cheek, resembling a cat's whiskers dangling from his lips. Uffed. Ha! Jinkan, how tragic. Witnessing Noera Ginkan's comical predicament, the boys who had previously shared a common animosity erupted into laughter. Traitor! Noera Jinkan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he yanked the kunai from his face, cursing at his mocking classmates. Hinata-Yu clucked his tongue. If his memory served him correctly, the older Noera Jinkan had a penchant for poking others with needles, always flaunting a kunai in his mouth. Who would have thought that the first person to be poked would be himself? One wondered if this incident would alter his future habits. Yukuin is so handsome. I never expected Yukuin to excel in both theory and strength. Humph. It's just that Yukuin looks down on those worthless fighters. Meanwhile, the girls were lost in admiration, gazing at Hinata-Yu's profile with starry eyes. Rin, even you. Uchiha Obito looked upon the infatuated Noera Rin with a sense of despair. However, soon a chilling voice reached his ears, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Obito, I recall that you issued a challenge to Hinata-Yu previously. Did you not? Yes, we all heard it. Behind him, it felt as though countless shadowy figures were swelling, resembling ravenous demons ready to pounce. Tobirama swallowed hard, trembling. Haha, I was just joking, he said. What kind of joke? A duel with Hinata-Yu? Didn't you see the fate of Nara Kurenai? Let him fight. Isn't that just courting death? Just joking? We all heard that. Nearby, a group of boys laughed as they surrounded Tobirama, followed by his pig-like screams. Aoyama Kenjin hesitated for a moment before walking up to Hinata-Yu and asked, You, where did you learn the martial arts that defeated Nara Kurenai? It wasn't that he coveted Hinata-Yu's martial arts secrets, but this peculiar style seemed neither gentle fist nor steel fist. If it originated outside of Konoha, it could be troublesome. Hinata-Yu chuckled lightly, delivering a prepared response. I improved it based on the gentle fist. Improved it? Aoyama Kenjin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hinata you would claim it was his own improvement. How old was you to be able to develop such martial arts on his own? Are you sure? Did you really improve this martial art yourself? Stammered Aoyama Kenjin, his expression one of disbelief. Yes, it's actually quite simple. Hinata you paused. I consider my theoretical knowledge to be quite rich. I've read nearly all the books in the ninja school library, although not in great detail. My understanding of martial arts is sufficient. Thus, I combine the essence of the steel fist style with the training methods of my family's gentle fist to inherit the advantages of both, achieving a balance of hardness and softness. First this, then that, and then add a few details. Exactly. Hinata you smiled at Aoyama Kenjin. Aoyama Kenjin was utterly stunned. By the way, what is the principle behind it? That is not important. Aoyama Kenjin gazed at Hinata Yu's youthful face, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. A genius. A true genius. He did not doubt Hinata Yu's words. He was the most profound witness to Yu's theoretical foundation. In less than 2.5 years since enrolling, he had self-studied advanced courses like Introduction to Body Techniques, breaking all theoretical records in Konoha's school. Even since the founding of Konoha, he had been the strongest student in theoretical foundations. Yet he was so lazy. He spent most practical classes sleeping under trees. He had lamented countless times. But now, it seemed that this was the pride of a genius. Under Aoyama Kenjin's intense gaze, Hinata you suddenly felt uncomfortable and leaned back slightly. A hint of disdain in his expression. However, it appeared that his claims were not doubted, which relieved him somewhat. Establishing the persona of a genius was a necessary move. Otherwise, as the feedback from the little tree's sage techniques increased, all the surrounding ninjas would realize, why are you so unscientific? Gentle fist was one thing, but is that a fireball technique? Why does your shadow clone seem off? Is this a beaver? Then he would be troubled trying to concoct an appropriate explanation. It was better to set up a genius persona now. Geniuses always have something unusual about them, like modifying a ninjutsu or something. Look, Teacher Kenjin's expression while watching Hinata you is so strange. Did you hear? It seems like Hinata you claims that peculiar martial art is his own development. Gasp. Countless students inhaled sharply, contributing significantly to the warmth of the ninja world. Hinata you is indeed terrifying. Chapter 6. Uchiha Throwing Technique. Aoyama Kenjin took a deep breath. And after a long while, he regained his composure from the shock. The ninja world was currently tumultuous, with friction between major ninja villages escalating. War, a memory not far removed, seemed poised to return at any moment. In such circumstances, the higher Hinata Yu's talent, the better. After all, he was a ninja from Konoha. Only, casting a discreet glance at the bandage on Hinata Yu's forehead, it seemed he was from the branch family of that clan. It was said that their clan rules. Sigh. This was not something he could interfere with. He could only report to the Hokage after this assessment, letting him decide everything. Dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Aoyama Kenjin cleared his throat. Let the assessment continue. He then glanced at the attendance list in his hand and called out the names of 2 civilian ninjas. The assessment proceeded in an orderly manner. But everyone's gaze towards Hinata you had changed. Envy, jealousy, admiration, and hunger. After several battles, Aoyama Kenjin pondered for a moment and called out, Hinata you versus Uchiha Erasure. At those words, the surrounding students gasped in surprise. A Uchiha against a Hyuga? Although Hinata you was strong, Uchiha Erasure was a genius of the Uchiha clan. Could he manage? It was hard to say. A good show was anticipated. Amidst the astonished discussions, a petite girl with long black hair, waist length, and an air of Uchiha pride, stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Hinata you with ill intent. The Uchiha were not all like Tobarama. Hinata Yu's lips twitched slightly. Was she feeling sympathetic for Tobarama's earlier misfortune? The Uchiha and Hyuga had long been rivals. The debate over which clan was stronger had never ceased in the village. It seemed that Teacher Kenjin had found me a worthy opponent. Erasure, give it your all and beat him. Tobarama shouted excitedly. No one would expect this foolish boy to be the future big boss. Uchiha Erasure selectively ignored Tobarama's call, her focus unwaveringly locked onto Hinata you. Hinata Yu's martial arts were peculiar. She would not engage in a martial arts battle unless necessary. Her slender hands moved to her ninja tool pouch, fingers deftly gripping several shurikens, and with a sudden burst of strength, she launched them into the air. In an instant, Uchiha Erasure threw her hands forward simultaneously. Accompanied by the sharp sound of metal clashing, multiple shurikens collided mid-air, altering their trajectories and forming a black web of shurikens that hurtled towards Hinata Yu. Aoyama Kinjin's eyes sparkled. Impressive. Such a level of Uchiha throwing technique was difficult for most lower ninjas to achieve. The Uchiha throwing technique was renowned alongside Uchiha fire style, employing superb wrist power to alter the trajectories of shurikens, killing without a trace. Clearly, Uchiha Erasure was also a super genius. Hinata Yu furrowed his brow. The trajectory of the shurikens nearly sealed off all his escape routes. The Byakugan did not possess the Sharingan's ability to predict trajectories, but could discern the shuriken's blind spots. Yet, he remained calm. A slight fissure opened between his brows. In an instant, the world seemed to slow down. The flight paths of the shurikens, Uchiha Arashi's throwing actions, and the gasps of nearby classmates all seemed to thicken like water, moving in slow motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In mere blinks, Hinata Yu sidestepped and performed a backflip, like a nimble loach, effortlessly evading all the shurikens. Although he could not yet fully develop the ability of the Heavenly Eye, employing the insight as a slight enhancement was still easily achievable. Fortunately, his body had undergone rigorous training, making his agility far superior to his peers. Thus, performing these evasive maneuvers was not difficult. What is going on? He dodged that. Is he even human? Is Hinata Yu a loach? The onlooking classmates were utterly stunned, witnessing Hinata Yu execute various complex movements like a loach, with every shuriken narrowly missing his body. Remarkably, this astonishing scene unfolded in mere seconds. How could this be possible? Uchiha Obito murmured in a dazed manner. The Uchiha throwing technique. No one comprehends the might of this family's secret art better than he does. Coupled with the Sharingan, it can entirely seal off all escape routes for the enemy, rendering them lifeless in an unseen manner. Although he himself cannot wield it, the throwing technique of Uchiha Ran has reached a height that he can only aspire to. Yet, how could Hinata Yu so effortlessly evade it all? Is this some sort of sorcery? The battle raged on. A hint of astonishment emerged in Uchiha Ran's dark eyes. Hinata Yu had completely dodged her attack, a feat she had never anticipated. Now it is my turn. Hinata Yu smirked disdainfully. TCH. Uchiha Ran clicked her tongue, though a trace of gravity appeared in her gaze. Hinata Yu suddenly charged forward, and Uchiha Ran, gripping a kunai, prepared to counterattack. Bang! A thick white mist suddenly erupted from the side of the charging Hinata Yu, enveloping his form in an instant. Uchiha Ran momentarily stunned, but in that brief moment of distraction, Hinata Yu had already broken through the mist. 3-3? Uchiha Ran's pupils constricted as she beheld not one, but three identical Hinata Yus bursting forth from the fog, with virtually no differences, their movements synchronized down to the minutiae. Shadow clone technique? Trying to rely on such a rudimentary art to confuse my judgment? Uchiha Ran sneered. All clones are mere illusions, serving only to disrupt visibility. Collapsing upon contact. With only 2 shurikens remaining, it's time for a gamble. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. 2 shurikens suddenly shot toward the clones on either side. There was no sound of impact. The moment the shurikens pierced through, the 2 Hinata Yus vanished without a trace. Bingo! I hit the mark. Uchiha Ran raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement flickering in her eyes. This will end it. She channeled her strength into a punch aimed at the remaining central Hinata Yu's chest. However, in the next second, the surprise on Uchiha Ran's face froze. There was no sensation of flesh meeting flesh, as if she had struck air, and she passed right through Hinata Yu's chest. What? As she struggled to regain her balance, a light chuckle reached her ears from behind. Right here, Uchiha Ran's breath hitched, just as she prepared to turn and retaliate. She felt a gentle push on her left shoulder. Unable to steady herself, her body fell forward due to inertia. Damn! Uchiha Ran's expression changed dramatically. Smack! Just like Nara Shikamaru, she fell clumsily to the ground. Chapter 7. Hinata Yu seizes the future. Sword technique. The playground fell into a profound silence. The air was so still one could easily hear the heavy breaths of the students, all eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at Uchiha Ran, sprawled beneath Hinata Yu's feet. That position seems oddly familiar. Wait, it's Nara Shikamaru. Could it be that Hinata Yu has a peculiar penchant for having others lie prostrate at his feet? Such thoughts began to arise among the onlooking classmates. Uchiha Ran struggled to get up from the ground, clutching her left shoulder where Hinata Yu had struck her. Her expression twisted in shame and fury. Was it intentional or accidental? Uchiha Ran gritted her teeth. How did you accomplish this? The three before her were merely clones. How did Hinata manage to position himself behind her? Is it possible to achieve such a feat with just basic shadow clone techniques? Uchiha Ran's inquiry piqued the curiosity of the surrounding students. Indeed, how did Hinata manage that? Simultaneously creating three clones while the real body appeared in another location? I see. A glint sparked in Aoyama Kinjin's eyes as he exclaimed. At the moment the white mist rose, Hinata did not create three clones, but four. Using the cover of the mist, one clone swiftly moved behind Uchiha Ran, while Hinata's real body exchanged places with the fourth clone the instant the mist dissipated, before finally dispelling the clone technique. Aoyama Kinjin's explanation left the surrounding students in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? What was Kinjin-sensei saying? I don't know. Such advanced concepts. Wasn't he the shadow clone just a basic ninja technique? Why does it suddenly seem incomprehensible? The previously dismissive gaze of Kakashi now held only deep apprehension and astonishment. If Aoyama Kinjin's words are true, then Hinata is not only proficient in physical techniques, but also a rare genius in ninjutsu. Aoyama Kinjin's wrinkled face beamed like a blooming flower. His eyes filled with pride as he gazed at Hinata. A genius. An extraordinary genius. Though his earlier statement was merely conjecture, considering Hinata's astonishing theoretical aptitude, combined with his recent triumph over Nara Shikamaru using his self-developed physical techniques, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Could he be reimagining ninjutsu and physical techniques through his profound theoretical foundation? His creativity and boundless imagination are truly remarkable. Hinata's lips twitched slightly. He himself was unsure how Aoyama Kinjin had suddenly conjured such an elaborate explanation. In truth, what he had done was far simpler. The feedback from the tree-like clone was fundamentally different from the shadow clone technique, despite the mere difference of a single character. Even the most basic celestial techniques for creating clones far surpass what the shadow clone technique can achieve. There are many other celestial techniques related to clones, such as the external body manifestation and the transformation into three pure ones. Even the Monkey King's 3,000 hairs can be considered a form of cloning. Isn't that far more effective than the shadow clone or the multi-shadow clone techniques? Uchiha Ran bit her lip, unwilling to concede so easily. Just as she was about to counterattack, a sharp pain shot through her left shoulder, causing her to sigh in resignation. I concede. The seemingly light palm strike from Hinata had employed the subtle force of Tai Chi, not only locking her chakra flow but also temporarily paralyzing the muscles on her left side, rendering her powerless. Even Ran. Uchiha Obito gaped in astonishment. Uchiha Ran has lost. He had sought out Hinata for a challenge. Having triumphed over Uchiha Ran, Hinata displayed no hint of arrogance. Instead, he furrowed his brow, quietly seeking a tranquil corner of the playground to sit cross-legged. A few shy girls attempted to strike up a conversation, but he coldly brushed them aside. He felt a surge of thoughts in his mind, sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain. Uchiha Ran's throwing technique had transcended mere skill. Through generations of Uchiha research, it had evolved into a method of controlling ninja tools. Relying solely on sheer wrist strength cannot achieve this. There must also be chakra involved. Hinata murmured, deep in thought. When he evaded Uchiha Ran's thrown shurikens, he had secretly activated his heavenly eye. Although it is not yet complete and cannot fully unleash its capabilities, it allowed Hinata to enter a state of profound clarity in that fleeting moment. His mind was exceptionally clear, thoughts racing far beyond their usual pace. Countless theoretical concepts proliferating within his brain. Time trickled by. After an indeterminate period, Hinata abruptly raised his head. I see. How extraordinary. Is this how one controls the trajectory of ninja tools? It was in that moment of enlightenment that the tree in his mind absorbed new nutrients, sprouting afresh. Vibrant green leaf. Amidst the lush green, a hint of metallic sheen glimmered. Hinata reached out his consciousness, instantly holding his breath. Art of manipulating tools. Initial insight. It appears that the earlier epiphany has allowed the tree to draw upon newfound nourishment. Hinata said with satisfaction. Enlightenment. This is indeed a rare treasure that cultivators can encounter but cannot seek. Each moment of enlightenment inevitably yields rewards. The so-called manipulation of tools naturally refers to the art of wielding spiritual instruments in combat. In the ninja realm, where spiritual tools are non-existent, Hinata is yet to grasp the techniques related to forging. Thus his primary focus remains on controlling ninja tools, compared to Uchiha's throwing techniques. The manipulation of tools is unparalleled in terms of stealth and peculiarity. Mastery of this skill could catch even the most formidable ninja, whose power far exceeds that of Hinata, off guard, a true testament to the sixth path. Suddenly, an idea struck Hinata as he gazed intently towards Kakashi's position. With the emergence of tool manipulation, the art of swordsmanship must also be considered. If anyone in the ninja world could be deemed the foremost in swordsmanship, it would be Kakashi's father, Susano'o, who boldly claimed to be second, with no one daring to assert themselves as the first. At this moment, Susano'o had not yet taken his own life. In an instant, Hinata's gaze toward Kakashi ignited with fervor and longing. A sword immortal. What man could resist such temptation? Kakashi, meanwhile, was effortlessly defeating his opponent, surrounded by the adulation of enamored girls, and was about to step down when he suddenly sensed an intense gaze upon him. Turning his head, he met Hinata's fiery eyes. Their gazes locked. After a brief moment of surprise, Kakashi shivered, his body instinctively tensing. This fellow. Could it be that Chapter 8, Rating S? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned in the Hokage office. The third Hokage leaned back against the soft chair, leisurely taking puffs from his pipe, savoring the moment. Today was the day of the Ninja Academy's assessment. He almost forgot. As he recalled this, Sarutobi began sifting through a stack of documents placed beside his desk. According to Konoha's procedures, after the assessment, relevant information would be promptly delivered to him. Thus, he continued to read through the documents with a furrowed brow while gnawing on the pipe. Tsukuyami Hate, Rating B. Excellent foundation in physical techniques, composed personality. Yet physical shortcomings may hinder his future as a ninja. Is he from the Tsukuyami clan? Sarutobi nodded in agreement as he read the comments from Aoyama Kenjin. Mikami Yui, Rating B. Excellent foundation in physical techniques, amiable disposition, easily disarming others' defenses. Aspires to be an exceptional teacher and could be cultivated as a special jonin skilled in education. Sarutobi nodded once more. Aoyama Kenjin had been teaching at Konoha School for over a decade, and his judgment rarely faltered. Tetsuko, Rating B. Kagetsu Chikage, Rating B. Uchiha Obito, Rating D. Sarutobi continued to peruse the evaluations of dozens of students, occasionally nodding lightly or frowning in contemplation. These students represented Konoha's future, inheriting the noble will of fire, destined to contribute to the village's development, leaving no room for negligence. Soon, when he encountered a particular name, his brow furrowed deeply. Uchiha Erasure, Rating A. Mastery of Uchiha's throwing techniques is unparalleled, surpassing that of ordinary genin. His chakra far exceeds his peers, truly an Uchiha genius. Sarutobi's expression grew solemn. Oh, the Uchiha clan, if it were not for their surname, he would have felt immense pride upon reading such an evaluation. However, considering the clan's conflicts with the village, he sighed. At least the Uchiha are part of the village. The first Hokage always hoped to witness their integration into the community. With a resigned sigh, Sarutobi dismissed his worries. Upon glancing at the next evaluation, his face brightened with joy. Hatake Kakashi, Rating S. A genius far surpassing his peers. In terms of chakra, physical skills, and ninjutsu, he far exceeds others his age, undoubtedly a super genius, fully capable of graduating early. Truly the son of White Fang. Sarutobi laughed heartily. Kakashi must only be around 5 years old, yet he has already received an S rating from Aoyama Kenjin. He will likely reach at least the elite jonin level in the future, perhaps becoming a sword-wielding ninja as formidable as his father. Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakomo, was the head of his Anbu department, renowned for his White Fang sword techniques. During the Second Shinobi War, he decimated the Sand Shinobi forces, earning a military order from the Third Kazekage. Upon encountering White Fang, retreat at once. Like father, like son, Kakashi's talent brought Sarutobi great relief. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first genius of the new generation would undoubtedly be Kakashi. Sarutobi thought contentedly. However, when he saw the next name, his pupils trembled, and the pipe he had been holding slipped from his mouth, landing on the desk. Hinata, Rating S. A genius. A top-tier genius, combining theoretical knowledge with practical combat. He has innovatively developed entirely new fighting techniques and physical skills. Such talent is rare in a lifetime. With slight cultivation, his future potential may surpass Kakashi's. After a long moment, Sarutobi gradually regained his composure, still bearing a hint of shock in his eyes. Given Aoyama Kenjin's experience, he could not possibly err in such matters. Thus, Hinata-Yu's talent must indeed be extraordinary. Initially believing Kakashi to be invincible, he was astonished to discover another prodigy in Hinata-Yu. Sarutobi's gaze flickered. Hinata-Yu, a name that was not unfamiliar to him, for every teacher and student in the Ninja Academy would surely recognize it. A theoretical genius. He had shattered all theoretical records since the Academy's establishment. His understanding of the will of fire was also exceptional. Yet, when it came to practical combat, he was notoriously lackluster, often found asleep beneath a tree. It seems he did not struggle in practical combat. Rather, it was the arrogance that comes with being a genius. Did he disdain competing with ordinary students? Alas, he is from the branch family. Sarutobi picked up the pipe that had fallen on the desk, placing it back in his mouth and taking a few puffs. As the wisps of smoke curled around him, his wrinkled face gradually became indistinct. One day, I must obtain all information regarding Hinata-Yu. At that moment, as his voice resonated, a half-kneeling Anbu outside the Hokage office vanished without a trace. The following morning, at the Hinata clan's estate, the sun had just begun to rise, casting a pale light across the horizon, dispelling the cold darkness of the earth. Hinata-Yu sat cross-legged upon the gnarled trunk of a tree, comfortably stretching towards the rising sun. Today's breathing and meditation training was complete. Ever since he learned the art of cultivation, Hinata-Yu had gradually grown accustomed to using meditation in place of nighttime slumber. It not only allowed for training, but also left him feeling refreshed the next day. Regrettably, the auspicious purple aura had not graced him. Gazing at the distant sunrise, Hinata-Yu could not help but pout. It was said that the first rays of sunlight at dawn would be accompanied by the emergence of purple aura, highly beneficial for the cultivation of ocular techniques. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had yet to encounter such an aura. Perhaps it was due to the distinct nature of the ninja realm? Shaking his head, Hinata-Yu dispelled the distracting thoughts and suddenly leaped down from the crooked tree. After a night of meditation, his stomach was now growling with hunger. Following the assessment yesterday, the Ninja Academy had granted a long break, and Hinata-Yu planned to use this opportunity to enhance his skills. After a simple meal, he had barely begun his training when the sound of knocking echoed unexpectedly. Strange. Who could be knocking at this hour? Hinata-Yu furrowed his brow. Orphaned, he had always been a mere shadow in the Hinata clan. Typically, no one cared for him. Aside from the branch family's guard who delivered monthly allowances, hardly anyone visited. And now, with half a month left until the next allowance was due, could it be? Hinata-Yu narrowed his eyes. In yesterday's examination, he truly shone brilliantly. If it were due to this matter, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the stirrings in his heart. And Hyuga took a moment to compose himself before stepping forward to open the courtyard door. Upon seeing the familiar face of the visitor, he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 9. The arrival of the main family Lord Hizashi. What brings you here? Hyuga gazed at the figure outside the door, a wave of confusion surging within him. Although much younger than he had recalled, he instantly recognized the man as Hinata's father, Hyuga Hizashi, the future father-in-law of Kiba Inuzuka. He had not anticipated that the current head of the clan, the eldest son and heir to the family, Hizashi, would come to see him. Hizashi peered into the courtyard behind Hyuga and smiled. Well, aren't you going to invite me in? Oh, certainly. Please come in, Lord Hizashi. I haven't had the chance to tidy up the house, so I hope it doesn't offend your dignified presence. Moments later, seated beside a low table, worn ceramic teacups released wisps of steam. The Hyuga family places great importance on etiquette and decorum. Even though Hyuga was merely a child, it was necessary to offer tea to Hizashi, albeit his hospitality was somewhat lacking. Hizashi glanced at the tea before him, opting not to drink. Instead, turning his gaze to Hyuga and remarked with a smile, I have heard that you performed admirably in yesterday's assessment at the Ninja Academy, even defeating a genius from the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Hyuga's heart raced. It was indeed about the examination that Hizashi had come to speak with him. It was no surprise, as his prior talents had only manifested in theoretical achievements, lacking any practical accomplishments. Now, having suddenly emerged in the limelight, it was only natural for inquiries to arise. Yes, Hyuga replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Excellent. Hizashi smiled graciously, offering generous praise. Having competed with the Uchiha for so long, your victory over their genius brings honor to our clan. His voice was warm, akin to that of an older brother, gradually easing Hyuga's defenses. However, Hyuga was no mere child. He did not believe that Hizashi had traveled such a distance merely to exchange pleasantries. Lord Hizashi, did you come here today for a specific purpose? Hizashi produced a stack of crisp bills from his robes and pushed them toward Hyuga. This is 10,000 ryo. A reward for your triumph over the Uchiha genius. Furthermore, your monthly living allowance has been increased from 3,000 ryo to 5,000. Hyuga was momentarily taken aback. Hizashi lifted the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip, continuing nonchalantly. I merely wish to inform you that in the Hyuga clan, talent is rewarded accordingly. If you possess the potential for investment, the family will naturally be inclined to provide you with greater resources. Upon hearing this, Hyuga no longer hesitated and accepted the 10,000 ryo. Thank you, Lord Hizashi. At this stage of rapid physical development, the previous allowance of 3,000 ryo was inadequate to meet his needs. This newfound sum would enhance his diet, allowing him to devote more energy to training. Noticing that Hyuga had accepted the cash, Hizashi's smile slightly faded, and he said coolly, however, I have heard that you seem to have altered the training methods of the gentle fist technique. Is there any truth to this? Hyuga's gaze flickered momentarily. It was indeed more complicated than he had anticipated. After a brief contemplation, he replied, yes. I referenced a considerable amount of theoretical knowledge and made slight modifications to the striking techniques of the gentle fist. In defeating Nara Shikamaru, he had employed Tai Chi techniques, which were wholly unrelated to the gentle fist. He could only use this explanation to navigate the conversation. Upon hearing Hyuga's words, Hizashi's smile vanished, his expression darkening slightly. Do you understand that the gentle fist is the culmination of centuries of our ancestors' dedication and effort? Your attempt to change its techniques based on your theoretical knowledge is akin to chasing a mirage. I understand Hyuga sighed. The Hyuga clan had long been insular, and the prospect of them embracing progressive ideas seemed utterly fanciful. Seeing Hyuga's acknowledgement, Hizashi nodded slightly and continued, the gentle fist is the foundation of the Hyuga clan. No other ninjutsu or physical technique can compare. I hope you do not explore misguided paths that lead you to neglect your training in the gentle fist. Indeed. With that said, I shall take my leave. Hizashi nodded and rose from his seat. He had two objectives for this visit, to consolidate Hyuga's loyalty and to issue a warning. He believed he had accomplished both and felt no need to linger further. As Hyuga watched Hizashi depart, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. Lord Hizashi, I agree with most of what you said, but you have misunderstood one point. What I am studying is not some misguided practice. It is sage techniques. True sage techniques. Hyuga Clan District. Main family residence. Having just departed from Hyuga, Hizashi swiftly returned here. This was the residence of the main family, the very heart of the entire Hyuga clan. In the expansive hall, an elderly man with graying hair was seated in meditation on a tatami mat, his eyes closed, while steam rose from the tea before him. Hizashi, you have returned. The elder slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Hizashi's approach. Father, I have visited Hyuga. Compared to his peers, he exhibits remarkable maturity. He is indeed a talent worth nurturing, Hizashi said respectfully, inclining his head slightly. The elder, known as Hyuga Hayashi, was the current head of the Hyuga clan and also the father of both Hizashi and Hinata. Is that so? No wonder the Hokage values him so highly. Hayashi nodded. Hizashi was his chosen successor, and his discerning eye for talent was not to be doubted. The previous afternoon, the Hokage had unexpectedly sought all available information on Hyuga, revealing to Hayashi that a genius had emerged from the Hyuga clan. The Hokage's actions served a dual purpose, to express the significance attributed to Hyuga and to convey certain unspoken signals. Otherwise, the presence of a mere child like Hyuga would hardly warrant a personal visit from the heir of the clan. As Hizashi recounted his attempts to guide Hyuga in the practice of the gentle fist, Hayashi's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The gentle fist is the foundation of the Hyuga clan. I will not allow a mere branch family member to alter it. It seems that Source Sho has indeed raised a remarkable son. Hayashi could not help but praise. At such a young age, he displays such maturity in handling affairs. His future is bound to be promising. It is a pity, however, that he belongs to the branch family. A branch family will always remain just that. Chapter 10. What defines a swordsman? Konoha, Ninja Academy. Hyuga sat in his seat, fixated on Kakashi in front of him, a flicker of fervor gleaming in his eyes. After days of diligent practice, he had made significant progress in mastering the manipulation of objects. The technique was formidable, undoubtedly superior to the Uchiha's throwing techniques. Now, He could throw shurikens over 40 meters, and in special circumstances, even alter their trajectory. Yet, Hyuga felt no joy. Kakashi's father, Hitaki Tsukumo, renowned as the White Fang of Konoha, was the most powerful swordsman in the current ninja world. What wondrous sword techniques could he impart? The thought of such a powerful legacy being within reach, yet slipping away from him, left Hyuga in a state of distress. He could not afford to let this opportunity pass. The exact timing of Tsukumo's demise was not detailed in the original narrative, but considering Kakashi was already 5 years old, it could not be long before it occurred. Would he have to wait for Tsukumo's death, watching the sword technique slip away before his very eyes? Unbeknownst to him, while he was fixated on Kakashi, the latter was equally tense, quietly observing Hyuga's every move. Why does this fellow keep staring at me? Kakashi, who has trained under the tutelage of Hitaki Tsukumo since childhood, possesses the keen intuition of a swordsman. Naturally, Hinatayu's intense gaze does not escape his scrutiny. In a fleeting moment, Kakashi fervently analyzes the information regarding Hinatayu. Hinatayu male, a theoretical prodigy, strikingly handsome, with numerous female admirers in class, yet consistently aloof. Now, however, he gazes at Kakashi with fervor. Recalling the look he received during the last assessment, Kakashi shudders. Could it be? Meanwhile, at the podium, Aoyama Kenjin passionately lectures, his voice resonating throughout the classroom. With the discovery of 2 S-rank geniuses in the class, his spirits are exceptionally high. In time, these 2 S-rank talents will undoubtedly become the pillars of Konoha. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that, at this very moment, these 2 S-rank geniuses are engaged in an intense psychological duel. Ding ding ding. The clear sound of the school bell suddenly rings, causing Kakashi, whose back is already soaked in sweat, to exhale in relief. Finally, class is over. He no longer has to endure Hinatayu's burning gaze. However, the next moment, a gentle voice resonates near him, sending shivers down his spine. Kakashi, I have a question I would like to ask you. Turning around, he is met with Hinatayu's warm smile, his pure white eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth, akin to the gentle spring breeze of April. After a brief silence, the classroom erupts with gasps. Hinatayu and Kakashi, my goodness, these 2 geniuses are actually mingling. No way. Could it be that these 2 aloof geniuses have secretly? I can't take it anymore. This is too adorable. The girls, transformed into infatuated admirers, exclaim in a frenzy. Uchiha long glances at Hinatayu beside Kakashi, tilting her head slightly, puzzled by the situation. If she remembers correctly, these 2 aloof geniuses usually do not interact with one another. What has caused this sudden shift? Hinatayu, feeling awkward, nearly scrapes the floor with his toes in embarrassment. Although he has constantly reminded himself that this is not Earth, and that girls in the ninja world mature quite early, with many marrying by the age of 10, he still finds himself overwhelmed by the surrounding admirers. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Hinatayu gazes earnestly at Kakashi. Kakashi, I have a question I would like to ask you. Instinctively, Kakashi wishes to decline. Yet upon meeting Hinatayu's sincere gaze, he hesitates for a moment and nods. Hinatayu takes a deep breath, locking eyes with Kakashi, and articulates slowly. What does it mean to be a swordsman? Kakashi is momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Hinatayu, as if questioning whether he has misheard. What does it mean to be a swordsman? Why is Hinatayu inquiring about such a question? Does he wish to practice swordsmanship? But soon, he recalls that his father, Hitaki Tsukumo, is the most formidable swordsman in Konoha. If Hinatayu truly seeks to understand this question, the best person to ask would indeed be himself. I see. So you wish to comprehend this question? Kakashi's expression becomes complex, realizing he may have overthought the situation. However, even Kakashi, as a swordsman, struggles to define the term. Though he is trained with the ninjato under Hitaki Tsukumo, his youth and lack of experience render him somewhat unqualified to impart wisdom to Hinatayu. How about this? After school, I will consult my father about this issue and provide you with an answer. Kakashi tells Hinatayu. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Kakashi. Hinatayu responds, brimming with joy. His goal has been achieved. Consulting Kakashi is not the focal point. What truly matters is using Kakashi as a bridge to connect with Hitaki Tsukumo. In Japan, the delineation between knives and swords is not distinctly defined. Even ronin wielding martial arts blades may refer to themselves as swordsmen. The legendary Miyamoto Musashi, the founder of the Nitin Ichiryu, is revered as the sword saint. Thus, Hinata understands that even though Hatake Tsukumo wields the white Fang short blade, the title of swordsman holds profound significance for him. Subsequently, Hinata inquires further about the art of swordsmanship, and the two engage in a discussion. Kakashi grows increasingly astonished. Hinata's insights in certain aspects surpass even his own. It is known that his father is Hatake Tsukumo, and having been immersed in the world of ninjato since childhood, it is rare for a mere chunin to rival him in knowledge. This revelation dispels his doubts. It appears that Hinata genuinely aspires to achieve greatness in the realm of ninjato. At this moment, he cannot help but wonder how his father would define the term swordsman. As night descends and darkness envelopes the sky, Kakashi kneels at the low table, savoring the food in his bowl. The night is ink-black, punctuated only by the faint chirping of insects. Having lost his mother at a young age, the quiet dinner table, now occupied by just the two of them, feels somewhat lonely. After swallowing his mouthful, Kakashi takes a sip of water and turns to his father, Hatake Tsukumo, who is currently serving himself some dishes. By the way, father, a classmate asked me a peculiar question today. A peculiar question? Hatake Tsukumo replies, sending a morsel of food to his mouth while glancing at his son. Yes. Kakashi sets down his bowl and utensils on the low table, gazing at Hatake Tsukumo with curiosity. Father, do you know what it means to be a swordsman? As the words leave his mouth, Hatake Tsukumo pauses, his breath caught, and his movements freeze. What does it mean to be a swordsman? Chapter 11. An invitation from Hatake Tsukumo. What does it mean to be a swordsman? Hatake Tsukumo's brow furrows slightly. As the question arises in his mind, he involuntarily becomes lost in thought. The term swordsman holds a special significance for him. Why would your classmate ask you this question? Hatake Tsukumo smiles slightly. Your classmate should still be under 10 years old, right? His name is Hinata. It seems he wants to practice ninjato. Kakashi replies, popping a piece of meat into his mouth, his words slightly muffled. Hinata? Upon hearing this name, Hatake Tsukumo first pauses, then a glimmer of recognition crosses his face. Kakashi looks at him in confusion. What is it? Father, do you know him? Haha. Kakashi. This name has come up quite often in recent discussions with the Hokage. Hatake Tsukumo chuckles. Hinata is one of the two geniuses rated S, just like you. Hatake Tsukumo is well aware of Kakashi's talent. Although he is only 5 years old, the Ninja Academy has little left to teach him. The fact that this Hinata, a branch member of the Hinata clan, possesses a rating identical to Kakashi's piques Hatake Tsukumo's curiosity. Choosing to learn ninjato instead of gentle fist? What an interesting little rascal. Kakashi, if you get the chance, make sure to interact with him. Geniuses should inspire one another. Hatake Tsukumo playfully pats Kakashi on the shoulder. Father, I'm not a 4-year-old. I'm already 5. Kakashi responds with mild annoyance, rolling his eyes. Haha. After the playful banter, Kakashi turns to Hatake Tsukumo, his tone growing serious. However, father, what do you believe a swordsman truly is? Hatake Tsukumo's expression shifts, the previous mirth fading, as he gazes into the distance with a contemplative look. A belief. A belief? On the playground, Hinata gazes at Kakashi in astonishment. Kakashi shrugs. That's what my father says. I don't know how he thinks. Truth be told, despite being the son of White Fang, there are many times when he struggles to grasp Hatake Tsukumo's thoughts. At times, Hatake Tsukumo behaves as a friendly neighbor, devoid of any paternal pretensions, occasionally making endearing blunders. At times, he would become exceedingly strict, meticulously supervising the completion of his training, allowing no room for negligence. Kakashi felt as though there existed a membrane between him and Tsukumo Hatake. The father he perceived was always shrouded behind this veil, blurred and intangible. Hinata's eyes flickered subtly. Unlike Kakashi, he could vaguely discern Tsukumo Hatake's thoughts. In the original narrative, Tsukumo, scorned by the village for abandoning a mission, chose to end his own life. Did he truly remain oblivious to the fact that this had always been a political conspiracy? Perhaps not. It could be that he had long perceived the darkness and recognized the decay within Konoha, choosing to ignite a flicker of hope through his demise, a death that proclaimed his beliefs. Was this not a form of conviction? With this realization, Hinata let out a deep sigh. Perhaps this was the ninja way that Tsukumo Hatake embodied. However, a man of such resolve might indeed attain what he desired. By the way, Kakashi, I have some additional questions I would like to ask you. Hinata proceeded to inquire about various aspects of blade training, to which Kakashi responded earnestly. He had always held a keen interest in prodigies like Hinata, and with Tsukumo's explicit recommendation to engage more with him, potentially his fiercest rival in the future. He held nothing back. Their discussions often culminated in bursts of laughter. Not far behind them, in a corner of the training ground, Uchiha Ran furrowed her brow as she observed them. How did these two suddenly become so amicable? They barely spoke before. A sense of urgency welled within her. She was never one to fall behind. After her previous defeat to Hinata Yu, she had devised a rigorous training regimen, and her strength had since improved significantly. Now, to her surprise, Hinata Yu was associating with Kakashi. This was akin to being the third in a class, striving for the top position, only to discover that the first and second place students had formed an alliance. What chance did that leave for her? No. Tonight's training plan would double. She was determined not to be outdone by them. Uchiha Ran resolved fiercely, her eyes gleaming with determination. Little did Hinata Yu realize that his interactions with Kakashi had inadvertently set the stage for the emergence of a formidable rival. As days passed, the rapport between Hinata Yu and Kakashi deepened through their exchanges. Whenever Kakashi encountered a question about swordsmanship he could not elucidate, he would consult Susano'o, whose insights consistently provided Hinata Yu with new revelations. Gradually, Hinata Yu felt an insatiable itch in his mind, as if something were on the verge of blossoming. The small tree was poised to sprout new leaves. Yet, something still stood in the way, a thin membrane that Kakashi's encouragement alone had not been sufficient to penetrate. Hinata Yu scoured the libraries of Konoha and attempted other forms of blade techniques, but none provided the stimulation necessary for the tree to branch out. To break through that membrane, it seemed he could only seek guidance from that individual. Then, one day after school, Kakashi suddenly called out to him, "You, come over to my house after school tonight." Hinata Yu gazed at him in surprise. "My father wishes to meet you," Kakashi replied with a smile. "Tsukumo Hatake wanted to see me?" Though his expression remained one of astonishment, Hinata Yu's heart was already brimming with joy. It had arrived, the long-awaited invitation from Tsukumo Hatake. During this time, Hinata Yu had been fervently trying to make his presence known, hoping to capture Tsukumo's attention and receive his guidance. After all, he was anxious about missing the opportunity, given the uncertainty surrounding the timing of Tsukumo's suicide. But now, that moment had finally come. The Hatake blade techniques would undoubtedly allow the small tree to flourish with new foliage. "Let us go," Kakashi said calmly, stepping ahead. Hinata Yu had never been to his home, so he followed behind. A little over 10 minutes later, they arrived at an elegant courtyard, similar to the typical architecture of Konoha, but located in a relatively secluded area. "Here we are, come in." Kakashi opened the courtyard door. Hinata Yu took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart, yet his curiosity surged. What did the legendary Konoha White Fang, revered even by the Sannin, look like? As he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed a silver-haired man, much like Kakashi, crouching by a water basin, washing vegetables. The man looked up upon hearing the noise, offering a gentle smile. "Kakashi, you're back. Oh, you've brought a friend?" Kakashi's eyes momentarily dropped. "Father, didn't you say you were inviting Hinata Yu over for dinner tonight?" Yes. I almost forgot." Tsukumo scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Hinata Yu's lips twitched slightly. The legendary White Fang had such an endearing side. "Hello, uncle. I apologize for the intrusion," he said, bowing slightly. Basic etiquette was essential, especially in the Hyuga clan, known for its stringent customs. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll go prepare dinner, and we can all eat together shortly." Tsukumo smiled at Hinata Yu before carrying the washed vegetables into the kitchen. "Is this acceptable?" Hinata Yu was taken aback. "It's fine. That's just how my father is," Kakashi shrugged, taking a seat on a chair in the corridor. Hinata Yu followed suit. In the kitchen, Tsukumo, donning a pink apron, skillfully chopped vegetables with a knife, while a pot of water bubbled invitingly. Hinata Yu stared at the scene, astonished. "Are you finding it somewhat different from what you imagined?" Kakashi remarked, glancing at Hinata Yu with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Well, it is a bit different," Hinata Yu replied after a moment of thought. Since entering, Tsukumo had seemed more like a friendly older brother than a figure of intimidation. Considering the White Fang's immense reputation, it would be hard for anyone to connect these two personas. Yet, Hinata Yu did not share this sentiment. The White Fang's renown was indisputable. The truth was singular, returning to simplicity. Tsukumo had reached a certain level of enlightenment. Outwardly, he bore no remarkable traits, and if not for his striking silver hair, he could easily blend into a crowd unnoticed. Yet, once he wielded a ninja blade, his aura would transform dramatically. As a traveler from another realm, navigating through a cultivation system, Hinata had never viewed the ninja world through the lens of its natives. He possessed his own understanding of the ninja realm. Just then, Susano'o emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate to the low table. Enjoy while it's hot. I apologize for my lack of culinary skills. Smells delicious. Hinata's thoughts returned to the present as he gazed at the steaming dishes, swallowing hard. There were 3 dishes and a soup, all simple home-cooked meals from Konoha, lacking any extravagant offerings. However, given that he usually lived alone and dined on instant noodles and milk, these meals felt quite lavish to him. Just as he was about to dig in, he noticed Kakashi shifting uncomfortably, seemingly reluctant. Susano'o chuckled, "Kakashi, it's just a mask. Take it off." Only then did Hinata realize that Kakashi was wearing a mask, and not just any mask, but the infamous one that had become a defining feature of his persona. Generally, it wouldn't matter if it was just the 2 of them dining, but today, he was present. Hinata held his breath, fixated on Kakashi's mask. For some inexplicable reason, an air of anticipation enveloped him. After a moment of struggle, Kakashi reluctantly removed his mask under the urging of Shikaku. To his astonishment, there it was, a prominent beauty mark. Hinata's eyes widened. Positioned just below Kakashi's left lip, the dark beauty mark added an alluring charm to his already striking features. If the girls in their class were to see this, would they not go into a frenzy? Perhaps love letters would overflow from their drawers, inundating his entire desk. Wait, am I the first to witness Kakashi's true face? Kakashi's first revelation has left me speechless. Seemingly irritated by Hinata's gaze, Kakashi rolled his eyes and began to eat heartily from his bowl. Dinner passed swiftly. During the meal, Shikaku posed numerous questions to Hinata, ranging from swordsmanship to daily living. His inquiries were not probing, many were indirect. And Hinata subtly realized that Shikaku's invitation to dinner was not entirely of his own volition. There might be the shadow of the Hokage behind it. Given that his talents were on par with Kakashi's, and being a member of the Hyuga clan, it was not beyond possibility that Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to gain insight into him through Shikaku. His responses were meticulous and unerring. Shikaku's appreciation for Hinata deepened with each passing moment. A fine talent indeed. Compared to him, Kakashi seemed somewhat immature. Could it be the result of living alone for so long? He appeared far more mature than his peers. Of course, he could never fathom that this was due to Hinata's experiences from 2 lifetimes. Soon, the meal concluded. Shikaku regarded Hinata earnestly. "You seem quite interested in swordsmanship. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the Hitaki style." He then picked up the nearby white Fang short sword. Hinata held his breath. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt that in this moment, Shikaku's demeanor transformed entirely, resembling a blade poised to strike. With the white Fang short sword in hand, Shikaku slowly approached the courtyard's water basin, where a massive rock stood, about a meter tall. Hinata, brimming with anticipation, focused intently on Shikaku's every movement, unwilling to miss a single detail. He understood that such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, and it would be difficult to observe this level of swordsmanship up close again. A slight fissure opened between his brows. Byakugan activate. With the Byakugan S enhancement, no action of Shikaku could escape Hinata's gaze. Under the watchful eyes of several, Shikaku gradually raised the white Fang short sword. His movements appeared slow, almost as if in slow motion, yet simultaneously, they were so swift that they left only afterimages. In an instant, a flash of white light cut through the air, like the fangs of a ferocious beast. The half-man-high boulder, with a crisp humming sound, cleanly split in 2 and slowly tilted as it fell. Hinata furrowed his brow. He had clearly seen that Shikaku's white Fang short sword had not directly struck the boulder, yet the stone had shattered. That strike was too fast. "Father, such a large stone is hard to come by," Kakashi lamented with his deadpan expression. "Ha ha ha," Shikaku chuckled sheepishly, ruffling his hair. It was a whim, a fleeting impulse. Hinata took a deep breath. He knew that what had just transpired was not merely a figment of his imagination, so he gazed earnestly at Shikaku. "Lord White Fang, it seems you did not actually strike the boulder, but why then?" Shikaku responded with surprise. "I didn't expect you to notice. It's due to your Byakugan, which significantly enhances your observational skills." Hinata smiled, running a hand through his hair. Earlier, everyone had focused on Shikaku, and no one seemed to notice that he had not activated his Byakugan. The Byakugan's position is located at the center of the forehead, and currently, Hinata could only open a small fissure. Moreover, due to the mark of the caged bird, he usually covered his forehead. Thus, Passing off without activating the Byakugan should not be a problem. Is that so? Shikaku nodded. You did not misjudge. I indeed did not strike that boulder. But why did it? Hinata inquired curiously. That is the essence of the Hokage swordsmanship. Shikaku beamed with pride. The Hokage swordsmanship consists of 3 stages. The first stage embodies absolute sharpness and speed. Mastering this stage, ordinary ninjas would not stand a chance against you. Absolute sharpness and speed. Hinata's eyes glimmered. It is said that on the battlefield, many enemies had never even glimpsed the Byakugan. They only witnessed a flash of white light before finding themselves severed. Sharpness and speed. This appears to be the core of the Hokage swordsmanship. Shikaku continued after a moment of contemplation. As for the second stage, that was what you just witnessed. Extension. As the name suggests, it allows your blade to strike with a reach beyond its natural capacity, which requires a profound mastery of chakra control and a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Hinata's pupils constricted. Sword energy? And the final stage, Shikaku paused, gazing wistfully at the distant sky, as if recalling something. Rather than a stage, it is more of a state. The last time I entered that state was many years ago during the Second Shinobi World War. Hinata fell silent. The Second Shinobi World War had witnessed Konoha clashing fiercely with Sunagakure. Shikaku stood alone, sword in hand, amidst the Sand Ninja army, as if in a realm untouched by others. After that battle, the third Kazekage decreed, upon sighting White Fang, one must flee. Hinata inhaled deeply. Is it the unity of man and sword? In the next moment, a tingling sensation coursed through his mind, as if something were sprouting forth. This feeling was, Hinata's heart soared with joy. It is happening. It's coming. From his mind, a sapling unfurled branches, sprouting a brand new set of leaves. Slender in form, resembling a jade sword, radiating a strong sword intent. Sword mastery. A glimpse into the path, though his countenance showed little change. Hinata was already engulfed in elation. It is truly the sword mastery. The heavens have not birthed another like me, Hinata. The path of the sword is as eternal as the long night. Cultivating the art of sword mastery, this life is worth it. Suppressing his inner excitement, Hinata understood it was time for him to take his leave. He inclined his body slightly toward Shikaku. Lord White Fang, I am grateful for your hospitality. Today's experience has been immensely beneficial. No trouble at all. Shikaku regarded Hinata with admiration. Having traversed the ninja world for over a decade and met countless individuals, he recognized those who were born with exceptional insight, and Hinata was evidently one of them. Strictly speaking, Kakashi could also be considered precocious, significantly surpassing his peers. Yet, in comparison to Hinata, he still appeared somewhat juvenile. Imparting swordsmanship was merely a casual endeavor for Shikaku. The 3 stages of the Hokage swordsmanship were not secrets among Konoha's elite. Even the Hokage, Danzo, was aware of them. Thus, Shikaku did not perceive this as a significant favor. Rather, he looked forward to witnessing Hinata's growth. What might become of such an outstanding talent in the future? Alas, he is but a branch of the Hyuga clan. Shikaku sighed softly. Even with extraordinary talent, confined within a cage, one could not soar high. Lord White Fang, I observe a dark aura at your brow. It seems you may soon encounter a bloody omen. The unexpected voice echoed in Shikaku's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Dark aura at the brow? What could that mean? Faced with Shikaku's bewildered expression, Hinata awkwardly shifted his toes. Reflecting on the timeline of his original world, it would not be long before Shikaku would take his own life. With his current identity, recklessly speaking out would only yield adverse effects, and he could not intervene in the high-level conspiracies. What was he to do? Hinata's mind raced. The puzzled gazes of Hatake Tsukumo and Kakashi remained fixed upon him. Suddenly, he noticed Kakashi beside him, and an idea sparked in his mind. It was merely a tinge of envy towards Kakashi. As he glanced at Kakashi, his head slightly bowed. A complex expression crossed his face. Envy? Tsukumo was perplexed. Kakashi had an exceptional father like you, both in strength and in care. Hinata's voice grew softer, eventually fading to a whisper akin to the chirping of insects. A glimmer of pity appeared in Tsukumo's eyes. Is it because you are an orphan? Ultimately, Hinata was still a child, and even in the world of ninjas, most at his age were nestled beside their parents. Yet, Hinata had lived alone for 4 years in solitude. A surge of guilt welled up within Tsukumo. He felt he owed Kakashi something. Kakashi had lost his mother at a young age. He must also feel loneliness, right? Excuse me, Lord White Fang. I shall take my leave, Hinata said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. The sky had gradually darkened, and Susano'o and Kakashi stood in the courtyard, momentarily lost in thought as they watched Hinata's departing figure. Chapter 14. Regret, you monkey. The shadow of my group in the streets of Konoha. Hinata scanned the surrounding ninja tool shops, searching for a suitable ninja sword. Under Hitaki Sukumo's guidance, the young sapling had finally grasped the sword technique. With the mastery of wielding a sword through chi, he could strike down enemies from 1,000 miles away, and through the refinement of sword formations, he could intimidate a million-strong army. Compared to manipulating tools, sword technique encompassed not only the refinement of sword formations, but also numerous other divine skills. Hinata practiced breathing techniques, merging chakra with natural power, making it not difficult to control a flying sword. However, he was still far from reaching that realm. And after a night of contemplation, he had only comprehended the most fundamental aspects. Thus, he decided to acquire an appropriate ninja sword as a transitional tool for honing his sword technique. Suddenly, a thought crossed Hinata's mind, prompting an involuntary sigh. He hoped White Fang could overcome that hurdle. After all, his ability to comprehend the sword technique was significantly aided by him. Hinata considered himself not one to forget kindness. Yet, given his current identity, speaking out recklessly would only yield adverse results. He could only hope that at that critical juncture, Sukumo would set aside his so-called beliefs and take a look at Kakashi beside him. Shaking his head, Hinata dispelled his thoughts. The pressing matter was to find a suitable ninja sword. Enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. After circling around a few times, he finally discovered a sword he admired in a ninja tool shop at a crossroads. Although it was a ninja sword, its appearance was strikingly similar to flying swords from his past life. The moment Hinata grasped it, the sharp glint of the blade made him instinctively squint. A fine sword. The only downside was that, given his current physique, the sword seemed a tad too long. However, this was not a significant issue. Men have always been skilled at managing matters of length. He decided to name the sword Frost. Hinata declared with satisfaction. The name inspired by the line from a room full of flowers drunk with 3,000 guests. One sword frosty cold across 14 provinces. He yearned for that kind of gallant life of a swordsman. Next, he engaged in a heated price negotiation with the shopkeeper. After an intense battle, Hinata finally secured Frost for 25,000 ryo. Fortunately, he had previously received 10,000 ryo as a reward from Hinata Hizashi, and with some savings, he managed to avoid the embarrassment of insufficient funds. As he made the payment, Hinata's hand trembled. His heart bled. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a serious discussion was underway. Sukumo, what is your impression of that Hinata? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the Hokage desk, hands crossed beneath his chin, smoking as he gazed at the silver-haired man before him. An exceptionally talented genius, the silver-haired man replied with a slight smile. Is that so? Even you hold him in such high regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, somewhat surprised as he regarded Hitaki Sukumo. He understood Sukumo well, as the head of the Anbu. Having endured numerous wars, his insight and experience far surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. The excellence he spoke of likely equated to what others viewed as a prodigy. Not merely theoretical, but integrating theory into practice, creatively developing new capabilities and techniques based on that foundation. Sukumo gazed earnestly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, articulating clearly, third Hokage. He possesses potential that rivals the second Hokage. Hiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply. The second Hokage? The master of forbidden techniques. Over half of the forbidden jutsu in the sealing scrolls were created by him. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to envision, if Hinata were to grow in the future, would the landscape of Konoha's ninjutsu undergo a transformation? Would basic ninjutsu see innovation and replacement? Sukumo wore a faint smile. At this moment, Hinata was likely delving into new sword techniques. He wondered what kind of sword techniques Hinata would develop under his guidance. What a pity, though, that he belongs to the branch family. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden sigh plunged the Hokage's office into silence. Being from the branch family meant that life and death were controlled by the main family. A bird confined in a cage, no matter how exceptional. How far could it soar? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, dismissing further contemplation on the matter. Sukumo, is that matter prepared? He inquired, gaze fixed solemnly on Hitaki Sukumo. Sukumo collected his thoughts, responding earnestly, all preparations are complete. We can depart at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, exhaling a cloud of smoke. his gaze penetrating as he focused on Susano'o. Susano'o, you know this mission is of grave importance. Understood. With you here, I feel reassured. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. Third Hokage, I shall take my leave now. Susano'o bowed slightly and turned to exit. Yet, he failed to notice the depth of Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, which resembled a dark abyss. Susano'o, forgive me. You cannot become Hokage. After this matter, I will make amends. Just as Susano'o stepped outside, he encountered Danzo, who leaned on his cane, staring at him intently. They exchanged slight nods as they passed. Bang! Once Susano'o left, Danzo immediately pushed the door and entered. Hiruzen. Susano'o did not notice, right? No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. That's good. Danzo's gaze turned icy. I know you are reluctant, but this is not the time for indecision. Susano'o cannot become Hokage. This is our consensus. Rest assured, all matters will be handled by the root. I will ensure everything proceeds without a hitch. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Hatake Susano'o is a blade, an exquisitely sharp blade, but he is too clean to be feared. Just a slight blemish, just a little is enough. Forgive me. Susano'o, you are not suited to be Hokage. In the future, I will make it up to you. Hiruzen, that child named Hinata, leave him to the root. His talents will flourish under my guidance. Danzo's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it were an ordinary branch family member, he wouldn't have the slightest interest. However, he had just overheard the conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Susano'o outside. A talent of this caliber piqued his interest. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Danzo, his talent requires a broader environment to flourish. The root is not suitable for him. Hiruzen, is a mere branch family member worth such emphasis? Danzo retorted. You have overstepped, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed sharply. Damn it, you reprimanded me over a family division, Hizashi. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi, you will regret this. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office was slammed shut with great force. Chapter 15. Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Hinata was dozing off at his desk. The homeroom teacher, Aokura Kennen, stood at the podium, passionately delivering a speech on the will of fire and its legacy. At the most poignant moments, tears welled in his eyes, deeply moved. Yu, however, found himself increasingly drowsy. Ordinarily, his training in breathing techniques would keep him alert even through sleepless nights, but the allure of swordsmanship was too great, leaving him reluctant to spare even a moment of free time. Coupled with the tediousness of the political lessons in Konoha, Yu's fatigue grew. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, a sudden impact struck his forehead. Upon opening his eyes, he found a crumpled white paper ball lying quietly on his desk. Who did this? Yu immediately scanned the surroundings. Aokura Kennen was still engrossed in his lecture, seemingly oblivious to any disturbance. Not spotting the culprit, Yu reluctantly unrolled the paper. It bore a neat line of handwriting. What have you been doing with Kakashi lately? Yu was momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Throwing a paper ball just to ask that? Wait, it suddenly dawned on him. He quickly glanced toward Uchiha Ran's seat, where she was subtly turning her head, seemingly observing his reaction. Once she caught his gaze, she swiftly turned back, as if startled. How intriguing. Passing notes during class, is it? Let us see how this plays out. A smile crept onto Yu's lips as he took up his pen to write back. What s with the question? After finishing, he crumpled the note again. And as Aokura Kennen turned to wipe the blackboard, he flicked it deftly, sending it straight between Uchiha Ran's legs. Uchiha Ran opened the note, glanced at it, and scribbled something down. She then slightly turned, her wrist flexing as if throwing a shuriken, launching the paper ball back. It arced through the air and landed gracefully on Yu's desk. Upon opening it, Yu was momentarily stunned by the content. Meet me in the small grove behind the school after class. The small grove? She wants to meet me there? Taking a deep breath, Yu wrote back. What for? Flicking the note, it hit Uchiha Ran squarely in the chest. She read it and jotted down another response. The white paper ball returned with her message, to fight. I'm still not satisfied about losing to you last time. Yu's eyelids twitched. Quite the competitive spirit, isn't she? No wonder she was inquiring about his connection with Kakashi. She was gauging her competition. After the last assessment, the dynamics of the class had shifted. He and Kakashi were vying for the title of the top genius, while Uchiha Ran remained perpetually in third place. Was she aiming to rise? After a moment's contemplation, he wrote back, do you know that in certain contexts, going to the small grove has other implications? Flicking the note, it landed near the top of Uchiha Ran's thigh. The paper ball flew back almost immediately. Other implications? What do you mean? Guess. You're so annoying. Are we fighting or not? If you guess correctly, I'll fight you. The notes danced between them like swiftly falling snowflakes. Enough. Aokura Kennen, unable to bear it any longer, glared at you, and Uchiha ran, slamming his hands on the podium. You too, do you think I'm blind? Just because you consider yourselves geniuses, you can disregard authority? Is there no classroom discipline left? Get out and stand in the hallway. Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Behind the school, in the small grove, Yu scrutinized Uchiha ran before him. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, and her face adorned with the Uchiha clan's characteristic aloofness. She presented a striking figure. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Ran was a beauty, destined to blossom further in the future. Yet, as you glanced at her, he couldn't help but smirk. Let us begin. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Yu's gaze, Uchiha Ran furrowed her brow and threw several shuriken. You nimbly dodged them with ease. Uchiha Ran was undeterred, retrieving more shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, her voice cold. After losing to you last time, I tripled my training regimen. Uchiha will not lose to anyone. The moment her words fell, both her hands launched the shuriken simultaneously, creating a flurry of flying blades that collided, altering their trajectories, weaving together into an impenetrable black net. Last time, you had easily evaded all her shuriken, but this time would be different. After all her rigorous training, Uchiha Ran had vastly improved. Her throwing techniques were no longer comparable to before, but in the next instant, Uchiha Ran's smile faltered. You had not chosen to evade. Instead, he pulled out his own shuriken. Wait, is he planning to? In an instant, you threw his shuriken as well, sending them soaring like agile butterflies, tracing bizarre arcs as they struck the black net. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp metallic sounds rang out as Uchiha Ran's shuriken were redirected by the impact, one after another embedding themselves into the surrounding trees. Scanning the area, Uchiha Ran's pupils quivered slightly. Each shuriken you had thrown found its mark, hitting the exact center of each tree trunk. How was this possible? The number of shuriken you threw was less than a third of hers. Yet he managed to alter the trajectory of every one of her shuriken with pinpoint accuracy. This was beyond mere skill. If you had always been a master of shuriken throwing, she wouldn't have been so astonished. During their previous battle, it seemed he had not yet mastered that technique. Otherwise, he would have deflected rather than simply dodged. How could he have progressed so much in such a short time? Uchiha Ran's eyes dulled. She had thought that after her intense training, her strength would match Yu's and Kakashi's, but the gap had only widened. The last shuriken fell feebly to the ground, and Uchiha Ran realized she could not win. This long-planned challenge had ended before it even began. How did you do that? Uchiha Ran asked bitterly. You smiled faintly. Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. He then surveyed Uchiha Ran's figure. But you must offer something in exchange. Chapter 16. The first Dao fruit. Uchiha Ran's expression stiffened, taking a cautious step back as she eyed you warily. Offer something in exchange? That look in your eyes doesn't seem trustworthy. Why so tense? I merely wish to trade for some scrolls, you replied, rolling his eyes at the escalating tension. It's not like I'm asking for anything nefarious. Really? Uchiha Ran remained skeptical as she scrutinized him. Absolutely. I will teach you the secrets of throwing techniques in exchange for Uchiha Clan secret techniques, S-rank ninja scrolls, or forbidden jutsu. That seems fair, doesn't it? You spread his hands wide. Uchiha Ran's face darkened. B rank would suffice, or even C or D rank. I'm not picky. Forget about B rank and higher. Sharing those scrolls is a death sentence. As for those below B rank, I can procure some for you. Uchiha Ran contemplated for a moment. Her family wielded some influence within the Uchiha clan, and if it were merely B rank scrolls, she could acquire quite a few without fear of repercussions. Hinata Yu gently stroked his chin with his fingers. Anything below B rank. That could be beneficial. Perhaps it could allow the sapling to develop new abilities. In order for the sapling to grow new powers, it required more indigenous ninjutsu and secret techniques from the ninja world. Though he hailed from the esteemed Hyuga clan, the family was notoriously rigid. For millennia, they clung to their traditional gentle fist style, which left Hinata Yu lacking in resources to nurture the sapling. In contrast, the Uchiha clan was replete with ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and ocular arts, each of which filled Hinata Yu with envy. Exchanging some basic techniques for resources with Uchiha Erasure would undoubtedly yield a windfall. Thus, Hinata Yu began imparting the fundamental techniques of weapon manipulation to Uchiha Erasure. making several edits along the way, particularly substituting spiritual energy with chakra. Hinata practiced a breathing technique. Chakra in this context was distinctly different from that of the native ninjas. Whether ordinary chakra could be effectively harnessed was something Uchiha Erasure could serve as a control group for. As Hinata explained with clarity, Uchiha Arashi's expression shifted from shock to astonishment, her mouth agape. Were someone to insert something peculiar into her mouth at that moment, she likely wouldn't notice. Chakra can flow in this manner? Hinata's straightforward explanation seemed to refresh her understanding, opening a new realm of possibilities. Just as her breaths quickened and her eagerness to learn intensified, Hinata suddenly halted and glanced at her. That will be all for today. As for the next part, we shall discuss it once you bring the scroll. Uchiha Arashi's face flushed, and she glared at him, a mixture of annoyance and embarrassment. It was akin to being engrossed in a cooperative game with a partner, only to have them abruptly push you away at a critical juncture, declaring, "Insufficient balance. Please recharge." Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Erasure suppressed her urge to retaliate against Hinata. He was undeniably handsome, so why did he have to be so infuriating? I will bring you the scroll as soon as possible. Please do not forget our agreement. Uchiha Erasure gazed deeply at Hinata. If she had previously harbored doubts about him, after hearing his explanations, all that remained was profound astonishment and disbelief. She had thought Kakashi was unparalleled. Who knew there was someone even more formidable? Was this extraordinary throwing technique developed by him? Compared to this, Uchiha throwing techniques seemed rather rudimentary. Her mind was awash with thoughts, yearning to test it in practical application. After that day, Uchiha Erasure became Hinata's shadow. Whenever she encountered confusion regarding her training, she sought his guidance. Hinata generously provided explanations, knowing that cultivating a resource pool required initial investment. This change drew astonished glances from those around them, particularly Kakashi, whose eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. One day after class, Uchiha Erasure handed a bag to Hinata, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Through their recent interactions, she had surmised the reason behind his request for scrolls. Did he intend to develop new ninjutsu solely based on the scrolls? Had it been in the past, she would have scoffed at the notion, but now, upon returning home, Hinata promptly tore open the bag, his expression shifting to one of delight. Indeed, it was filled to the brim with ninjutsu scrolls. Marvelous. Trading inferior weapon manipulation techniques for such a trove of scrolls, coupled with Uchiha Arashi's subsequent value, was an incredible bargain. If the sapling could absorb such an abundance of nutrients, what kind of abilities might it develop? Hinata rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, as he unrolled each scroll, his expression froze. Wait, what was happening? Why were they all fire-style techniques? Fire-style, dragon fire technique. Fire-style, great fireball technique. Fire-style, fire tongue technique. Fire-style, flame burning technique. A series of C or D rank fire ninjutsu made Hinata's heart tremble as if he were playing a card game. Damn it. Was he being played by Uchiha Erasure? Why was it all fire techniques? Even a bit of lightning or water ninjutsu would suffice. Hinata felt a headache coming on. What kind of abilities could the sapling develop if it were only fed fire techniques? Given the circumstances, he shook his head, clearing his mind. And a crack appeared on his forehead. His inner eye opened, and his mind became extraordinarily clear as he picked up a scroll to begin his comprehension. Time passed slowly, and the sky outside gradually darkened, stars twinkling in the night. After an indeterminate period, Hinata stretched, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. He had finally completed his understanding. Yet this time, he did not experience the usual sensation of growth. A chill ran through him as he immediately sank his consciousness into the space where the sapling resided. How could it be that no new leaves had sprouted? What was going on? Hinata's expression turned grim. Was Uchiha Arashi's offering a sham? But then, his eyes narrowed as he fixated on a particular branch of the sapling. There, he noticed a slender twig drooping, adorned with a thumb-sized, fiery red fruit, still unripe and seemingly immature. Holding his breath, he gently approached with his consciousness. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming wave of flames, as if the world itself was being consumed by fire. It was intensely scorching. Hinata felt as though he might be melted away, plunged into a fantastical realm where flames engulfed everything, turning the world into molten lava, akin to purgatory. The next instant, he broke free, his eyes snapping open as he gasped for air, remnants of shock lingering in his gaze. There was no mistaking it. The numerous fire scrolls had not failed to produce new leaves. Instead, they had fused together to form something resembling a fruit. Clearly, the sapling recognized all these fire techniques as one category, hence their amalgamation. But what kind of power did that fruit signify? Hinata'yu's gaze flickered with intrigue. It was evident that it was a formidable fire-related ability, one that could obliterate all in its path. In his memory, powerful fire-related abilities included 6 paths of divine fire, true fire of Samadhi, crimson lotus hellfire, true fire of the moon, true fire of the sun. Each of these, when considered individually, seemed to meet the criteria. Hinata'yu couldn't help but chuckle joyfully. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. It appeared that Uchiha Erasure had inadvertently rendered him significant assistance. Any one of these formidable flames, should even a shadow-level warrior come into contact with them, would likely result in their immediate demise. Who said fire techniques were incapable of killing? Yet, judging by the fruit's appearance, it seemed far from mature. Hinata'yu murmured to himself. Clearly, the fire scrolls alone were insufficient for the fruit to fully ripen. To comprehend this ability, he would require additional fire ninjutsu. Hinata'yu squinted slightly. He now had a clear objective, to acquire more fire scrolls and cultivate the flame Dao fruit. The following day, upon entering the classroom, Hinata'yu found it in disarray, with many classmates gathered in shock, discussing something fervently. Frowning, he patted the shoulder of his classmate, Yuhi Kurenai. Hey Kurenai, what's going on? Kurenai's expression was complex as she sighed. You-san, you're not aware? Kakashi's father, the White Fang. Her voice trailed off, becoming barely audible. Yet it echoed loudly in Hinata'yu's mind. He suddenly glanced toward Kakashi's seat. Sure enough, Kakashi's seat was empty. Had that incident truly occurred? Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, had been scorned by the villagers for abandoning a mission, ultimately choosing. He never imagined the legendary White Fang would resort to such actions. Indeed, it has come to my attention that the village has suffered significant losses. We held him in such high regard, yet he. Indeed, Kakashi did not attend class today. Pay him no mind. His father is responsible for the village's plight, and he cannot absolve himself of the blame. Listening to the indignant discussions of his classmates, Hinata'yu felt an increasing heaviness in his heart. Such conversations had not emerged until recently, indicating that the situation had escalated rapidly in the past few days, which boded ill. As a traveler from another world, he was acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. The swift evolution of events was undoubtedly fueled by someone's machinations. Time passed swiftly, and Kakashi's seat remained empty throughout the day's lessons, deepening Hinata'yu's unease. After school, he visited a stall to procure some items, intending to pay a visit to Tsukumo Hatake. Along the way, he heard curses directed at Tsukumo Hatake from all around. The man once revered as the hero of Konoha now seemed to have transformed into a villain in the eyes of the villagers, who wished for his demise. Hinata'yu understood that this was a manifestation of herd mentality. With just a slight nudge, these oblivious villagers would reveal their malicious fangs, reminiscent of online bullying in his previous life. Thus, he refrained from defending him and walked silently past. Having previously accompanied Kakashi to visit, Hinata'yu effortlessly approached Tsukumo Hatake's residence. However, as he neared, he could not suppress a frown. 2 members of the Anbu? No, they appeared to belong to Root. Their aura far colder. At that moment, a slight fissure opened between his brows, and his heavenly eye quietly scanned the surrounding environment. The perceptive capabilities of the heavenly eye far surpassed those of the Byakugan, making it easy to detect the presence of Root hidden among the trees. Hinata'yu concealed his expression, revealing no signs of vulnerability, and knocked on Tsukumo Hatake's door. Knock, knock. The door creaked open, revealing a surprised Kakashi, who stared at Hinata'yu, who held a basket. You, what brings you here? We are classmates, are we not? You did not attend class today, and I was worried about you. Hinata'yu forced a gentle smile and peeked inside, cautiously inquiring, how is Lord White Fang? Kakashi's expression was complicated as he murmured, Father has not eaten for a day. May I come in? Hinata'yu sighed. Father, father, Hinata'yu has come to see you. Kakashi opened the bedroom door. Hinata'yu beheld Tsukumo Hatake, who sat in a chair with a vacant gaze fixed on the window, as if his soul had been siphoned away. He appeared a stark contrast to the man he had met previously. With a resigned sigh, Hinata'yu placed the basket on the floor beside him, his demeanor serious. Lord White Fang, regardless of what the villagers say, you will always be a great ninja in my heart. He glanced at Kakashi, whose expression was complex. In Kakashi's eyes, you must also be a magnificent father. Perhaps it was an illusion. But Hinata, you thought he saw Susanoo's stiff fingers twitch slightly upon hearing those words. Then, he sighed softly. Lord White Fang, I shall not disturb you further. Please rest well. Kakashi observed his retreating figure, then returned to the basket brought by Hinata, exclaiming in surprise, You've brought so much meat and vegetables. Father, I will cook for you. The sounds of bustling in the kitchen echoed. In the bedroom, Tsukumo Hataki's eyes glistened with moisture. After departing from Tsukumo Hataki's home, Hinata sighed in resignation. He had done all he could. The rest depended on whether Tsukumo Hataki would choose his so-called beliefs or take a look at Kakashi beside him. His gaze sharpened suddenly. Ultimately, it came down to insufficient strength. If someone as formidable as Tsukumo Hataki could become ensnared in a conspiracy, what chance did he have? The world of ninjas was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Beneath the calm lake lay filth and darkness. If he did not possess adequate strength, his future might not differ much from Tsukumo Hataki's, especially since he bore a heavy burden upon his brow. Do you wish to graduate early? The next day, Uchiha Ran stared at Hinata in astonishment. Indeed, the ninja school has nothing more to teach me. To grow stronger, I must graduate early. Hinata eyes were sharp. His strength had primarily stemmed from the small tree, which needed to absorb more ninjutsu secrets for growth, something the ninja school could not provide. Having completed all the knowledge imparted by the ninja school 6 months before enrollment, he was now faced with a decision. What are your thoughts? Hinata nervously regarded Uchiha Ran. He did not wish to forfeit this wealthy ally. The Uchiha clan was the foremost fire release family in Konoha, and her assistance was essential for the small tree's fiery growth. You are my lifelong rival acknowledged by Uchiha Ran. I will not let you surpass me so easily. Uchiha Ran proudly puffed out her chest. Is that so? Hinata smiled slightly. Then you must pursue it diligently. In the year 42 of Konoha, Tsukumo Hataki faced scorn from countless villagers for abandoning a mission. The news spread, causing an uproar among ninjas. Various ninja villages discreetly monitored the progress of this event. Rumors and malice swept through, igniting a malevolent fire under the encouragement of ill-intentioned individuals. Ultimately, after a month, the rumors gradually subsided. Yet, few were aware that, in the same year, 2 geniuses from Konoha embarked on their ninja journey. Chapter 18, Graduation. An unexpected Jonin instructor knock. Knock. A series of crisp knocks echoed through the Hokage's office. Enter. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit down on his cigarette, calmly uttering the word. The figure that entered was tall and imposing, with silvery white hair and eyes reflecting the weight of experience and depth. Hokage-sama, I am here to submit my resignation. Tsukumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat taken aback, gazing at the man in astonishment. Third Hokage, I have come to realize that I can no longer fulfill the role of Anbu leader. Resigning may be the best choice. Tsukumo Hataki spoke calmly, his voice devoid of emotion. Tsukumo, are you worried about that matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were complex. Hasn't that incident passed? The rumors surrounding Tsukumo Hataki's abandonment of a mission, which led to the village's substantial losses, had gradually faded after over a month. Very few villagers in Konoha still discussed it. No, it is not because of that matter. Tsukumo Hataki gently shook his head. I have come to understand it myself. Third Hokage, you need not implore me further. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only let out a deep sigh. The incident had been orchestrated entirely by Danzo, who had also tacitly approved of his friend's actions. Tsukumo's reputation was too elevated, while Hiruzen's strength waned with age, leading to the inevitable conclusion that the Hokage position might fall into the hands of outsiders. Tsukumo, forgive me. This is for the sake of Konoha. Then, after leaving the Anbu, Tsukumo, what do you intend to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired cautiously. Tsukumo Hataki's significance was profound, even after departing from the Anbu. He could not remain idle. What do I plan? Tsukumo Hataki gazed at the sky outside the Hokage's office, a faint smile gracing his lips. He thought of the boy with pure white eyes. Perhaps if it weren't for his words, he might have chosen a different path altogether. I shall become a teacher. Tsukumo Hataki smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have fought on the battlefield for the first half of my life for Konoha. In the latter half, I shall be a teacher, which could be seen as a means of atoning for my sins. To become a teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Perhaps this is the best outcome. In the clearings of the southern forest of Konoha, one could gaze upon the layered structures of the village, with the Hokage building nestled at the center. Hinata withdrew his gaze, yet a trace of doubt inevitably flickered in his eyes. We have waited for such a long time. Why hasn't the guiding Jonin arrived yet? Beside him, Uchiha Ran cast an impatient glance. They had already passed the early graduation assessment and were instructed to wait for their guiding Jonin. Yet after such a lengthy wait, no ninja had appeared. Just as Hinata was about to speak, a familiar light chuckle resonated from behind him. With just the two of you, a team cannot be formed. Hinata's eyes brightened, and he swiftly turned around. Upon seeing the familiar figure, a smile broke across his face. Kakashi, what brings you here? The newcomer, with silver hair and a black mask, bearing the appearance of a dead fisheye, was indeed Kakashi. Of course, I am here to form a team with you. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Little did he expect that their final teammate would be Kakashi. He had been worried about an unremarkable addition. But this was indeed a source of motivation. Uchiha Ran rolled up her sleeves, eager to engage. Hey, are you complimenting me? Why does that sound so strange? Kakashi shrank back slightly. Hinata wore a joyful smile. The three of them had been classmates in the Ninja Academy, and forming a team now was certainly preferable to being paired with strangers. Wait a moment, it seems that in the original story, Kakashi chose to graduate early only after the incident involving Hitaki Sakumo, right? Hinata's expression stiffened. The village's rumors had gradually subsided, and Hitaki Sakumo had not appeared in public for quite some time. Just as he was about to inquire further, a gentle voice reached his ears from behind. It brings me joy to see you all getting along. This familiar yet gentle voice made Hinata's eyes quiver slightly as he turned around. Lord White Fang, is that truly you? Hitaki Sakumo emerged slowly from the other side of the woods, his silver hair glistening in the sunlight, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Hinata's eyes suddenly brightened as a thought struck him. They were here to wait for their guiding teacher. Could it be that Hitaki Sakumo was? Seeing the expression on his face, Sakumo chuckled. You guessed correctly. I am indeed your guiding teacher. Hitaki Sakumo, the legendary White Fang of the ninja world, is our guiding teacher? Among the three, aside from Kakashi, whose expression remained largely unchanged, Uchiha Ran and Hinata both exhibited shock in their eyes. If one were to discuss the strongest ninja in Konoha, White Fang would undoubtedly be among them. Even the current Sannin would address him as senpai in his presence. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Uchiha Ran's eyes. This is a significant advantage. Initially, her family opposed her early graduation, believing they could provide her with a Jonin mentor, thus negating the need to enter the ninja world so soon. However, now the situation had changed. Her guiding teacher was Hitaki Sakumo, the illustrious White Fang of Konoha, someone only the clan leader could be compared to. It appears you are all quite familiar with me. Now, let us begin with self-introductions, Hitaki Sakumo said with a slight smile. My name is Hitaki Sakumo. And enemy ninjas like to refer to me as White Fang. I am a renowned swordsman. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, I am Hitaki Kakashi, the son of White Fang. My dream is to become a great ninja like my father. He certainly did not hide his relationship with Hitaki Sakumo at all. Uchiha Ran's lips twitched slightly. Next, she displayed a hint of pride and earnestly looked at Hitaki Sakumo. I am Uchiha Ran, from the Uchiha clan. I enjoy challenging formidable foes, and my dream is to surpass all opponents and become the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Such a bold aspiration. The Uchiha clan, you say? Hitaki Sakumo maintained a gentle smile, showing no signs of change. To him, it made no difference whether his students were from the Uchiha clan or ordinary civilians. There was no distinction. All eyes turned towards Hinata. Clearing his throat, he said, I am Hinata, from the Hinata clan. My passion lies in training, and I have a slight understanding of theoretical knowledge. As for my dream, he gazed deeply into the distance. My dream is to master all ninja techniques and become a ninjutsu master like the third Hokage. Ugh. The sounds of retching echoed from Kakashi, and Uchiha ran around him. In the distance, two Anbu members, perched on a tree branch, revealed expressions of profound emotion upon hearing Hinata's words. Such a rich embodiment of the will of fire. No wonder he is recognized as a genius by Lord Hokage. To possess such a lofty will of fire as a member of the branch family of the Hinata clan is truly astonishing. To master all ninja techniques? What an intriguing dream. Hitaki Sakumo smiled as he gazed at Hinata. He was well aware of Hinata's talent. One day he would surely soar like an eagle in the blue sky, and perhaps even achieve such a dream. In the next moment, the smile on his face vanished. and his demeanor suddenly sharpened. Now, the self-introduction segment concludes. It is time for the assessment. It is quite simple. Repel me, causing me to take a step back. Chapter 19. Can't we change positions to shoot? Making Hitaki Tsukumo step back? Is this it? What kind of assessment is this? Hinata, you looked at Kakashi in confusion and whispered, "Hey, Kakashi, are you sure Lord White Fang has moved past that incident? How could he use this as an assessment?" Kakashi muttered softly, "I don't know. It should be fine, right?" Observing their reactions, Hitaki Tsukumo's expression darkened, and he admonished in a low voice, "The assessment has begun. No whispering is allowed." At this, the group composed themselves, focusing intently on Hitaki Tsukumo. "Is it merely to make you step back? Such a simple task." Uchiha Ren scoffed. Launching herself off the ground like an arrow released from a bow, her kunai aimed directly at Hitaki Tsukumo's chest. In the blink of an eye, the kunai was about to pierce Hitaki Tsukumo. She had succeeded. A triumphant look appeared in Uchiha Ren's eyes. However, the next moment, her smile froze. Hitaki Tsukumo merely twisted his waist slightly, deftly catching Uchiha Ren's wrist at an awkward angle, and with a gentle flick in the direction she was charging, effortlessly tossed her aside. At almost the same moment, Kakashi lunged forward, attempting to entangle Hitaki Tsukumo's right leg with his own, hoping to trip him using inertia. Yet, Hitaki Tsukumo simply twisted lightly and hurled Kakashi in another direction. "A good idea, Kakashi, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak." Hitaki Tsukumo chuckled lightly. "How infuriating." Uchiha Ren steadied herself, glaring fiercely at Hitaki Tsukumo. In that brief exchange, she realized that it was utterly impossible to force Hitaki Tsukumo back using taijutsu. Just then, a sound of slicing through the air echoed. A kunai shot toward Hitaki Tsukumo's thigh. In an instant, Hitaki Tsukumo's pupils constricted, and he swiftly raised his left leg, spinning his body to narrowly evade the surprise kunai. Meanwhile, Hinata Yu maintained his throwing posture. "When did I become so unaware?" Hitaki Tsukumo, still harboring a sense of dread, fixed his gaze on Hinata Yu. The timing of Hinata Yu's throw had been precisely when he was at his most relaxed. It was exceptionally swift, and had he not reacted instantly, he might have truly faltered. "My foot moved. Father, you lost," Kakashi exclaimed excitedly. "But just spinning around doesn't count as stepping back." "Kakashi, you must learn to adapt." Hitaki Tsukumo chuckled awkwardly. "How infuriating." Kakashi clenched his fists in frustration. "Lord White Fang is correct. I must learn to be adaptable." Uchiha Ren said expressionlessly as she retrieved a full set of shurikens from her ninja pouch. Hitaki Tsukumo's eyelids twitched. Before he could speak, Uchiha ran swiftly through her shurikens, which transformed into dark arcs, suddenly shooting toward him. "It seems I must take things a bit more seriously." With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Kakashi Hitaki withdrew the short blade from his back. Clang, 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 accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing. All the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Eren were effortlessly deflected by him. Before he could catch his breath, a kunai sliced through the air at an acute angle, aimed directly at the root of his thigh. Kakashi's countenance darkened. He swung his blade to block the kunai, casting a glance of helplessness towards Hinata Yu. "This kid only targets one spot." Hinata Yu smacked his lips. No wonder he is known as the White Fang. Despite using the techniques of the weapon master for his two kunai throws, Kakashi still managed to easily fend them off. "I'll join in." Seeing this, Kakashi entered the fray as well. The three of them launched shuriken at Kakashi from 3 different angles simultaneously. Remaining steadfast in his position, Kakashi's calm gaze swept across the surroundings. Clang, clang, clang. A dazzling white arc flashed, as all the shuriken were effortlessly deflected, and Kakashi still stood firm. A wave of despair spread among the three. He is too strong. Even such an assault cannot compel Kakashi to budge even an inch. How infuriating. Not yet finished? Uchiha Eren gritted his teeth, his hands swiftly forming seals. Upon seeing the sequence of the seals, Hinata Yu's eyes brightened slightly. That technique is fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Eren puffed out his chest, took a deep breath, and as he exhaled, a blazing orange fireball surged towards Kakashi. Kakashi's expression momentarily tightened. The power of the great fireball is hardly remarkable. Normally, he could easily evade it. However, under the current assessment rules, he could not retreat, leaving him no choice but to endure the impact. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in Hinata Yu's eyes. Although the great fireball is often mocked as a technique that cannot kill, that assumption is based on the enemy's ability to evade. Should Kakashi dodge? This assessment would surely be one. In the span of a breath, the great fireball approached. The massive orange-red sphere, enveloped in intense heat, made the surrounding air swelter. And Kakashi's not particularly robust figure appeared diminutive against its backdrop. In an instant, Kakashi moved, raising his white Fang short blade slightly, and then lowering it. Everything seemed to slow down, as a white arc flickered, and the raging great fireball suddenly froze in its tracks. To the astonished and disbelieving gazes of the three, the enormous fireball split open down the middle. The gap widened until the entire great fireball was cleaved apart, spreading to both sides and crashing into the ground. Silence. A profound silence. Kakashi remained in his slashing posture, his silver hair swaying gently in the gusts stirred up by the flames. Uchiha Eren's pupils trembled slightly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Kakashi's decisive strike had shattered all her thoughts of counterattack. In that moment, she felt as if she were not facing Kakashi, but a blood-soaked Azura on the battlefield. Defeat was inevitable. Indeed, Kakashi was simply too formidable. Kakashi's lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Despite being Kakashi's son, this sense of helplessness in the face of his father was overwhelming. Congratulations, everyone, you all qualify. Kakashi sheathed his short blade with a gentle and affable smile. What? Kakashi blinked, staring at Kakashi in shock, as if questioning whether he had misheard. Uchiha Eren similarly gazed at Kakashi in disbelief, having clearly witnessed how the great fireball had failed to force Kakashi back even a fraction. How could this be? We are not. Kakashi took a step forward, revealing the faint footprints left at his previous standing position. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a small sliding mark behind the footprints. Did you apply the gentle fist technique to your kunai throws? Kakashi inquired, puzzled, glancing at Hinata. Yes, that's right. Hinata pondered for a moment, affirming. It is not inaccurate to call it gentle fist, after all. It is a technique rooted in the abilities of the small tree. Tai Chi's 3 energies. Each kunai Hinata had thrown utilized the subtlety of Tai Chi's hidden energy. While Kakashi could easily block them, the accumulated hidden energy subtly nudged his body back. A clever creation. Kakashi gazed deeply at Hinata. We won, didn't we? This unexpected turn of events sent Kakashi and Uchiha Eren into a brief shock before plunging them into a frenzy of joy. Incredible. We won. We won. Observing this scene, Kakashi merely pressed his lips together, a gentle smile gracing his eyes. Each of the three is an exceptionally promising talent. He suddenly began to envision his future as a mentor. To celebrate the establishment of our Team 7, I shall treat everyone to barbecue. Chapter 20. Prospects and Future in the Hokage's Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on his intertwined hands, quietly listening to the report from the Anbu. Suddenly, a look of surprise and amusement crossed his face. Is his dream truly to master all ninjutsu and become a professor of ninjutsu like me? Did he really say that? The half-kneeling Anbu below respectfully reported. Indeed, Lord White Fang even praised his dream. Is that so? An interesting little brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into the distance with a smile in his eyes. The Hinata branch, possessing such fervent will of fire, is indeed quite rare. This is an excellent seedling. Nearly impeccable in both talent and ideology, though regrettably, his branch status limits him. Each of the three from Team 7 is a flawless genius. I wonder how far they will grow under Kakashi's guidance. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen mused in the Hokage's office, an awkward scene unfolded in a luxurious barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Excuse me, who will be covering the bill? The plump barbecue restaurant owner, holding a menu in his arms, smiled broadly as he scanned the group. Before them lay a mountain of barbecue plates, completely overwhelming the table. Uchiha Eren held a cup of tea, elegantly sipping it, while Hinata rubbed his round belly, comfortably reclining on the sofa. Cover the bill? What bill? Didn't Kakashi-sensei say he would treat us? On the other side, Kakashi was trembling as he counted the cash in his wallet. Why did I utter such foolish words about treating? Oh dear, these three little brats can eat so much. Especially that Hinata. How infuriating. Is the Hinata clan always this voracious? Only after counting the total did he finally exhale with relief. That was close. Thankfully, I brought extra money before leaving. If other ninjas were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop. The legendary White Fang of Konoha was trembling over the prospect of treating. Thank you for your patronage. As they exited the barbecue restaurant, the chubby owner's fawning laughter echoed behind them. Kakashi, clutching his significantly lighter wallet, wore a face of mixed hues, letting out a resigned sigh. I must say, you all can eat too much. I never expected the illustrious white Fang of Konoha would be unable to afford a single barbecue meal. Uchiha Eren giggled behind her hand. You're astonished? Kakashi raked his hands through his hair, feeling awkward enough to almost curl his toes. Hinata, you observed this scene calmly, a faint smile gracing his face. From this gathering, it was evident that Kakashi had truly begun to emerge from the shadow of the past. In the original narrative, Kakashi had succumbed to the weight of rumors and ultimately chose to end his own life. After that incident, Kakashi graduated early to become a genin, burdened with an unshakable darkness and resentment, subjected to disdainful glances. It can be said that the death of Tsukumo Hatake marked the beginning of Kakashi's tragedy and planted the seeds for the future outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. However, now, under the intervention of Hinata, the timeline has embarked on an entirely different path. Hinata is unaware of what the future holds, but at least for now, it greatly benefits him. Firstly, Tsukumo Hatake has become his mentor, and with the reputation of White Fang, even the clan would think twice before suppressing him. Secondly, Tsukumo Hatake's understanding of the sword will serve as a significant aid in his training. Hinata aspires to become a sword immortal. Moreover, with Tsukumo Hatake still alive, Konoha's combat strength remains at its peak, compelling other ninja villages to remain dormant for a longer duration, thereby reducing the likelihood of war in the short term. This provides Hinata with the conditions necessary to cultivate his skills to perfection. With the knowledge of the little tree in his mind, he is destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation. Dao sang, if you're going to treat, you should bring more money. This is quite embarrassing for me. Kakashi said, even you didn't expect teacher Tsukumo to have this side to him, did you? Haha. Tsukumo Hatake looked at Kakashi, who wore a deadpan expression, feeling utterly disheartened, realizing he had lost all face in front of his students. After cautioning Hinata and the others not to be lazy and that they would be on a mission in 2 days, Tsukumo Hatake hurriedly departed. Hinata watched his retreating figure, a subtle smile lingering in his eyes. Within the Hyuga clan's estate, in a certain esteemed residence, an elder with grizzled hair was skillfully teasing a canary in a bamboo cage, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding an aura of authority without anger. At that moment, a respectful voice came from behind him. Father, I have learned that Hinata''s guiding jonin is Tsukumo Hatake. The elder's actions paused slightly, a flicker of surprise appearing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the third Hokage to assign Tsukumo Hatake to lead the team. Tsukumo Hatake, the head of the Anbu, the most esteemed jonin in Konoha, acknowledged as the #1 jonin, even the legendary Sannin would pale in comparison before him. If it weren't for the recent incident tarnishing his reputation in the village, he would likely be the most sought-after candidate for the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to have Tsukumo lead the team truly surprised Hyuga Hayashi. Such a powerful ninja, even after that incident, should have had greater utility. Of course, he would not know that it was Tsukumo Hatake who had voluntarily proposed to lead the team. It seems the Hokage places great importance on our branch family's genius. Hyuga Hayashi chuckled lightly. This is a good thing. The branch family will always remain loyal to the main family first. The Hokage pouring resources into Hinata, you will naturally benefit the main family. Father, I am concerned, Hyuga Hizashi said, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. Hinata is perhaps the most promising talent in the Hyuga clan right now. The Hokage's actions might also be a declaration. If Hinata truly aligns himself with the Hokage's faction, it wouldn't bode well for the Hyuga clan. It's not that Hizashi is harsh. It's just that when considering the interests of the family, personal sentiments become trivial. No worries, Hyuga Hayashi said lightly, continuing to amuse the canary in the cage. The branch family will always be the branch family, mere caged birds. Chapter 21. The sixth strategy after a brief period of rest and adjustment. Team 7 embarked on their first mission. Isn't our first mission an A-rank task too difficult for Teacher Tsukumo? In the forest, Hinata leaped forward, stepping on branches. Listening to Tsukumo Hatake's narrative, and couldn't help but click his tongue. You all possess formidable strength. You must learn to challenge yourselves. Tsukumo Hatake replied with a gentle smile. A slight smirk appeared at the corners of Hinata's mouth. He could already foresee the arduous mission life that awaited him. Historically, Team 7 was anything but ordinary. His current team not only included the Byakugan and Sharingan, but also 2 renowned ninjas, White Fang and the ever-competitive Kakashi. No matter how one looked at it, they were indeed exceptional. Tsukumo Hatake paused, his expression becoming serious as he continued to elaborate on the task. The mission was straightforward. Konoha's scouts had discovered a hidden base of unidentified ninjas around the Land of Fire, who were ambushing passing caravans. The objective of this mission was to eradicate their base. Hinata Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. At first glance, it seemed simple. But the key lay in the ambiguity surrounding the enemy. Their identities were unknown, their strength indeterminate, and their numbers unclear. If they charged in blindly, they might not even know how they met their demise. Thus, a seemingly simple task actually encompassed various factors such as intelligence gathering, tactical planning, and comprehensive assessments. This was likely why Susanoo Hatake accepted the mission. His Byakugan could precisely meet these strategic demands. However, considering that the task was merely A rank, the overall strength of the enemy should not be too formidable, otherwise, it wouldn't serve its purpose of honing their skills. Soon, as they traveled, they grew closer to the task's designated location. Byakugan activate. Hinata Yu crouched on a sturdy branch, silently activating his Byakugan. The scene before him shifted from color to a monochrome hue, as if a peculiar filter had been applied, rendering the surroundings vividly clear in his mind. Beside him, Kakashi and Uchiha looked on with tense expressions. What they failed to notice was the subtle crack that had formed behind Hinata Yu's forehead protector. Celestial Eye. At present, Hinata Yu could not fully unleash the Celestial Eye's power. Each time he opened a narrow slit, he would feel immense resistance. The abilities at his disposal were limited to clarity of mind and heightened perception. Clarity allowed him to think with unparalleled lucidity, significantly enhancing his comprehension, with a small chance of entering a state of epiphany. Perception, on the other hand, amplified his awareness of surrounding events, ensuring that no change within several kilometers could escape the scrutiny of the Celestial Eye, leaving no blind spots. Compared to the Celestial Eye, the Byakugan's reconnaissance capability felt like a dilapidated antique television. Through the lens of the Celestial Eye, approximately 800 meters away, a concealed base came into view. On a wooden platform, ninjas adorned with forehead protectors bearing distinct patterns were seen patrolling. All these forehead protectors shared a common trait. They bore deep gashes from sharp weapons. "What's the situation, Yu?" Kakashi asked nervously. A serious expression crossed Hinata Yu's face as he replied. "It appears to be a group formed by rogue ninjas. Judging by their chakra levels, there are 3 Chunin and 4 Jinin." "Rogue ninjas?" Kakashi and Uchiha exchanged astonished glances, both surprised by the revelation. How can rogue ninjas be so brazen as to operate near the Land of Fire, ambushing merchant caravans? Hinata Yu also wore a perplexed expression. "Seriously, is this a cosplay of the Akatsuki organization?" The Akatsuki wasn't even famous at this time, and their strength is hardly comparable. With just 3 Chunin and 4 Jinin, our combined strength, along with Teacher Susanoo, should easily handle this. "Wait, where's Teacher Susanoo?" Uchiha's words trailed off as he suddenly widened his eyes, scanning their surroundings in shock. To their astonishment, the Susanoo Hatake who had just stood beside them had mysteriously vanished. Hinata Yu shrugged helplessly. "Looks like we can only rely on ourselves." Teacher Susanoo doesn't seem inclined to intervene just yet. Earlier during reconnaissance, he had clearly seen Susanoo Hatake, that crafty old fox, stealthily move to the other side of a large tree, now perched on the trunk with a mischievous smile on his face, watching them. Hinata Yu pondered for a moment before summoning the 2 individuals over, whispering, "First, we shall proceed in this manner, and then follow with that." Understanding dawned upon them, and their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. On a wooden platform, 2 ninjas were lazily surveying their surroundings, boredom etched across their faces. "How tedious. How much longer must we endure these wretched days? It's just endless patrolling. Our blades are thirsting for action," one of them lamented. "Quiet down, Delang. Don't let the leader catch wind of your complaints," the other admonished in a hushed tone, casting wary glances around them, fearful of being overheard. They were rogue ninjas from different villages, united under the might and ruthless methods of their leader. If he were to hear complaints from below, a severe beating would surely follow. Delang, the rogue ninja, merely pursed his lips and turned his gaze away. Suddenly, as if struck by a vision, his eyes widened in alarm. An enemy attack. 2 figures, one with white hair and the other black, surged towards them from different directions. Delang's shout, mingled with the sound of metal clashing, ignited the camp into a frenzy. "How dare these mere children come here? Ha ha ha." A burly ninja, his face marred by grotesque scars, brandished his weapon, A sinister grin plastered across his face as he fixated on Kakashi. A Konoha forehead protector? Just two little brats. So brazen. He cackled. Yet Kakashi did not advance. A slight smirk graced his lips as he flipped his palm, revealing a handful of gray spheres, which he hurled with precision. Boom, boom, boom. Thick smoke erupted, swiftly engulfing a large portion of the camp. Cough, cough. How dare he attack with smoke bombs? Came the furious cries of the ninjas, their eyes stinging as they struggled to see. Let us take them down, they shouted, brimming with rage, eager to devour the two intruders alive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ran seized the moment, quickly forming hand seals, and unleashed a massive fireball. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The fiery orb detonated, transforming into raging flames that consumed everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, the camp of rogue ninjas descended into utter disarray. What is happening? A Chunin, just emerging from a tent, barely grasped the situation before his pupils dilated in shock, blood gushing from his mouth. How could this be? He collapsed forward, a kunai embedded deep in his neck. Not far away, atop a tree, Hinata smirked. First blood secured. Ultimately, battles among ninjas are a contest of intelligence and information. The greater the disparity in strength, the more critical the role of intelligence becomes. Clearly, this band of rogue ninjas lacked perceptive scouts. Their makeshift patrolling platform revealed this. Had they possessed such scouts, they would not have resorted to such tedious measures. Hinata, armed with his Byakugan and Tensigan, could deliver a decisive blow in terms of intelligence. Coupled with the chaos he deliberately created, he could achieve an indiscriminate strike effect, commonly referred to as the Old Six tactics. He then shifted his gaze to an inconspicuous Chunin, a smirk curling at his lips. He swiftly hurled a kunai, piercing the ninja's throat with unerring accuracy. Kakashi continued to launch smoke bombs frantically, while Hinata had nearly exhausted all their supply. Any pursuing ninjas were easily thwarted. Uchiha Ran occasionally unleashed a fire technique, adding fuel to the already chaotic environment. Unbeknownst to them, two ninjas had already succumbed in this mayhem. Chapter 22. Wielding the blade? What just happened? So, is this the method employed? From 100 meters away, atop a large tree, Hatake Tsukumo observed the now chaotic rogue ninja camp. A glimmer of astonishment and admiration in his eyes. His sudden disappearance was intended to test how the three would resolve the conflict given the vast disparity in their strengths. To his surprise, he witnessed such an engaging scene. Smoke bombs, shurikens, and fire techniques. This unique combination in a special environment proved to be remarkably effective. What astonished him most was Hinata's exceptional skill in shuriken throwing. He could effortlessly secure a lethal hit from such a distance. However, it seemed the Hyuga clan wasn't particularly renowned for their shuriken techniques. Tsukumo chuckled to himself, realizing his student seemed proficient in everything except the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Despite the chuckle, his admiration for Hinata deepened. Through the analysis of the current situation and the capabilities of both allies and enemies, he had innovatively devised a strategy combining smoke bombs with the Byakugan. Not only in ninjutsu, but even in combat, he could devise entirely new strategies. A hint of admiration flickered in Tsukumo's eyes. Having traversed the ninja world for over a decade, he had encountered countless prodigies. Some became legendary ninjas, while others faded into obscurity. Yet, a genius like Hinata was a rarity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hinata was selecting his next target. He launched a kunai, cleanly piercing a Chunin's throat. Kakashi's supply of smoke bombs was limited, and the chaos in the camp could not persist indefinitely. He had to seize this fleeting opportunity to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. However, just as he prepared to throw another kunai, a thunderous roar erupted from the camp. A powerful gust of wind surging forth, rapidly dispersing in all directions. Wind style? Great breakthrough. As the forceful wind swept through, the smoke that had shrouded the camp gradually dissipated, revealing several ninjas gasping for breath, their faces contorted in shock. Upon witnessing the scene, their pupils constricted. All around them lay the bodies of their comrades, faces twisted in agony, each having fallen to a single kunai strike. How dare they toy with us? The burly man who had unleashed the wind jutsu gritted his teeth, fury radiating from him as blood vessels in his eyes began to burst. In mere seconds, 5 of his comrades had met a gruesome fate. Clearly, the enemy had devised a battle plan from the very beginning. The air thickened with tension as Kakashi and Uchiha Ran exchanged stunned glances, then turned to flee. The Chunin capable of unleashing such powerful wind techniques was not something they could contend with. Noticing their retreat, the burly man did not pursue them, but instead drew his ninja blade, casting a glance at the remaining companions. You lot, take care of those two brats. Yes. Lord Taki, having given his orders, the burly man vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Judging by the state of his fallen comrades, at least one enemy was lurking nearby, possessing formidable long-range reconnaissance and lethal capabilities. Not far away, atop a branch, Hinata clicked his tongue. How cautious. With this man guarding the perimeter, a sneak attack would not be so easily executed. In light of this, Hinata glanced at the man's blade and huffed softly. A blade-wielding ninja, is it? The burly man named Taki continued to search for Hinata's whereabouts when suddenly, a kunai whistled through the air, aimed at his head. There. The man's pupils contracted as he swiftly deflected the kunai with his blade. Then, with a sudden leap, he shot towards the tree where Hinata was concealed. Faced with the imposing figure of the burly man, Hinata remained unflustered as he retrieved a scroll from his bosom. As the white mist dissipated, a ninja blade appeared in his grasp. Washinai. The burly man charged towards the treetop, roaring as he swung his weapon downwards. Clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding reverberated from the treetop, akin to an invisible wind stirring the surrounding leaves. The man's pupils quivered as his strike was firmly countered by Hinata's blade, preventing him from advancing an inch. Noticing the grayish hue of Hinata's eyes, the man gritted his teeth. Byakugan? No wonder. Yet he was perplexed. If he was from the Hyuga clan, why wield a ninja blade? Hinata offered no reply, his figure flickering as he seized the opportunity during the man's moment of distraction to attempt a decapitating strike. The man quickly regained his composure, raising his blade to block, and the two descended to the ground, engaging in a relentless exchange of attacks. In contrast to the man's conventional ninja blade, Hinata's weapon, meticulously chosen, resembled a long sword from a past life, executing thrusts and stabs with a refined elegance reminiscent of swordsmanship. The man's frustration mounted as his repeated assaults yielded no success. Hinata's swordplay was peculiar, despite his apparent lack of strength. Each clash of blades seemed to siphon a portion of his power, replaced by a strange force, akin to a serpent slithering back along the blade. Under this bizarre influence, the prolonged battle had left the man's arm numb and aching, his palm bleeding from the strain. What kind of technique is this? He demanded angrily. Do you understand the value of blade vibration? Hinata rolled his eyes. The technique of blade vibration was his adaptation of the Tai Chi's subtle energy into swordsmanship. It was through this technique that he could effortlessly neutralize the man's attacks. Prepare to witness the true prowess of Lord Taki. Water-style sword technique. The man stepped back momentarily, then, after a brief pause, unleashed a torrent of strikes with his ninja blade, swiftly sealing off all of Hinata's escape routes. Unfazed, Hinata's forehead protector cracked slightly, and with a resounding clang, 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 the metallic sounds of their clash mingled with flying sparks. The two exchanged dozens of blows in mere breaths, causing leaves to rain down around them, until, at last, the burly man staggered backwards, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at his trembling hand, which now dripped with blood from the grip of his blade. How is this possible? He stammered, staring in disbelief at the panting Hinata. During their fierce exchange, every strike had transmitted an uncanny force back to him, cumulatively rendering his hand nearly useless. Hinata took a few labored breaths, summoning the remnants of his chakra, and cast a cold smile at the man. It's time to end this. The moment the words left his lips, he tossed his long sword into the air, which transformed into a gleaming streak, zipping towards the burly man. The man's pupils constricted as he raised his blade to intercept the incoming sword. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, just as the sword was about to strike. It veered at an unexpected angle, slicing through the gap in the man's defense. Thud, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing. A slender line of blood trickled down from the man's forehead. The last thought to cross his mind as his vision dimmed was, did I just split apart? Chapter 23, Become My Disciple. The agony surged through the man, as if his very being were being torn asunder, which was, in fact, the brutal reality. In his horrified gaze, he witnessed the bloodline creeping down his body, first from his neck, then across his chest, and finally to his groin. At a certain moment, he felt the weight of gravity pulling him to the sides, his consciousness gradually fading. In his final moments, he glared fiercely at Hinata. as if wanting the young man to forever remember the one who had obliterated everything he held dear. Guh. Hinata leaned against a nearby tree, his complexion pale as he retched. Fortunately, some time had passed since his last meal. Otherwise, he might have expelled the contents of his stomach. This was his first real combat experience with sword techniques, and he had held nothing back, unleashing his full strength. The astonishing sword strike had literally split the man open, his innards spilling onto the ground, his eyes wide open in death. The scene was nothing short of gruesome. During the intense battle, he had felt little, but now, as the adrenaline ebbed, a primal wave of nausea washed over him. After all, this was his first kill. However, he quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply as his expression returned to normal. This was the ninja world. Bloodshed and violence were merely everyday occurrences. If he could not adapt, he would ultimately be eliminated. Perched on a nearby branch, Kakashi Hitaki observed Hinata, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. The young man had demonstrated exceptional control over the rhythm of battle, remaining composed even against a foe of superior strength and experience. The initial discomfort of taking a life was swiftly overcome. Such talent was indeed rare. Yet, that remarkable sword strike. Kakashi's brow furrowed. With his understanding of swordsmanship, he recognized the extraordinary nature of that blow. It was not merely a flight through the air. Its trajectory had seemingly altered. Had he developed it himself, or? Kakashi's gaze flickered as he vanished from the branch in a swift motion. Teacher Kakashi, you've finally shown yourself. Hinata beamed at the sudden appearance of Kakashi Hitaki, a smile breaking across his face. Teacher Kakashi, you couldn't resist any longer, could you? You did exceptionally well, Kakashi remarked with measured praise. There was no doubt that Hinata's performance had exceeded his expectations, leaving him pleasantly surprised. By the way, Teacher Kakashi, are Kakashi and the others all right? Hinata asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. The fierce battle had completely drained his chakra, and now even moving a finger sent waves of soreness through him. Even employing breathing techniques would require time to restore his combat readiness. He was in no position to assist them. Rest assured, they should be wrapping up shortly. Kakashi reassured him, glancing towards Kakashi's direction with a faint smile. That's a relief, Hinata sighed, leaning against the trunk of the tree as he subtly began to breathe and recover his chakra. His chakra, infused with natural energy, might well be akin to spiritual energy in another world, allowing for a faster recovery. Indeed, it wasn't long before a delightful voice rang in his ears. Father, Hinata, you are indeed here. Hinata turned to see Kakashi and Uchiha ran approaching, each carrying several bags, their expressions brimming with joy. Both bore minor injuries, but nothing serious. Rather, they seemed invigorated after their battle. What a thrill. It was exhilarating. Had I known that the mission's post-graduation would be so stimulating, I should have graduated sooner. Uchiha Ran exclaimed, tossing a cloth bag to the ground, still caught in the euphoria of battle. Hinata's lips quirked slightly. Sister, don't you think you almost lost your life? If the enemy had been more numerous, we might have all ended up as casualties. Uchiha's penchant for battle was indeed fervent. Kakashi also set down his bag, meticulously counting its contents, which included the spoils of their mission as well as the forehead protectors of rogue ninjas, all of which could be exchanged for mission rewards. I must admit, you all have performed admirably. Kakashi's eyes swept over the trio, revealing a hint of unmasked admiration. I acknowledge that I underestimated you. This mission was meant to temper your enthusiasm and remind you that there are always greater mountains beyond. Clearly, I have failed in that regard. His gaze then settled on Hinata, an indescribable expression shimmering in his eyes. Especially you, Hinata, with a gaze that was exceptionally intricate, as if caught in hesitation and turmoil. He refrained from inquiring about Hinata's final, breathtaking sword strike. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets, particularly a prodigy like Hinata. Finally, he took a deep breath, as if resolutely determined, and fixed his earnest gaze upon Hinata. Become my disciple. This sudden declaration left those present in a state of astonishment and shock. Was Shikumo-sensei truly intending to accept Hinata as his apprentice? After a brief moment of disbelief, Uchiha Ran turned his eyes toward Hinata, a flicker of envy igniting within his gaze. Who exactly was Shikumo-sensei? He was one of the most formidable ninjas in Konoha, the renowned Konoha White Fang. Even the elders within her clan urged her to seek Shikumo's approval, but alas, she lacked proficiency in swordsmanship. Otherwise, she might have aspired to become his disciple as well. The distinction between a teacher and a master is vast. The former imparts basic knowledge and experience, while the latter, akin to Jiraiya and Minato, Tsunade and Sakura, embodies a lineage of inheritance. Hinata was equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He had never anticipated that Shikumo-sensei would so bluntly propose, "Become my disciple." Was it truly that straightforward? After all, you are the illustrious Konoha White Fang. Little did he know that during his previous visit to Shikumo, the latter had already entertained the thought of taking on a student. Following the recent events, this desire grew ever stronger. And witnessing Hinata's remarkable performance in battle only further emboldened his convictions. To become Shikumo-sensei's disciple? A subtle smile crept upon Hinata's lips, as if the prospect was quite appealing. How wonderful, Shikumo-sensei! He felt a lump in his throat. Master! Shikumo's eyes radiated a warm smile. In that moment, he seemed less like the fearsome White Fang and more akin to a kindly uncle next door. Hinata was indeed his esteemed disciple. Chapter 24. The decision of Sarutobi Hizashi. After several days of travel, Hinata and his companions finally returned to Konoha, arriving at the village's mission management office. "Oh, it's the White Fang. You've returned so soon." Inuzuka Hanabi beamed as she approached them. Despite the recent events, Shikumo's reputation in the village remained unmatched by ordinary jonin. Shikumo nodded calmly, placing a scroll upon the table. Inuzuka Hanabi unrolled it, and as the mist dissipated, a small pile of forehead protectors and assorted items appeared. Upon reaching the designated mission site, we discovered a small organization comprised of rogue ninjas, whose overall strength was low, hailing from various minor ninja villages. After careful consideration, we decided to eliminate them. Shikumo recounted the events with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Truly impressive, White Fang." Inuzuka Hanabi exclaimed as she meticulously counted the rogue ninjas' forehead protectors, a genuine admiration evident in her voice. Although the mission report indicated that these rogue ninjas were merely chunin at best, their ruthlessness posed a significant threat. The ease with which Shikumo had dispatched them while ensuring the safety of his 3 inexperienced students spoke volumes of his unparalleled prowess. Observing Inuzuka Hanabi's expression, Shikumo surmised her thoughts. How astonished would she be if she knew he had not lifted a finger throughout the entire ordeal? Casting a gentle glance at Hinata and the others, Shikumo ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. The trio was still too naive to bear the weight of too many scrutinizing eyes. Before long, Inuzuka Hanabi completed the mission record and distributed the rewards among them. Shikumo declined his share, opting instead to evenly distribute it among the 3, significantly increasing their earnings to around 80,000 ryo each. Hinata felt a surge of excitement. Such a sum made him feel as if he were in a dream. "You've all worked hard on this mission. Now, go home and rest well. I have some matters to attend to." Shikumo offered a gentle smile before vanishing in a swift motion. Uchiha raised an eyebrow and teased, "Shikumo-sensei is indeed generous." "Indeed." Hinata marveled. Typically, upon completion of a mission, the leading jonin would claim a substantial portion of the reward, leaving the remainder for the lower-ranked ninjas. Shikumo's complete relinquishment of his share was exceedingly rare. He then turned his attention to Uchiha and Kakashi, contemplating the configuration of their team, which he deemed remarkably well-rounded. Kakashi served as the assassin, responsible for swift strikes. Uchiha functioned as the area controller, while he himself assumed the role of damage dealer. However, should any adversary foolishly attempt to breach their defenses, they would be astonished to discover that this damage dealer was quite resilient. What do you intend to purchase?" Uchiha inquired curiously. Hinata nodded. "Fire release ninjutsu scrolls. If you have any suitable ones, I would be willing to trade." Are you still collecting fire release techniques?" Uchiha exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock. During their previous exchange of shuriken throwing techniques, she had utilized entirely fire release methods. She was astonished that, after all this time, Hinata was still amassing fire release scrolls. "Yes, I suddenly found inspiration for developing fire release techniques, which is why I require additional references." Hinata smiled and nodded. This was a rationale he had devised ahead of time. Should the flame Dao fruit catalyze successfully, he could use this explanation to justify his newfound fire abilities. "I see," Uchiha replied, mentally noting it down. Hinata then turned to Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, if you come across any suitable fire release ninjutsu scrolls, I would be willing to trade." Kakashi nodded. "I will keep an eye out." given their camaraderie as teammates. And with Hinata-yu now being Shikumo's disciple, their bond had deepened, making Kakashi naturally more attentive. Soon after, the group dispersed, and Hinata-yu proceeded to the mission management office to exchange for ninjutsu. Here, one could only exchange for C-rank techniques. B and A-rank techniques were primarily circulated within the ninja clans. Outsiders wishing to learn them needed to report to the Hokage. As for S-rank techniques, unless one had made significant contributions to earn the privilege of glimpsing the sealed scrolls, it was a futile endeavor. Hinata-yu sighed in resignation. Despite being from the esteemed Hyuga clan, the only technique passed down was the gentle fist, leaving him with no means to comprehend other ninjutsu. Clearing his mind of distractions, Hinata-yu weighed his wallet and reluctantly selected 2 C-ranked and D-ranked fire release scrolls. They were rather commonplace, or else the prices would have been exorbitant. After completing this, Hinata-yu returned home, secured the door, and began his meditation, a fissure forming upon his forehead as he delved into contemplation. Though these fire release techniques were commonplace, they should still aid in catalyzing the flame Dao fruit. Having previously studied numerous fire release techniques, he found this meditation to be devoid of difficulty. In less than half an hour, he set aside the scrolls, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his eyes. Descending into his mind, he arrived at the small tree space within his consciousness. There, at the tip of a verdant branch, a fiery red fruit radiated intense heat. Perhaps having absorbed the nutrients from the 2 fire release techniques, the flame patterns on the fruit's surface had become more pronounced, as if it were on the verge of awakening. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Hinata-yu's eyes. Soon. It will be soon. What kind of fire abilities did this fruit truly harbor? Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the Hokage's office. Enter. Sarutobi Hizashi, bent over his desk with a cigarette between his lips, replied flatly. Upon seeing the figure who entered, he paused momentarily, set down the documents in his hand, and smiled. Shikumo, how are those 3 students working out for you? Indeed, that is precisely why I have come. Kakashi Hitaki smiled gently. Oh, Sarutobi Hizashi was intrigued. Subsequently, Kakashi pondered for a moment before slowly recounting the details of the mission, glossing over the part about Hinata-yu's swordsmanship and the final sword technique. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression gradually turned serious, and once Kakashi finished his account, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A genius. Especially Hinata-yu, a genin who defeated a chunin. This is no ordinary talent. Indeed, Kakashi nodded. That is why I have taken him as my disciple. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression suddenly stiffened, and he exclaimed in astonishment. You have taken Hinata-yu as your disciple? Yes. Kakashi met his gaze. This was the purpose of his visit. If it were an ordinary genin, his desire to take on a disciple would be his own matter, with no room for interference. However, Hinata-yu belongs to the branch family of the Hyuga clan, where life and death are controlled by the main family, making the situation entirely different. Is that so? Sarutobi Hizashi rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat troubled. He had initially intended to have the main family keep a close watch on Hinata-yu, but now that Kakashi had taken him as a disciple, his plans had become complicated. Kakashi could be considered part of the Hokage faction, and if he were to take on a disciple from the main family, that would naturally pose no issue. But Hinata-yu is from the branch family. The Hyuga clan has a history spanning 1,000 years, and there has never been a precedent for abandoning gentle fist in favor of swordsmanship. If the main family applies pressure, how will Hinata-yu choose? Sarutobi Hizashi sighed, casting a helpless glance at Kakashi. Kakashi, this is likely your true intention for coming here, isn't it? Kakashi merely smiled serenely. I have already decided to take him as my disciple, and that cannot be altered. All right, I understand your disposition. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hizashi had no choice but to relent, letting out a sigh. He felt indebted to Kakashi due to the public opinion incident, and after that event, Kakashi resigned from all his duties in the Anbu to wholeheartedly mentor Hinata-yu and the others, which had made him somewhat more resolute. This matter is neither trivial nor monumental. It merely requires sacrificing some interest to allow the Hyuga main family to make a slight exception in their 1,000-year-old regulations. Chapter 25. White Fang in the wig within the elegant residence of the Hyuga clan. White incense wafted gently from the burner. The clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, sat cross-legged on an elevated mat, his brow slightly furrowed as he surveyed the surrounding elders. The Hokage wishes us to make an exception. What are your thoughts? Absolutely not. The moment his voice fell, an elder with graying hair from the main family sharply retorted. Our Hyuga clan has inherited for over 1,000 years without ever abandoning gentle fist for swordsmanship. If we make exceptions so easily, what face would our clan have left? Indeed, leader, if we make one exception, it will lead to another, and then a third. Shall we continue down this path? Upon hearing the elder's words, several others immediately echoed their agreement. Beside them, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but sigh. As the eldest son of the clan leader, he was all too familiar with the Hyuga clan. Unlike other ninja clans, the Hyuga functions like a precisely operating machine. The branch family forms the shell and wheels of the machine, while the main family acts as its brain. Everything the branch family does is to protect the existence of the main family, which is their sole purpose. The bond maintaining all this is the caged bird and the strict clan laws. This operational rule has allowed the Hyuga to endure for over a millennium. But now an exception has arisen, Hinata-yu. Kakashi's intention to take Hinata-yu as his disciple undoubtedly signifies that Hinata-yu would abandon Gentle Fist and learn Kakashi's sword techniques. A first in the history of the Hyuga clan. Leader, Gentle Fist is the foundation of our clan. Making an exception so easily would undermine the main family's authority. The elder with graying hair leaned on his cane, expressing his indignation. Hyuga Hayashi merely gazed at him calmly. And what of the Hokage? Will we offend Kakashi Hitaki like this? At these words, the surrounding elders fell silent. Indeed, this matter is led by the Hokage. Although Kakashi has gradually withdrawn from the political scene of Konoha after that incident, his reputation and power remain, and offending him is clearly unwise. The atmosphere in the clan hall became tense. I do not see this matter as insurmountable. Hyuga Hayashi smiled slightly. The conditions offered by the Hokage are quite enticing. While this may seem a violation of clan regulations in a grand sense, in a minor sense, it merely provides Hinata-yu with a mentor. As long as he does not neglect his training in Gentle Fist, what harm is there in learning swordsmanship? Furthermore, aligning ourselves with Kakashi, given his reputation and strength, would also benefit us. After hearing the clan leader's words, the surrounding elders exchanged glances, deliberating. Some elders remained dissatisfied, but seeing that the clan leader had already spoken, they hesitated to voice further objections. If that is the case, then let this matter be settled. Hyuga Hayashi sighed in relief, making a decision that contradicted the clan's ancestral dictates. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Hinata-yu sat cross-legged on a branch at dawn, facing the sunrise and breathing rhythmically. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity in his pure white gaze. His mastery of the breath control technique had reached the 3rd stage of perfection, and at this pace, he should not be far from achieving completeness. The mastery of breath control is divided into 4 stages: initial understanding, entering the hall, perfection, and reaching the realm of transcendence. Since he first awakened to the breath control technique, he had been practicing for several years and had finally reached the stage of perfection today. If he were to reach completeness, would any changes occur? It is worth noting that breath control is merely the most fundamental breathing technique, if mastered to the highest level. Would new techniques arise for the little tree? Hinata-yu felt a sense of anticipation. A few days ago, the clan leader approached him, hoping he would primarily focus on Gentle Fist while also practicing Kakashi's sword techniques. Hinata-yu outwardly agreed, but inwardly scoffed. It is obvious how to choose between Gentle Fist and swordsmanship. The main family is decayed and overly fixated on rules and order. Hinata-yu aspired for more. And if the opportunity arose in the future, he would surely seek reform. The foundation for all this is formidable strength. Hinata-yu understood this deeply, which is why he trained diligently. In addition to daily practice, he often sought Kakashi's guidance, deepening his understanding of swordsmanship under his tutelage. Calculating the time, it was time to report to teacher Kakashi. Hinata-yu glanced at the sun, now high in the sky, and stretched contentedly. 7 days was the rest period set by Kakashi, and with that time now elapsed, it was time to embark on the next mission. Arriving at the designated square, Hinata-yu spotted Kakashi and others waiting from a distance. You are late." Uchiha Erasure rolled his eyes, a hint of annoyance evident in his tone. Sorry. I stayed up a bit late last night." Hinata-yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't very well say he had been up late cultivating, could he? Training requires a balance of work and rest. Kakashi smiled warmly. He then took out a scroll from his robe and handed it to Hinata-yu. "This is the mission's details. Take a look." Kakashi, along with Kakashi's other students, has already reviewed it. Hinata-yu accepted it and began to read intently. It was a C-rank escort mission to protect a merchant convoy traveling to the land of grass. The task was quite simple. But the classification of C rank caught Hinata-Yu's attention. One must understand that a C rank mission in Konoha is equivalent to half of an S rank. Surely nothing will go awry, right? However, with teacher Kakashi leading, even if an unexpected situation arises, there shouldn't be any danger. The thought of having a top-tier ninja by his side put Hinata-Yu's mind at ease. The group began to make their way toward the location of the merchant convoy, which, according to the mission description, should be waiting at the gate of Konoha. Just as they were nearing their destination, Kakashi suddenly halted and pulled out a fluffy black object from his robe. What is this? Hinata-Yu's eyes widened. A wig. Kakashi Hitaki, with an awkward smile, felt his silver hair stood out conspicuously in the crowd. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile while executing this escort mission. As he spoke, he adjusted a wig onto his head with practiced ease. In an instant, his striking silver locks vanished, replaced by the more common shade of black. At that moment, his demeanor shifted, transforming from the fearsome Konoha white Fang into the amiable, neighborly figure of an uncle. Hinata-Yu stared in astonishment. Chapter 26. Additional compensation required. To his surprise, the renowned Konoha white Fang-esque wig was remarkably smooth. Hinata-Yu's imagination suddenly sparked, envisioning Kakashi skillfully donning the long, straight black wig. You, what are you pondering? Kakashi inquired with a hint of suspicion. Oh, nothing much. I merely hadn't expected teacher Kakashi to wear a wig with such finesse, Hinata-Yu replied, a smile awkwardly gracing his face. This remark seemed to embarrass Kakashi, who shrugged slightly and responded, during my time in the Anbu, my silver hair was too conspicuous, so I needed some cover. Naturally, I became adept at it over time. Ah, I see. Hinata-Yu nodded, glancing at Kakashi. Kakashi, do you need to wear any cover? Kakashi shook his head. I'll pass. It's my father who is famous, not me. Hinata-Yu nodded regretfully as the group made their way towards the gates of Konoha, where they spotted a merchant convoy waiting in the distance. Kakashi handed the mission acceptance document to the convoy leader, Sawada Daikichi, who glanced at it and nodded, instructing his team to set off. Hinata-Yu and the others quickly fell in line behind them. This merchant convoy traveled between various countries, and their current objective was to sell goods in the land of grass. With no ninjas among the convoy members, they had to hire ninjas for protection. Along the journey, Hinata-Yu couldn't shake the feeling that the convoy members were casting suspicious glances at them. Hey, Erasure, do you think those merchants are looking at us strangely? Hinata-Yu whispered to Uchiha Erasure. Strange? You might be overthinking it, Uchiha Erasure replied, displaying a puzzled expression. Just then, they overheard the merchants murmuring among themselves. Those ninjas look so young. Can they really protect us? Especially that one with the mask. His hair is completely white at such a young age. Perhaps he has overindulged and weakened his constitution. Hinata-Yu's expression froze. Overindulgence? His gaze shifted slowly to Kakashi, whose outward demeanor remained unchanged. Yet the faint throbbing vein on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. Kakashi Hinata-Yu swallowed hard, about to offer some comforting words to the near-explosive Kakashi. When the merchant's chatter resumed, I wonder how his father raised him. His hair turned white so early. Could it be that their family is all frail? Hinata-Yu's expression stiffened once more as he turned his attention to Kakashi and Kakashi's father. The merchant's remarks inadvertently insulted both Kakashi and Kakashi's father. Fortunately, Kakashi's expression only briefly faltered before returning to normal. Perhaps teacher Kakashi was relieved to have worn a wig. Hinata-Yu mused oddly. Mr. Sawada, why did you hire these seemingly unreliable ninjas? A member of the convoy, walking ahead, sneaked a glance at Hinata-Yu and his companions and leaned closer to Sawada Daikichi. We lingered too long in Konoha. We had no time to select better ninjas and had to set off quickly, Sawada Daikichi sighed in exasperation. As a merchant convoy traversing various countries, they wouldn't stay at any place for long, and having already spent too much time in Konoha, they needed to deliver their goods to the land of grass without delay. Although they weren't ninjas, Hinata-Yu and his companions appeared too youthful. With the wig, Kakashi looked like a kind uncle. He seemed ordinary and unimposing, hardly resembling a formidable ninja. Alas, we can only hope we don't encounter any danger along the way. Relying on these unreliable ninjas is quite unsettling. Their hushed discussion, though not loud, clearly reached Hinata-Yu and his companions, hurting their pride. Hinata-Yu sighed in resignation. You may doubt my abilities, but you cannot underestimate Kakashi Hitaki. This seemingly unremarkable man is the strongest swordsman in the ninja world. With him accompanying us, unless the shadows themselves intervene, No harm shall befall you, I assure you. Hinata, you cast a sidelong glance at the murmuring merchants, feeling an increasing disdain for them. The journey continued in silence. After about half a day, the convoy approached the border of the Land of Fire, the surrounding forest growing ever denser. Suddenly, Hinata, you seemed to notice something, his expression tightening as he cautiously glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi had evidently sensed something amiss as his gaze turned sharp, softly instructing the group. Prepare yourselves. The convoy members, oblivious to the danger, remained immersed in the joy of nearing their destination, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air from the forest. Whoosh! A kunai flew out, embedding itself firmly in the ground ahead of the convoy. What is happening? What is going on? The convoy members were startled by this unexpected turn of events, their composure shattered as they began to panic. From the surrounding woods, several dark figures emerged in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 ninjas armed with kunai surrounded the convoy, grinning maliciously. This haul looks rich. One exclaimed. Indeed, boss. With this much cargo, it's clear they are a wealthy merchant convoy. We're going to strike it big. The convoy leader, Sawada Daikichi, was paralyzed by fear, his face pale and trembling fingers unable to steady themselves. They're rogue ninjas, Mr. Sawada. What do we do? The remaining convoy members, faces filled with terror, recoiled, huddling close to their leader. Rogue ninjas were the last thing this convoy wished to encounter. They operated outside the ninja villages and often resorted to plundering merchant convoys for sustenance. If they encountered a merciful rogue ninja, perhaps they would only take their money without causing harm. But if they met a ruthless one, this band of rogue ninjas appeared fierce, their tattered clothing stained with blood, eyes glinting with cruel amusement, as though they considered the convoy mere prey. How could this happen? We were so close. Sawada Daikichi muttered, his limbs cold and his eyes dull with despair. They were merely half a day's journey from their destination when disaster struck. Just as he succumbed to hopelessness, a light chuckle reached his ears. I say, leader, have you forgotten that you hired ninjas? Sawada Daikichi jolted at the sound. Spinning around to see Hinata, you smiling brightly at him. Oh right, how could I have forgotten about you? We're counting on you now. The reward will not be diminished, he quickly replied, though he held little faith in the ninja's abilities. However, the mere presence of ninjas offered a glimmer of hope, and should a confrontation arise, he might find an opportunity to escape. Hinata, you shook his head. Greetings, leader. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The task you have assigned us is of C rank, which does not entail combat responsibilities, especially in such perilous circumstances. This predicament poses quite a challenge for us. Hinata, you let out a sigh, a look of helplessness adorning his face. Sawada Daiki was taken aback. What shall we do now? We need an increase in pay. Chapter 27. The master said, a gentleman does not impose himself without authority. We need an increase in pay. Hinata's resolute voice resonated in Sawada Daiki's ears, momentarily leaving him in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether he had misheard. Have ninjas become this avaricious? Observing the surrounding predatory rogue ninjas, Sawada Daiki understood that hesitation was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he declared, rest assured. I will elevate the mission rank to B rank, and the remuneration will be adjusted accordingly. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly graced Hinata's lips as he glanced at Kakashi and the others beside him. It is time to stretch our limbs. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi unsheathed his ninja blade and dashed forward with a swift motion, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. He had overheard the previous conversation among the merchant team members all too clearly. Fake. I, Kakashi, have never been one to feign. Kakashi's mentor, Hatake Tsukumo, smiled wryly, aware that Hinata you held a lingering grudge against the earlier discussions of the merchant team. Nevertheless, as long as no rules were violated, he would not intervene. Clang. The clash of the ninja blade against the shuriken echoed with a crisp metallic sound. Kakashi's assault was ferocious, his short blade cleaving through the air, rendering the opposing ninjas breathless. Unlike the original timeline, due to Hinata's interference, Kakashi now pursued a markedly different path, diligently honing his swordsmanship. Each strike bore the essence of Hatake Tsukumo's prowess. Uchiha Lan, too, had been pent up for too long. The merchant team's dialogue had irked her greatly. With a fiery temperament inherent to the Uchiha clan, she unleashed her fury in battle, swiftly hurling several shuriken to intercept the advancing ninjas. She formed seals with her hands and unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The searing orange fireball erupted, crashing into the ground and incinerating an unfortunate rogue ninja who failed to flee in time. Though Hinata refrained from rushing into the fray, his celestial perception had been activated, significantly enhancing his dynamic tracking ability as he launched a series of shuriken. These shuriken were imbued with a secret technique, and even if the enemy managed to parry, the explosive force would cause a stinging pain in their arms, leaving them vulnerable to subsequent attacks. This mesmerizing scene left the merchant team members astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. What is happening? Are these youngsters truly this formidable? The rogue ninjas appeared far more menacing. Yet they were utterly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. Even the merchant leader, Sawada Daiki, was momentarily dumbfounded. He had initially planned to seize the valuable items and make a discreet exit amidst the chaos. However, it now seemed entirely unnecessary. They might actually win this. Boss, this strategy is rather audacious. Observing the brutal offensive from Kakashi and his companions, one rogue ninja felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he leaped to the side of a burly man, his voice trembling. The leading rogue ninja's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, though he feigned composure, ordering, "Do not panic, they are merely bluffing. Once their chakra is exhausted, victory will naturally be ours." The battle raged on. Kakashi's pace intensified, wielding a replica of the White Fang's short blade, each strike leaving a new wound on the adversaries. Following her fireball, Uchiha Lan charged forward with a kunai, showcasing the Uchiha's martial prowess with fierce and precise attacks. Meanwhile, Hinata remained in the rear, launching shuriken. Compared to Kakashi and Uchiha Lan, his attacks instilled the greatest dread in the rogue ninjas. The trajectory of his shuriken was exceptionally cunning. Even if they were fortunate enough to deflect them, an eerie force would still transmit through, numbing their arms and rendering them incapable of resisting the next flying shuriken. Hatake Tsukumo observed from behind the trio, a faint smile playing on his lips. Though the trio's attacks appeared disjointed, they effectively segmented the enemies, allowing Hinata's shuriken to dominate the battlefield. Whenever the opponents attempted to create a multi-against-one scenario, his shuriken dismantled their plans flawlessly. Such coordination maximized each individual's capabilities. My students, with their combat intellect and battlefield management, have matured significantly. It is merely a matter of time before they become independent ninjas. Boss, have their chakra reserves not yet been depleted? As they witnessed their comrades fall one by one, the relentless assault from Hinata's trio instilled a growing dread within the remaining rogue ninjas. The leading rogue ninja gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He realized his earlier decision had been a grave error. Had he chosen to retreat sooner, his brothers would not have perished in vain. Yet, there was no room for delay now. Hinata's trio showed no signs of fatigue, and the ninja in the rear had yet to engage. If this dragged on, they would undoubtedly be defeated. This is too bold. Retreat. Upon hearing their leader's command, the remaining rogue ninjas felt a wave of relief wash over them as they turned to flee into the woods. Attempting to escape? How laughable. Hinata sneered, eagerly awaiting this opportunity. His gaze turned icy as he swiftly hurled 3 shuriken. These shuriken utilized the sword technique, carving an unusual arc in mid-flight, perfectly striking the backs of 3 fleeing rogue ninjas. One remains. A sense of urgency gripped Hinata. The last one was the rogue leader, the strongest among them. Just as he was about to channel his remaining chakra for another attack, he suddenly sensed something, dispersing his gathered chakra. Tsukumo-sensei has made his move. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Hatake Tsukumo had vanished from his previous position. In the depths of the forest, the fleeing rogue ninja was filled with fear and resentment. Damn it! Who are these youngsters, and why are they so formidable? Daro, Kenichi. After calling out several times without response, he glanced back, only to find his fellow rogue ninjas had vanished. This is outrageous. The rogue leader's eyes bloodshot with fury recalled that the white-eyed boy had thrown several shuriken during their retreat. Now it appeared that his remaining companions had also been eliminated. I will remember this grudge, white-eyed boy, white-haired brat, and that girl. Regardless of who you are, I will ensure you pay the price. The rogue leader clenched his teeth, each word forced through gritted jaws. Suddenly, a strange sound arose behind him. The rogue leader swiftly turned, only to see a curved white light descending from above. In that last moment, he caught sight of the assailant's face, his disguise sliding away to reveal silvery hair that glimmered in the sunlight like a metallic sheen. Who are you? The rogue ninja's pupils constricted in horror. No response came. only the sound of the ninja blades slicing through flesh, echoing through the lush forest. Am I dreaming? The members of the merchant team stood in a daze, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the rogue ninjas strewn across the ground. This surreal scene evoked an unreal sense of disbelief, as the seemingly powerless Hinata and his companions had transformed into ruthless beasts, dispatching so many rogue ninjas in an instant. After the initial shock, a profound fear settled within them. They had previously mocked these youngsters. If Hinata and his companions sought revenge now, what would they do? In that moment, the merchant team's gazes towards Hinata and his companions were filled with awe and trepidation. Upon noticing the change in the expressions of the caravan members, Hinata felt a sudden pang of emotion and sighed. Confucius said, "A gentleman does not impose his weight unless he seeks to establish authority." Uchiha Lan shot him a glance. A gentleman cannot assert his authority without being firm. Chapter 28. I have a dream, sir. This is the application for the elevation of the task level. Once you return to Konoha, the task can be upgraded to B rank. In front of the Merchant Association of the Land of Grass, the caravan leader, Sawada Daiki, trembled as he handed a scroll to Hatake Tsukumo. Having witnessed the prowess of Tsukumo's team, he no longer dared to harbor any disrespectful thoughts. Even in every conversation, he felt compelled to address them with honorifics. Hinata couldn't help but click his tongue, realizing that even in another world, eloquence could wield significant influence. Besides pursuing immortality, should he also promote the teachings of Confucius within the ninja world? How intriguing. Well then, I shall trouble you, Hatake Tsukumo replied, accepting the scroll with a gentle smile. In stark contrast to his overwhelming strength, Tsukumo's demeanor was astonishingly gentle. Had he not been an adversary, no one would associate him with the renowned White Fang. Not at all. We owe it all to your greatness. Sawada Daiki quickly bowed, as the caravan members behind him also bowed repeatedly in gratitude, fearing to offend. Hinata smiled. It was clear that this mission would receive high praise. After completing the escort task, they hurried back to Konoha. As they approached the village, the trio felt a wave of joy. Kakashi spoke first. This mission has been upgraded to B rank. I wonder how much the reward will be. It will undoubtedly be more than the last time. Hinata replied with a smile. His remark about needing additional compensation had frightened the caravan members. Especially after the brutal battles they had witnessed, some of the more timid members nearly soiled themselves. The caravan leader, Sawada Daiki, reluctantly provided them with the highest reward for a B-rank task, fearful that Hinata might think the compensation insufficient. Uchiha Lan chuckled at the memory of their experiences during the task. That was truly exhilarating. Especially seeing those fellows being so respectful to us afterward, it was quite satisfying. Hatake Tsukumo merely smiled faintly, knowing that his students each had their own moral compass, and as long as they did not cross certain boundaries, he was content to watch. Soon, the outline of Konoha village appeared in the distance. Hatake Tsukumo pondered for a moment and said, "The task has been elevated to B rank. The application needs to be reviewed by the Hokage. I will be visiting him shortly. You should accompany me." Me? Hinata was momentarily taken aback. Accompanying Hatake Tsukumo to meet the Hokage? Though uncertain of Tsukumo's intentions, he nodded in agreement. All right. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, was reading the task report in hand, occasionally exhaling white smoke. After a short while, he set the report down and looked at Hatake Tsukumo across from him. I have a general understanding of the mission's process. Upgrading it to B rank poses no issues, and the reward will be dispersed accordingly. Thank you, Hokage. Hatake Tsukumo nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen then shifted his gaze to Hinata standing behind Tsukumo, smiling softly. Is this your new disciple? Under the Hokage's scrutiny, Hinata felt a wave of shyness wash over him. As this was the first time since his arrival in this world that he was so close to the third Hokage. Indeed, he is quite exceptional, Hatake Tsukumo replied succinctly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He is a promising talent. The most outstanding theoretical student since the establishment of the Konoha Academy, breaking all theoretical records at the age of 8. He has created his own taijutsu and applied it in actual combat, a rare genius in both theory and practice. At times, Sarutobi Hiruzen would exclaim, "Is he really only 8 years old? Your talent is remarkable. Strive diligently in your training and do not squander it." He rarely offered encouragement to someone as promising as Hinata. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Hinata replied respectfully. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gravely, You played a significant role in both this task and the previous one. As a reward, I can grant you a reasonable request. A reward? Hinata was momentarily stunned, not expecting such an advantage from visiting the Hokage. After a brief contemplation, he tentatively inquired, Lord Hokage, may I request a high-level fire release ninjutsu scroll? As soon as he uttered those words, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hitaki Tsukumo looked at him in astonishment. A fire release scroll? What do you need that for? As far as I know, you are not particularly adept at fire release, Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, perplexed. Beside him, Hitaki Tsukumo also furrowed his brow, aware that Hinata training was quite diverse, but that fire release seemed to be an area of weakness. Hinata took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and gazed earnestly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Since I was young, I have harbored a dream of becoming a great ninjutsu professor like you, mastering various types of ninjutsu. To pursue this dream, I have diligently studied theoretical knowledge. Where the leaves dance, the fire also burns eternally. The will of fire is the legacy of our Konoha village. To become a great ninja like you, how could I not study fire release? Even if my knowledge is currently limited, contemplating and comprehending high-level fire release would allow me to glimpse the hardships of Konoha's founding, serving as spiritual nourishment in my pursuit of the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, and a smile spread across his wrinkled face. Such a rich and profound understanding of the will of fire. What an exceptional talent. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, you harbor no resentment towards fate's unfairness, and your commitment to the will of fire is commendable. Meanwhile, Hitaki Tsukumo was utterly astonished. His disciple was surprisingly adept at flattery. Hinata fought back nausea. Had it not been for his goal of cultivating the fruit of the path, he would have likely been retching by now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, and after a moment's contemplation, he opened a nearby drawer and rummaged through it, producing a scroll covered in dust. This fire release is arguably the highest level in my collection. Its most famous user should be well known to you. It was quite some time ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes reflected nostalgia as he recalled the days when that renowned figure was still a child. It was hard to believe he had become Hokage all these years later. Hinata took the scroll, opened it, and saw a line of small characters on the title page. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Great Fire Annihilation? The signature technique of Uchiha Madara? Hinata's heart leaped with joy. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara's Great Fire Annihilation required the combined efforts of dozens of water release users to counter. Its might was indeed overwhelming. Though only a B-rank technique, Great Fire Annihilation held significant prestige among fire release techniques, primarily due to its association with Uchiha Madara. Among the Uchiha clan, there should be a method to practice Great Fire Annihilation, but Uchiha Lan had not yet accessed it. The scroll provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen might be the only opportunity for Hinata to acquire a high-level fire release technique. Stepping out of the Hokage's office, Hinata could hardly contain his excitement, eager to delve into the mysteries of Great Fire Annihilation. Kikuchi Tsukumo discerned his excitement and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke. Hyuga, I am uncertain as to why you desire to learn fire release. However, I must remind you, one cannot master all things. True strength lies in honing one's most proficient abilities to their utmost potential. He worried that Hinata might, relying on his innate talent, attempt to learn every jutsu in the ninja world, ultimately leading to a lackluster outcome and a squandered gift. His own renown as White Fang was achieved solely through the unwavering dedication to his short sword, embodying the path of the sword. I understand, Sensei, Hyuga replied, nodding. He was aware of Kikuchi Tsukumo's concerns. His true purpose, however, was not merely to learn fire release, but to catalyze the essence of the flame path. That is good. Kikuchi Tsukumo sighed in relief. His disciple had always possessed his own convictions. Since he had expressed his thoughts, all that remained was for him to offer silent support. Upon bidding farewell to Kikuchi Tsukumo, Hyuga returned home. Once inside, he secured the door and meticulously covered the windows, for he was about to enter a period of seclusion for profound contemplation, and could not allow any interruptions. After ensuring everything was in order, he sat cross-legged, a slight fissure appearing on his forehead. Heavenly Eye, activate. Instantly, his mind became extraordinarily clear, plunging him into a realm of profound understanding as he began to contemplate the grand fire extinguishing scroll in his hands. The fire release, Grand Fire Extinguishing, was indeed the highest form of fire release he had encountered thus far. Despite having previously studied various fire releases, he now grasped only a fraction of its essence, feeling an initial sense of unfamiliarity and obscurity. The chakra flow of grand fire extinguishing, coupled with its intricate control over the nuances of fire release, far surpassed that of ordinary techniques. Should he master it thoroughly, his comprehension of fire release would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. As time trickled away, beads of sweat began to form on Hyuga-Yu's forehead. He had reached a pivotal point in his understanding, contemplating how the fire attribute chakra could amplify its power through clever manipulation, which was the essence that distinguished grand fire extinguishing from conventional fire releases. Hyuga-Yu found himself at an impasse. In a moment of frustration, an image suddenly materialized before him. Uchiha Madara, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, standing at the edge of a cliff, surveying the ninja allied forces. In the next instant, Uchiha Madara surged into action, his form dashing forward as his hands swiftly formed seals. Hyuga-Yu appeared to witness the flow of chakra within Uchiha Madara, perceiving the intensely heated fire attribute chakra akin to molten lava. In that moment, the searing flames erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Hyuga-Yu opened his eyes. A glimmer of enlightenment reflected within them. Then, he delved deeper into his consciousness, entering the realm of the small tree, where he beheld a vibrant red flame blooming at the tips of its branches. Ecstatic, Hyuga-Yu realized it had hatched. The essence had finally manifested. He immediately directed his consciousness toward it, witnessing a torrent of flames erupting forth, as if he had entered a world forged of fire, with lava flowing and everything in between. Intense, unbearably intense. The four characters flashed through Hyuga-Yu's mind. True fire of Samadhi. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exhaling a breath laden with astonishment and disbelief. It was the divine ability of the true fire of Samadhi, a renowned flame in the realm of cultivation. While it may not possess the overwhelming dominance of the Six Ding divine fire or the Sun true fire, it remained a remarkably formidable flame technique. Its most notable achievement was perhaps tormenting the great sage to utter disarray. In the ninja world, it would be akin to a dimensional strike. Even a shadow-level powerhouse who merely grazed it would likely meet their demise instantly. Though Hyuga-Yu had never witnessed the might of Amaterasu, it was reasonable to conjecture that even the so-called strongest physical attack would pale in comparison to the true fire of Samadhi. Reflecting upon the arduous path he had traversed to understand fire release, a sense of relief washed over him. He then gathered his thoughts, embarking on the tranquil study of the cultivation method for the true fire of Samadhi. Samadhi signifies the elimination of all distractions, achieving tranquility of the mind, allowing the internal fire birth from one's organs to be divided into three levels: upper, middle, and lower. The heart represents the sovereign fire, also known as divine fire, termed as the upper Samadhi. The kidneys symbolize the ministerial fire, also referred to as essence fire, termed as the middle Samadhi. The energy center beneath the navel represents the civilian fire, also known as chi fire, termed as the lower Samadhi. To cultivate the true fire of Samadhi, one must enter a state of meditation devoid of clutter, refining the organs and condensing the three fires of essence, chi, and spirit. A hint of difficulty flickered in Hyuga-Yu's eyes. While the description seemed simple, the actual cultivation of the true fire of Samadhi was anything but effortless. With his current strength, it was uncertain whether he could even succeed. Even if he did, one misstep could lead to self-immolation, courting disaster. Ultimately, he remained too weak to wield such a magnificent divine power. Should he simply concede? A look of reluctance crossed Hyuga-Yu's face. After all his efforts to hatch the essence, to abandon it now was utterly disheartening. Soon, he meticulously reviewed the cultivation method provided by the small tree, discovering a glimmer of direction. Although he could not directly cultivate the true fire of Samadhi, he could refine a life fire seed within his dantian, nurturing it continuously. As his strength grew, he would gradually master the true fire of Samadhi. Hyuga-Yu's eyes lit up. This was the small tree's path of discernment, allowing him to slowly cultivate the true fire of Samadhi even with his current limited strength. Having found his direction, Hyuga-Yu took a deep breath and began to refine the fire seed according to the method suggested by the small tree. Time passed gradually. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Although refining the fire seed was less perilous than directly cultivating the true fire of Samadhi, a moment's inattention could still lead to self-immolation. Hyuga-Yu cautiously controlled the fusion of the three fires of essence, chi, and spirit, akin to a tightrope walker. A slight misstep could plunge him into the abyss. Uncertain how long had passed, his spirit was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a crisp sound of shattering broke the silence, and a flicker of joy appeared in Hyuga's eyes. Within his dantian, a fire spark the size of a soybean emerged. Streams of heat surged forth from his dantian, coursing through his body, bringing a sense of solace to his weary spirit. With trembling fingers, Hyuga extended his index finger, a brilliant flame rising from its tip, reflecting in his bloodshot yet excited eyes. In an instant, the temperature within the room soared. Chapter 30. True Fire of Samadhi Hot. Scorching. Hyuga suddenly felt that the flame igniting from his fingertip was not merely a flicker, but something as fierce as the sun itself. In an instant, the temperature in the room skyrocketed, and he could even feel the searing heat roasting his face, creating a parched sensation. Moments later, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to retract the flame from his fingertip. The freshly refined, true fire of Samadhi was still too unstable. Even merely summoning the fire seed left him feeling utterly drained. Hyuga took a deep breath, activating his breathing techniques to recover the consumed chakra. Once he felt a portion of his strength return, he calmed his mind, diligently studying the benefits bestowed by the fire seed. After some time, he discerned that the current true fire of Samadhi offered him 3 notable advantages. First and foremost, the true fire of Samadhi had the intrinsic ability to incinerate impurities and refine essence. Some powerful cultivators even utilized it to expel the 3 corpses and eliminate malevolent forces. The fire seed within Hyuga's dantian could similarly harness the circulating spiritual energy to purge bodily impurities and strengthen his organs. Given that ninjas often had frail physiques, should Hyuga acquire potent body tempering techniques in the future, coupled with the fire seed's refining effects, his physical form would become extraordinarily formidable. Secondly, he discovered that the fire seed in his dantian also influenced the quality of his surrounding spiritual energy, rendering it more intensely scorching. If he were to employ fire attribute ninjutsu, its potency would receive a significant enhancement. Thirdly, and perhaps most anticipated by Hyuga, was the potential to unlock a new ability. The current ember remains unstable. However, when it becomes solidified in the future, should he encounter formidable foes, he can forcibly unleash the ember as a means of confrontation. He has already experienced the temperature of the Samadhi true fire. The flicker that ignited merely for a few seconds evaporated all the moisture in the room, saturating the air with a scorching dryness. Though it is merely an ember, it cannot be compared to the true Samadhi true fire, yet it is far from something an ordinary ninja can withstand. After a brief period of adjustment, Hinata could no longer contain himself. The relentless training had left him utterly exhausted, and he succumbed to sleep with his eyelids heavy. When he next opened his eyes, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Overcome by intense hunger, he ravenously devoured the bread stored in the cabinet until satiated, letting out a satisfied burp. He pondered when he could begin fasting, as he feared starvation during future seclusion training. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and recalled his agreement with Kakashi Shikaku, making his way to the usual gathering square. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of Uchiha Ran and others, who looked at him with exasperation. If you didn't come soon, I would have thought something had happened to you. Hinata was taken aback. Their agreement was to convene here 3 days hence, and it could not have possibly exceeded that time frame. Uchiha Ran, noticing his bewilderment, shot him a glance and remarked, It has already been 7 days. Where have you been enjoying yourself? At this, Hinata's expression changed in shock. 7 days had passed? This meant he had spent 5 days merely refining the Samadhi true fire. No wonder he felt so ravenous upon awakening, as if his body had been drained. Kakashi then recounted their experiences over the past few days. He and Uchiha Ran had come here to meet as agreed on the 3rd day, but with Hinata's absence, they could only train while waiting. When they heard that Kakashi Shikaku intended to search for him in the Hyuga clan's territory due to his prolonged absence, a warm current surged within Hinata. I apologize for worrying you. I simply lost track of time while gaining insights during my training, he said apologetically. As long as you're fine, Kakashi Shikaku replied gently. Having vaguely surmised that Hinata's recent training must have been related to acquiring the fire release scroll from the Hokage, though he chose not to inquire further. Did you know? Our mission this time is to cooperate with the Anbu to eradicate the mountain bandits surrounding the Land of Fire, Kakashi said with some excitement. Cooperate with the Anbu to eliminate bandits? Hinata exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this should provide a thrilling battle, Uchiha Ran replied, eager for action. The fact that they would be collaborating with the Anbu signified that the Hokage had recognized their strength, and they were sure to display their prowess. Kakashi Shikaku smiled. Now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth. After a brief moment of preparation, the trio began their journey to the mission site. Along the way, Hinata listened intently to Kakashi Shikaku's descriptions of the task at hand. According to Kakashi's account, this mission involved a cooperative operation with the Anbu against certain bandits that had severely threatened the safety of passing merchant caravans, a situation the Anbu addressed annually. Collaborating with the Anbu clearly indicated that the Hokage had acknowledged their capabilities. As he walked beside the silver-haired man, Hinata suddenly recalled that Kakashi Shikaku had once served as the head of the Anbu. Was there perhaps a deeper reason for this collaboration? After traveling for some time, Shikaku's team finally arrived at the specified location described in the mission. Kakashi made a gesture, signaling the others to halt, while he scanned the surroundings. Noticing a concealed mark on a tree trunk, it was a special mark from the Anbu, decipherable only by fellow Anbu members. Following the markings, Kakashi led the group to a hidden outpost, so discreetly positioned that it would be nearly impossible to detect without meticulous observation. Suddenly, a ninja wearing a blue animal mask appeared before them with a whoosh. Anbu code blue. Anbu code white Fang. Captain, you have finally arrived. The Anbu exclaimed with evident delight. Captain? Hinata looked at them in disbelief. Was Kakashi Shikaku truly the captain of this Anbu team? Chapter 31. All-Seeing Strikes. What is the situation? Kakashi inquired solemnly. Hinata felt a peculiar sensation upon making contact with this Anbu. The warm demeanor that typically adorned Kakashi's face vanished, replaced by an air of coldness and unfamiliarity. The Anbu pondered for a moment. It remains unclear. This group of bandits is quite cunning, and completely eradicating them without raising alarms presents a significant challenge. Kakashi nodded. Just then, the sound of whooshing filled the air as two more Anbu, also donning animal masks, appeared, one with a crimson pattern and the other in white. Captain, you have finally arrived. They exclaimed in unison. You all, I am no longer your captain, Kakashi replied with a wry smile, feeling a flicker of warmth within. A captain is forever a captain. That cannot be changed. In their exchange, Hinata learned that these three Anbu had once formed Kakashi Shikaku's direct squad, codenamed Blue, Red, and White. However, following a certain incident, Kakashi had withdrawn from the Anbu, leading them to part ways. So these are the captain's current students? They appear quite spirited, remarked the one in the blue-patterned mask, casting an appraising glance at Hinata and his companions. Indeed, anyone who can be a student of the captain must possess exceptional talent, chimed in Red with a smile. One is the captain's son, another is a Hyuga, and the last is an Uchiha. The lineup of Shikaku's squad is truly impressive. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Incidentally, they are here to assist you on this mission. At this revelation, the three Anbu were momentarily taken aback, their eyes betraying a hint of surprise outside their masks. Captain, you must be mistaken. This operation carries significant danger. They are merely children. It was not that Blue, Red, and White looked down upon Hinata and his companions. Rather, considering their ages, they had likely only recently graduated and now wished to partake in such high-stakes operations, an ambition that seemed a fanciful dream. Kakashi understood their perspective and smiled lightly. Turning to Hinata, he is from the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan's reconnaissance abilities can provide substantial assistance. Is that so? Blue regarded Hinata with suspicion. What is the range of your Byakugan's observation? Hinata pondered for a moment, replying, approximately 2 kilometers. Gasp. The three Anbu gasped in unison, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Generally, only elite jonin from the Hyuga clan possessed a Byakugan observation range of 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers was already beyond the capability of many chunin. Exchanging glances, they considered that if Hinata was not exaggerating, his Byakugan would indeed be of considerable aid in this mission. Maintaining his composure, Hinata acknowledged the 2-kilometer range, but he held back the fact that his heavenly eye surpassed that distance. With the confirmation of Hinata's role, the expressions of Blue, Red, and White softened considerably. After a brief period of preparation, they were ready to commence the mission. At the border of the Land of Fire's forest, several masked Anbu crouched silently upon the thick branches of a great tree. What is the status? Have you found any traces of the mission target? Blue asked gravely, turning to Hinata-yu. At this moment, Hinata-yu had activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging like worms as he concentrated intently on the information before him. There are a total of 6 bandits. Based on their chakra levels, there are 4 Chunin and 2 Jinin. The 3 Anbu exchanged glances, their eyes alight with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, it appears that this mission will be significantly easier. The reason they have been unable to completely eradicate these bandits is their cunning nature. At the slightest sign of trouble, they flee faster than a rat. After a period, they will return, making it impossible to deliver a decisive blow to their ranks. However, the situation has changed. With Hinata-yu's real-time reconnaissance, they can now conduct targeted strikes and thoroughly eliminate the nearby brigands. At 3 o'clock, 2 individuals are on patrol, while 3 others in the camp are resting. One seems to be in urgent need of relief, hastily retreating behind a large tree. Hinata-yu quietly reports the position. Whoosh! The 3 members of the Anbu vanish simultaneously from the branches. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierces the air, followed by the sound of a brief, intense battle. The bandit who sought relief at the rear of the camp is slain before he can even pull up his trousers. Hinata-yu watches the scene, his face alight with excitement. The bandits must be eradicated. It is imperative. Just imagine, enjoying a hot pot and singing, only to be robbed by bandits. Who can one turn to for justice? After sweeping through this bandit camp, the 3 Anbu appear beside Hinata-yu, their eyes glimmering with surprise. Excellent. Let us proceed to the next location. Approximately 10 minutes later, near another bandit camp. At 2 o'clock, a bandit is on patrol, while 2 others at 4 o'clock are playing cards. 7 o'clock. Once again, screams mixed with the sounds of flesh tearing resonate through the air. Damn! Where did they come from? Thud! Behind Hinata-yu, Uchiha ran and Kakashi gazed at his silhouette with admiration. He is extraordinary. Is this the strategic value of the Byakugan? Uchiha ran bites her lip, a mix of unwillingness and envy surging within her. Her inherently competitive spirit, already challenged by repeated setbacks while teaming up with Hinata-yu and Kakashi, is now further flared by Hinata-yu's display of the Byakugan. It is clear, after this mission, she must find a way to awaken her Sharingan. Once she possesses it, she will surely surpass Hinata-yu. Hinata-yu remains oblivious to Uchiha Ran's envy and jealousy, his focus entirely on surveying the camp, not through the Byakugan, but through the heavenly eye. Accustomed to the vivid, omniscient perspective of the heavenly eye, the muted gray of the Byakugan feels like an antiquated, snowy television screen, its intensity utterly incomparable. He suddenly understands the exhilarating sensation of having a complete map in a video game, where he is responsible for reconnaissance while his teammates wreak havoc. Who could withstand such a thrill? At this moment, the Anbu have slain the last bandit, and after securing the battlefield, they join Hinata-yu, their excitement palpable. To the next target. Half an hour later, another gut-wrenching scream echoes. On that day, the bandits of the Land of Fire were reminded of the terror instilled by the omniscient specter. Chapter 32. I am a celestial sword. With spirit. What a delightful experience. Indeed, after executing numerous missions, this is the first time it has been so exhilarating. In the evening, several Anbu gather around a campfire, roasting the game they have caught. Their laughter filled with camaraderie and joy. This mission is truly thanks to young Hinata-yu. I finally understand why the captain took you as an apprentice. The red-masked Akatsuki, smiling, looks at Hinata-yu. They have all heard of Kakashi Hatake taking a member of the Hyuga branch as his disciple, and their initial confusion has transformed into understanding. With Hinata-yu's talent, his future achievements will undoubtedly be limitless. Kakashi Hatake smiles and addresses the 3, stating that after this mission, it is time for them to undertake tasks independently. Undertake tasks independently? Hinata-yu and the others stare at him in astonishment. Indeed, Kakashi nods. Your abilities are formidable. Remaining under my wing will not allow you to truly grow. The 3 fall silent. Kakashi's words ring true. With him leading, their safety is assured. However, the crux is that they will not experience significant growth. The fledgling must ultimately learn to soar, and they must break free from Kakashi's protection to truly develop. Amidst their banter, the night passes swiftly. Following a day of comprehensive reconnaissance and strikes, few bandits remain along the borders of the Land of Fire. The remnants are mostly scattered and disorganized, prompting the Anbu to choose to act independently for maximum efficiency. This ignites a thrill in Hinata-yu. Although yesterday's reconnaissance was exhilarating, It pales in comparison to the opportunity to take action himself. He vaguely recalls encountering several small bandit groups on the road to elimination yesterday. These would serve perfectly for him to hone his skills. Hinata activates his heavenly eye and advances toward the bandit's location. Behold, this unfortunate bandit merely stepped out for a moment and has now caught the attention of the Byakugan wielder perched in the trees. A flash of cold light darts by, and a sharp sword flies through the air, effortlessly slicing through the man's throat. The man, incredulous, tries to catch a glimpse of Hinata's face. But Hinata denies him the chance, delivering another swift strike. The startled comrades behind him shout in alarm, and a smirk curls at Hinata's lips as the levitating sword shifts direction, soaring towards the remaining bandits. In an instant, screams fill the air. What sorcery is this? Magnetic release? In mere breaths, several bandits fall to Hinata's blade. After swiftly clearing the battlefield, he darts toward another bandit position revealed by his heavenly eye. Moments later, more screams pierce the forest, accompanied by the clang of metal and the sickening sounds of flesh being rent. Hinata seizes the opportunity, his finger slicing through the air. The frost sword transforms into a gleaming shard of ice. This single strike pierces the first bandit's throat, then cleaves through the second bandit's abdomen, ultimately embedding itself into the third bandit's arm. A triple strike. With the refinement of his true fire, the chakra within Hinata has been distilled, allowing him to wield the sword technique with even greater finesse. The frost sword, initially an ordinary blade selected from the ninja tools shop, now possesses an ethereal quality under the influence of his sword technique, far beyond the capabilities of these mere bandits. The sword technique comprises both tangible and intangible blades, and while Hinata currently manipulates the tangible blade, the intangible blade would unleash a torrent of sword energy with a mere flick of his finger, killing without a trace. However, such an exertion is excessively taxing. Should Hinata insist on using it now, he would find himself utterly drained in no time. In the future, as his strength grows, the intangible blade will become his primary means of offense. Hinata even begins to envision a time when he stands upon a celestial sword amidst the heavens, commanding a multitude of flying swords to descend in a grand, sweeping wave. Now, that would be the essence of a true sword immortal. With a sense of ambition, just as he indulges in these lofty thoughts, only one bandit remains, desperately clinging to life. This bandit, bald and clad in tattered clothing that vaguely resembles temple garb, bears numerous wounds from Hinata's sword technique. Are monks now trending as bandits? Hinata muses aloud. The ninja world does indeed have temples. The nearby fire temple boasts extraordinary strength, with its techniques rivaling the legendary Thousand Hands. Upon reflection, it seems that many elements in the ninja world relate to Buddhism. For instance, the signature move of Hashirama Senju is reminiscent of the thousand-handed guanin, and the signature technique known as the head pat also resembles a Buddhist figure. Hinata scrutinizes the resisting monk, noting that he appears to have cultivated a certain body-refining secret technique, granting him considerably greater physical strength than an ordinary ninja, allowing him to withstand several strikes from the frost sword without significant injury. Growing impatient, Hinata increases the flow of chakra. The monk's expression changed dramatically, and peril surged around him. Despite his extraordinary physique, he could not withstand such a relentless series of assaults. Finally, with a careless dodge, he was pierced through the chest by a longsword. His face contorted with unwillingness as he gazed at Hinata. Cough, cough, what weapon is this? Hinata replied nonchalantly. This is a celestial sword, imbued with spirit. Celestial sword? The monk's eyes were still filled with doubt and confusion as his life force rapidly ebbed away, and he fell to the ground, questions lingering in his mind. Hinata surveyed his surroundings and began to tidy up the battlefield. Approaching the last monk he had slain, he felt around and his fingertips brushed against a hard object on the monk's chest. Upon extraction, it appeared to be a tightly wrapped scroll. Hinata carefully unwrapped it layer by layer. The cover bore a few small words. Glazed body. It seemed to be some secret technique for tempering the flesh. No wonder he could withstand so many of my attacks with mere physicality. A slight frown creased Hinata's brow. Secret techniques for bodily refinement were rare in the ninja world. The most renowned was the lightning release chakra mode of the lightning village, which utilized lightning attribute chakra to temper and activate the body. The third Raikage had transformed his physique into an impregnable shield through this method. Judging by the monk's attire and the name of the technique, Hinata, you speculated it could be a secret of the Fire Temple. If only there were a soul-searching technique. He could extract information related to the secret technique while the monk's spirit was still intact. Hinata, you sighed. Currently, he possessed not a single soul-related ability. So how could he possibly utilize such a technique? After a moment of hesitation, he tucked the scroll into his own chest. Chapter 33, Pure Fire Glazed Body. Little brother. This mission was all thanks to you. Indeed, without your Byakugan, we would have no idea how long it would take to eliminate those bandits. At the entrance of Konoha village, the masked members of the Anbu, Ching, Chi, and Bai expressed their gratitude toward Hinata you with faint smiles. This mission had been completed with remarkable efficiency. What was initially planned to take half a month was swiftly concluded in just a few days due to Hinata yu's reconnaissance assistance. I am very pleased to lend my strength to you. Hinata you responded with a smile. Ching turned to the nearby Kakashi Hatake and said, Captain, we will report to the Hokage first. When you have time, let us gather privately. Kakashi nodded with a smile. With a whoosh, the three Anbu members simultaneously utilized the body flicker technique and vanished. After they departed, Kakashi kindly looked at Hinata you and his companions. You all worked hard on this mission. Make sure to rest well. After redeeming the rewards for the mission, Hinata you returned home and took out the scroll he had obtained from the monk. The fact that his sword techniques had repeatedly failed to breach the monk's defenses indicated that this bodily refinement technique was indeed formidable. A fissure opened on his forehead, and his celestial eye activated. Hinata you began to comprehend the scroll in his hand. One must admit, the ninja world is a peculiar realm. It is home to the Sage of Six Paths, the three great holy lands, the Fire Temple, the Thousand Hands of True Techniques, and the God of Death sealed by the Corpse Demon, all entwined in a bizarre tapestry of the supernatural. However, perhaps this is the allure of the ninja world. Before his reincarnation, Hinata you had been utterly captivated by the world of Naruto, binge-watching over 700 episodes. As for Boruto, can that be considered Naruto? Hinata you refocused his thoughts and immersed himself in the comprehension of the bodily refinement technique. From the cultivation method described, it was evident that this technique refined not only the flesh but also the internal organs, resulting in a body as solid as rock when fully mastered. Eventually, he felt that familiar sensation return to his mind. How itchy. This feeling brought Hinata you joy, prompting him to plunge his consciousness into the space of the divine tree. There, he noticed a new emerald leaf sprouting from the branches, nestled beside the fiery fruit of the Samadhi True Fire. Hinata you leaned in closer, his eyes widening in astonishment. On the green leaf appeared 5 small words: Pure Fire Glazed Body. To cultivate this technique, one must seek a life fire seed, refining the body to be pure and immaculate, as clear as glazed glass. Hinata you inhaled deeply, still reeling from shock. No wonder this leaf grew beside the fruit of Samadhi True Fire. It was evidently a technique for bodily refinement that accompanied the fire. Clearly, from the description of the Pure Fire Glazed Body, the required life fire seed was indeed the Samadhi True Fire. The Samadhi True Fire inherently possesses the ability to refine the body. As the fire seed condensed, Hinata yu's internal organs were continuously tempered, significantly enhancing their strength. However, lacking a corresponding bodily refinement technique, he could not fully harness the effects of the Samadhi True Fire seed, allowing it to refine him at its own pace. Now that he had acquired the cultivation method for the Pure Fire Glazed Body, it was indeed an unexpected delight. Hinata you meticulously studied the cultivation method of the Pure Fire Glazed Body, and with each passing moment, his excitement deepened. From the records on this leaf, it was clear that the grade of the Pure Fire Glazed Body was undoubtedly high. If cultivated to perfection, one's body would be as pure as glass, devoid of impurities, and possess a natural affinity for fire attributes. Taking a deep breath, Hinata you quelled his excitement, focused his mind, and began to cultivate the Pure Fire Glazed Body. According to the small tree's records, the key to mastering the Pure Fire Glazed Body lies in refining the life fire seed. The higher the quality of the fire seed, the more effective the bodily refinement will be, and the stronger the physique attained. The first step in cultivation is to liberate the life fire seed, allowing it to gradually ignite and cleanse the body of impurities. This step is exceedingly perilous. If not careful, the life fire seed may transform into a rampaging internal fire, incinerating the cultivator's body from within. Sweat began to bead on Hinata yu's forehead as he clenched his teeth. The empty room was steeped in silence. with only the faint sounds of his occasional groans breaking the stillness. Cleansing the impurities sounds simple, yet the process is excruciating. The burning pain from his organs to his muscles felt as though his body were being gnawed from the inside by insects, with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his seated cushion. After an indeterminate amount of time, a glimmer of joy appeared on Hinata-yu's face. He was nearing success. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. The fire seed within him surged like a wild beast, raging through his internal organs. The intense pain caused Hinata-yu to cry out, his eyes wide with bloodshot veins. "No, I'm losing control." Hinata-yu gritted his teeth, desperately trying to stabilize the rampaging internal fire. Yet, the searing flames seemed to invade his brain, clouding his consciousness, gnawing at his flesh like a swarm of ants. At the critical moment, a fissure opened on his forehead. Celestial Eye activate. Instantly, a cooling sensation akin to mint oil began to spread down from his forehead. The wildly rampaging internal fire dissipated as if it had encountered a cat, scattering in all directions. Hinata-yu dared not be careless. He focused his mind to stabilize the fire seed. Finally, after a few breaths, the rampaging fire seed returned to its original state. Hinata-yu opened his eyes, still shaken, and let out a deep sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly succumbed to madness. The earlier scene of the internal fire rampaging was a clear precursor to losing control. Had he not activated the Celestial Eye in time to stabilize the fire seed, he would likely have been reduced to ashes from within. It seems I must exercise utmost caution when cultivating new techniques in the future. A lingering sense of dread filled Hinata-yu's eyes. The reason he lost control over the fire seed was due to his impatience in cultivation. Having refined his innate fire seed for less than half a month, his grasp of it remained quite immature. Had he taken a few months to stabilize before continuing his training, such an incident would surely have been averted. Nonetheless, the recent outburst of the fire seed was not entirely without its benefits. Hyuga raised his hand under the light, and to his surprise, his fingertips appeared almost translucent in the illumination. It seems I have turned misfortune into fortune. The violent eruption of the fire seed has actually accelerated my body-tempering progress significantly. Hyuga chuckled to himself with self-deprecation. That tempestuous fire seed had elevated his body-tempering progress by at least half a month. The pure fire-glazed body had thus achieved a modest success. Chapter 34. The Longing of Uchiha Lanyu. Is it here? In the small grove? Uchiha Lan's face bore an unusual flush as she bashfully gazed at Hyuga across from her. If not here, where do you want to be? Hurry up. Don't waste my time. Hyuga shot her a glare. Isn't this inappropriate? What if someone else sees us? Uchiha Lan fidgeted, lowering her head, given her typically proud nature. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would likely be utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Stop dawdling. Let's have a match already. Hyuga rolled his eyes at her. Uchiha Lan was momentarily taken aback. Hurry up. I've recently learned a new ninjutsu, and was hoping to test my strength against someone. Hyuga expressed his impatience. After achieving a small success with the pure fire-glazed body, he was eager to assess his strength. A hint of annoyance flickered across Uchiha Lan's face as she bit her teeth together. Are you telling me you urgently called me to the grove just to have a spar? What else? Hyuga stared at her in astonishment. I've already taken off my pants, and you say this to me? Uchiha Lan clenched her teeth. This is your own doing. As she leapt back, she swiftly tossed several kunai in his direction. Hyuga's gaze sharpened as he quickly raised his hand to deflect the kunai. With the sound of crisp metal clashing, he managed to block all of Uchiha Lan's projectiles. However, in that fleeting moment, Uchiha Lan had already formed the necessary hand seals, her chakra surging up her throat. And she unleashed, fire style, great fireball technique. The blazing orange fireball surged forth, hurtling towards Hyuga's position. The fireball struck the ground before him, exploding and sending flames devouring outward. Seizing the opportunity while Hyuga was engulfed in flames, Uchiha Lan immediately began forming seals again, but the next instant, amidst the erupting fire, a figure burst forth. Uchiha Lan's pupils constricted, and her movements faltered. Hyuga, gripping his ninja blade frost, swung down toward Uchiha Lan. In a flash, she had to abandon her half-formed seals and hastily dodge to evade his attack. Yet, with a twist of his wrist, Hyuga's descending sword traced a cunning arc, continuing its assault toward Uchiha Lan. Realizing she could not evade, Uchiha Lan hastily drew a kunai to defend herself. The strange force transmitted from the sword causing her arm to tingle. I cannot engage him in close combat. Uchiha Lan quickly decided. Hyuga Yu's swordsmanship was too intricate. Every strike targeted her vital points, and the peculiar force from the blade left her arms numb, nearly causing her to lose grip on the kunai. As she rapidly retreated, Uchiha Lan unleashed a flurry of kunai. Although her throwing technique could not match Hyuga Yu's, it was sufficient to slow his onslaught. Amidst the sparks flying, Hyuga Yu parried all the kunai, but Uchiha Lan seized this chance to widen the distance between them, gasping for air. Hyuga Yu surveyed the battlefield, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. I thought you wouldn't retreat until I knocked you down? Isn't that because your defense is too formidable? Uchiha Lan retorted. I am curious. How did you emerge from the great fireball? She stared at Hyuga Yu, puzzled. The initial fireball was meant to thwart Hyuga Yu's counterattack, while she quickly formed seals to unleash a decisive ninjutsu. She had never anticipated that he would burst through the flames. Perhaps my defense is simply too robust? Hyuga Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Heh. Uchiha Lan rolled her eyes dismissively. You should be recovered enough to continue, right? Hyuga Yu chuckled lightly and charged toward Uchiha Lan once more. Uchiha Lan seemed prepared, as she quickly retrieved several small balls from her waist and tossed them at Hyuga Yu's feet. Bang! With a muffled sound, dense smoke billowed from the ground. Hyuga Yu activated his Byakugan, calmly scanning his surroundings through the haze. You know this won't work on me. The surrounding forest fell silent, as if Uchiha Lan had not heard his voice. Hyuga Yu then ceased speaking, quietly locking onto Uchiha Lan's figure within the mist. The next moment, a series of blazing fire meteors arced out from the thick fog, hurtling towards Hyuga Yu. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Lan's cold voice resonated from the other side of the fog. Phoenix fire technique. A smirk tugged at Hyuga Yu's lips. This was a B-rank fire ninjutsu. It seemed Uchiha Lan had not been idle of late, wielding it with such proficiency. 10 shuriken, enveloped in flames, traced intricate arcs, completely sealing off any escape routes for Hyuga Yu. Hidden behind a tree, Uchiha Lan wore a victorious smile. With so many unpredictable trajectories of Phoenix fire, even with Hyuga Yu's exceptional swordsmanship, he could not possibly block them all. Looks like I've won. But the next moment, her smile froze. Hyuga Yu had assumed a peculiar stance, his body spinning like a top, forming a blue hemisphere. The sword in his hand also spun rapidly, creating sharp arcs along the surface of the blue sphere. Heavenly returned sword dance. The 4 flaming shuriken were effortlessly deflected in an instant. Ding! One shuriken embedded itself into the tree trunk beside Uchiha Lan with a sharp metallic clang. Uchiha Lan stared at the scene, her mouth slightly agape. Had someone placed something bizarre in her mouth at that moment, she would not have noticed. Aren't you from the branch family? How? After a long pause, she muttered in a daze. I am a genius. Is it not normal for a genius to develop techniques never before heard of? Hyuga Yu shot her a sideways glance. This was his persona. He could not afford to lose it, lest he struggle to explain the myriad of divine abilities he would unleash in the future. Uchiha Lan was left speechless, wishing to retort, but recalling how decisively she had lost, she found herself unable to speak. Hyuga Yu approached her, retrieving the shuriken lodged in the tree. The shuriken, still retaining heat from the fire, had scorched the bark black and caused smoke to rise. Yet, Hyuga Yu handled it as if it were nothing, as if the weapon bore no warmth. Truly, the pure fire-glazed body enhances my resistance to flames. Hyuga Yu mused inwardly. His earlier ability to pass through the flames of the great fireball was also a testament to the remarkable resistance provided by the pure fire-glazed body. As long as he was not struck directly, flames posed little threat to him. I say, Lan, do you not sense any changes in me? Hyuga Yu winked at Uchiha Lan. She glanced at him and pondered. You've become more insufferable. Hyuga Yu's forehead twitched with a few black lines. Could you not take this lightly? Uchiha Lan scrutinized Hinata Yu, tilting her head slightly. Upon closer inspection, it seems you have indeed undergone some changes. What changes? You've become paler. Paler? Hinata Yu was taken aback. However, after achieving a minor mastery of the pure fire-glazed body, his skin had seemingly lightened a bit. Recalling his days at the Ninja Academy, many boys had called him Little White Face. It appeared that this nickname would be hard to shake off. Hinata Yu sighed, a look of resignation on his face. Uchiha Lan continued to appraise him, her eyes reflecting an unusual hue. Earlier, she had only shared part of her thoughts. Somehow, she felt an inexplicable allure towards Hinata Yu. This attraction was not of a romantic nature but rather physical. igniting a desire within her to explore Hinata's physique. Of course, she remained unaware that this was due to the influence of the pure fire-glazed body. The Uchiha clan naturally possessed a strong affinity for fire release, with its members being adept users of it, and the transformation brought about by the pure fire-glazed body instinctively triggered her desire to be drawn to him. Chapter 35. My roots take a liking to you, Susano'o. Konoha needs you. The village needs you. Return to the Anbu. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed earnestly at the man across from him, Hitaki Susano'o. Ever since the public incident, Susano'o had distanced himself from the Anbu and refrained from involving himself in the upper echelons of Konoha. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for Susano'o's team to cooperate with the Anbu, hoping that the bond of camaraderie from the past would rekindle his spirit. Third Hokage. I have already made up my mind. I will no longer involve myself in village affairs. Hitaki Susano'o looked at him calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his expression faltering slightly. Susano'o, you know well that the village is not in a favorable position, beset by both external and internal strife. The second great ninja war has long passed, and the major ninja villages have been recuperating for years. Now they can hardly contain their ambitions. It is only a matter of who can hold out longer. Susano'o, you need to understand the village's plight. Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered a heartfelt speech, which would surely have moved other ninjas in the village to tears had they witnessed it. However, Hitaki Susano'o merely sighed. Third Hokage, I understand your sentiments, but I truly do not wish to interfere with village matters any longer. My sole aspiration now is to guide my students well. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened slightly. Yet, he quickly composed himself, donning a smile that exuded trust and warmth to the villagers. Susano'o, I comprehend your perspective, and I believe that one day you will also appreciate my concerns. Hitaki Susano'o departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grim. Not long after, a knock echoed in the Hokage's office. Danzo, leaning on his cane, entered with a grave demeanor. Hiruzen, has Susano'o changed his mind? No. If you ask me, we should incorporate that branch of the Hyuga clan into root. My organization is in dire need of such talent. Danzo, set aside your schemes. Susano'o's disillusionment with the village stems from your machinations, doesn't it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flared with anger as he stared at Danzo. Danzo smirked, seemingly indifferent. Hiruzen, don't forget that you tacitly consented to that initial plan. If it weren't for your acquiescence, my manipulation of public opinion would not have gone so smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. That incident was originally intended to tarnish Hitaki Susano'o's political career, thereby eliminating his chances of succeeding the Hokage. However, unexpectedly, Susano'o withdrew from all village affairs and devoted himself entirely to his students. The White Fang of Konoha, the strongest swordsman in the ninja world. Any title associated with Hitaki Susano'o was enough to reverberate throughout the ninja realm. The fact that such a formidable ninja chose to retreat was a source of deep regret for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, he would never know that without Hinata's intervention, according to the original timeline, Hitaki Susano'o would already have been a memory, his grave overgrown with grass. The loss of the White Fang would soon lead Konoha to face assaults from various ninja villages, teetering on the brink of collapse. Danzo coldly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Hiruzen, leave this matter to me. Once the Hyuga brat enters root, Susano'o will naturally redirect his focus back to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Danzo. Danzo, do not forget that I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, I have heard that phrase so many times it has worn out my ears. Danzo chuckled disdainfully, casting a condescending glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are growing old, lacking the resolve to see through the obvious. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, what does he need the most? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Freedom. Danzo laughed heartily. What Susano'o can offer him, my root can provide equally. What Susano'o cannot offer him, my root can also provide. Hiruzen, do you think he will choose otherwise? Danzo's gaze turned cold. No one can resist the allure of freedom, especially not a talent like him. Danzo turned and left, the sound of his cane striking the floor echoing ominously. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo's retreating figure, his expression contemplative. Hinata you strolled through the village streets, yet his mind lingered on the recent battle with Uchiha. After refining the SAMADHI fire and achieving a minor mastery of the pure fire-glazed body, Hinata was eager to ascertain his current true strength. In his confrontation with Uchiha, He had likely only utilized 50% of his abilities, roughly estimating he should now be approaching the level of a jonin. Hinata pondered. Compared to a jonin, he merely lacked experience and chakra. With time, even an average jonin would no longer pose a challenge for him. Too slow. Hinata sighed. The memory of the third great ninja war looming ever closer, and the caged bird on his forehead incessantly spurring him on. He had to become stronger. Suddenly, Hinata seemed to discover something, halting his steps. Come out. Thud. Thud. The muffled sound of footsteps drew nearer from the shadows of the alley. Danzo emerged. Leaning on his cane, half of his face shrouded in darkness, his single eye wrapped in bandages revealing a hint of appreciation. Not bad. You actually sense my arrival. I wonder what Lord Danzo seeks from me. Hinata asked, his expression wary. Danzo was a cunning old fox. Without knowing the other's intentions, he had to be prepared for anything. I am here to recruit you, Hinata. My root is in need of talents like you, Danzo stated calmly. Hinata was momentarily taken aback. Did Danzo not know the notorious reputation of Root? How could he want him to join? As if sensing Hinata's astonishment, a smile flickered in Danzo's eyes. I know what you desire most. The caged bird on your forehead. I have ways to suppress it. If only you join Root. Rest assured, I will negotiate with the main house. What do you say? Quite tempting, isn't it? Danzo's cold gaze fixed on Hinata, as if he already considered him a prize in his grasp. It certainly sounds enticing, however, I must decline. Hinata rolled his eyes. Danzo's expression froze. The carefully prepared words caught in his throat. Why? Is my offer not tempting enough? Lord Danzo, do you think Tsukumo-sensei is aware of your direct approach to recruit me? Hinata inquired. Danzo fell silent. He personally came to coerce Hinata into joining Root, using the caged bird as leverage. Should Hitaki Tsukumo question him later, he could claim that Hinata had volunteered. But to his surprise, Hinata had outright rejected him? Did he not wish to lift the caged bird's curse at all? Hinata sneered inwardly. Join Root for freedom? What a joke. The roots of the tongue's calamity are far more insidious than the caged bird. The latter is merely subject to the whims of the clan, while the former faces instantaneous demise upon the slightest revelation of detrimental intelligence to Danzo. Even if we were to hypothetically consider that Danzo had not branded him with the curse of the tongue, how could he possibly trust that Danzo would genuinely restrain the caged bird? Hinata would never commit the folly of entrusting his life to another. Lord Danzo, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. I will not be joining the Roots. Hinata's tone grew resolute. Should you insist, I will have no choice but to report to Master Shikomo. He used the term master, not teacher. The subtle distinction carries immense weight. It is widely known that Hitaki Shikomo has taken Hinata as his disciple. The mere mention of White Fang would certainly warrant Danzo's careful consideration. Since you have made your decision, then do take care of yourself. Danzo cast a lingering gaze at Hinata before slowly retreating into the shadows of the alley, the dull thud of his cane echoing as he departed. Once the chilling presence of Danzo's chakra dissipated, Hinata exhaled a long sigh of relief. Chapter 36. Bandits must be eradicated. There is no alternative. What task shall we select? In the task management office, Uchiha Ran inquired of Hinata. Hold on. Let me take a look. Hinata stroked his chin thoughtfully as he meticulously perused the mission catalog presented by Noera. The array of tasks in Konoha is vast, encompassing escort, reconnaissance, assassination, and bandit extermination, each with varied rewards. Traditionally, selecting tasks fell to Hitaki Shikomo, but after the last mission, he delegated authority to allow the team to undertake their own missions for better training. Thus, the responsibility of task selection now rested upon their shoulders. Kakashi glanced over the mission catalog, remaining silent. Among the three of them, if one were to be appointed as the leader, it would undoubtedly be Hinata. In terms of strength, both Kakashi and Uchiha Ran had been subdued by Hinata. Just yesterday, Uchiha Ran had endured a thorough thrashing at his hands in the grove. While Hinata may not have exhibited exceptional leadership qualities, his Byakugan and Tensigan granted him unparalleled advantages in reconnaissance and decision-making. Kakashi and Uchiha Ran were well aware of this, tacitly accepting Hinata as their leader. After a period of deliberation, a smile crept across Hinata's lips as he pointed to a particular task in the catalog. This one. Task details. Eliminate the bandits in the southern region of the Land of Fire. Task rank. B. Task requirements. None. Kakashi and Uchiha Ran exchanged glances. Bandit extermination was a task they were intimately familiar with. Their previous mission had involved collaborating with an Anbu team to eliminate thieves, effectively clearing out the bandit presence in the eastern part of the Land of Fire near the Land of Grass. The south, however, was akin to an uncharted territory, beckoning their exploration. The rewards for this mission were substantial, especially given Hinata-Yu's expansive field of vision. I have no objections. Your decision is my decision, you. Both Kakashi and Uchiha Ran expressed their agreement. Then it is settled. Hinata-Yu cheerfully picked up the corresponding scroll for the task. Bandits must be eradicated. It was non-negotiable. As for the requirement for a Chunin or Jonin to lead a B-rank task, he merely needed to assert that it was Hitaki Shikumo who authorized him to undertake it. Their team, under Shikumo's name, was quite renowned in Konoha. After several days of travel, the trio finally arrived at the southern region of the Land of Fire, as described in the mission. Standing on a branch, they gazed into the distance, where the blue horizon melded seamlessly with the sea. The humid air was tinged with a faint, briny scent. Is this the smell of the sea? Hinata-Yu murmured, momentarily lost in thought as he beheld the distant water. What? The smell of the sea? Uchiha Ran looked at Hinata-Yu with a puzzled expression, bemused by his odd comment. Hinata-Yu shook his head, bringing himself back to the present, having lived as a typical office worker in the inland. He had never seen the ocean in his past life. Now, witnessing it firsthand left him momentarily dazed. Let us prepare to eliminate the surrounding bandits. Yes. Kakashi and Uchiha Ran popped a few soldier pills into their mouths and closed their eyes, restoring the stamina expended during their journey. Approximately 10 minutes later, they opened their eyes. Hinata-Yu held a map, focusing on a marked location, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Are you ready? Let us give these bandits a real show. In a damp cave, several bandits huddled around a fire, warming their hands over the flames. Achoo! One of the bandits sneezed and rubbed his nose. Damn it! How much longer must we endure this miserable existence? It's cold and wet here, and we haven't had a haul in over half a month. Come on, less complaining. Let us go out and take a look. Maybe a merchant caravan will pass by, one bandit suggested, his eyes narrowing with a gleam of thought. Perhaps there will be a few beauties among them to entertain the brothers. The other bandits nodded in agreement, seemingly lost in fantasies of their exploits. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the cave entrance. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A searing orange fireball shot into the cave, crashing into the campfire where the bandits were gathered. Enemy attack. One bandit roared, eyes bulging in shock. Boom. The great fireball detonated upon impact, unleashing a vast conflagration that engulfed most of the cave. Two bandits, caught off guard, were consumed by the flames, writhing in agony on the ground. Uchiha Ran observed the scene with cold indifference. She had overheard their earlier conversation and bore no sympathy for these cold-hearted ruffians. Before the bandits could react, several grayish-black smoke bombs were tossed into the cave, and with muffled explosions, dense white fog swiftly enveloped the remaining bandits. Cough, cough. What is happening? Damn it. The bandits were thrown into chaos, coughing incessantly as the smoke irritated their eyes. After discovering the utility of smoke bombs on their first mission, Hinata-Yu had modified his smoke bombs by adding chili oil to the mixture. Whoosh. A sharp sound sliced through the air as a white flash darted into the thick fog. In an instant, a bandit fell, a clean hole pierced through his throat. The blade then redirected toward the other surrounding bandits. In moments, the cave was filled with shrill screams of despair. The Frostblade, under Hinata-Yu's command, danced like a nimble bird, effortlessly dispatching the lives of the bandits. Even those who struggled to fight back found themselves powerless, caught in the debilitating effects of the chili oil-infused smoke bombs and Uchiha Ran's fire techniques, rendering them mere lambs awaiting slaughter. After a brief interval, the cave fell silent once more. Hinata-Yu stood at the entrance, beckoning with a finger. The bloodied frost blade floated gracefully to his side, quivering slightly as it shook off the remnants of blood before sheathing itself behind his back. Kakashi watched this spectacle with a mix of envy and admiration. Though both were disciples of Shikumo, Hinata-Yu's swordsmanship was astonishingly exquisite. In contrast, Kakashi's own sword techniques appeared rather mundane, each attack merely a series of cuts lacking in distinction. Throughout this bandit extermination, he had only tossed a few smoke bombs, never once getting a chance to engage in battle. After tidying the battlefield, Hinata-Yu exclaimed with excitement, "On to the next location." Chapter 37, A Sudden Turn of Events. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Swordsmanship. Smoke Bomb Throwing Technique. Accompanied by the explosive sound of fire release and the piercing whoosh of flying swords, the entire cavern descended into chaos. A few bandits, caught off guard, were swiftly impaled by the long sword controlled by Hyuga. The remaining bandits stood no chance, and within mere breaths, they were effortlessly annihilated. A look of exhilaration adorned Hyuga's face. This combination of attacks had proven remarkably effective. Uchiha Ran's fire release had thrown their adversaries into disarray, while his all-seeing eye surveyed the battlefield, and the sword technique executed the final blows. The bandits had no possibility of resistance. Kakashi too revealed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. We are an unstoppable trio. After obliterating this bandit stronghold, Hyuga wasted no time and swiftly moved towards the next location. To maximize the advantages of this tactic, he chose bandit hideouts predominantly situated in caves or areas with narrow exits that could be easily blocked. Perched on a branch, Hyuga quietly activated his all-seeing eye. The number of bandits at this stronghold was considerable, and their overall strength was notably greater. Eager to engage, he exchanged glances with Uchiha Ran. Understanding the signal, Uchiha Ran stealthily approached the entrance of the stronghold. In the next instant, a searing fire release erupted, and Kakashi seized the opportunity to toss in several specially designed smoke bombs. With a flick of his fingers, Hyuga unleashed a glimmering cold light into the cavern. The rest was his harvest time. The frost sword, enhanced by the sword technique, darted like a nimble bird through the cavern. Most of the bandits could not withstand the onslaught. Numerous bloodstains appeared on their bodies, and the unfortunate ones were instantly pierced through the throat. Moments later, the cavern lay strewn with corpses, their eyes reflecting disbelief and terror. After consecutively eliminating several bandit strongholds, laughter erupted among the trio. What a thrill! What a delight! Uchiha Ran chuckled joyously, finally comprehending the joy that the previous Anbu team had experienced after their task. The sensation of having the bandits at their mercy and wiping them out entirely was immensely gratifying. Upon returning to the village and recounting the details of this mission to her father, she was certain he too would share in her joy. Kakashi chimed in with a smile, declaring that the mission had gone exceedingly smoothly, or rather, that Hyuga's expertise in bandit eradication had reached an artistic level. Utilizing the advantages of the all-seeing eye, he could easily devise the most advantageous methods for bandit suppression. He eagerly anticipated how Shikomo-sensei would react upon seeing their accomplished task. A glimmer of expectation flickered in Hyuga's eyes. As they made their way back to the village, conversing and laughing, Hyuga's expression grew slightly solemn, cautiously scanning the surrounding forest. What's wrong? Uchiha Ran inquired curiously. Something feels off. Have you noticed how eerily quiet it is around us? Hyuga replied, his brow furrowed, sensing a warmth emanating from the location of his all-seeing eye, as if it were issuing a warning. Holding his breath, he expanded the range of his all-seeing eye to its maximum, meticulously surveying the area. Suddenly, he appeared to have discovered something, his gaze fixated in horror below. Down there. Almost simultaneously with his exclamation, the ground beneath them suddenly caved in, and two figures wielding ninja swords emerged from the muddy earth. After waiting so long, my shoulders are killing me. Did you use a barrier to block my perception? The adversaries had prepared in advance, countering his abilities. Hyuga's mind raced as he caught sight of the weapons on their shoulders, causing his pupils to constrict. Konoha Village. Root Base. A masked member of Root knelt before Danzo, reporting in a hushed tone. Lord Danzo, we have uncovered a spy from the Mist Village within the village. A Mist Village spy? Danzo's brow furrowed. Indeed, the individual has been covertly residing in Konoha for 4 years under the guise of a traveling merchant. Danzo pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering. You say this person has been lurking in Konoha for 4 years without being discovered? Why has their identity suddenly been revealed now? The reporting Root member replied solemnly, because this individual recently took the risk of transmitting information to the Mist Village. Which is how we uncovered this lead. Oh, Danzo's interest piqued. What kind of information would prompt such a long-hidden spy to take such a risk? It is an assassination report. The Root ninja responded mechanically. Who is the target? Danzo pressed. The Root member paused for a moment. The Shikomo team. Danzo's pupils constricted. The Shikomo team? Isn't that the team led by Kakashi Shikomo? All 3 members are rare geniuses from Konoha: Kakashi, Uchiha Ran, and Hyuga. Upon recalling Hyuga, Danzo let out a cold snort. Just days ago, he personally attempted to recruit Hyuga, only to be outright rejected, an event that had greatly displeased him. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he meticulously analyzed the information. Clearly, the talents of Hyuga and his companions had instilled a sense of unease in the other ninja villages. The second great ninja war had long passed, and the friction among the 5 great ninja villages had become increasingly apparent, suggesting that the third great ninja war might not be far off. Should Hyuga and the others grow stronger, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the other villages. This might also explain why the Mist Village spy was willing to risk exposure to relay this information. Should we inform Nikizane? Danzo's gaze flickered uncertainly. No. Kakashi Shikomo is fully focused on Hyuga and his comrades. Should anything happen to them, Kakashi would naturally redirect his attention back to the village. The hatred from losing a child would make him despise the enemy villages even more. A sinister smile crept onto Danzo's face. Wasn't this precisely the outcome he desired? A Kakashi Shikomo driven by vengeance would undoubtedly play a significant role in the forthcoming Third Great Ninja War, delivering devastating blows to the major ninja villages. In comparison, sacrificing a few yet-to-mature geniuses was little consequence. All of this was for the sake of Konoha. The image of Hyuga rejecting him that day surfaced in his mind, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Had you chosen to join Root that day, perhaps the outcome would have been different. A fallen genius held no value whatsoever. He coldly gazed down at the kneeling Root member. Seal the information. Do not let it leak. The Root member was taken aback, looking up at him in confusion. Did you not understand? Danzo repeated icily. Understood. The Root member immediately nodded. Having long been entrenched in darkness, they were accustomed to obeying orders, regardless of the nature of those commands. Danzo settled into a stone chair, half of his face concealed in shadow. Nearby, the anguished screams of the Mist Village spy being interrogated by Root echoed. Chapter 38. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Hyuga's pupils trembled slightly as he gazed at the 2 ninjas emerging from the ground. One had long, dark green hair, blackish-purple lips, and his upper body was wrapped in thick bandages, with 2 ninja swords sheathed at his back. The other had teeth resembling sharp saws. A cross-shaped scar etched across his right cheek, and he bore a massive broad-bladed ninja sword on his shoulder. Inspecting Hyuga and his companions on the branch with a predatory gaze. Raikiri, Kurozai Raya, Danto, Biwa Jizu. You, who are they? Uchiha Rant's voice trembled beside him. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Hyuga murmured gravely. At his words, both Kakashi and Uchiha Rant's pupils widened in shock. The 7 ninja swordsmen, despite their relative inexperience, had certainly heard of their infamous reputation. The strongest assassination organization from the Mist Village, each member wielded a unique and powerful ninja sword. It was said that when the 7 joined forces, they could conquer a small nation overnight. Hyuga felt his heart gripped tightly. For even though only 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had appeared, they were far beyond what he and his companions could currently withstand. The opponent was evidently well prepared, utilizing some form of special barrier to counter his perceptive abilities. His immediate suspicion was that a spy had infiltrated Konoha. Otherwise, how could their movements and intelligence have been so easily leaked? However, this was clearly not the time to investigate the matter. Kakashi, Erasure, scatter, and flee. Hinata commanded decisively. Almost as soon as he spoke, he reached for the ninja tools pouch at his waist and hurled a specially made smoke bomb into the air. Whoosh! Kakashi and Uchiha Erasure immediately dispersed into the forest. Aiming to escape, Pipa Shirzong struggled through the peppery smoke, pursuing Kakashi's position. Hinata darted off in another direction. The 3 of them scattering maximized their chances of evading capture. Hokage glanced at Pipa Shirzong chasing after Kakashi before locking his gaze on Hinata, and with a swift movement, he pursued him. Sensing the chilling presence growing closer behind him, Hinata's expression darkened. In terms of speed, he was no match for Hokage. With his right hand reaching for the tools pouch at his waist, he threw several shuriken in Hokage's direction. Clang! The shuriken collided with the lightning blade in Hokage's hand, sending sparks flying. Quite a force. Hokage sneered. He sensed the strange hidden strength within the shuriken, but at this level, it was far from enough to warrant his concern. Lightning release. Leia. Hokage raised his dual blades, crackling with lightning, and ruthlessly slashed toward Hinata's position. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, an X-shaped arc of lightning surged forth, engulfing the area where Hinata had been. Hokage squinted, scanning the charred trees struck by lightning, and found no trace of Hinata. A hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph. The disciple of White Fang, it seems you possess only this level of skill. Just as his voice fell, a chill suddenly erupted along his spine. Hokage Leia's pupils constricted, and with astonishing reflexes, he twisted his upper body to the right, narrowly avoiding a shuriken that grazed his cheek, drawing a trickle of blood. Hokage Leia looked up in shock at the shadow above him. There stood Hinata, standing atop a flying sword, surveying him from above. Flying ninjutsu? A flicker of astonishment and disbelief crossed Hokage Leia's eyes. He could not comprehend how Hinata had taken flight upon the blade, but there was no doubt that it was a unique form of aerial ninjutsu. Licking the blood that trickled from his cheek to his lips and feeling the sting on the right side of his face, Hokage Leia's shock morphed into palpable excitement. Now this is interesting. Meanwhile, high in the air, Hinata felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had intended to deliver a heavy blow to Hokage Leia while remaining undetected, yet he had clearly underestimated his opponent's reflexes. Though he could soar on his sword, it was not a permanent state. Once he landed, he would inevitably be pursued again. It seemed he could only prepare for a tough battle. With a resigned sigh, Hinata glanced in the direction where Kakashi and Uchiha Erasure had fled, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. What had become of Kakashi and the others? Meanwhile, on the other side, Pipa Shirzong was swiftly closing in on Kakashi. The distance between them was rapidly diminishing, and Pipa Shirzong's eyes gleamed with malice as he beheld the increasingly closer silver-haired figure. Son of White Fang, I shall claim your head. Pipa Shirzong raised his executioner's sword, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Kakashi's head. In the next moment, Kakashi suddenly turned, hurling two black orbs toward Pipa Shirzong's eyes. Crash! Dense white smoke instantly enveloped Pipa Shirzong. Kakashi twisted his abdomen, using the momentum to perform a backflip and land on the ground, gasping for breath. Cough! Cunning little brat. Pipa Shirzong coughed incessantly, his eyes reddening with irritation from the smoke. Kakashi, drawing the ninja's sword from his back, watched Pipa Shirzong warily. His supply of smoke bombs was dwindling, and even if he had plenty left, he could not employ the same trick a second time. I admit I underestimated you, kid, Pipa Shirzong declared, emerging from the smoke with his executioner's sword in hand, his eyes icy and filled with malice. Kakashi focused intently on Pipa Shirzong, gripping his short blade tightly as arcs of lightning flickered around the edge. Pipa Shirzong charged forward, that broad blade descending powerfully toward Kakashi. Kakashi moved as well. In the instant of his sprint, the short blade crackled with lightning as he thrust it forward. Lightning flash. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated between the two blades. A tremendous force surged through Kakashi's arm, sending his body flying uncontrollably. Pipa Shirzong's arm trembled as well, a thumb-sized dent appearing on the edge of his hefty executioner's sword. No wonder you are the son of White Fang. Pipa Shirzong's murderous intent deepened. How old was Kakashi now? 9, 10. To possess such talent at this age, if he were to fully mature, would he not become another White Fang? Kakashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise, his hands gripping the chipped short blade as he stared intently at Pipa Shirzong. His internal organs had sustained minor damage from the previous collision, and now he felt a bone-crushing pain. Yet he knew he could not show any sign of weakness. To do so would invite a relentless onslaught from Pipa Shirzong. In the next moment, Pipa Shirzong lunged. With his legs propelling him like a cannonball, he charged toward Kakashi, the broad blade crashing down with great force. Kakashi could not evade in time and raised his sword to block. Boom! Under the tremendous impact, his body was sent flying backward. His chest felt as if it had been struck by a cannonball, causing Kakashi to spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise again. But Pipa Shirzong would not afford him that opportunity. A glint of ruthlessness sparkled in his eyes as he charged toward the still recovering Kakashi. Despair filled Kakashi's gaze. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. An orange-red fireball surged from deep within the forest, hurtling toward the attacking Pipa Shirzong. Pipa Shirzong furrowed his brow, halting his momentum before leaping to evade the incoming fireball. Are you all right? Uchiha Erasure landed beside Kakashi, his expression grave. I'm not dead, Kakashi replied, standing up while clutching his injured chest and looking at Uchiha Erasure. What brings you here? Uchiha Erasure fixed his gaze on Pipa Shirzong and said, I couldn't leave on my own, so I came back. Let's deal with this guy first. We can't let you be hindered. Kakashi nodded in response, gripping his blade with renewed focus as he stared at Pipa Shirzong. Pipa Shirzong smirked at Uchiha Erasure. I didn't expect you to have the courage to return. How delightful. The assassination order he received had listed Kakashi, the son of White Fang, as the prime target, with the highest reward for his death, followed by Hinata, and lastly Uchiha Erasure. This was why he and Hokage had pursued Kakashi and Hinata, respectively. However, the bounty for Uchiha Erasure was not insignificant either, and Pipa Shirzong felt exhilarated. This was a stroke of luck indeed. I shall collect your heads. He began forming hand seals rapidly and spat out a dense cloud of white mist. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. The thick white mist erupted from his mouth, spreading at an astonishing speed and swiftly engulfing the surrounding forest. Realizing Pipa Shirzong had vanished from their sight, Uchiha Erasure and Kakashi's expressions instantly darkened. Chapter 39. The pressure of White Fang Hinata stood atop the floating frost blade, gravely observing Hokage below. The speed of the Black Hoe Thundertooth is formidable, and his strength should not be underestimated. He can only rely on sword flight to evade. Perched upon a sturdy branch, Black Hoe Thundertooth gazes at Hinata with a cold sneer. Do you think that just because you can fly, I cannot deal with you? Thunderball, he barks. In his hand, the lightning blade, resembling the fangs of a beast, forms an X shape, intertwining arcs of lightning. As a massive ball of electricity erupts from the point of contact, this spherical lightning seems almost alive, curving through the air towards Hinata. Without hesitation, Hinata maneuvers the flying sword beneath him, deftly avoiding the oncoming lightning sphere. Thunderball, Thunderball, Thunderball. It is as if Black Hoe Thundertooth has ingested a stimulant, the blade striking rapidly, sending an increasing number of lightning spheres towards Hinata. A tingling sensation runs through Hinata's scalp, not from anxiety, but from the faint arcs of electricity emanating from the thunderballs, causing his hair to stand on end. The flying sword beneath him flits about like a nimble bird, as he narrowly evades every single thunderball. It is only in the brief moment when Black Hoe Thundertooth ceases his assault that Hinata's gaze sharpens, and he swiftly hurls two shurikens. The two shurikens, moving with astonishing speed, arrive before Black Hoe Thundertooth in the blink of an eye. He raises his lightning blade to block, easily deflecting the first shuriken. But just as he believes the second shuriken will meet the same fate, it unexpectedly alters its trajectory mid-air and shoots towards his head. His pupils dilate in shock, and years of life and death experiences compel him to instinctively twist his body. With a soft thud, the shuriken grazes his left cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Twice, he has been wounded in succession. Clenching his teeth, Black Hoe Thundertooth's eyes blaze with fury, blood vessels bursting from the extreme rage. Two ghastly streaks of blood mar his contorted face, rendering his expression eerie and cruel. Until now, he had assumed he could easily dispose of this opponent. Yet Hinata has repeatedly eluded him, even managing to inflict injury. The wounds on his face sting like a resounding slap, and amidst the pain, a profound sense of trepidation and dread fills his heart. How old is Hinata? His exceptional throwing skills, the unheard-of flying ninjutsu, and that bizarre swordsmanship. If he were to fully mature, what kind of terrifying force would he become? He must be eliminated. The murderous intent within Black Hoe Thundertooth surges like never before. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes solemnly at his counterpart, Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo, I have received some troubling intelligence. I hope you can remain calm after hearing it. A sense of foreboding grips Tsukumo's heart as he immediately inquires, what has happened? Third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen pauses, sighing. Earlier today, our scouts in the Land of Water relayed a critical report. What report? Tsukumo's heart races with anxiety. The higher-ups of the Mist Village have dispatched 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen on a covert mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a moment to collect his thoughts, then continues. To assassinate Team 7. Tsukumo's mind erupts as if something has detonated within, standing motionless as his pupils lose focus for an instant. The 7 ninja swordsmen are formidable. Even one of them is beyond the capability of an ordinary jonin to confront, let alone 2. Tsukumo swallows hard, his voice trembling as he asks, when did they make their move? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhales. According to the scouts' report, they likely mobilized the moment Team 7 departed the village. He quickly reassures, Tsukumo, do not panic. I have dispatched all of the village's Anbu. They will report back immediately upon any news. Tsukumo closes his eyes, taking a deep breath, his fingertips trembling slightly. After years of warfare and numerous battles, Never has he felt such a loss of composure as he does now. Team Hinata has been away from the village for over 10 days. If the information is accurate, it indicates they may have already encountered their pursuers. Even if all the Anbu are mobilized now, what difference will it make? How did the Mist Village know the exact time Team 7 left? Are there spies within our village? Susano'o opens his eyes, his voice as frigid as ice. The moment Team Hinata departed, the assassination squad from the Mist Village sprang into action. There is no doubt that someone must have leaked information. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes reveal a flicker of unease as he states. The investigation by the Anbu indicates that there is likely a spy within the village who disclosed Team 7's information. Where's the spy? Susano'o replies coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitates momentarily before sighing. It appears they were captured by Root and are probably being held at their headquarters. Root? Danzo? Susano'o's pupils constrict. The fact that Root captured the spy while the assassination intelligence was relayed from the scouts raises questions. Why would Danzo conceal this information? Susano'o cannot believe that Danzo would capture a spy without extracting any information. Had Danzo reported the information in a timely manner, the Anbu could have acted preemptively, perhaps saving his son, his disciple, his students. Susano'o grits his teeth, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. That palpable coldness envelopes Sarutobi Hiruzen, making him feel as if he has plunged into an icy abyss. Having known Susano'o for over a decade, it is the first time he has witnessed such an icy demeanor from him. Susano'o, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembles. Susano'o offers no response, his gaze icy. Turning to exit the Hokage's office. Susano'o. Sarutobi Hiruzen calls out in alarm. At the Root headquarters, 2 guards stationed at the entrance languidly survey their surroundings. The Root base lies on the outskirts of Konoha, seldom frequented by anyone. Coupled with the notorious reputation of Root, it is unlikely anyone would approach. Their watchful duties are typically mundane, and today promises to be no different. Suddenly, an icy chill descends from afar, disrupting their thoughts. The 2 guards frown, quickly shifting their gaze. Before them stands a figure with silvery hair and eyes as cold as ice. You are the White Fang? One of the guards gasps. Susano'o's reputation in Konoha is legendary. Nearly everyone knows his name. But how could he be here? I wish to see Danzo, Susano'o states. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, his tone frosty. Danzo-sama is currently unavailable to meet with guests. Please allow me to inform him, stammers the speaking guard, trembling at Susano'o's penetrating gaze. Even though they are ruthless members of Root, the icy pressure emanating from the White Fang instills fear within them. Then I shall seek him myself. Susano'o strides past the 2 guards, entering the dark entrance of the Root base. The guards exchange glances, too intimidated to intervene, and hastily rush into the base to relay news of the White Fang's arrival to Danzo. Each step Susano'o takes upon the Root stairs seems to radiate that dense chill, as if the very temperature of the base drops several degrees. Who dares to intrude upon the Root base? The White Fang? How could he possibly be here? The startled members of Root exchange astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. I demand to see Danzo. Susano'o stands before the gathered Root members, his voice cold as ice. Danzo-sama does not meet with guests. Please return, White Fang. A Root captain musters the courage to say, I demand to see Danzo. Kakashi seemed to be oblivious to the words spoken to him, merely repeating a cold phrase. An increasing number of Roots were stirred, converging upon this location, drawing out their kunai and encircling Kakashi tightly. The immense pressure radiating from him caused beads of sweat to trickle down the masked faces of the surrounding Roots. Kakashi stood at the center of the encirclement, slowly drawing the short blade from his back. In that instant, a unique aura emanated from him, the white Fang blade in his hand shimmering with a faint white glow. The encircling Roots trembled, swallowing hard, as perspiration dripped from their foreheads. Some among them had witnessed the pinnacle of the White Fang's prowess during the Second Shinobi War, when Kakashi faced over 1,000 Sand Shinobi alone. With a single blade, he struck terror into the hearts of the Sand Ninja, forcing them into a panicked retreat. It was that very battle that solidified the legend of the White Fang throughout the Shinobi world. The third Kazekage himself decreed that upon sighting the White Fang, one must flee. A drop of sweat from one of the Roots fell, splashing onto the stone floor. The atmosphere was deathly silent. The hands of the Root ninjas trembling as they gripped their kunai, the sound of swallowing echoed around them. Not a single one of the 100 Roots dared to advance. Suddenly, a furious shout shattered the stillness. Kakashi, are you contemplating rebellion? Danzo glared at the scene, striking his cane against the ground with a thunderous thud. Chapter 40. Thunder Tribulation. Hinata Yu was in flight, relentlessly pursued by the Black Hyuga. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would strike perilously close, sending shivers down his spine. He suddenly felt as if he were undergoing a tribulation. In truth, he was indeed enduring a thunder tribulation, one that would lead to his rebirth. Lightning struck. Ryga swung his lightning blade, another bolt cascading from above, aimed directly at the flying Hinata Yu. The flying sword beneath him veered sharply, allowing Hinata Yu to narrowly evade the lightning. Turning back, he hurled several shuriken, employing sword techniques that sent them arcing through the air with lethal precision towards Ryga's vital points. Ryga's pupils constricted, immediately raising his blade to block, his pursuit momentarily slowing. Seizing this opportunity, Hinata Yu widened the gap between them. Damn it! Ryga gritted his teeth, his murderous intent intensifying. Time and again, just as he was about to catch up to Hinata Yu, the latter would unexpectedly throw shuriken, creating distance anew. After such a prolonged chase, not only had he failed to subdue Hinata Yu, but his own body bore several wounds from the shuriken strikes. Lightning release. Lightning armor. Ryga roared, bringing the handles of his two lightning blades together and spinning them rapidly above his head. In that instant, brilliant blue-white lightning cascaded down from the blades, enveloping his entire body in a suit of electrifying armor. Now your ambush will be futile. Ryga glared coldly at Hinata Yu, sensing the shift in Ryga's demeanor. Hinata Yu's heart grew heavier. This seemed to be a formidable defensive technique. He was uncertain of its defensive capabilities, but it was clear that employing the same tactics would be exceedingly difficult. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Yu fervently circulated his chakra, striving to restore his energy. Having flown for so long, were it not for his continuous recovery through breath control and the vitality of his pure fire lily body, he would have long since been depleted. Is it time to use that technique? No, now is not the opportune moment. Hinata Yu clenched his teeth, desperately squeezing out the last remnants of his strength. Just a little longer, just a little longer. Meanwhile, amidst the thick fog, Kakashi gripped his kunai tightly, scanning the surroundings warily alongside Uchiha Ran. Once Pippa Shirzong had employed the mist concealment technique, they had lost sight of their opponent. The dense white mist reduced their visibility to mere meters, demanding constant vigilance against any surprise attacks. Suddenly, a voice called from the left. Water release. Water surge wave. A towering wave of water surged toward the two, causing them to gasp and leap aside. The wave engulfed their previous position, uprooting a line of trees. Kakashi, having evaded the water surge wave, barely had time to catch his breath before a chill coursed down his spine. Somehow, Pippa Shirzong had appeared beside him, his executioner's blade poised to strike. Is the goal to scatter us using water release? Kakashi's pupils dilated as he raised his kunai for defense. Clang! With a violent metallic clash, Kakashi was sent flying once more. As Pippa Shirzong prepared to attack, Uchiha Ran's voice rang out. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A flurry of shuriken enveloped in flames shot toward Pippa Shirzong like agile fiery birds. Pippa Shirzong quickly leaped back, but the blazing projectiles seemed almost sentient, following closely behind. Pippa Shirzong swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed water release. Water barrier. The torrent of water surged upward, forming a massive wall that intercepted the incoming flames. Steam billowing from the collision. This brief respite granted Kakashi a moment to breathe, retreating from Pippa Shirzong. Uchiha Ran jumped beside Kakashi, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze on Pippa Shirzong. Kid, I admit I underestimated you. Pippa Shirzong's countenance was cold as he stared at the two. Having repeatedly allowed Kakashi to escape, had left his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Water release. Water rampage. Pippa Shirzong suddenly formed seals, unleashing a torrent of furious water that surged toward Kakashi and Ran, forcing them to leap away. Just as Kakashi landed, a sudden chill erupted from behind him. Again with this technique, Kakashi swiftly raised his kunai, crackling with lightning. Lightning flash. Thwack. The kunai, enveloped in arcs of lightning, decisively pierced Pippa Shirzong from behind. Did I hit? A flicker of joy crossed Kakashi's face, but it quickly froze. The sensation of his blade was not that of flesh. In the next instant, the body of Pippa Shirzong disintegrated, transforming into a puddle of water. A water clone? Kakashi's pupils dilated. Suddenly, a chilling sensation erupted from the side, raising every hair on his body. A massive kunai struck Kakashi squarely in the chest, sending him flying like a marionette with severed strings. The searing pain in his chest momentarily clouded his consciousness, and he felt several ribs crack. His fingers twitched, attempting to grasp the broken kunai beside him, but he succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it! Uchiha Ran gritted her teeth. Pipa Shirzong, with his bloodied executioner's blade resting on his shoulder, sneered at Uchiha Ran. You're next. Uchiha Ran clenched her jaw, swiftly turning to flee deeper into the forest. Alone, she knew she could not contend with Pipa Shirzong. Trying to escape? Pipa Shirzong charged after her, wielding his executioner's blade. The two were locked in a deadly game of chase. Uchiha Ran reached for her tool pouch, tossing several shuriken behind her. Though her Uchiha throwing technique was formidable, it paled in comparison to Hinata Yu's sword mastery, forcing Pipa Shirzong to defend with his executioner's blade, slowing his pace. Thus, the two continued their cat-and-mouse game. Uchiha Ran reached for her pouch again, her face paling as she realized her shuriken were all spent. Heh, it seems you are out of tools. Pipa Shirzong's mocking laughter echoed as he accelerated, closing the distance between them in mere breaths. The broad, executioner's blade stirred a chilling wind, akin to the scythe of death, striking fiercely towards her head. Is this the end? Uchiha Ran bit her lip tightly, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. How unfair. I have yet to surpass you. The obsidian blade glimmered ominously, reflecting in her pitch-black pupils. In the next instant, those dark orbs seemed to be infused with blood, as two black tomos spun rapidly. Chapter 41. The Awakening of the Heavenly Eye. A deafening thunderclap resonated beside her, as stout bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down beside Hinata Yu. After donning the lightning armor, the aggression of Kuriko Reia's attacks intensified. With each swing of the lightning blade, a bolt of lightning fell. Hinata Yu gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. He understood that surrender was not an option. Yielding would render any chance of reversal utterly impossible. Stubborn wretch. The Kuriko Reia clad in lightning armor gazed incredulously at the airborne Hinata Yu. Yu's tenacity was remarkable, akin to an indomitable cockroach. The tremulous flying sword had nearly been struck down several times, yet Yu persisted against all odds. No more delays. Glancing around, a glint of ferocity appeared in Kuriko Reia's eyes. Though they were at the remote borders of the Fire Nation, the presence of Konoha's Anbu could not be dismissed. The longer this dragged on, the greater the risk of unexpected complications. Should this assassination mission fail, the third Mizukiage would undoubtedly show him no mercy. Taking a deep breath, Kuriko Reia summoned his chakra, merging the hilt of his lightning blade into a double-edged form, raising it above his head as it spun with ferocious intent. Lightning release. Lightning tornado. In an instant, terrifying lightning chakra surged from his being, swirling around the rotating blade to form a massive purple tornado. The apex of the tornado grotesquely manifested a dragon's head, roaring at the airborne Hinata Yu. Hinata Yu felt a jolt of fear as he immediately summoned the scant remaining chakra within him, attempting to flee the dragon's assault. However, the rapidly spinning tornado unleashed an overwhelming suction, relentlessly drawing him back as if to consume him whole. With escape seeming impossible, Yu gritted his teeth. Leaping from his flying sword, and with a flick of his finger, he called forth the frost blade. Go! The frost blade transformed into a beam of icy brilliance. Hurtling towards the gaping maw of the purple dragon, Yu propelled himself downward, plunging towards the forest below. The icy gleam pierced the dragon's mouth, causing the monstrous purple creature to momentarily freeze. Then came an earth-shattering roar. The ground trembled as trees were shredded by the tornado, disintegrating into countless fragments, and a blinding white light consumed everything. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Eventually, the blinding radiance began to wane. Leaning against a great tree, Hinata Yu's eyes fluttered shut. He appeared to have lost consciousness. The once lush forest before him had transformed into a chaotic expanse. Drip, drip, unforgivable, unforgivable. Kuriko Reia approached unsteadily from a distance, trembling as he gripped his dual blades. He had lost all semblance of his former self. His tattered clothing was soaked in blood, and with each step, droplets spilled from his myriad wounds. Though Hinata Yu's last strike had been shattered by the lightning dragon, the fragments had nonetheless cut into his flesh, leaving him in this pitiful state. Kuriko Reia's eyes were bloodshot. Fixated on the weakly breathing Hinata Yu slumped against the tree. This little brat. This mere child of around 10 years had inflicted such damage upon him. In his fury, terror also crept in. What if the third Mizukage had not sent him to assassinate you? What if you had been given a few more years to mature? Die? Kuriko Reia's face twisted as he raised his lightning blade, poised to deliver the final blow to the unconscious Hinata Yu. In the next moment, Yu abruptly opened his eyes, mouth agape, unleashing a fireball the size of a dragon's eye. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped Kuriko Reia, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. For over a decade navigating the ninja world, he had never been so close to death. The excruciating pain felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder. The searing flame engulfed his entire hand in an instant, even warping and melting the lightning blade he held. In that life or death moment, without a second thought, Kuriko Reia used his unscathed left hand to sever his right arm at the shoulder. Thud! Barely a breath later, his severed arm was consumed by the crimson flames, the ground beneath him scorching into a deep pit. You. Kuriko Reia's face contorted in agony, blood tears streaming from his eyes as he glared at the weakly gasping Hinata Yu. A flicker of despair crossed Yu's eyes. It was over, having endured until this moment. Feigning unconsciousness to lower Kuriko Reia's guard was all for this instant, to ensure that the Samadhi true fire struck true. In terms of potency, the seed of the Samadhi true fire was still far from its true form. Thus, he had been searching for the optimal moment to strike. Yet, he had underestimated Kuriko Reia's ruthless determination. Die! Kuriko Reia's eyes bled tears as he let out a ferocious roar towards Hinata Yu. His right arm, wholly consumed by flames, would leave him a cripple even if he fully healed, a fate worse than death in the brutal village of Kirigakure. Raising his remaining left arm, Kuriko Reia channeled all the chakra he had left, roaring, lightning burial. A vicious arc of lightning erupted from the tip of his ninja blade, morphing into a searing lightning ball that utterly enveloped Hinata Yu's body. Perish within the funeral of lightning. Kuriko Reia's howl echoed. Countless arcs of lightning pierced into Yu's flesh. As he felt himself ensnared within a cage of electricity, his body continuously consumed by the lightning. His forehead protector fell away, revealing the grotesque X-shaped mark beneath. Is this the end? Hinata Yu's consciousness began to fade. The brief span of his life since crossing over replayed like a lantern show before his eyes. At 3, he was branded as a caged bird, the hideous mark appearing on his forehead. At 4, he awakened the heavenly eye, yet felt it was shackled, unable to fully open. At 6, he entered the ninja academy, always feeling out of place compared to his peers. At 8, he shattered every theoretical record established since Konoha's founding. At 10, he became a disciple of Kakashi Hatake, seeing a glimmer of hope in that man's silhouette. 11 years old. Hinata Yu clenched his teeth. I will not concede. I will not concede. Damn it. It cannot end here. I refuse to accept this. Under the grotesque X-shaped mark on his forehead, the heavenly eye seemed to resonate with his tumultuous emotions, as his tightly shut eyelids appeared to be breaking free from some restraint, gradually opening. I will not concede. Hinata Yu howled, as a shattering sound emanated from his body, and the vertical pupil on his forehead suddenly burst wide open. In that instant, the ugly violet markings around him dissipated like flames. A brilliant golden light erupted from the heavenly eye on Hinata Yu's forehead. His once pure white eyes bore no trace of pupils. Only an overwhelming brilliance of white light remained. Hinata Yu slightly nodded, clenching his right hand. Boom. The cage of lightning that bound him shattered with a resounding crash. The heavenly eye awakens. Chapter 42. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that the bird in the cage is the true constraint of the heavenly eye's formidable power? Suspended in midair, Hinata Yu took a deep breath. A torrent of energy surging forth from the heavenly eye on his forehead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hyuga trembled as he took steps back, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Hinata Yu had actually broken free from his thunder burial? And in this form, he hardly resembled a human. What was that third eye on his forehead? Nothing is impossible. In the air, Hinata Yu slightly nodded, gazing down from his elevated position at the astonished Hyuga. At this moment, his 3 eyes were devoid of pupils, radiating with brilliant light. A faint golden glow enveloped his attire, making him appear not as a human, but as a celestial being. Hinata Yu extended his right arm to the side, as if attempting to seize something. In an instant, golden light swirled. The shattered fragments of the frost sword, previously destroyed by Hyuga, seemed to respond to a call, flying towards his right hand, rapidly assembling piece by piece. A long sword, adorned with a golden flowing light, materialized in his grasp. Faced with a transformed Hinata, Hyuga felt his heart shatter, utterly devoid of any thought of resistance, and fled in terror. Hinata merely flicked his fingers. Go! The suspended flying sword, as if imbued with life, transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly darting towards Hyuga. With a sound of piercing flesh, Hyuga lowered his trembling head, gazing at his chest. A gaping blood hole, the size of a bowl, had appeared where his heart once was, the gruesome void evoking sheer horror. This is impossible, he murmured in disbelief, his body collapsing like a toppled brick. Hinata did not glance at Hyuga's corpse, but instead directed his gaze into the distance. The vision of the heavenly eye expanded exponentially, and in an instant, he located Uchiha, who was being pursued by Paipa Shirzong. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot. Submit and relinquish your resistance. I may grant you a swift end. Paipa Shirzong, wielding a bloody decapitation blade, coldly stared at the Uchiha, who tightly gripped her kunai. Uchiha was in a dire state. Her body bore numerous injuries, blood staining much of her attire, with the most severe wound on her left thigh, where flesh grotesquely protruded, nearly exposing the bone. Yet, despite this, she had not given up, firmly clutching her kunai. Her two black tomo-filled Sharingan locking onto Paipa Shirzong. Had it not been for her sudden awakening of the Sharingan, she likely would not have endured this long. However, she was now nearly exhausted, her energy completely depleted. Even the chakra replenished by her awakened Sharingan had been consumed in battle. Only her indomitable spirit kept her standing. Paipa Shirzong suddenly leaped forward, the heavy decapitation blade swinging towards Uchiha-lan's neck. Uchiha hurriedly raised her kunai to block. Clang! The tremendous force sent her flying, crashing against a nearby tree. Having sustained consecutive heavy blows, Uchiha lacked the strength to rise, her kunai slipping from her grasp. A cruel smile danced on Paipa Shirzong's lips as he approached her, the decapitation blade resting on his shoulder. Am I to perish here? I refuse to accept it. As her consciousness began to fade, Uchiha felt an overwhelming bitterness arise within her. In her final moments, it seemed she saw Hinata descending from the heavens, standing before her. Was it an illusion? Her consciousness plunged into darkness. Sensing the faint breath of Uchiha behind him, Hinata quietly sighed with relief. He had arrived in time. Uchiha had merely fainted and was not in mortal danger. He then fixed his icy gaze upon Paipa Shirzong. Now it is my turn. A flicker of wariness appeared in Paipa Shirzong's eyes. Kid, how is it you are here? Where is Hyuga? Hinata merely chuckled softly. You will see him soon. Paipa Shirzong's pupils constricted. Hyuga is dead? Killed by this child before him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hinata offered no response, simply raising his finger with indifference, commanding the golden flying sword before him to shoot forth towards Paipa Shirzong. Paipa Shirzong's breath hitched as he immediately raised his blade to block. Clang! Sparks erupted from the point of impact. A tremendous force surged through, causing Paipa Shirzong's hand to tingle, forcing him to step back, his eyes filled with profound shock. Yet, the golden flying sword did not relent, descending with even greater speed. Paipa Shirzong scrambled to defend himself. The more he resisted, the deeper the horror in his gaze. The situation had completely reversed. It felt as if it was he who was being hunted, not Hinata. Desperate, Hinata joined his palms together before quickly pulling them apart. The hovering golden flying sword suddenly paused for a moment, and a multitude of swords materialized around it, swiftly coalescing into dozens of flying swords. Stop! I have valuable information. I am still of use. Witnessing this scene, Paipa Shirzong retreated in terror, every hair on his body standing on end. The current Hinata transcended his understanding. Such power was unheard of. Yet, Hinata merely waved his hand dismissively. Go! The dozens of golden flying swords, as if receiving a command, all surged towards Paipa Shirzong below. No! Paipa Shirzong's eyes widened in terror. The golden flying swords engulfed his body. Chapter 43. Storage Scrolls? Inferior to spatial rings. Paipa Shirzong was dead. Under the onslaught of the golden flying swords, he had no chance of survival. Gazing at Paipa Shirzong's corpse, Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief. The golden vertical pupil on his forehead dimmed, returning to its original form. Behind him, Uchiha Lan had merely fainted from exhaustion and was not in mortal danger. Kakashi also seemed to be unconscious but was breathing steadily, showing no signs of life-threatening peril. The crisis had been averted. Next, he needed to deal with the bodies. Hinata approached Pai Pa Shirzang's corpse, crouching down to carefully survey the surrounding traces. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his index finger. A flicker of crimson flame ignited from his fingertip. With a snap of his fingers, the flame leaped to Pai Pa Shirzang's corpse, swiftly beginning to consume it. Under Hinata's control, the flames devoured Pai Pa Shirzang's body within mere breaths, leaving not even ashes behind. Hinata exhaled in relief. Next, he would tidy up the battlefield, erasing all traces. Even if the Anbu were to investigate, they would find it difficult to uncover anything. The same method could be applied to Hichwaleya's side. As his anxious heart gradually settled, Hinata knew that upon returning to Konoha, he could not possibly claim to have slain 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even if he did, no one would believe him. However, as long as he slightly altered the actual events, 9 truths and 1 falsehood, guiding the outcome to suggest their narrow escape, while Pai Pa Shirzang and his companion retreated out of fear of being discovered by the Konoha Anbu after a fruitless search, it would suffice. With no witnesses to contradict him, as long as the Anbu could not find decisive evidence, they would have to accept his account. After easing his breath, Hinata began to analyze his gains, a flicker of delight appearing in his eyes. The harvest this time was immense. Firstly, the bird in the cage was gone. He was free. Just thinking of those words set his heart racing with excitement. As a model youth of the 21st century, he understood all too well the value of freedom. Secondly, the heavenly eye had truly awakened. Since the awakening of the heavenly eye, Hinata had scarcely been able to unleash its full potential. Previously, he was oblivious. But now he has finally awakened to the realization that the location of the heavenly eye is precisely beneath the mark of the caged bird. At this moment, he can truly harness the power of the heavenly eye. Once fully opened, it will usher him into an entirely new realm, significantly amplifying his abilities in a short span of time. Currently, in his normal state, his strength has seen a remarkable leap compared to before. While he once lagged slightly behind the elite Jonin due to his limited combat experience, he now stands as a genuine Jonin in his own right. With the mastery of sword techniques and the true fire of Samadhi, ordinary Jonin are no match for him. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. But Hinata has noticed that after activating the heavenly eye, the small tree appears to have grown considerably. Once only half a person's height, it now surpasses him by more than half a body length, and many of its leaves seem to have enlarged slightly. The technique of chi induction is but a step away from perfection. His sword technique has reached an advanced level, revealing numerous new sword forms to Hinata's mind. Other assorted techniques have also seen slight improvements. Furthermore, the heavenly eye, as the first leaf of the small tree, seems to have undergone a qualitative transformation, emanating a gentle glow, crystal clear and translucent. Could it be that each growth of the small tree enhances all its leaves? Hinata stroked his chin in contemplation. If this hypothesis holds true, he must diligently study how to nurture the small tree, for it is the foundation of his strength. Once he brought his thoughts back to the present, his gaze focused on the beheaded sword lying on the ground. With the death of Pai Pa Shirzang, this sword naturally became his trophy, alongside the 2 thunder swords from the Black-Hoed Thunder Fang, which also belonged to him. The frost sword had been damaged in battle. Therefore, it seems he could forge a more powerful flying sword using these 2 ninja swords. Hinata's eyes flickered. After advancing in sword techniques, he envisioned the crafting method for his destined spirit sword, with the true fire of Samadhi serving as the refining flame. Now he just needed the materials, and these 2 ninja swords would solve his immediate dilemma. As 2 of the legendary 7 ninja swords, their materials and quality are undoubtedly top tier in the ninja world. The spirit sword produced will surely be exceptional. Hinata pondered whether he should aim to collect all 7 ninja swords in the future to refine them into a single flying sword. However, there are indeed numerous renowned swords in the ninja world. The Kusanagi sword, for instance, is said to have 11 variants. Not to mention the treasures left by the Sage of 6 Paths, which he might consider collecting in the future. Having formed a plan, Hinata wasted no time. He took out a storage scroll and sealed the beheaded sword within it. It must be noted that while storage scrolls can hold items, their portability and practicality are significantly inferior to spatial rings. If he were to learn the method of crafting storage scrolls, Might the small tree eventually yield the techniques for crafting spatial rings? Chapter 44. Sword Name. Slay Immortals. Uchiha Lan groggily opened her eyes. What met her gaze were a pair of pure white eyes. The moment of confusion transformed into joy. You. It truly is you. In her last memory, it seemed as though you had descended from the heavens. Uchiha Lan thought it was an illusion, yet it turned out to be real. I'm relieved you're safe. You sighed. What about Pai Pa Shirzong? Uchiha Lan scanned the surroundings anxiously, uncertain of what had transpired. She had sensed the formidable power of Pai Pa Shirzong, and if he were still nearby, they could not be considered truly safe. Pai Pa Shirzong has already departed. You shrugged. Yes, he has indeed left, turned to ash, that is. Departed? Uchiha Lan looked at him in confusion. You pondered for a moment, then explained to Uchiha Lan according to the narrative he had crafted beforehand. It closely mirrored the truth. Merely stating that he had forced Pai Pa Shirzong to choose to leave rather than detailing the act of slaying him. You are incredibly strong. Uchiha Lan's eyes sparkled as she momentarily transformed into an infatuated expression. The Pai Pa Shirzong that she and Kakashi could not handle was repelled by you alone? It was merely a secret technique to enhance my strength. You shook his head. He did not speak falsely, according to the understanding of the ninja world. Activating the heavenly eye could indeed be classified as a secret technique for strength enhancement. Even so, that is still terrifying. Uchiha Lan exclaimed. How old is you? To have escaped from the clutches of Pai Pa Shirzong and another is already an extraordinary feat, let alone repelling them outright. You sighed helplessly. Hence, he felt compelled to conceal the truth of having killed Pai Pa Shirzong. Otherwise, upon returning to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely treat him as a test subject for dissection. After resting for a while, the two prepared to set off back to Konoha. Kakashi remained unconscious. Not having awakened, you chopped some wood and fashioned a makeshift litter, securing him upon it with ropes tied to his waist for transport. Uchiha Lan had sustained a severe injury to her left thigh and could not travel for extended periods. Thus, you had to carry her on his back. Although it was somewhat tiring, for the sake of efficiency, he had no choice but to do so. What slightly irked was the discomfort in his back. After all, Uchiha Lan, in her current state, could barely be considered a budding talent. If it were Tsunade, a colossal figure, he could have enjoyed a soothing massage along the way back. As time passed, they drew closer to Konoha. Suddenly, halted, furrowing his brow as he focused on a particular spot. What's wrong, you? Uchiha Lan inquired curiously. Lan, dismount for a moment. Some ninjas are approaching this way. Approximately half a minute later, a masked Anbu appeared before the trio, his eyes revealing surprise as he called out behind him. I found them here. At the entrance of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo anxiously awaited their return. The Anbu had already relayed the situation of Hinata and the others, and it wouldn't be long before they were escorted back. At this moment, his heart was filled with concern. The white Fang, powerful and resilient in the eyes of others, appeared like a helpless youth at this moment. Finally, at the end of the road, the shadows of several figures emerged. Hatake Tsukumo vanished in a flash. Sensei, Kakashi, he is gravely injured. You looked at Hatake Tsukumo, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Among the three, only Kakashi's injuries were the most severe, having remained in a state of unconsciousness for the majority of their journey. Hatake Tsukumo felt a pang of sorrow, sighing with a tinge of self-reproach. No, this is my responsibility. It was I who allowed you to operate independently on the mission, which led to your peril. On the bench outside the hospital, Hinata and Hatake Tsukumo sat side by side. The Anbu had indeed conducted an interrogation, but fortunately, he and Uchiha Lan had prepared in advance, and their statements were met without suspicion. After all, they were two of the legendary 7 ninja swords. And it was already an immense stroke of fortune for Hinata and his companions to have escaped from their grasp. In addition, Hinata learned of a surprising piece of news. Danzo seemed to have known about the assassination from the Mist Village in advance, but had chosen not to report it. Hatake Tsukumo had ventured alone into the roots over this matter. More than 100 root ninjas dared not approach. Hinata felt a sense of admiration. This was indeed the White Fang, the one who struck fear into the hearts of the Sand Ninjas, the one who forged a legendary reputation. As for Danzo, I can only do so much. Hatake Tsukumo expressed a sense of guilt. Danzo adamantly claimed ignorance regarding the assassination of the 3 from the Mist Village, and the Root had captured a spy who died during interrogation. Without evidence, Hatake Tsukumo could not bring himself to take Danzo's life. However, after this incident, Danzo lost all face among the upper echelons, and the root organization, shaken by the arrival of Kakashi, found itself in a state of unease. Hinata shook his head. No, sensei, you have done your utmost. Before this, he had never anticipated that Kakashi would cause such a ruckus at Root, as it was entirely out of character for him. Did Kakashi truly remain unaware that Root was orchestrating the previous public outcry behind the scenes? Yet, he still chose to bear the brunt of the criticism alone. Hinata sighed. It seemed that after that incident, White Fang had finally stood tall. A resolute White Fang was the most formidable, and it was also Hinata's greatest support. Creak. The door to the infirmary swung open. The medical ninja removed his mask and looked at the two, saying, "The injured party is no longer in critical condition. They just need some time to recuperate." At this, both Hinata and Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. After returning from the Konoha hospital, Hinata prepared to enter seclusion. This retreat was not for training, but for the crafting of a new flying sword. The frost blade had been damaged in the battle against Kurocho Reiga, and he urgently required a new flying sword. The decapitating blade and the lightning blade had fallen into his hands. With these two ninja blades as materials, he was perfectly positioned to forge a new flying sword. Once prepared, Hinata took out a storage scroll, and as the white mist dissipated, two once-renowned ninja blades lay at his feet. After entering the second stage of the swordsmanship technique, he had also acquired the method to forge his own spiritual sword. Compared to weapons crafted by others, his self-forged spiritual sword would be most fitting. Hinata extended his palm. Crack! A crimson flame appeared in his hand, and the temperature in the room surged dramatically, the air filled with a searing heat. He intensified the flame's output, the SAMADHI fire expanding from the size of a dragon's eye to that of an infant's fist. At this terrifying temperature, the walls around him began to show signs of peeling. Fortunately, he had transformed the storage room into a secluded chamber. Otherwise, this overwhelming heat would surely raise suspicions among his clan. When the flame reached the appropriate temperature, Hinata began to melt the decapitating blade. The cold, black ninja blade quickly surrendered under the relentless assault of the SAMADHI fire, transforming into a puddle of silvery, viscous liquid. Hinata was slightly astonished that such a massive blade had yielded only this small amount of material. However, he quickly realized that the decapitating blade, known as the blood blade, could absorb iron ions from blood to repair itself, suggesting that a significant portion of the blade's mass was composed of iron from blood. The true core of the blade was merely the segment of the hilt. After melting the decapitating blade, Hinata proceeded to melt the lightning blade. The two elongated ninja blades, resembling the fangs of a beast, could not withstand the heat of the SAMADHI fire and melted into a viscous silvery liquid within just a few breaths. Hinata carefully controlled the fusion of the two liquids. Under the continuous refinement of the SAMADHI fire, the remaining volume was just enough to forge a flying sword. The liquid gradually elongated, revealing the outline of the flying sword, which Hinata meticulously corrected. Finally, at a certain moment, he exhaled deeply. The decapitating blade and lightning blade were no more. Only a double-edged long sword, gleaming with a cold light, remained. Hinata caressed the sword's body, and it seemed to sense its master's emotions, emitting a soft chime. A splendid sword, truly magnificent. Hinata could not help but exclaim. This was undoubtedly the finest weapon he had encountered since his arrival in this world, surpassing even Kakashi's White Fang short blade. If, in the future, he were to fuse the Kusanagi sword and other formidable ninja blades from the shinobi world into this sword, to what heights would it ascend? Hinata gazed up at the sky outside the window, and at that moment, countless sentiments of melancholy flickered in his eyes. The lives of the shinobi world were numerous and profound. Yet, Otsutsuki, the unfeeling, proclaimed himself a deity, treating all beings as mere fodder. Hinata sighed, gently stroking the long sword in his hand. This sword shall be named Jusien. Chapter 45. The Sword Immortal arrives. The following day, Hinata opened the door and took a deep breath, gazing at the azure sky where a bird soared freely. He smiled, a genuine joy lighting his face. After many years of traversing this world, he had never felt as liberated as he did today. The shackles that had long weighed upon his soul had finally vanished. The caged bird was free. No longer did he need to fear the main family, nor did he have to tread cautiously. At that moment, he was a free, living individual. Upon returning to Konoha, Hinata, you remained vigilant for any signs of the main family's arrival. After all, with the caged bird on his forehead now gone, he was uncertain if the main family had received word. Yet, he had been back in Konoha for several days, and there had been no movement from the main family. Given their proud nature, it was inconceivable that they would allow a branch member to sever the caged bird's curse without taking action. Thus, the only possibility was that the main family had no knowledge of Hinata's liberation. This suggested that the caged bird was likely a one-way soul restraint. The main family could control the branch family through the caged bird curse, while the branch family could not relay information back. Or perhaps the existence of the Tenketsu had obstructed the news of the caged bird's destruction from reaching the main family. Regardless of the situation, Hinata now had no need to worry about the main family's threat. With the successful forging of the Jusien sword, his strength had ascended to a new level. If he were to proceed with missions as usual, it would be increasingly difficult to gain meaningful experience. Hinata's gaze flickered slightly. It was time to embark on the next phase. Do you wish to join the Anbu? In the corridor of the Konoha hospital, Kakashi looked at Hinata with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Yes, sensei, Hinata replied earnestly, meeting his gaze. Joining the Anbu was a decision he had weighed carefully. He sought to enhance his strength, and the most crucial aspect was to acquire enough ninjutsu secrets to nourish his growth. Within all of Konoha, only the Anbu and Root could meet his requirements. Root was not an option, leaving only the Anbu. As a direct organization under the Hokage, the Anbu allowed members to exchange completed missions for ninjutsu secrets. Through consistent missions, he could obtain the ninjutsu needed for his growth. Moreover, the unique tasks of the Anbu would rapidly bolster his strength. Memories of the brutal Third Great Ninja War lingered not far in the past. After encountering Kiba and Kurocho Reiga, Hinata profoundly recognized the vast gap that still existed between him and true powerhouses. He felt a sense of urgency. He must elevate his strength swiftly, otherwise, when the Third War erupted, even with the caged bird lifted, resistance against war would be meaningless. After careful consideration, Hinata concluded that the Anbu was indeed the most suitable place for him. Kakashi regarded Hinata with a complex expression. Having once been the head of the Anbu, he understood better than anyone the brutality of the organization. Have you truly thought this through? Kakashi asked with a sigh. Hinata nodded. Sensei, I have made my decision. Upon hearing this, Kakashi ceased to dissuade him, knowing that once his student made up his mind, there would be no changing it. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had little left to teach Hinata. Their swordsmanship styles differed greatly, and Hinata had always been largely self-taught. It seemed that the Anbu was indeed the best fit for him. I understand, Kakashi nodded. You will accompany me to the Hokage's office shortly. I will discuss this matter with the Hokage. Hinata suddenly recalled that according to the original timeline, after Kakashi faced the tragedy of Danzo's suicide and Obito's death, he had joined the Anbu. Now, he has become a member of the Anbu. Kakashi's life has undergone a significant transformation, and it is highly likely that he will not enter the Anbu in the future. Have I indirectly altered Kakashi's destiny? Hinata smiled faintly. Shikamo-sensei. You are indeed here. A familiar voice from behind interrupted Hinata's thoughts. Uchiha Ran approached, carrying a basket of fruits and smiling at the two. Has Kakashi awakened? I just bought some fruits. Hinata hesitated for a moment and sighed. Ran, I plan to join the Anbu, so I probably won't be able to continue executing missions in the future. Uchiha Ran's smile faltered. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and her voice grew somber. In fact, I came here to bid you farewell. Hinata looked at her in astonishment. Uchiha Ran sighed helplessly. The clan elders are already aware of my awakened Sharingan, and they have unanimously decided to personally guide my training. Is that so? Hinata nodded. The 11-year-old double Tomo Sharingan reflects Uchiha Ran's undeniable talent. This assassination attempt has likely prompted the Uchiha clan to take precautions, and their direct guidance of Uchiha Ran's training serves as protection for her. Hinata sighed. In that case, Team 7 will soon be disbanded. You wish to join the Anbu? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Hinata beside Kakashi with a hint of surprise. Yes, Hinata affirmed with a nod. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating. Although Hinata is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he possesses the fiery will of fire, and his talent is not to be underestimated. Moreover, as a disciple of Hatake Shikamo, his joining the Anbu would undoubtedly serve to strengthen Shikamo's influence. Soon, he reached a decision and smiled gently at Hinata. You are an exceptional talent. I hope you can fully utilize your abilities within the Anbu. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hinata replied with a smile. Shikamo should have informed you about the internal matters of the Anbu, correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused for a moment before continuing, shortly. I will have someone take you to the Anbu's archives. You can use this time to think about your code name. In the Anbu base, within a dimly lit room, rows of shelves filled with documents were neatly arranged. The walls and floor were pure black, exuding an air of seriousness and solemnity. Hinata gazed at the masks before him, ultimately fixing his attention on a white mask. Its pristine white base and faint blue lines evoked a sense of simplicity and ethereality. Holding the chosen mask, he approached the desk where Anbu records were maintained. The ninja responsible for documentation lifted his pen and regarded Hinata earnestly. Each Anbu member has only one opportunity to choose a code name. Once selected, it will accompany you for life. Have you decided on yours? Hinata raised his head and glanced through the narrow window on the black wall. Gazing at the azure sky beyond, a slight smile graced his lips. Sword Sage. Chapter 46. The Awakening of the Slumbering Soul. Anbu Code Name. Sword Sage Strength Assessment. Special Jonin number of missions completed. 0 specialty. Possesses Byakugan bloodline. Outstanding reconnaissance abilities. Adept in shuriken, throwing, and swordsmanship. In the Anbu hall, Hinata looked at the identity profile in his hand, revealing a hint of helplessness. He hadn't anticipated that joining the Anbu would require a strength assessment. Reflecting on the classification of Special Jonin, it seemed to be the average standard within the Anbu, not overly remarkable, yet not entirely mediocre. Hinata scanned his surroundings. In the Black Hall, numerous masked Anbu members hurriedly moved about, their uniform attire and sheathed blades exuding an aura of seriousness and gravity. As a direct unit of the Hokage, the expenses for ninja training were entirely covered by the Hokage, and members could select specific ninjutsu and secret techniques to train in, offering significantly better treatment compared to other ninjas. In simple terms, it was akin to being a civil servant with official status. However, the risks were considerably higher, as the missions involved inherent dangers. Hinata was particularly drawn to the opportunity to choose ninjutsu and secret techniques for training. With the resources provided by the Anbu, he would no longer fear hunger for his little tree. Otherwise, he would have to ponder how to acquire a substantial amount of ninjutsu to nurture the little tree and grow new divine leaves. Moreover, joining the Anbu was a strategic response to the clan's pressures. The caged bird was no longer present. After a prolonged period within the Hyuga clan, if he inadvertently exposed his plans regarding the caged bird, he would likely face relentless pursuit from the main family. At that point, he would have no choice but to flee from Konoha. If he did not strengthen himself, remaining hidden in Konoha to develop would be the most beneficial course for him. I wonder who my teammates will be. Hinata mused curiously. The orders he received instructed him to wait for his teammates to convene before embarking on missions. The Anbu identity was confidential, and he did not know the identities of his comrades until he met them. Before long, Hinata noticed several Anbu members seemingly taking an interest in him as they approached. The leader, taller than the others, had a mask adorned with patterns resembling leaves. Scrutinizing Hinata, "Are you the Sword Sage?" His voice held a hint of curiosity, and the two companions beside him mirrored his intrigue and astonishment. Sword Sage? There is only one sage in the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths. This seemingly young Anbu dares to take the name Sword Sage? How audacious. Indeed. Hinata replied with a smile. The leading Anbu's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, "I am the captain of Anbu Team 7, codename Maple Leaf." The other two also regarded Hinata earnestly. Anbu codename Red Moon. Anbu codename Wind. Anbu codename Sword Sage. The group exchanged greetings, marking their acquaintance. "By the way, here, take this." Maple Leaf seemed to recall something and handed 2 lightweight sheets to Hinata. "What is this?" Hinata asked, puzzled. "It's to conceal your eye color. Put it on. Your Byakugan features are too conspicuous, which may hinder mission completion," Maple Leaf explained. Hinata was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this just colored contact lenses? The Anbu even has this." He suddenly recalled that when Hatake Shikamo first undertook a mission with them, he had worn a wig. Could it be that all of the Anbu's equipment was this unconventional? The corner of Hinata's mouth twitched slightly. The cool image he had just constructed around the Anbu was swiftly shattered. In the forest, Hinata and the others leaped from branch to branch, swiftly navigating through the trees surrounding them. Captain Maple Leaf pondered for a moment and said, Our mission this time is to eliminate the scouts from a Wagakure around the Land of Fire. Remember, leave no survivors. Information will be sought from their brains by other ninjas. The Wagakure scouts? Hinatayu's heart jolted at the mention. Had a Wagakure's hand extended this far? It seemed that conflicts between the great nations were escalating, and the Third Great Ninja War was likely not far off. Hinatayu's expression turned grave. Once the Third Great Ninja War erupted, it would be challenging for him to cultivate in peace. At that moment, Maple Leaf suddenly turned to Hinatayu and asked, Sword Sage, you've just become part of the Anbu. You probably don't know the 3 fundamental principles of the Anbu yet, do you? 3 fundamental principles? What are they? Hinatayu looked at Maple Leaf, puzzled. Maple Leaf contemplated for a moment and said, the 3 fundamental principles of the Anbu are said to have been personally formulated by the second Hokage, and every Anbu member must memorize them. He paused, looking earnestly into Hinatayu's eyes. Guideline 1. The traces of the deceased must be obliterated. Leave no corpse behind. Guideline 2. A mask must be worn, as it spares you the necessity of silencing every ninja, alleviating the concerns of your loved ones. Guideline 3. Completion of the mission shall always take precedence, regardless of the circumstances. Hinatayu inhaled deeply. He was no longer the fledgling ninja of yore. Maple nodded, a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. His apprehension stemmed from U.S. self-assuredness of being a noble ninja, coupled with his youthful exuberance that might lead to impatience. However, it seemed his worries were unfounded. Soon, the 4 arrived at the location described in the mission. Maple concealed himself among the branches, revealing only his keen eyes. Sword Saint, use your Byakugan to scan the area. Hinatayu activated his Byakugan, stealthily surveying his surroundings. The third eye on his forehead slightly opened, granting him a divine perspective from which nothing could escape his scrutiny. Before long, he made his observations. 6 scouts, 2 at 3 o'clock and another at 6 o'clock. Hinatayu began to report with practiced ease, a spark of excitement gleaming in his eyes. This routine had seemingly become second nature to him, awakening the dormant spirit of the old 6th. Chapter 47. Soul-searching technique. As Hinatayu reported with such proficiency, Maple and Red Moon exchanged astonished glances. The Byakugan's reconnaissance ability was astonishing in such a brief span. He had discerned all the scouts surrounding them. What piqued their curiosity was the excitement radiating from you as he reported, as if he were eagerly anticipating the ensuing events. Had they conversed with the Anbu's blue team, their surprise might have been mitigated. Back then, the blue team and Hinatayu had efficiently cleared an entire hillside of bandits, and none dared to claim that territory since. Prepare for action, Maple instructed, his gaze sharp as he gestured to his 2 companions. They understood immediately, stealthily approaching the nearest scout. Under Hinatayu's all-seeing vision, the scouts from a Wagakure remained oblivious to being watched by several seasoned ninjas. One scout hid amidst the underbrush by the roadside, his form perfectly obscured by the lush foliage. Wind release. Binding technique. Suddenly, an invisible force surged forth, tightly ensnaring the scout's body, rendering him immobile. His face turned ashen as he instinctively sought to call for his comrades' assistance. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, a pair of crimson-tinged eyes met his gaze. His body shivered, momentarily lost in confusion. In that fleeting instant, a sharp kunai pierced through his throat from above. From a distance, Hinatayu observed the fluidity of his companion's movements, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. The abilities of these Anbu members complemented each other seamlessly. Red Moon and Wind provided control, while Maple, the assassin, delivered lethal strikes. The entire operation was executed with such precision that the unfortunate scout could not even utter a sound before losing his life. 300 meters to the south, another scout lay hidden within the thicket. Hinatayu continued his reporting. Maple and the others exchanged glances and promptly made their way over. 3 minutes later, a brief sound of flesh being pierced echoed, and the unfortunate scout met a death filled with disbelief and horror in his wide eyes. After disposing of the body, the trio turned to Hinatayu, excitement shimmering in their gazes. They finally comprehended the source of U.S. earlier joy, the exhilaration of toying with their enemies. Stealthily eliminating them was truly sublime. At 4 o'clock, approximately 600 meters away, another scout concealed himself behind a rock. Hinatayu calmly stated. The 3 exchanged knowing glances and swiftly moved out. Shortly thereafter, yet another scout fell victim to their ambush. The delight was palpable in the eyes of Maple and the others beneath their masks. The operation was progressing too smoothly. Was this the power of the Byakugan? Truly, it was deserving of its reputation as one of Konoha's prestigious clans. How terrifying would it be if every Anbu team were paired with a ninja of such caliber? Just as he intended to continue his silent assaults, one scout seemed to sense an anomaly and cried out in panic, "Enemies!" A sensory-type ninja? Hinata-U's brow furrowed. At the moment the scout screamed, the remaining scouts quickly reacted, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Realizing their ambush had been compromised, Maple signaled for an offensive. The trio charged forth. Wind release. Wind cutter. Konoha's sword technique. 3-day moon. The scene erupted into fierce combat as kunai clashed, sparks flying. Maple formed a hand seal, and the blade in his hand ignited with crimson flames. The combination of his sharp swordsmanship and the flames swiftly claimed another scout's life. As his comrades faced imminent demise, the last scout gritted his teeth and utilized earth release to burrow underground. The Anbu of Konoha will remember this grievance. Iwagakure. Not good. The pupils of the three Anbu contracted. The Iwagakure ninjas were adept at earth release. Once he escaped underground, pursuit would be nearly impossible. The next moment, a glimmer flashed as it pierced the ground where the scout had burrowed. A scream echoed from below, the once brown soil gradually staining a dark crimson with the leaking blood. The pupils of Maple and the others quivered. What technique is this? Hinata-Yu approached calmly, a bloodied long sword soaring from the earth, finding its place within the scabbard on his back. Sword Saint, is this a technique you developed? Maple gazed at the scabbard behind Hinata-Yu, still holding on to a semblance of shock. Indeed. Hinata-Yu nodded nonchalantly. I believe I now understand why you chose this codename. Maple regarded Hinata-Yu with a profound gaze. The synergy of such extraordinary swordsmanship, combined with Hinata-Yu's extensive reconnaissance abilities, would be utterly fearsome. Maple could already envision how this longsword would become a nightmare for countless ninjas in the future. Hinata-Yu paid no heed to their astonishment, as he was intently attuned to the vibrations emanating from the Excalibur, forged from the materials of a beheading blade and a thunder blade. The Excalibur retained some of its original powers, such as the ability to absorb vital blood. After consuming the essence of the fallen scout, the Excalibur emitted a soft chime, its quality seemingly advancing slightly. It was a sword capable of evolution. A flicker of excitement shone in Hinata-U's eyes. The Excalibur, nurtured by his continuous efforts, was showing signs of transcending an ordinary sword. Once it truly evolved into a spiritual sword, he would be able to incorporate it into his dantian, significantly enhancing both its concealment and potency. In Konoha village, at the Anbu base, Maple stood at the doorway of the storage room, gazing at Hinata-Yu. Sword Saint, do you intend to select a ninjutsu for training? Perhaps, unbeknownst to himself, his attitude towards Hinata-Yu had undergone a significant transformation following this mission. Hinata-Yu's extraordinary swordsmanship had quelled any condescension within him, replacing it with a modicum of respect. Yes, I indeed have a secret technique in mind, Hinata-Yu affirmed. The mission had been executed remarkably well, and as a reward, he was entitled to select a ninjutsu or secret technique from the Anbu's repository. Is that so? Curiosity sparkled in Maple's eyes. Although the Sword Saint was still relatively young, his abilities were already quite comprehensive. What secret technique could he possibly wish to select? Hinata-Yu remained silent, proceeding directly into the room, meticulously sifting through the scrolls displayed on the shelves. Soon, he halted, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. Sword Saint, have you made your choice? Maple Leaf gazed curiously at Hinata-Yu as he emerged, with Wind and Red Moon beside him, sharing in the intrigue. Hinata-Yu raised the scroll in his hand, causing Maple Leaf to furrow his brow. Is that the mind-reading technique? He pondered. This technique, exclusive to the interrogation department, served no purpose beyond extracting information from a ninja's mind. He could not comprehend why Hinata-Yu would choose such a seemingly trivial skill. Perhaps it might prove useful in the future, he mused, as Hinata-Yu chuckled in response. Maybe, Maple Leaf conceded, feeling somewhat at a loss. In a concealed chamber, Hinata-Yu began to delve into the mind-reading technique. Soon, he felt a familiar tingling sensation in his mind, akin to something yearning to emerge. Focusing his consciousness, he indeed spotted a long-awaited leaf on a small tree. Soul-searching technique, Hinata-Yu smiled. With this technique, he could explore a ninja's soul and acquire their learned ninjutsu. Consequently, the nurturing plan for the small tree could be significantly advanced. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata-Yu commenced his practice of the soul-searching technique. although not overly complex. The crucial aspect was that his soul must be stronger than that of the target for the search to succeed. Reckless usage could result in backlash. But Hinata was not particularly concerned. Having awakened his heavenly eye years ago, his soul had been nurtured to a level far beyond that of an average ninja. As long as his opponent was not overwhelmingly powerful, he would likely encounter no issues. Before long, a soft gasp escaped Hinata's lips, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Within the soul-searching technique lay a subtle method for soul cultivation. Mastering divine powers is relatively straightforward. Yet the cultivation of the soul is exceptionally rare in both the celestial and ninja realms. However, the cultivation method embedded in the soul-searching technique offered little enhancement to the soul itself. It merely facilitated the mobilization of soul energy during the search. Hinata's gaze flickered with determination. It seemed imperative to acquire methods for soul cultivation. Although his soul surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, it remained within the realm of mortals. Should he cultivate his soul, open his consciousness see, and refine his divine awareness, his power would undoubtedly surge. Divine awareness offers a distinct advantage in mastering sword techniques. Hinata began contemplating the secret techniques related to souls within the ninja realm. Morino Ibiki from the interrogation department could summon a colossal head-patting cat through summoning techniques, which housed a prison filled with candles and whips. This too must pertain to the soul. The human path of Pain's 6 paths possessed soul-related abilities. Upon seizing a target's head, their eyes would roll back, and they would appear utterly broken. Although the Kato clan could not utilize divine pointers, they mastered the art of spiritual transformation, allowing souls to separate from their bodies. If he could collect such techniques, perhaps the small tree would yield methods for soul cultivation. Chapter 48. 9 Breaths of Calmness. Selection of the Sealing Book. Is that a sword immortal? Has he completed the task so swiftly? This marked the 9th task he had accomplished this month. Such speed was hardly indicative of a newcomer. Indeed, his talent was somewhat terrifying. As the Anbu ninjas in the hall observed the figure bearing a long sword approaching, their eyes widened in astonishment, engaging in hushed discussions. The sword immortal had become the most sought-after ninja in the Anbu. In less than 2 months since joining, he had completed numerous challenging tasks, earning praise from his fellow Anbu members, who regarded him as the most formidable new recruit. His distinctive traits included a flowing mask adorned with blue patterns and a long sword that differed from the standard Anbu weaponry. Unfazed by their chatter, Hinata proceeded directly to the task submission window, placing a scroll upon the desk. These are the heads of 6 rogue ninjas. Please verify them. The inspecting Anbu opened the scroll, and with a puff of white mist, 6 severed heads, their eyes wide with terror, along with their rogue ninja headbands, were neatly displayed on the table. The inspecting Anbu was taken aback. The expressions of the heads were profoundly distorted, as if they had encountered something truly horrific before death. Typically, rogue ninjas possessed a cruel disposition. The sheer terror etched on their faces piqued the Anbu's curiosity regarding what Hinata had done. Confirming the identities of the rogue ninjas against the intel, the Anbu looked at Hinata with admiration. It's simply astonishing. You've only been with the Anbu for 2 months and have already completed so many tasks. Hinata humbly replied, "Thank you, but I still have much to learn." After submitting his task, Hinata returned to his usual training chamber. He took a deep breath, centering his mind as he descended into the small tree space within his consciousness. Compared to 2 months prior, the tree had grown significantly taller, its leaves lush and abundant. During his 2 months in the Anbu, Hinata had diligently completed tasks and exchanged ninjutsu to nurture the small tree. The ninjas he defeated were also subjected to the soul-searching technique, allowing him to acquire their learned ninjutsu. Hinata focused on a newly sprouted leaf on the small tree. Earth Technique, a divine ability that allowed one to traverse through the earth, far surpassing the speed and stealth of the earth-release techniques in the ninja realm. This was a skill he had extracted from the minds of the 6 rogue ninjas during his mission to eliminate them. That was why their expressions had been so contorted. Next, Hinata shifted his gaze to the leaf at the center of the small tree. Previously, this leaf had been chi induction breathing. However, it had now been replaced by a brand new leaf, vibrant green and resembling jade. 9 Breaths of Calmness. Upon witnessing the emergence of this renowned divine ability, Hinata could not help but gasp in awe. 9 Breaths of Calmness. By breathing and exhaling 9 times, one could absorb the world's vital energy, transforming it into magical power. After being attacked by Hucho and Pai Pa Shirzong, Hinata-U's awakening of the heavenly, I had allowed the small tree to grow substantially, resulting in the leaves flourishing as well. As chi induction breathing was the first ability he acquired and had practiced the longest, it was merely a step away from reaching its full potential. Finally, half a month ago, chi induction breathing attained its ultimate form. Since then, no matter how diligently Hinata-U practiced, the leaf had not grown a single bit. Just as anxiety began to set in, he fortuitously discovered remnants of the Fire Temple's cultivation techniques within the Anbu's storeroom. Without hesitation, he exchanged for it. Indeed, after comprehending the Fire Temple's techniques, the chi induction breathing leaf underwent a transformation, and the newly sprouted leaf became 9 breaths of calmness. In contrast to the basic induction technique of chi induction breathing, 9 breaths of calmness was significantly more advanced. Breathing in and out 9 times allowed him to absorb the natural forces surrounding him, fundamentally altering and purifying his chakra. While practicing chi induction breathing, he had struggled to transcend the essence of chakra. Now, through 9 breaths of calmness, what he refined could truly be termed magical power. Name: Hinata-U. Gender: male. Induction technique: 9 breaths of calmness. Initial understanding: physical form: pure fire glass body, entering the threshold. Divine powers: phantom shape, entering the threshold. Clone: mastered. Body flicker, entering the threshold. True fire: fire seed. Artifact manipulation, entering the threshold. Sword technique, entering the threshold. Soul searching technique: initial understanding. Earth technique: initial understanding. Hinata-U gazed at the small tree before him, as if a panel reflecting his progress had appeared. In the 2 months since joining the Anbu, his panel had enriched significantly. In addition to the soul-searching technique and earth technique, numerous other divine powers had sprouted, though their practical utility was considerably lesser. The following day, Hinata-U arrived at the mission management office of the Anbu, just as he was about to select a task. The ninja at the office spoke in a low voice. "Sword Immortal, the Hokage has issued a special mission specifically requiring your execution. The Hokage has designated me for a task." Hinata-U furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you know what the mission entails?" The Anbu member shook his head, replying, "It's a confidential mission. I am not privy to the specifics. You will learn more once you meet with the Hokage." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was biting on his cigarette, frowning as he dealt with the paperwork on his desk. Suddenly, a crisp knock resonated through the room. "Come in." With a soft click, Hinata-U pushed the door open and walked in. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" Upon seeing Hinata-U, Sarutobi's wrinkled face broke into a smile reminiscent of wild chrysanthemums. You have arrived." Having joined the Anbu for less than a month, Hinata-U had already completed several missions, becoming the most talked-about newcomer. His talent and temperament far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. Sarutobi still vividly recalled the heartfelt speech Hinata-U had delivered in the Hokage's office. "My dream is to become a great ninjutsu professor like the 3rd Hokage." Oh, the fervent spirit of the will of fire. Moreover, as a disciple of Hatake Kakashi, Hinata-U could also help forge a connection with Kakashi, achieving 2 goals with 1 stroke. As for his branch family status, it could be leveraged as a means of control over Hinata-U by negotiating with the main family. "Hokage-sama, I have heard you have a mission for me?" Hinata-U tentatively asked. "Indeed," Sarutobi mused. You have been with the Anbu for some time now. You must have noticed the current situation in the ninja world." Hinata-U nodded, his expression growing slightly grave. Through the channels of the Anbu, he had gained clearer insight into the friction between the great nations of the ninja world. If all went as expected, the 3rd Great Ninja War would not be far off. This urgency also fueled his desire to acquire secret ninjutsu to nurture his young tree. Sarutobi continued gravely. "Approximately 3 days ago, our scouts embedded within the black market of the Land of Grass discovered that Sunagakure had dispatched an elite unit stationed near the black market. This is not a good omen. Despite the efforts of our Anbu scouts, their intentions remain elusive." Hinata-U furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Sarutobi. "So Hokage-sama intends?" "Yes," Sarutobi interjected, meeting his gaze. "Your Byakugan is exceptionally suited for reconnaissance, and your inherent strength makes you the most qualified candidate for this task." Initially, Sarutobi had not intended to assign this mission to Hinata-U. Given the involvement of 2 major nations and the inherent risks, such tasks are typically rated S. Hinata-U's tenure in the Anbu was too brief for him to be entrusted with such a high-level mission. However, upon reviewing Hinata-U's profile the previous day, Sarutobi concluded that he was indeed the best candidate for this undertaking. The Byakugan's unparalleled reconnaissance abilities, combined with his unique swordsmanship and rich experience, ultimately led Sarutobi to make his decision. Your mission is to collaborate with the Anbu scout in the black market of the Land of Grass and ascertain the intentions of Sunagakure to the best of your ability. Relaying the intelligence back to us, Sarutobi instructed, his gaze serious. Remember, avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Understood, Hinata nodded, realizing why the Hokage had entrusted him with this mission. Such reconnaissance tasks could not be accomplished merely by numbers. Thus, it was evident he was indeed the most suitable candidate. After a brief pause, Sarutobi added, considering the difficulty and danger of this mission upon its completion, I will make an exception and allow you to select a sealing ninjutsu from the sealing scroll. Hinata's eyes brightened instantly. A sealing ninjutsu? His breath quickened, as he envisioned the young tree blossoming with formidable powers, beckoning him forth. Being recorded in the sealing scroll meant it was no ordinary ninjutsu. He recalled several potent secret techniques that could enable the young tree to develop renowned divine leaves. Hokage-sama, I will complete this mission to the best of my abilities. Hinata stated earnestly, locking eyes with Sarutobi. Though he disliked lofty promises, he found it impossible to refuse Sarutobi's enticing offer. Upon accepting the mission, Hinata made brief preparations before setting off toward the underground black market of the Land of Grass. The underground black market, also known as the Underground Exchange, was regarded as the shadowy side of the ninja world, where various assassination tasks could be undertaken, trading lives for riches. It was also a place where money could be exchanged for others' lives. A certain famous son of a Hokage had a bounty measured in lives, valued at 35 million ryo. Hinata pressed on without rest, finally arriving at the small town indicated in the intel, Windmill Town. A typical town in the heart of the Land of Grass. It was named for the large wooden windmill standing at its entrance. From the outskirts, Windmill Town appeared tranquil and serene, embodying a paradisiacal beauty. However, upon entering the town, one would notice the residents were rather peculiar. The streets were populated by muscular men bearing scars, while elderly women sewing by the roadside eyed passers-by with hawk-like intensity. At times, a ninja would rush by, blood seeping from the cloth bag they carried. The root of this unsettling atmosphere lay in the presence of the largest underground black market in the Land of Grass. Hinata discreetly observed his surroundings. He had taken measures to conceal his identity, his Byakugan's eye color masked by cosmetic lenses, rendering him almost indistinguishable from those around him. Following the intel provided by the Hokage, he arrived at a hotel. This hotel served as a liaison point established by the Konoha Anbu and was the designated rendezvous for him and the Anbu scout. Prepare a room. Hinata scanned the area, and when he saw no one was watching, he subtly pressed his identity scroll onto the table. The clerk's pupils constricted upon seeing it, immediately comprehending the situation, and led Hinata to a room at the back. The proprietress is inside, you may speak with her. Hinata pushed the door open to find a woman of undeniable charm seated at a low table, savoring her tea. Upon noticing Hinata's entrance, she promptly rose. Anbu codename, Red Leaf. Anbu codename, Sword Immortal, he replied. The woman appeared slightly taken aback. Sword Immortal? Such boldness from one so young to adopt such a title. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, you must be the Anbu sent by the Hokage to assist, and I presume you are already aware of the current circumstances. She was the Anbu operative stationed there to gather intelligence regarding the surrounding areas of the Land of Grass. Just days prior, it was she who had discovered the enigmatic Sunagakure unit and relayed the information to the Hokage of Konoha. I am here for that very reason, Hinata affirmed. Has the Hokage only sent you? The woman furrowed her brow slightly. Given the significance of the mission, which involved the interplay of two great nations, it was inconceivable that the Hokage would send only Hinata. Having been engaged in missions within the Land of Grass recently, she was unaware of the current state of the Anbu and not familiar with Hinata's identity. Without offering an explanation, Hinata swept his hand across his face, removing the cosmetic lenses that concealed his eyes. A pair of pure, translucent white eyes were revealed. The woman's pupils instantly narrowed. Byakugan? No wonder. She gazed deeply at Hinata. The Byakugan's exceptional reconnaissance ability would undoubtedly play a crucial role in such a mission. Let us discuss the current situation, Hinata stated in a low voice. The intelligence he possessed was several days old, and he was unaware of the latest developments. Hongya nodded. her expression turning serious as she replied, "The small team dispatched by Sunagakure is currently stationed at the inn east of Windmill Town. The strength of those sand ninjas is formidable, with at least 3 jonin among them. Most importantly," Hongya paused, her expression grave as she looked at Hinata. "Their leader is Raza, the magnet release user." "Raza?" Hinata furrowed his brow slightly. On the streets of the small town, he glanced around, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, and swiftly leaped onto the roof of a nearby building. Crouched atop the roof, he gazed eastward toward Windmill Town, the direction indicated by Hongya's intelligence regarding the Sand Ninja team. In the next moment, he activated his Byakugan. His vision sharpened dramatically, granting him a godlike perspective where no changes in his surroundings could escape his scrutiny. He could see passers-by on the street, the long blades concealed beneath the vendor's stall, and couples preparing for intimacy in their bedrooms. Hinata's vision extended far into the distance until a tall building came into view. "It seems this is the inn that Hongya mentioned," he murmured. His gaze penetrated the walls, scanning the interior of the inn until it rested upon a particular room. Inside, several ninjas were engaged in conversation. One of the ninjas had dark red hair and thick black circles around his eyes, relaying something to the others. This was indeed Raza, the magnet release user and future 4th Kazekage, Gaara's father. Hinata frowned slightly. If only he had the eavesdropping technique, he could ascertain their conversation. Although the Byakugan allowed him to see clearly from miles away, it did not grant him the ability to hear their words. He could only surmise from their lip movements that Raza was issuing commands to his subordinates. The team was well equipped, including sensory ninjas. If he approached recklessly, he risked being discovered. Was he to return empty-handed? A look of discontent crossed Hinata's face. Just then, the 2 ninjas conversing with Raza nodded several times before abruptly leaving the room and heading outside the inn. A glimmer of delight appeared in Hinata's eyes as he followed the direction in which the 2 ninjas departed. With a swift motion, he vanished from the rooftop. Chapter 50, Soul-Searching Technique. Parting the veil of mist, the 2 disguised sand ninjas walked cautiously down the street, frequently glancing around to ensure they were not being followed. Soon, they arrived at an izakaya. From the outside, it appeared no different from any ordinary tavern. The sand ninjas pushed open the wooden door and proceeded down a dark corridor. Before long, their vision expanded into a bustling underground space. The air was saturated with the stench of blood and filth, and the walls were plastered with countless bounty notices, ranging from the 5 great shinobi countries to unknown ninjas. This was indeed the black market. The 2 sand ninjas exchanged glances and approached the front desk of the black market, lowering their voices to inquire, "How is the preparation of the goods coming along?" The black market ninja glanced around before responding quietly, "It's in progress. Give me a few more days, and it will all be ready." "Days? 3 days. 3 days is too long. We can't wait that long." One sand ninja revealed an impatient expression. 2 days. You can have no more than 2 additional days." 2 days, huh? The black market ninja gritted his teeth. "Fine, 2 days it is." However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was silently observing their every move from a distance. "A transaction?" Hinata frowned slightly. After discovering the 2 departing sand ninjas, he quietly followed them. At this moment, he utilized the transformation technique to disguise himself, concealing his presence as he eavesdropped on their conversation. Having trained in the 9-breath technique and refined his body through the purifying fire glaze body, his hearing surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Listening in on their dialogue was not a challenge. "It seems preparations must be made in advance." Hinata narrowed his eyes. "A transaction?" Inside the inn, Hongya's expression shifted to one of surprise upon receiving the intelligence relayed by Hinata. Indeed, from the information gathered thus far, this sand ninja team appears to be here for a transaction. Hinata mused thoughtfully. Hongya felt a wave of concern wash over her. The current state of the ninja world was increasingly tumultuous, with tensions escalating among the 5 great nations. The prospect of a transaction being conducted by Sunagakure at this time was worrisome. Hinata's eyes flickered slightly. He recalled that in the original narrative, the 3rd Great Ninja War was instigated by Sunagakure. The newly appointed Kazekage, Raza, sought to solidify his position by shifting internal conflicts onto Konohagakure, boldly initiating war against them. This act served as the catalyst that ignited the entire 3rd Great Ninja War. At this time, the 3rd Kazekage should still be alive, right? Has Sunagakure already begun its machinations? Hongya snapped back to reality. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Hinata. "Sword Immortal, what are your next plans?" They had been scouting for so long without uncovering the intentions of the Sand Ninja team, while Hinata had achieved such significant progress upon his arrival. Unbeknownst to her, Honja had begun to view Hinata as the leader. I already have a plan, Hinata replied with a gentle smile. Do you require our assistance? Honja asked. Hinata shook his head. I alone am sufficient. Lord Rasha, the matter has been taken care of. In 2 days, the transaction will be complete. A ninja who had ventured to the black market reported respectfully to Rasha inside the inn. Well done. This mission is of utmost importance. Upon our return to Sunagakure, the rewards will be substantial. Rasha nodded, a smile gracing his face. Sunagakure was weak, with scarce resources in the desert, and this transaction would provide them with a significant advantage in the forthcoming conflicts. Little did he know, at that very moment, a pair of eyes was quietly watching him from hundreds of meters away. As time passed slowly, the sky darkened. Outside the inn, a sand ninja guard scanned his surroundings before stepping into the nearby thicket to relieve himself. As the sound of flowing water filled the air, a look of relief spread across his face. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up his spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, and the flow was abruptly cut off. Before he could turn around, a heavy blow struck his neck, and darkness engulfed him as his body slumped. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest, his hands tightly bound. As his gaze shifted upward, he met the cold and indifferent eyes of a figure clad in a white mask adorned with blue patterns. Who are you? The sand ninja trembled, utterly oblivious to the abnormality of his situation, having been subdued so easily. His comrades in the inn were unlikely to suspect anything amiss, which meant no one would come to his aid. Rest assured, I will make you divulge everything I wish to know, Hinata said with a calm smile. The sand ninja's eyes flashed with hatred. Suddenly biting his tongue, he attempted to end his own life. You seem to have misunderstood my intentions. Hinata shook his head, a hint of mockery evident in his gaze. He then extended his palm and placed it atop the sand ninja's head. Soul-searching technique. In an instant, the sand ninja felt as if his very soul was being torn apart, and the excruciating pain contorted his expression. The mournful cries echoed through the desolate night. Chapter 51. Transformation Technique. Lord Rasha, the time is drawing near. Yuki and the others should be arriving with the goods shortly, a sand ninja respectfully informed Rasha, who was gazing into the distance towards Windmill Town. Indeed, Rasha nodded, aware of the secret mission that weighed heavily on their shoulders. To avoid attracting attention, they had been residing at an inn, while Yuki and his companions handled negotiations in the black market under disguise. Calculating the time, it seemed Yuki's group had successfully acquired the goods. Once they regrouped, they would promptly escort the cargo back to Sunagakure. Is Yuki still not back? Rasha inquired gravely. Yuki had gone missing the previous night and had yet to return. The sand ninja beside him shook his head. No, we have dispatched people to search for him, but so far, there have been no signs of his whereabouts. Rasha furrowed his brow. What could be the matter? Such an important task, and he goes missing. I hope nothing has gone awry. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 disguised sand ninjas were departing from Windmill Town, entering the adjacent woods. The leader cradled a hefty scroll in his arms, as thick as a baby's arm. We succeeded. Upon our return to the village, Lord Kazekage shall reward us handsomely. Yuki beamed, holding the weighty scroll, his face alight with satisfaction. This scroll contained an array of strategic resources, including shuriken, explosive tags, and food pills, all in substantial quantities. They had acquired these resources through an extensive intelligence network in the black market. With these supplies, Sunagakure would gain a strategic advantage amidst the impending turmoil. Let us hurry and reunite with Lord Rasha. Yuki urged his companions, who nodded in agreement and began heading toward the meeting point. In an instant, a glint of cold steel shot from the depths of the forest. Yuki's expression froze, his pupils trembling. Yuki-sama. The 2 sand ninjas behind him cried out in terror. Yuki glanced down, only to find a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, a horrifying sight that sent chills down the spines of his companions. Take the scroll. Find Lord Rasha. Yuki strained to pass the scroll to a nearby sand ninja, who immediately fled. In that fleeting moment, they had scarcely grasped what had transpired before Yuki was effortlessly slain. The assailant was far beyond their capability to confront. They had to regroup with Rasha to avenge Yuki's death. Perched upon a tree branch, Hinata observed the panicked escape of the 2 ninjas, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. After employing the soul search technique on one of the sand ninjas, he had discerned the intentions of their team. To put it plainly, Sunagakure was becoming restless. As tensions in the shinobi world escalated and friction between the major nations intensified, Sunagakure seized the opportunity to hoard a cache of strategic resources. Whether for use in the inevitable conflict or for sale to the highest bidder, Sunagakure stood to profit immensely. You couldn't help but admire the strategic foresight of the third Kazekage, dubbed the strongest Kazekage of all time. It was unfortunate that he fell victim to Scorpion's machinations, and his successor, Raza, was similarly betrayed by Orochimaru. The fifth Kazekage, Gaara, had also met his demise at the hands of Deidara. The position of Kazekage was indeed perilous. It seemed one was either being betrayed or on the path to betrayal. Returning to the present, Yu pointed his hand toward the sword of extermination below, its elongated blade emitting a soft chime as it soared into his palm. In the forest, the two sand ninjas continued their frantic flight, their eyes wide with fear. The one in the lead clutched the scroll tightly to his chest. The rendezvous point with Lord Raza lay just ahead, as long as they could reach that location. Before he could finish his thought, a chilling scream pierced the air behind him. The sand ninja turned in alarm, witnessing his companion stagger, a gaping wound in his chest, collapsing to the ground. Turning away, he gritted his teeth and fled desperately, clutching the scroll. In the next moment, he lifted his gaze, his pupils contracting suddenly. Unbeknownst to him, a tall figure stood upon a tree trunk ahead. The white and blue patterned mask concealed a pair of icy, white eyes, coldly gazing down upon him. Time is running out. Why has Yuki not yet arrived? Raza pondered anxiously as he scanned the distant windmill town. According to their agreed-upon schedule, Yuki and his companions should have already regrouped. Yet now, not even a shadow of them was in sight. The remaining sand ninjas exchanged worried glances. Raza turned to a nearby sand ninja, speaking firmly, "Yunai, take 2 ninjas and investigate what has happened. Report back immediately if you find anything." "Understood," Yunai nodded. Meanwhile, you had just dispatched the last of the sand ninjas, incinerating the body with the flames of Samadhi, while toying with the precious scroll in his hands. This small scroll contained an abundance of strategic resources. If it were to fall into the hands of Sunagakure, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward the depths of the forest. Through the perspective of his heavenly eye, he spotted a team of sand ninjas approaching. Have they sensed something amiss? A smirk crept upon Yu's lips. Simply stealing the scroll was too mundane. Rather, he would leave this sand ninja team with a parting gift. Drawing a deep breath, he activated the transformation technique. His body began to morph, growing taller, elongating his face, and altering his attire to resemble that of the fallen sand ninja. To enhance the realism, he even conjured bloodstains upon himself using the technique. As a transformation exclusive to the Sage Realm, transformation was unparalleled in its authenticity. He was confident that the sand ninjas would not detect the ruse. Next, he casually picked up a withered branch and pointed his finger at it. Transform. The branch instantly morphed into the shape of a scroll. Transformation technique was a scroll he had acquired from the Anbu, capable of altering the appearance of inanimate objects. A feat far beyond the capabilities of the great Sage's 72 transformations. Initially deemed an insignificant item, it now proved its worth. Having completed his preparations, Yu slumped against a nearby tree, clutching the bloodied scroll tightly. Approximately half a minute later, the searching sand ninjas finally discovered him. "There!" one shouted. "Quick! What happened?" The leader of the sand ninjas stared in shock at the gravely wounded Yu. Yu weakly opened his eyes, feigning exhaustion. "We were ambushed." Chapter 52, Raza spitting blood. "Do not let me catch you. We were ambushed. The enemy is formidable. The scroll is here," Yu trembled, as if he had exhausted every ounce of strength to lift the bloodstained scroll. Upon receiving the scroll from Yu, Yunai felt as though something had struck his heart. A haze forming before his eyes. "It seems he has perished," a sand ninja lamented. "He was a hero." Yunai suppressed his complex emotions, sighing. "We must return and report to Lord Raza. At least we have preserved the scroll." "Yes." The sand ninjas exchanged glances and promptly began their return. They still did not know who the enemy was. Remaining here recklessly could likely lead to another encounter. The priority was to ensure the safe escort of the scroll back to Raza and the others. Raza waited anxiously in the woods. He was unaware of what had transpired, silently praying for no unforeseen circumstances. This mission was of utmost importance. As long as he can transport these supplies to Sand Hidden Village, his reputation there will soar significantly. Coupled with the fact that he is a disciple of the third Kazekage and possesses the rare magnet release bloodline, he is undoubtedly the rightful heir to the fourth Kazekage. Before long, Yuno and the others returned. What happened? Rusha inquired anxiously. Yuno sighed, a complex expression crossing his face. Yuki and the others were attacked and have perished. Rusha's pupils constricted as he pressed for details. What about the scroll? Where's the scroll? The scroll is intact. Yuki sacrificed his life to protect it. Upon hearing this, Rusha felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, when he saw the scroll Yuno produced from his bosom, his pupils trembled, and he clenched his teeth in disbelief. You call this a scroll? Yuno stared blankly, then looked at the object in his hands, utterly dumbfounded. The scroll had transformed into a withered, yellowed branch. What on earth? I distinctly remember bringing back the scroll. Rusha's hands balled into fists, consumed by furious rage. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to suppress his anger. We must return immediately. After advancing for a while, Rusha and his companions reached their previous location. Yet, there was not a soul in sight. Even the bodies of the sand shinobi slain by Hinata had been incinerated by the flames of Amaterasu, leaving no trace behind. Yuno stared blankly at the large tree that had stood there moments before. Impossible. It was just here. Rusha's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his hands tightly, his body trembling with rage. It's over. Everything is over. The scroll is gone, the supplies are gone, and we have lost so many sand shinobi for nothing. Upon returning to Sand Hidden Village, I will face severe punishment. You fool. Rusha's eyes seemed to burst with blood, glaring furiously at the dazed Yuno. Sand gold binding. A torrent of golden sand erupted from beneath him, swiftly engulfing Yuno before he could react. Lord Rusha, please. Don't. Bang. The sand suddenly constricted. The screams abruptly ceased, and a trickle of crimson blood seeped through the golden grains. Rusha's body continued to tremble, his bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair giving him a menacing appearance. Suddenly, he threw his head back and roared, his voice reverberating like a shockwave. Who is it? Who is responsible? In a nearby inn, Akane awaited nervously. This mission was of utmost importance. She had intended to act alongside Hinata, but he had declined her offer. Now, it was far too late to request reinforcements from the Hokage. All hope rested solely on Hinata. Just as she anxiously awaited, the door to the room was thrust open. Hinata entered calmly. What happened? Akane asked, her voice tense. It's over, Hinata replied with a smile. It's over? Akane was taken aback. What do you mean, it's over? Hinata remained silent, merely placing the scroll he held on the table. What is this? Akane furrowed her brows. This is what that sand shinobi team went to great lengths to retrieve. Upon hearing this, Akane immediately picked up the scroll and began to examine it. Moments later, her pupils suddenly widened, trembling in shock. So many supplies? Explosive tags, kunai, bandages, soldier pills. If those sand shinobi had successfully transported these supplies, how many leaf shinobi would perish in the coming war? How fortunate. Akane's heart finally eased. Since the mission is complete, I should return, Hinata said with a gentle smile. He clearly remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had promised him the opportunity to select a sealing technique as a reward for completing this mission. Hinata could hardly contain his excitement. The techniques recorded in the sealing book were all classified as S-rank forbidden jutsu, and acquiring such powerful techniques would undoubtedly enable the little tree to flourish in unimaginable ways. By the way, during the upcoming period, it would be wise for you to remain hidden and refrain from unnecessary actions. As if recalling something, Hinata cautioned Akane. Having suffered such a significant loss, Rusha will not let this go easily. For a while, they will likely scour the vicinity of Windmill Town in search of us. Understood. Akane replied with a gentle nod. After this mission, she had witnessed Hinata's capabilities firsthand and held no reservations regarding his advice. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face lit up with joy after hearing Hinata's report. Excellent. 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 The more he observed Hinata, the more he found him likable. Not only had he disrupted Sand Hidden Village's clandestine operations, but he had also seized their supplies. Such achievements would be difficult for even other members of the Anbu to replicate. For a fleeting moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw a shadow of his younger self in Hinata, both equally gifted and standing out among the crowd. Hinata maintained a calm demeanor, providing only a brief overview of the mission while cleverly concealing the details of how he had toyed with Rusha using the transformation and substitution techniques. Then, as if recalling something, he took a deep breath. Hokage-sama, You must remember the promise made before our departure, correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He certainly remembered telling Hinata that after the mission, he would reward him with the chance to select a technique from the sealing book. Given Hinata's outstanding performance, he could hardly refuse. The techniques recorded in the sealing book were no ordinary jutsu, and he hoped Hinata would seize this opportunity wisely. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed deeply at Hinata. Hinata's heart soared with elation. It's happening. It's finally happening. Chapter 53. Selection of the forbidden sealing techniques. Walking down the dark corridor, Hinata curiously surveyed his surroundings. This was directly beneath the Hokage's office, in the confidential archives. The sealing book was stored somewhere within. With his celestial eyes discreetly activated, Hinata cautiously scanned the area. Surprisingly, for members of the Anbu were stationed along this short corridor, hidden in the shadows. Various sensing barriers lined both sides of the passage. Anyone who dared to trespass would undoubtedly be detected immediately. With such stringent defenses, Hinata found himself curious. How did the prince manage to steal the sealing book amidst such layers of protection? After all, the very first episode of the Naruto anime depicted Naruto being led by Mizuki to steal the sealing book and learn the shadow clone technique. His thoughts did not linger for long. We have arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen's deep voice pulled Hinata back to reality. Before them stood a grand door adorned with intricate barriers. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door and retrieved a scroll as thick as a thigh. The sealing book. You may select one technique or secret art. You have 1 week to study it, during which you must not share it with another ninja. After the time is up, it must be returned immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. The smoke from his pipe curling slowly. Understood. Hinata gazed at the scroll before him, swallowing hard. The allure of the techniques contained within was immense. If he were to master them all, just how far would the little tree grow? Regrettably, it was merely a wishful thought. Even with his celestial eyes activated, he could not hope to comprehend so many secret arts in such a short time. Moreover, with the dense array of sensing barriers and Sarutobi Hiruzen watching him closely, he could not overtly begin his study. Hinata took a deep breath, clearing his mind, and began to make his selections with utmost seriousness. Memories of renowned ninjutsu and secret techniques flashed before his eyes. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a particular secret technique. This is the one. Hinata extended his finger, pointing to the name of the technique. Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. The spirit transformation technique. Are you certain you? This technique involves the soul, and the difficulty of mastering it is immense. He could not understand why Hinata had chosen this particular technique. The spirit transformation technique, a secret art of the Kato clan, allows the soul to separate from the body, enabling one to strike down enemies or control their bodies. Although its power is formidable and difficult to guard against, the learning curve for soul-related techniques is steep. Over the years, only one, Kato Dan, had successfully mastered it, and he had perished in the Second Great Ninja War. I have made my decision, Hinata replied earnestly. Choosing the spirit transformation technique was a decision he had resolved upon long ago. Among the numerous powerful forbidden arts within the Book of Seals, only a few were of the highest priority. The multi-shadow clone technique, Flying Thunder God, for purple flames formation, and the spirit transformation technique. Of these, the ones that tempted Hinata the most were the Flying Thunder God and the spirit transformation technique. The former would greatly enhance his survival capabilities, while the latter would fill the gap in his understanding of the soul, and practicing soul techniques might even provide a boost to his heavenly eye. However, the Flying Thunder God had more than one avenue for acquisition, unlike the spirit transformation technique. If memory served him correctly, during this period, Minato Namikaze had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. As the disciple of the esteemed Kakashi Hatake, Hinata felt that forging a connection with Minato to seek knowledge about space-time ninjutsu would not be beyond his reach. Conversely, Kato Dan, the sole master of the spirit transformation technique, was irrevocably deceased, and the Kato clan had essentially lost its lineage, rendering it nearly impossible to find any trace of the clan. Apart from the Book of Seals, Hinata found no other means to comprehend the spirit transformation technique. Thus, the choice became clear. Seeing the determination in Hinata eyes, Sarutobi Hizashi nodded. In that case, I shall not dissuade you further. He then handed Hinata a scroll detailing the cultivation methods of the spirit transformation technique. After departing from the Hokage's office, Hinata immediately returned home. Entering a secret chamber he had converted from a storage room, preparing to enter seclusion. Before him lay the scroll for the spirit transformation technique. A sense of apprehension washed over him. He was uncertain whether the technique would yield the desired leaves of the tree within his mind. However, there were exceedingly few soul-related techniques within the ninja world, leaving Hinata no choice but to steel himself and delve into the study. It is said that the Kato clan was once a prominent family in Konoha. Not that Kato, but the other Kato. Regrettably, the only master of the spirit transformation technique. Kato Dan met a tragic end entangled in the political struggles of Konoha due to his girlfriend Tsunade. Consequently, the Kato clan began to decline rapidly, and now it was almost forgotten. Clearing his thoughts, Hinata began to contemplate the spirit transformation technique in his hands. As he slightly activated his heavenly eye, his mind became exceptionally clear, allowing him to enter a state of profound insight. The cultivation methods of the spirit transformation technique unfolded in his mind like a skilled chef carving a piece of meat. Time gradually passed. The sky outside darkened, and stars began to twinkle. Hinata remained seated in the secret chamber, immersed in the study of the technique. In this state, time seemed to lose its significance. After an indeterminate duration, Hinata lifted his head, a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes. I understand. Simultaneously, he felt that familiar tingling sensation in his mind, as if something was about to emerge. Suppressing his excitement, Hinata sank his consciousness into the space of the small tree in his mind. At that moment, a brand new leaf sprouted from the branches of the small tree. This leaf was distinct from the others, as delicate as a cicada's wing, entirely translucent with a jade-like quality. Adorning the tips of the branches, Hinata held his breath, extending his consciousness toward it. Boom! A profound resonance echoed in his mind, as endless white mist dispersed, revealing 5 gleaming characters. Tai Spirit Refinement Technique. Chapter 54, The Cold Monarch. Orochimaru. Tai Spirit Refinement, Boundless Creation. The primordial spirit separates from the body, exploring the void and returning to reality. Clarity within and without, the spirit and soul unify. A mysterious melody seemed to whisper in Hinata's ears, akin to a divine revelation, plunging him into a wondrous state. After a considerable duration, he gradually regained his composure. Tai Spirit Refinement Technique was undoubtedly an exceptionally profound method for soul cultivation. Hinata pondered whether this technique had any connection to the revered Tai rescue deity. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head in self-deprecation. The Tai rescue deity was one of the most renowned deities beneath the 3 pure ones. His musings felt somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, this Tai Spirit Refinement Technique was undeniably formidable, achieving a high level of mastery in the cultivation and application of the soul. Initially, Hinata had concerns that the spirit transformation technique would only nurture leaves akin to an out-of-body experience, as such abilities held little significance for him at this moment. Fortunately, the small tree proved to be quite powerful, yielding a complete method for soul cultivation. Thus, his final shortcoming had been addressed. For cultivating chi, he possessed 9 breath inhalation. For refining the body, he had pure fire glaze body, and for refining the spirit, he wielded Tai Spirit Refinement Technique. With these 3 avenues, his capabilities were remarkably comprehensive. Hinata exhaled, dispersing the thoughts in his mind. He began to comprehend and learn Tai Spirit Refinement Technique. The Tai Spirit Refinement Technique offered a thorough approach to soul cultivation, capable of refining the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The essence of spirit refinement lay in visualization. By calming the mind and entering a meditative state, one could hone the soul through the practice of visualization. The Tai Spirit Refinement Technique was divided into 3 stages. The first stage involved a prolonged process of soul refinement, akin to water droplets accumulating in a pool, gradually enhancing the power of the soul. The second stage would see the culmination of this effort, opening up the sea of consciousness and solidifying spiritual awareness. Hinata commenced the visualization method. Before him, a towering ancient tree materialized, its branches and veins surprisingly reminiscent of the small tree within him. In this state of visualization, Hinata's soul seemed to enter a realm of profound mystery. He suddenly became curious, noting that both the heavenly eye and the small tree appeared to have a certain connection to the soul. If he continued to cultivate, would there be any changes between the two? The following day, Hinata opened the door and inhaled deeply. after a night spent practicing the Tai spirit refinement technique. He felt utterly invigorated, his mind exceptionally clear. He attempted to activate his heavenly eye and discovered that the world beneath its gaze appeared somewhat clearer. The enhancement of his soul power indeed provided a boost to the heavenly eye. Then, on a whim, he also activated the Byakugan. To his surprise, the range of the Byakugan had expanded as well. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata concluded that the corresponding power of the soul in the ninja world was likely the mental energy associated with in release. Thus, it was no wonder that the Byakugan had received an enhancement. Subsequently, Hinata made his way to the Anbu's information room. The Anbu's intelligence department was responsible for gathering information throughout the ninja world. As a member of Anbu, was it too much to borrow a little information? Yet, he found nothing of worth. As Hinata sifted through the information he had searched for, his brow furrowed slightly. He was specifically searching for information related to the Kusanagi sword. His own Jusha sword had the ability to fuse with other weapons to evolve. If he could use the SAMADHI true fire to meld the Kusanagi sword with other formidable blades, the results could be extraordinary. What heights will this Janshin sword reach? While it may not rival the true Janshin sword, it should still attain the status of a formidable spiritual blade, shouldn't it? It is said that the Kusanagi sword exists in 11 pieces, scattered throughout the ninja world. One is possessed by Orochimaru, capable of altering its length at will, spitting forth both sword and snake. Another was gifted by Orochimaru to the second pillar, marking the beginning of his pretentious journey. A third lies in the hands of Itachi Uchiha, capable of sealing all things. Hinata had begun to pay attention to information regarding the Kusanagi sword long ago. Regrettably, until now, he had found almost nothing. With a resigned sigh, Hinata left the Anbu. Not long after departing, his gaze suddenly sharpened, prompting him to halt. Come forth. A raspy laughter echoed beside him. I didn't expect your perception to be this keen, Yukuin. As Hinata beheld the approaching figure, his brows furrowed involuntarily. The figure had pallid skin, eerie golden slit eyes, purple eyeshadow, and a dexterous tongue licking at his lips. Orochimaru, I wonder what brings you to seek me. Hinata endeavored to maintain his composure. At this moment, Orochimaru likely had no intentions of betrayal, and the probability of him acting against you was low. Nevertheless, recalling Orochimaru's numerous exploits, Hinata remained on guard, feeling the Janshin sword in its sheath tremble slightly. With a mere thought, it could instantly become a piercing rainbow. Do not fret, Yukuin. I merely admire your talents, Orochimaru remarked, his snake-like eyes gleaming with interest as he scrutinized Hinata, the disciple of Lord White Fang. The most dazzling genius of the present Konoha has become a remarkable star in just 2 months in the Anbu. Each of your feats astounds me. Most importantly, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Hinata, reminiscent of the first time he encountered the white snake sage in the dragon cave. Was it merely an illusion? Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth, his throat undulating as he slowly produced a scroll the size of a human arm, still glistening with a viscous, transparent fluid. Hinata felt a wave of nausea. Orochimaru truly lacks hygiene. Such a thick and lengthy scroll. Did he simply swallow it? Orochimaru licked the remaining fluid from his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he placed the scroll at his feet and retreated into the shadows. This shall be a gift for you, Yukuin, with your talent. I eagerly await to see what kind of ninja you will become. Chapter 55, No Rush. Let's play with him. Hinata celestial, I remained slightly open, locking onto Orochimaru's aura. Only when he confirmed Orochimaru's departure did he breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Orochimaru's notoriety in the original tale was quite unfavorable. Despite this period lacking any betrayal, Hinata could not afford to let his guard down. He then turned his attention to the scroll left behind by Orochimaru. The scroll lay flat on the ground, 2 meters in front of Hinata, still bearing remnants of Orochimaru's bodily fluid. A hint of disdain flickered in Hinata's eyes. Rather than taking it directly, he utilized the art of manipulating objects, causing the scroll to tremble slightly before gently floating towards him and unfurling on its own. Hinata's pupils constricted. Is this a map? He furrowed his brow slightly. The map was remarkably detailed, and he vaguely discerned the borders of the Land of Fire. At the center of the map, a small sword symbol was marked, with the words Kusanagi sword inscribed nearby. Is this the location of the Kusanagi sword? Did Orochimaru come specifically to deliver this scroll containing information about the Kusanagi sword to me? A flicker of uncertainty danced in Hinata-Yu's eyes. Orochimaru was aware of his quest for the Kusanagi sword. This did not particularly surprise him. Having conducted his own investigations in the Anbu regarding the Kusanagi sword, it would not be difficult for Orochimaru to unearth such information. However, the act of bestowing this information upon him was indeed unexpected. The value of a Kusanagi sword is exceedingly high, setting aside its power. Even its mere appearance on the black market would fetch an exorbitant price. Why would Orochimaru choose to gift such a precious artifact to him? After pondering fruitlessly, Hinata-Yu dismissed these thoughts and scrutinized the map before him. According to the accompanying notes, this Kusanagi sword was likely the one Orochimaru had given to the second pillar in the original timeline. It possessed indestructible qualities and could accommodate various chakra transformations. Currently, it seemed to be in the possession of a wandering ninja named Yagyu Ikaru, who had long been entrenched in the underground black market of the Land of Water. Surviving by undertaking bounty tasks from the black market, Orochimaru had meticulously noted down the details of this individual, indicating he had long set his sights on the Kusanagi sword. Hinata-Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The information about the Kusanagi sword that had eluded him for so long had come to him in such an unexpected manner. The annotations on this scroll appeared authentic, aligning perfectly with the intelligence he had gathered in the Anbu. Should he pursue it? After some contemplation, Hinata-Yu resolved to take action. Following a brief preparation, he set out towards the location marked on the map, a southern underground black market in the Land of Water. The black market was not unfamiliar to Hinata-Yu. During his last encounter there, he had executed a clever scheme against Raza. According to Orochimaru's intel, Yagyu Ikaru frequented this particular black market, relying on bounty tasks for his livelihood. As Hinata-Yu gazed at the entrance of the black market not far ahead, he opted not to enter directly. Given his current appearance, coupled with a pair of Byakugan eyes, he would likely become an immediate target upon entering. Disguise was essential. After some contemplation, he began to transform. Bigger, taller, thicker, shorter. In a matter of breaths, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. His height increased, his skin darkened, bulging muscles adorned his frame, and most importantly, his head became as smooth as if polished with oil. He had transformed into a burly, bald muscle man. That disguised technique, exclusive to the immortal realm, was far superior to mere transformation arts. It allowed for a highly realistic alteration of size, length, and girth. After confirming that everything was in order, Hinata-Yu stepped into the black market. "Where's Yagyu Ikaru?" Upon entering, he bellowed in a deep, gravelly voice, demanding the attention of the surrounding ninjas. Yagyu Ikaru? The nearby ninjas regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and unease. Is this fellow here to seek Yagyu Ikaru? Another fool chasing after the Kusanagi sword? Where's Yagyu Ikaru? Hinata-Yu repeated. The ninjas exchanged glances, remaining silent. Clearly intimidated by Hinata-Yu's fierce appearance, the transformed Hinata had taken on the guise of a muscular, imposing figure. Even the menacing aura he exuded was convincingly replicated through the disguise technique. It seemed Yagyu Ikaru was nothing but a cowardly wretch, unworthy of possessing the Kusanagi sword. With a mockingly regretful shake of his head, Hinata-Yu turned to leave. Once he departed, whispers began to circulate through the black market. Another reckless fool. Is this the fourth one this month? Haha. If Yagyu Ikaru can guard the Kusanagi sword, it must mean he possesses formidable strength. Indeed, it seems we have a good show ahead. The ninjas in the black market wore expressions of amusement, acknowledging that while the bald muscle man appeared formidable, he would likely stir no waves against Yagyu Ikaru. It should be noted that Yagyu Ikaru was already a powerhouse in his own right, masterful in swordsmanship. And with the amplification of the Kusanagi sword, even an average jonin would stand no chance against him. This is a black market where lives are as insignificant as grass. Without a firm hand, how could one possibly safeguard a treasure like the Kusanagi sword? Indeed, shortly after Hinata-Yu departed, a ninja left the black market to inform Yagyu Ikaru. Approximately half an hour later, a ninja, with a long sword at his waist, swaggered out of the black market, seemingly in search of something. Outside the black market, in the forest, Hinata-Yu observed this scene with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. His aim was to lure out Yagyu Ikaru. According to the intelligence provided by Orochimaru, Yagyu Ikaru possessed a rather proud temperament, intolerant of any affront to his reputation. If he could draw Yagyu Ikaru out alone, it would be much simpler to take action. As Yagyu Ikaru approached, a slight smile curled at the corners of Hinata-Yu's mouth. There was no rush. He would play with him a little longer. Chapter 56. The external manifestation of the self. The Kusanagi, sword in hand, damn it. How dare anyone tarnish my name? Yagyu Ichiro, with the Kusanagi sword at his waist, stepped out of the black market, his eyes scanning the surroundings in a fury. Just moments ago, he had received word that someone had severely insulted him in the black market. While his uncle could endure, his aunt could not. Thus, he hurried here, eager to teach this insolent wretch a harsh lesson. In the forest beside the black market, Hinata watched as Yagyu Ichiro drew nearer, amusement flickering in his gaze. Yagyu Ichiro was still meticulously searching for Hinata-Yu's figure, his expression marked by confusion. How strange. Where had that fellow run off to? In the next moment, a shuriken whistled through the air from the forest. Yagyu Ichiro frowned slightly, raising his right hand to draw the Kusanagi sword for defense. With a sharp clang, sparks flew as Yagyu Ichiro's arm trembled slightly. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The shuriken had contained a peculiar force, causing his arm to ache and tingle even after he managed to block it. Just as he was momentarily dazed, a second shuriken shot from the forest. In a flurry, Yagyu Ichiro raised his sword to defend again. This time, the shuriken grazed his right cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Anger surged within Yagyu Ichiro. How dare you toy with me? Without hesitation, he charged into the forest where the shuriken had originated. Meanwhile, Hinata smirked at the unfolding drama. The trap had been set. The proximity to the black market posed a risk. A battle here could easily attract other ninjas. It was imperative to lure Yagyu Ichiro to a more secluded area for him to act without reservations. In the forest, Yagyu Ichiro pursued Hinata. Another shuriken shot out from the trees. Yagyu Ichiro raised his sword to block, his hand trembling from the recoil. Gritting his teeth, his fury toward Hinata reached a boiling point. Each time he neared Hinata, another shuriken would emerge, forcing him back, maintaining a delicate distance between them. Before long, Yagyu Ichiro noticed that Hinata seemed to have halted. He scanned the surroundings, realizing they were isolated, just the two of them. Have you dug your own grave? Yagyu Ichiro scoffed. He held unwavering confidence in his strength. During the earlier chase, he had gleaned a rough understanding of Hinata-Yu's capabilities, noting only the oddity of his throwing techniques. All he needed was a chance to seize victory. Whoosh! A shuriken shot through the forest once more. Yagyu Ichiro regarded it with disdain, swiftly raising his sword to block. Clang! An immense force erupted, leaving him in shock. What is happening? This power is several times stronger. However, Hinata offered no respite, sending another dark shuriken flying from an unexpected angle. Yagyu Ichiro's eyelids twitched. He hastily raised his sword to defend. But the shuriken sliced through his right arm, blood gushing forth. You wretched fool. Yagyu Ichiro gritted his teeth. From the outset, he hadn't even laid eyes on Hinata, yet he had already sustained injuries twice. He felt like a mere puppet, toyed with at Hinata-Yu's whim. A violent gust of wind chakra enveloped the Kusanagi sword, casting it in a shimmering white light. Yagyu Ichiro swung with incredible speed. Wind slash, wind slash, wind slash. In an instant, multiple wide blades of wind erupted from the sword, slicing through the trees like paper under their assault. Breathing heavily, Yagyu Ichiro scanned the area for any sign of Hinata. The only reason he could maintain control of the Kusanagi sword was due to the perfect fusion of wind chakra and the sword's sharpness, elevating his power to new heights. Yet, just as he failed to locate Hinata, a sound of slicing air from behind sent a chill down his spine. Yagyu Ichiro quickly turned. This time, it was not a shuriken, but a long sword, a blade gleaming with cold light. The sword moved with such swiftness that Yagyu Ichiro could not react in time. Years of life and death experience allowed him to twist his body at the last moment, avoiding a fatal blow to his vital organs. The long sword pierced through his right side, bringing forth a spray of blood. Stumbling, Yagyu Ichiro fell to the ground, clutching his wound, trembling as he stared at the gory void in his abdomen. Where's my kidney? I lost my kidney. Rage and despair filled his eyes as he yearned to devour Hinata alive, to grind his bones to dust. As he wallowed in his grief, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. Hinata, eyes reflecting a hint of pity, clicked his tongue. How tragic, you've lost a kidney. Yagyu Ichiro glared fiercely at Hinata, the very person responsible for his wretched state. Hinata extended his hand. The sword lodged in the ground trembled before flying into his grasp. It appears this is the end, he remarked. a look of compassion crossing his face as he prepared to strike down. In the next moment, a sudden twist. The seemingly incapacitated Yagyu Ichiro suddenly erupted with ferocity, leaping at an impossible angle. With the sharp Kusanagi sword, he aimed a swift thrust at Hinata Yu's heart. Seeing his success, Yagyu Ichiro laughed maniacally, his blood-soaked form rendering him a ghastly sight. The swallow return was his most formidable technique, an ambush that had never failed him. His earlier display of weakness was merely a ruse to lower Hinata Yu's guard, allowing him to find the perfect moment to strike. After years of navigating the underground black market, one could not retain possession of the Kusanagi sword without some cunning. Yet, the following moment froze his smile in place. The Hinata Yu he had pierced through the heart suddenly revealed a mocking smile, dissipating into a cloud of white mist. Yagyu Ichiro's pupils constricted. Shadow clone. With a sharp pain radiating from his chest, his body froze in place. The brutal tip of a sword had erupted from his heart, blood gushing forth. Trembling, Yagyu Ichiro turned to see Hinata Yu standing behind him. How is this possible? His eyes filled with disbelief as his body crumpled like a toppled brick. Looking at the lifeless Yagyu Ichiro, Hinata Yu let out a long sigh of relief. In this battle, it appeared as though he had complete control over the rhythm, skillfully manipulating Yagyu Ichiro until the very end. However, the situation was fraught with peril. Yagyu Ichiro possessed considerable combat experience. Even after his kidney was struck by Hyuga Yu, he was devising a plan for a counterattack. Yet, he made a grave mistake, underestimating his opponent. Hyuga Yu had mastered the art of playing the fool, gradually leading Yagyu Ichiro to his doom. Ultimately, the technique of the outer body lured out Ichiro's counterattack strategy, resulting in a swift demise. The outer body was a new divine skill that emerged after Hyuga Yu comprehended the shadow clone technique, accompanied by the growth of another leaf-like projection. The outer incarnation, damaged, was akin to a stunted leaf, merely a third the size of the others, rendering it impossible for Hyuga Yu to comprehend or learn. Subsequently, he sought the training methods for the lightning and earth clones within the Anbu. Indeed, that leaf began to grow significantly. Hyuga Yu surmised that once he mastered the remaining elemental clone techniques, the outer incarnation leaf would fully develop, allowing him to grasp the technique of the outer incarnation. Though outer body and outer incarnation differ by a mere character, they are worlds apart. The former resembles shadow clones and their myriad variations, while the latter allows for the creation of an incarnation capable of self-training and growth, possessing abilities rivaling the original, a commonly referred to doppelganger. Hyuga Yu eagerly anticipated the day he would master the outer incarnation. Seizing the moment while Yagyu Ichiro's spirit was still lingering, Hyuga Yu placed his palm upon Ichiro's head, invoking the soul-searching technique to extract the ninjutsu from his mind. Upon completing the soul search, he flicked his fingers to unleash a fireball technique, incinerating Yagyu Ichiro along with the severed kidney. Finally, he unleashed a gust of wind, scattering the ashes without a trace. This entire process had become second nature to him. In the future, as he delved into Buddhist teachings, Hyuga Yu contemplated expanding his practices to include spiritual liberation. Once he confirmed that nothing was amiss, he grasped the Kusanagi sword and soared away on its blade. Chapter 57. The Fate of the Branch Family in the Land of Waterfalls, within a hidden cave. Hyuga Yu raised the Kusanagi sword, scrutinizing it under the dim light. The blade was slender and elongated, lacking a guard, directly connecting to the hilt. He swung it a few times, finding it remarkably smooth. Truly, it was the Kusanagi sword. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in his eyes. Apart from the sword he forged using materials from the lightning blade and beheading sword, this Kusanagi sword was the finest he had encountered among all ninja blades. Its sharpness and durability far surpassed that of ordinary weapons. According to the intelligence provided in Orochimaru's scroll, there were a total of 11 Kusanagi swords in the ninja world. 8 of them had been lost to time, their whereabouts unknown. Of the remaining 3, the one he possessed was the Heaven's Fabric Sword, characterized by its extreme durability and sharpness, making it exceptionally suited for channeling chakra. Another was the Shichiken Sword, also known as the Sake Cutter, capable of sealing anything it pierced. The final one, the Amatsukaze Sword, was wielded by Orochimaru and could alter its length at will. Orochimaru occasionally showcased this Kusanagi sword, performing his signature technique of summoning snakes and the blade itself. With a deep breath, Hyuga Yu dispersed his thoughts. The sword he forged, the Extermination Sword, had 2 evolutionary paths. One involved absorbing the essence of foes he defeated to enhance its quality. The other was to seek out powerful weapons within the ninja realm and refine them using the true fire of Samadhi. If he could meld the Heaven's Fabric Sword into the Extermination Sword, it would undoubtedly elevate its quality once more. With a flick of his finger, crimson flames erupted, instantly engulfing the entire cave in a searing warmth. Utilizing the art of manipulating objects, Hyuga maneuvered the Heaven's Fabric Sword above the true fire. Though the Kusanagi sword was a treasure among ninja weapons, it paled in comparison to the true fire's refining power. In mere moments, the seemingly indestructible blade began to melt, soon transforming into a pool of shimmering silver liquid. Hyuga held his breath, guiding the liquid toward the Extermination Sword. The silver fluid enveloped the sword, purging impurities and merging its essence under the true fire's relentless heat. Time passed slowly as beads of sweat formed on Hyuga's brow. Sustaining the use of the true fire left him with a dizzying sense of emptiness. At last, the silver fluid completely fused with the Extermination Sword, its once sharp blade now reflecting a chilling glimmer, mirroring Hyuga's eyes. With a flick of his fingers, the sword seemed to respond, emitting a melodious chime. What a fine sword! Hyuga couldn't help but exclaim. After refining the Heaven's Fabric Sword, the quality of the Extermination Sword had ascended significantly. Coupled with the spiritual energy he regularly infused, the sword now exhibited a hint of sentience, poised to transcend the realm of mere weapons. Should he deploy the art of manipulating swords, its power would surely be magnified. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Hyuga's eyes. This journey was far from futile. Next, he inhaled deeply, activating the 9 breaths of recovery to replenish his expended chakra. With the Kusanagi sword successfully melded into the Extermination Sword, it was time to prepare for his return journey. At the border of the land of waterfalls, beside a hill, 2 Hyuga ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village headbands assumed a defensive stance, their gazes fixed tensely on the approaching adversaries. They had activated their Byakugan, the grotesque veins around their eyes bulging like worms. The 3 opposing ninjas, each a jonin, exuded a menacing aura, likely seasoned bounty hunters with blood on their blades. Their immediate priority was to ensure the safety of the main family's Hyuga, a responsibility they bore as branch family members. How much would those Byakugan fetch on the black market? The scarred ninja pondered greedily, aware that they were all bounty hunters entrenched in the underworld. The Byakugan commanded exorbitant prices, with several great ninja villages vying to acquire them. If they could obtain a pair, their future would be assured. You too, hold them off. Hyuga, paralyzed with fear, barked at Hyuga Hosei and his companion. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. The scarred ninja shouted, "Don't let them escape." As the words left his mouth, the 3 ninjas surged forward. Hyuga Hosei gritted his teeth and positioned himself in front, launching a counterattack with the Gentle Fist technique. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In an instant, a barrage of rapid strikes formed an impregnable wall of attacks, staunchly blocking the oncoming bounty hunters. The Gentle Fist, as the Hyuga clan's most formidable technique, combined with the Byakugan's clarity, made Hyuga Hosei confident in close combat against his opponents. Yet, the bounty hunters were all adept users of ninja blades. No matter how fierce Hyuga Hosei's Gentle Fist assault was, he found himself at a disadvantage in this deadly exchange of blades. We cannot allow him to escape. The scarred ninja's heart raced as he saw Hyuga darting into the dense forest. The land of fire lay just ahead. Should Hyuga reach its depths, he would no longer dare pursue. With chakra surging within him, the scarred ninja prepared to chase after the fleeing Hyuga. Hyuga Hosei clenched his teeth, unleashing a palm strike to force the scarred ninja back. This brief delay allowed Hyuga figure to vanish completely into the thicket. Enraged, the scarred ninja swung his blade toward Hyuga Hosei, bellowing, "Fool, you're courting death." In a desperate struggle against 2 adversaries, Hinata found himself under immense pressure, perilously close to his demise. He cast a weary glance towards his companion, who was gravely injured from the enemy's onslaught. A deep gash marred his abdomen, blood oozing forth. A wave of desolation washed over Hosen. Despair flickered in his eyes as he realized they might perish here today. Yet, if he did not risk everything to save Hinata, upon returning to the Hinata clan, they would both face execution like caged birds, their families suffering under the elders' severe punishment. Perhaps this was the fate of the branch family. Several hundred meters away, Hinata stood poised upon a rock, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Chapter 58, Sage. How infuriating. That scoundrel has managed to escape. The scarred ninja, upon losing sight of Hinata Hashin, who fled into the dense forest, was consumed by fury. The ferocity of his blade strikes escalated, leaving Hosen in a perilous predicament. Unable to retaliate, with a swift slash, the sharp kunai tore through Hosen's arm, staining his garments with crimson. Gritting his teeth, he fought back with all his might. He remained uncertain whether Hashin had truly escaped. If these ninjas caught up with him, not only would he suffer, but his family within the Hinata territory would also face dire consequences. Just as he struggled to hold on, a heart-wrenching cry pierced his ears, clutching at his heart like a vice. Turning, he beheld his comrade Hinata Hohi, whose right hand had been severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth. The hand was a precious asset of the Hinata clan, second only to the Byakugan. Even if Hohi returned to the clan, he would forever be rendered incapacitated. Bloodshot tears welled in Hosen's eyes as he bit down hard. Hohi was his childhood friend, a confidant, and together they had dedicated themselves to safeguarding the main family's Hinata Hashin. They were not merely brothers. Their bond transcended such titles. Fueled by rage, Hosen surged forward with renewed vigor. The two ninjas pressing their assault suddenly felt the weight of his ferocity. They began to retreat. Soft fist. Bagua empty palm. The violent air, propelled by his technique, coalesced into a formidable pillar, piercing one ninja's chest. The bewildered adversary stared in horror at the gaping wound that had formed. The scarred ninja's eyes blazed with fury. Die. Faced with the descending blade, Hosen's expression turned to one of despair. He had exhausted all his chakra with that last strike and could muster no strength to fend off the scarred ninja's attack. Am I to perish? How absurd. To live a life of the branch family in the next moment, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air. The scarred ninja's pupils dilated as his body froze in place. He attempted to utter words, but only blood-soaked bubbles escaped his lips. A dark kunai had embedded itself deep in his throat, leaving only a fragment protruding. After a few tremors, his body collapsed backward like a toppled brick. Hosen stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Boss, the last remaining bounty ninja, witnessing the grim fate of his comrade, shouted in horror. Suddenly, another icy glimmer struck. The bounty ninja instinctively raised his weapon to defend himself, but the kunai curved skillfully, finding its way into his throat. Shock and disbelief flickered in the bounty ninja's eyes. How is this possible? Hohi. Regaining his senses, Hosen rushed to his fallen comrade, lifting him gently. Upon seeing Hohi's dire condition, his pupils dilated in horror. Hohi's right hand was severed, and a deep wound marred his abdomen, with organs barely visible. His breaths had grown shallow, a mere whisper of life. Hosen, you're all right. Thank goodness, Hohi stammered, forcing a pale smile. He was beyond saving. A haunting voice from behind rendered Hosen immobile. The warmth of his companion's body was fading, and he slowly lifted his gaze to see the approaching figure. Senior, was it you who saved me? Hinata nodded calmly. He had employed a transformation technique, altering his appearance entirely. What do you intend to do upon returning to the Hinata clan? You asked, surveying the scattered corpses around them. What can I do? Hosen's eyes reflected a hint of self-mockery. What could he possibly achieve? His closest companion had perished while he shielded the main family. If you had not intervened, he too would have succumbed. Yet, even if he returned to the clan, what change could possibly occur? Perhaps just a few encouraging words from the clan head? Senior, I don't plan to do anything, Hosen murmured, lowering his head, his gaze dim. You allowed your comrade to die for the main family, and you yourself lie gravely wounded. You dare not even entertain a thought of rebellion? You observed Hosen, cradling his fallen friend, with a hint of derision in his eyes. Struck by the weight of his words, Hosen clenched his teeth and looked up defiantly at you. Senior, what would an outsider know? This is the fate of the Hinata branch family. You don't understand? How laughable. You chuckled lightly, shaking his head. His hand waved before him, revealing a pair of pure white eyes. Hosen's pupils contracted in disbelief. Byakugan? How can this be? This person is also from the Hinata clan? In that moment, his mind spiraled into confusion and terror. Was there such power within the Hinata clan? Moreover, from his words, it seemed he was also of the branch family. Why had he never known? The air thickened, pressing down on Hosen, making every breath feel labored. In the profound silence, you finally spoke, his voice resonating like a heavy bell, striking at Hosen's soul. Do you wish to live your life as a slave? Or will you seize that fleeting opportunity and risk your life to chase after the light of freedom? Hosen stood frozen, the weight of Yu's words echoing in his mind, rendering him speechless. After a long pause, he raised his head, his voice hoarse. Senior, may I know your name? Yu smiled serenely. You may call me Sage. Sage. Hosen's pupils widened in shock. There was but one individual worthy of such a title, the Sage of Six Paths. How audacious for a member of his clan to claim such a name. As he tried to comprehend, he realized you had vanished from sight, leaving Hosen in stunned silence. Do you wish to live your life as a slave, or will you pursue that glimmer of freedom with your life? Several hundred meters away, Hinata, you stood atop the rock, gazing down at Hosen, who was lost in contemplation. Today's events had been a whim. Saving this doomed branch family member had sown a seed. Even if Hosen revealed his existence, there was nothing to fear. He had employed a transformation technique. And during the fight, he hadn't even utilized his sword techniques. The main family would find it impossible to trace him, a mere boy of 10. As for the potential impact of this seed in the future, Yu found himself filled with anticipation. Chapter 59, Hinata Yu's Schemes. After a while, Yu returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Concealed among the treetops, he quietly activated his celestial vision. In an instant, the entire scene of Konoha village unfolded before him. The insight of his celestial vision far surpassed the perceptual abilities native to the shinobi world. The villagers of Konoha remained blissfully unaware that, at this very moment, an individual was observing them with unparalleled clarity. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in a magazine, captivated by the alluring poses of a provocatively dressed woman on the cover. Although it was midday, several villagers were fervently preparing for intimate encounters. Hyuga coughed a few times, redirecting his focus from the villagers. Soon after, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. What schemes was Orochimaru concocting? The acquisition of the Kusanagi sword was undoubtedly facilitated by the intelligence provided by Orochimaru. For precautionary measures, he had searched for Orochimaru's whereabouts upon his return to the village. But to no avail. It appeared that he had already vacated the premises. The Kusanagi sword was no ordinary artifact. Could it be that Orochimaru merely intended to extend goodwill through this blade? Hyuga pondered, shaking his head lightly moments later. Regardless of Orochimaru's intentions, with his current strength, he possessed adequate means for counteraction. Once he attained greater power in the future, there would be no cause for concern. Clearing his thoughts, Hyuga made his way to the Anbu headquarters. He had spent the past few days in the Land of Water in pursuit of the Kusanagi sword and had not kept abreast of Anbu affairs. Shortly after returning to the Anbu, he spotted a familiar figure standing outside his dormitory. It was his teacher, Shikamaru. Teacher Shikamaru, Hyuga exclaimed in surprise. The man before him, with his silver hair, was indeed his mentor, Hatake Shikamaru. You have returned to the Anbu? Hyuga inquired, noticing the Anbu attire adorning Hatake Shikamaru, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Indeed, Shikamaru replied, nodding solemnly. The current state of the shinobi world is quite precarious. It seems the third great ninja war is imminent. There was a hint of sorrow in his voice as he uttered these words. Having personally experienced the second great ninja war, he understood all too well the brutality of conflict. Hyuga's expression grew serious. Given the timeline, the third great ninja war was set to erupt around this period in the original narrative, wasn't it? Due to his influence, Shikamaru had refrained from self-destruction, allowing the major ninja villages, which had been restless, to remain dormant for a while longer. However, the second war had long since passed, and the 5 great ninja villages had recuperated over the years, their hunger for conflict now insatiable. War was an everlasting cycle within the shinobi world. By the way, I came to bring you this, Shikamaru said, suddenly smiling as he raised a cloth bag in his hand. What is it? Hyuga asked. Ninjutsu scrolls. I know you are collecting scrolls, and I hope these will be of use to you. Shikamaru replied with a gentle smile. He had always felt a tinge of regret. As a master of swordsmanship, ninjutsu was not his forte. And given Hyuga's talents, he required ample ninjutsu to fully harness his potential. Thus, over the past few days, he had gathered a considerable number of scrolls, hoping that Hyuga could gain greater self-defense capabilities before the war broke out. Hyuga accepted the bag and opened it, quickly scanning its contents. The scrolls were densely packed, their quantity substantial, filling him with warmth. Thank you. After Shikamaru departed, Hyuga began to delve into the scrolls he had brought. Aside from the ones he had already acquired, The remaining scrolls contributed significantly to the growth of his small tree. Most notably, he was thrilled to discover the earth clone technique and sand clone technique, which further enhanced the growth of his body substitution. The completion of its growth was now within reach. After assimilating the scrolls brought by Shikaku, Hyuga began to contemplate how to maximize his strength before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. This war was considered one of the most brutal conflicts in the history of the shinobi world. The leaders of the major ninja villages would take turns stepping into the fray, and weapons of mass destruction at the level of tailed beasts would be employed repeatedly. For such a harrowing war, Hyuga needed to be well prepared. After much deliberation, he decided to turn his gaze towards the black market. As the shadowy underbelly of the shinobi world, all ninjutsu secrets could be traded within the black market. Furthermore, many of the ninjas who were offered bounties in the black market also had elimination missions assigned to them by the Anbu. By accepting an Anbu mission to eliminate a ninja and concurrently taking the corresponding bounty task from the black market, he could effectively earn double the reward while reaping the benefits from both the Hokage and the black market. Subsequently, he could exchange the rewards for ninjutsu or secrets, nurturing his small tree and forming a virtuous cycle. With these thoughts in mind, Hyuga promptly headed to the Anbu's mission management office and accepted a plethora of elimination tasks. Chapter 60. The night as dark as ink. The night was silent and still. Delang was fleeing, frantically running away. He cast terrified glances behind him, seemingly fearful of being pursued by some unknown entity. His elder brother had been killed, his heart crushed by that demon's palm. His second brother had met a more gruesome fate, his own kunai spiraling out of control, piercing through his kidneys. Delang vividly recalled how that handsome young man in white had smiled as he watched his second brother mutilate himself. A demon. That young man was undoubtedly a demon. Delang was drenched in cold sweat. To this day, he remained oblivious to how the young man in white had targeted them. They had merely followed the customary practice of robbing a resident and had engaged in the usual activities with the daughter of that household. At that moment, they had been seemingly flattering their elder brother? About his endurance, perhaps? Could it be that their flattery had inadvertently led to his death? Delang was consumed with frustration. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air from behind sent his hair standing on end. He glanced back to see a figure poised on a long sword, swiftly approaching. Delang dared not pause for a moment and sprinted forward. The sound drew nearer, now almost upon him. Gritting his teeth, Delang suddenly dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. You killed my elder brother, and you killed my second brother as well. I beg you, spare my life. I will do anything. He was utterly terrified, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Hyuga calmly leaped down from the flying sword and stood before Delang. Tian Village. Delang, your head is valued at 6 million ryo. You have ruthlessly pillaged merchants multiple times. Upon hearing Hyuga's composed voice, a chill surged down Delang's spine. He finally understood the reason why Hyuga had set his sights on him. The 6 million ryo was the bounty placed on him in the black market. Hyuga intended to exchange his head for the reward. The atmosphere seemed to grow tense, and as Delang knelt, he suddenly surged up, hurling several shurikens towards Hyuga's forehead. These shurikens were coated with deadly poison. He was certain that even a mere drop would ensure the young man before him met a swift demise. However, Hyuga merely tilted his head to the side, effortlessly evading the shurikens. Go! With a slight flick of his finger, the floating sword transformed into a streak of cold light that shot forth. Delang trembled as he gazed at his abdomen, where a gaping wound now gushed blood. This is impossible. With a look of disbelief, he fell backward. Hyuga maneuvered the flying sword to sever the head of his foe, sealing it within a scroll. Afterward, he rummaged through Delang's belongings, confiscating all his wealth. Confucius said, "A gentleman values wealth, but acquires it through righteous means." Hyuga looked at Delang's corpse and remarked, "I appreciate money. Thus, severing your head and taking your wealth is quite reasonable." The total bounty on the three brothers in the black market amounted to 20 million ryo. And with the additional riches on their persons, this venture yielded over 20 million ryo in profit. Although not quite in a summa, Hinata was already quite satisfied. Upon returning to the black market to redeem his bounty, he could issue several more reward missions for secret techniques. Naturally, it was not always necessary to exchange for money. When the other party knelt and begged for mercy, a trade for their head could also suffice. Having long mingled in the black market, Hinata was well versed in its operational rules. Whether it be murder and robbery or the underhanded ways of the trade, The black market possessed everything one could desire. The Analects, a Confucian classic that Hinata had extensively studied in his previous life, seemed to find a suitable ground in the black market, moving many nefarious ninjas to tears under its profound influence, touching their hearts deeply. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a fireball technique, and once the flames consumed De Lang's corpse entirely, he skillfully released a gust of wind to scatter the ashes, confirming that no trace was left. Hinata began his return to the black market to redeem his bounty. "My lord, here is your bounty." A staff member at the underground black market trembled as he handed a thick bundle of cash to Hinata. "Very well," Hinata replied, counting the money and accepting it with satisfaction. When he first arrived at this black market, the ninjas there had been rather unwelcoming. However, after he imparted his Confucian teachings, they quickly understood the importance of compassion and humility. "Are there any high-value missions available recently?" Hinata inquired. "My lord, the recent bounty missions are all listed here," the ninja said, producing a thick booklet and respectfully placing it before Hinata. As Hinata browsed the bounty catalog in search of suitable tasks, his gaze soon settled upon a name, Yoshida Kento. There was also an extermination mission for this individual within the Anbu, which Hinata had taken on before leaving. This man was a rogue ninja from Konoha, having defected 6 years ago and killed 2 Anbu members who pursued him. It was unexpected that Hinata would find his bounty mission here. The bounty was 26 million ryo. Asuma had a bounty of 35 million ryo, partly due to his formidable strength as an elite jonin and partly because he was the son of the Hokage, giving him a unique status. In the black market, aside from the bounties of the 5 Kage, which exceeded 100 million ryo, ordinary jonin typically had bounties ranging from 10 to 20 million ryo. Yoshida Kento's bounty of 26 million ryo was already considered exceptional among jonin. Pointing to Yoshida Kento's name in the catalog, Hinata calmly addressed the staff member. "I will take this mission." Chapter 61. Back in the day, I fought with Senju Hashirama for 300 rounds in a remote village in the land of grass. Hinata hid among the branches, discreetly activating his heavenly eye. In an instant, it was as though a mysterious entity opened its eyes high above, surveying all beneath it. Every change within the vicinity fell under Hinata's keen observation. Soon, he spotted his target, Yoshida Kento. At that moment, Kento was in the secluded village, seemingly preparing to leave. This individual was exceedingly cunning and possessed a capability to evade sensory ninjutsu, which had allowed him to escape from Anbu encirclements multiple times. However, Hinata's heavenly eye was evidently not within that category. With the heavenly eye activated, Hinata traversed several miles, pinpointing Kento's location. He tracked him here. But to avoid alerting the prey, Hinata refrained from approaching recklessly. Yoshida Kento's counter-surveillance abilities were formidable. The Anbu's repeated attempts to capture him had proven his difficulty. Hinata lay in wait, patiently biding his time for the right moment. At long last, Yoshida Kento arrived at a secluded area. A slight smile graced Hinata's lips. "Since you have come here, let us entomb you here." With a subtle movement of his fingers, the Jusien sword, sheathed at his back, flew up to hover beside him. Having cultivated the Tai refining spirit technique, Hinata's soul power had significantly advanced, enhancing his ability to wield the flying sword. The sword could traverse miles and effortlessly take the enemy's head. This was also the reason he thrived in the black market. The flying sword could locate enemies from afar, and ordinary ninjas could hardly withstand his attacks, becoming bounties instead. The heavenly eye had firmly locked onto Yoshida Kento's figure. This ability, stemming from the divine powers of the small tree, seemed to bind Kento through some unseen rule. Hinata continuously channeled his magical energy into the hovering Jusien sword, sharpening its edge further. At a certain moment, he lightly gestured with his fingers. Jusien sword go. Whoosh! With a sharp sound piercing the air, the Jusien sword shot forth like a beam of cold light. Miles away, Yoshida Kento, deep in thought about his next plan, suddenly felt a chill erupt along his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He fearfully attempted to turn around, but in the next second, a flash of cold light swept past him. Kento suddenly felt his body lighten significantly, the world spinning rapidly around him. As he fell, he realized his body remained in its previous position, but his head above the neck was eerily absent, while a long sword embedded in the ground reflected a faint cold glimmer. "This is impossible." He wanted to cry out in horror, but no sound emerged. In his final moment, his consciousness sank into darkness. Hinata arrived at the spot where Yoshida Kinto had been decapitated. He reached out, and the Jushin's sword, which had been driven into the ground, trembled slightly before flying into his hand. Yoshida Kinto was lifeless, his body rigid. The head worth 26 million ryo now lay just a meter away, still holding the last trace of terror in its eyes. Before the soul could disperse, Hinata employed the soul search technique. After completing the soul search, he cast a fireball technique to incinerate the corpse, then used a gust of wind to scatter the ashes. This entire process had become second nature to him. Judging from the mission description, it appeared that the bounty for Yoshida Kinto in the black market was not issued by Konoha. In that case, he could exchange one head for 2 rewards, reaping the benefits from both the black market and the Anbu. In the underground black market, a ninja wearing a black market mask, with eyes gleaming a ghostly green, entered carrying a severed head, drawing gasps of amazement from the surrounding ninjas. Look, that person is Kakuzu. I heard he once battled the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. I have heard of that too. It is said they fought for hundreds of rounds. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is Kakuzu. The surrounding gazes of admiration made Kakuzu feel exceptionally pleased. If there were a star figure in the black market, it would undoubtedly be him, Kakuzu. Surviving from the Warring States period to the present, having fought with the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. The infamous immortal ninja Kakuzu's every accomplishment was enough to inspire reverence among ordinary bounty ninjas in the black market, especially the tale of his battle with Hashirama. Oh my! Kakuzu, what brings you to our humble establishment? A ninja at the black market's front desk, upon seeing Kakuzu's arrival, immediately approached with a beaming smile. There were many underground black markets in the land of grass, and this one was the 4th black market. Kakuzu typically frequented the 1st and 2nd black markets and seldom visited here. Does it require your inquiry where I, Kakuzu, wish to go? Kakuzu snorted coldly, slamming the severed head onto the desk. This head had a bounty of 20 million ryo. True to Kakuzu's reputation, he had captured it with such ease. The staff member expertly flattered Kakuzu. Compared to Senju Hashirama, it pales in comparison. I hadn't even removed my clothing before he was done for. Bring out all the available missions. After receiving the tasks from the staff member, Kakuzu's brow furrowed immediately. Why are there so few? The staff member displayed a troubled expression. Lord Kakuzu, you may not be aware, but recently, a strange ninja has emerged, taking away all the missions. Jiaodu suppressed his discontent and meticulously selected bounty tasks. However, upon this selection, his countenance darkened immediately, where had all the lucrative tasks disappeared. Among the stack of bounty missions, the highest reward barely exceeded 10 million taels, while the majority languished in the hundreds of thousands. This left Jiaodu questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong establishment. All the valuable tasks had been claimed by that individual. The staff of the black market stuttered in their explanations, fearing that a displeased Jiaodu might sacrifice them. His expression soured at once. The competition among peers was perilous. The black market was a ruthless business. With the speed at which the other party claimed tasks, would he ever have a chance again? This was tantamount to a threat against his very life. Do you know who this person is? Jiaodu inquired coldly. I do not know his name, but he often refers to himself as gentleman. Hence many in the black market call him June. June? Jiaodu muttered, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Are there any bounty tasks for him? Yes. The staff of the black market trembled as they produced a paper. The task description detailed a bounty of 30 million taels for Hinata, who had employed the false form technique. I will take this task. A kilometer away from this black market. Hinata, who had just dealt with Yoshida-kin, frowned slightly as he prepared to return and redeem his bounty. Jiaodu? Upon recognizing Jiaodu, Hinata was taken aback. In a world filled with underground black markets, he had not anticipated a chance encounter with Jiaodu nonetheless. The vision provided by his heavenly eye confirmed without a doubt that it was indeed Jiaodu, currently grinding his teeth over the bounty on himself in that underground black market. Was he being envied by his peers? During this time, his efficiency in accepting tasks in the black market could only be described as whirlwind-like. He had claimed nearly all bounties exceeding 10 million taels. Some peers, envious, had made attempts against him, yet under his persuasive rhetoric, they had all undergone profound realizations and reformed. Jiaodu was evidently not a typical competitor. Hinata smacked his lips. Jiaodu, a figure from the same era as Senju Hashirama, often boasted of his exploits, particularly his clash with the god of ninjas. Although he had merely thrown a shuriken from 800 miles away, his strength could still be deemed that of an established shadow-level powerhouse. In the original narrative, the bounty of 35 million taels for Asuma's head had been claimed by him. With such an adversary on his tail, Hinata knew he had to remain vigilant. Opting not to return directly to the black market, he activated the false form technique, transforming his appearance. His once delicate skin grew coarse, his torso darkened, and his physique expanded. Within mere breaths, he morphed into a fearsome, bald, muscular man, devoid of any resemblance to his previous handsome youth. As false form was a transformation technique exclusive to the sages. It was one of the spells he had mastered for the longest time, having reached an unparalleled level of proficiency. Even ninjas possessing sensory abilities would scarcely detect any flaws. After completing this transformation, a faint smile crept upon Hinata's lips. "Jiaodu, is it? No rush, let us play a little." Jiaodu's mood had soured considerably. He had lost his appetite for tea and food, and even the bounty tasks he once cherished felt laborious. The root of his discontent lay in the emergence of a rival in the black market. Jun was the moniker given to him by the ninjas within the market, yet in action, he exhibited no gentlemanly demeanor. In just over half a month, he had usurped the majority of the valuable tasks in the market. If this trend continued, he would soon find himself scraping the bottom. Had his bounties been snatched away? This was a matter of life and death. The noble from the land of earth, Shiro, pleaded for mercy as he faced Jiaodu, who had a foot planted upon his head. This contract represented the highest bounty he had encountered thus far. With all the valuable tasks snatched away by Hinata, Jiaodu's frustration deepened, and his foot pressed down harder. "My lord, please spare me. I am willing to offer 20 million taels for my own head." The pain intensified as Shiro's head was crushed beneath Jiaodu's foot, prompting him to beg desperately, fearful that a single misplaced step would end his life. 20 million taels? Jiaodu scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "Do you comprehend the current employment landscape? The competition in the black market grows fiercer by the day. I cannot fathom how many are eyeing your head. The pressure on me is immense. This puts me in a difficult position." Hearing Jiaodu's words, Shiro's fear escalated. "What must I do, my lord?" "You must increase the offer." Jiaodu leaned closer, his intent clear. Increase the offer? Shiro was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of hope. What is the most agonizing aspect of life? Death without financial compensation. It was worthwhile to buy one's life with money. 30 million, no? I shall offer 40 million taels. 40 million taels? Jiaodu's eyes glinted with interest. That amount exceeded the market value and was not a loss. Deal. Relieved, Shiro hurried to his estate, rummaging about to gather the necessary funds. Despite being a noble of the land of earth, 40 million taels was no small sum. After gathering all resources, he finally acquired the cash. Outside, he nervously presented the thick stack of cash to Jiaodu. Jiaodu counted it, and, satisfied, tucked it away. "Rest assured, I, Jiaodu, am a man of integrity. Having promised to allow you to buy your own head, I shall keep my word. Otherwise, how would I survive in the black market?" Upon hearing Jiaodu's words, Shiro finally exhaled. His greatest fear had been that Jiaodu would take his money and break his promise, severing his head. In the next moment, however, Shiro's expression froze, terror flooding his eyes. Jiaodu's powerful hand gripped his throat tightly, lifting him upward. "Jiaodu, you said I could buy my own head." Shiro's face turned purple as he struggled for breath, trembling. Jiaodu chuckled coldly. "Indeed, I agreed to let you buy your own head. But I never mentioned allowing you to keep your body." Shiro's pupils dilated in horror. A chill coursed down his spine. "Jiaodu, you scoundrel!" Crack! Before the curse could escape his lips, Jiaodu swiftly snapped his neck. He yanked off Shiro's head and tossed it into the nearby estate. Then used a storage scroll to collect the remaining body. "The head belongs to you, the body to me. Isn't that fair?" Jiaodu gazed impassively at Shiro's lifeless eyes, which remained wide open in death. This arrangement was not a loss. The 40 million taels paid for the head could yield a bounty of 10 million taels in the black market for the body. A notification chimed in Jiaodu's ears. 500,000 taels have been transferred to your account. Immediately, his thoughts turned to that rascal, Hinata, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. Had Hinata not seized the valuable bounties in the black market, his current earnings would have been significantly higher. In recent days, Jiaodu had been searching for traces of Hinata. Yet that slippery fellow had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. The bounty on Hinata's head was valued at 30 million taels, and he had claimed a significant portion of Jiaodu's business. Not eliminating him would leave a lingering resentment in his heart. Subsequently, Jiaodu retrieved the next bounty task from his pocket. An hour later, atop a hillside in the land of Earth, a rogue ninja trembled before Jiaodu, pleading for mercy. Jiaodu, I am willing to pay 10 million taels for my own head. I implore you to show mercy. A smile crept across Jiaodu's lips. It is settled. I, Jiaodu, am a man of my word. Once I have agreed to sell your head, I shall certainly follow through. Chapter 63. Alas, have I become a substitute? Oh, Lord Jiaodu, you have returned. Upon seeing Jiaodu, the staff at the underground black market immediately rushed to flatter him. Lord Jiaodu, you must have collected quite a bounty this time, yes? These are merely insignificant characters, nowhere near the caliber of Senju Hashirama. Jiaodu snorted disdainfully, producing a scroll and slamming it onto the table. Calculate the bounty for these. The black market ninja swiftly unfurled the scroll, only to be struck dumb by what he saw. Where are the heads? Why are there only headless bodies? What? Is it not redeemable? Jiaodu inquired, a hint of irritation in his tone. No, of course it can be redeemed, the black market ninja hastily replied, eager to avoid offending him. Although there are no heads, one can still roughly ascertain their identities for the bounty, so it is not an insurmountable issue. After a moment of calculation, he handed a thick stack of bills to Jiaodu. My lord, please count it. After counting, Jiaodu, satisfied, tucked the bills into his cloak. The bounty from this mission, combined with the sale of heads, had significantly replenished his coffers. By the way, Lord Jiaodu, have you found that gentleman? One of the black market staff, seemingly remembering something, asked cautiously. Jiaodu gritted his teeth. No, that fellow is far too cunning. I can't find a trace of him. He must have heard of Lord Jiaodu's reputation and is now hiding in fear. The staff member immediately flattered him, and Jiaodu clearly relished the compliment. Nodding in satisfaction, in the days of yore, when I battled Senju Hashirama, I was so bold. As memories surged, Jiaodu reminisced about his fierce encounters with Hashirama, filling him with fervor. A few meters behind him, a scarred bald muscle man nearly retched, throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away, and it has been glorified by Jiaodu for so many years. The bald muscle man was none other than Hyuga, who had used the henge technique to alter his appearance and blend into the black market, seeking to redeem his bounty. Hyuga approached another staff member, placing a scroll on the table. Meanwhile, Jiaodu, oblivious to the fact that the very person he sought was right beside him, continued his boastful tales. Look, that man clad in black silk is pursuing a rogue ninja. The rogue ninja fled in desperation, and Jiaodu tore off his shirt, his back muscles rippling as two menacing black silk creatures emerged. One of the creatures opened its mouth, crackling with lightning. Lightning release. A fierce surge of lightning erupted, striking the fleeing ninja, who was unable to evade, sending him crashing to the ground. Rogue ninja of the land of grass, I shall claim your head. Jiaodu sneered at the fallen rogue, as the black silk tendrils behind him writhed like seaweed, ultimately burrowing back into his flesh. In the next moment, the fallen ninja suddenly tossed several smoke bombs. Bang! A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped Jiaodu in an instant. Coughing, Jiaodu emerged from the haze. But the rogue ninja had vanished without a trace. Damn it, where could he have gone? Jiaodu searched meticulously but found no sign of his quarry. Impossible. Jiaodu's expression reflected his confusion. The ninja had been injured by his attack. Even if he managed to escape, he shouldn't have gotten far. In such a brief span of time, how could he have disappeared? In the air, on a floating flying sword, Hyuga adeptly handled the rogue's corpse. It was during the moment when the smoke obscured Jiaodu's vision that he had struck and taken the body. This rogue ninja from the land of grass had a bounty of 15 million taels, a significant fortune. Most importantly, he had not even had to lift a finger. He had merely followed Jiaodu stealthily, seizing the opportunity when Jiaodu was shrouded in smoke. Without expending much effort, he had claimed the head for himself. Watching Jiaodu search below, a smirk crept onto Hyuga's lips. Jiaodu had been searching for him tirelessly. Now it was time for him to strike back. I hope you appreciate my gift, Jiaodu. Since that day, Jiaodu felt as if he were under a curse. Tasks that had once been effortlessly completed now required tremendous effort, only for the quarry to slip away, leaving no trace behind. Sometimes he would come so close to success, only for unforeseen circumstances to thwart him at the last moment. Jiaodu's frustration deepened. What the hell is going on? In the past, he could complete bounty missions in a fraction of the time it now took him. Is someone working against me? Jiao Du clenched his teeth, seething with anger. Though he was not adept at sensing ninjutsu, the series of mishaps made it evident that someone was deliberately targeting him. Yet, he could not fathom how his adversary had acquired such intelligence about him. Every move he made seemed to be under the opponent's control. Is it a weasel? If I discover who is opposing me, I shall not let them escape. Jiao Du thought indignantly as he set off on the path back to the black market. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hyuga stroked his chin thoughtfully. To deceive Jiao Du seemed somewhat too lenient. During this time, whenever Jiao Du ventured out to complete bounty missions, he would stealthily follow behind on his sword. With the power of his Byakugan, he could discern even the color of Jiao Du's underwear. Taking advantage of Jiao Du's inattention, he had retaliated in kind. All the ninja Jiao Du thought he had outsmarted had ended up in Hyuga's pocket. However, this alone was clearly insufficient to satisfy Hyuga. Soon, he had an idea. His eyes suddenly lit up. Transform. His body began to change. Morphing into an exact replica of Jiao Du. Even if Jiao Du were present, he would likely be unable to distinguish which was the imposter. Next, Hyuga began to seek out those black market ninjas who were on bounty missions. This task piques my interest. Step aside. To be considered worthy of my attention, you should consider it an honor. Pay a protection fee, and I shall relinquish this head to you. A group of mediocre ninjas, so far removed from Senju Hashirama. I have yet to even remove my clothing, and you lie down already. At the black market, Jiao Du entered in a fury. Due to Hyuga, he had barely made any progress in recent days, and his heart was filled with rage. Upon seeing Jiao Du arrive, the other ninjas in the black market displayed expressions of resentment. The atmosphere in the black market fell eerily silent. Jiao Du wore a puzzled expression. Normally, his entrance would be met with flattery. Why was the atmosphere so off today? Could it be that my reputation has incited envy among these ninjas? The staff member who had previously sought to curry favor with Jiao Du now wore a pained expression, stammering, "My lord, even if your recent harvest has been poor, one must not resort to such actions." Jiao Du's behavior had grievously violated the black market's regulations. Recently, numerous ninjas had come forward to complain that Jiao Du had stolen their bounties and even threatened them with death should they dare to report him. Jiao Du was left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Have I become a substitute? Chapter 64. Has Little Hay revealed his true colors? What the hell? Jiao Du's face darkened. You might as well clarify your words. What exactly have I done? The staff member clenched his teeth and revealed the recent complaints from other ninjas in the black market. Kakuzu was instantly taken aback. I stole the bounties from my peers and threatened them against lodging complaints, and there was more than one. Wait. Kakuzu suddenly seemed to recollect something, turning his gaze towards the other ninjas in the black market. Could it be that when he entered, the surrounding ninjas looked at him with such peculiar eyes? As Kakuzu glanced around, many ninjas in the black market still bore resentful expressions. Those pairs of glistening, watery eyes sent a shiver down Kakuzu's spine. How could I, Kakuzu, possibly engage in such behavior? You may question my character, but you cannot doubt my professional integrity. When I was navigating the black market, you were not even born yet. The black market staff replied helplessly, Lord Kakuzu, I acknowledge your credentials. But it cannot be that only one or two ninjas are lying. Initially, he too found it hard to believe, but as more complaints surfaced, he was compelled to accept the truth. Damn it, someone must be impersonating me. Kakuzu gritted his teeth. The black market staff, seeing Kakuzu's refusal to admit, could only shake his head in resignation. Impersonation in such a manner was nearly impossible. According to the descriptions from the complaining ninjas, this Kakuzu bore no difference in chakra or appearance from the real Kakuzu. Even those with sensory abilities failed to detect any signs of disguise. It could not be a counterfeit. The only possibility was that Kakuzu had indeed taken to the business of bounty hunting. This was not the first time he had engaged in such activities. However, due to his high reputation and formidable strength in the black market, they typically turned a blind eye. Yet this time, it had gone too far. In a corner of the black market, a middle-aged man looked at the indignant Kakuzu with a sympathetic gaze. It was Hyuga, who had employed the technique of false form. The false form was incredibly effective. Over the past few days, he had been causing chaos around Kakuzu, changing his appearance each time without anyone detecting the ruse. As a transformation technique exclusive to Sage users, false form surpassed all other transformation ninjutsu in the ninja world, guaranteeing absolute realism. If he were to learn the Monkey King's 72 transformations in the future, he could create even more elaborate tricks. Kakuzu departed, filled with anger and resentment, exiting the black market. He felt a profound sense of humiliation. As the most renowned star of the underground black market, the infamous immortal ninja who had once battled Senju Hashirama for 300 rounds. He was experiencing such frustration for the first time. Initially, it was that ninja named Jun who had stolen the majority of his business. He wanted to eliminate the rival. But suddenly, the opponent vanished without a trace. Following that were a series of unfortunate events. Every bounty mission seemed to encounter unexpected complications. Now, yet another scoundrel impersonated him, tarnishing the reputation he had built over years in the black market. This was intolerable. Kakuzu's heart burned with fury, yearning to find a misfortunate soul to unleash his rage upon. Not far away, Hyuga watched Kakuzu leave with a smile, stroking his chin. Under his machinations, Kakuzu had been thoroughly tormented. However, it was not enough. After all, Kakuzu still had his eye on his bounty. If Kakuzu's troubles were not completely resolved, he could very well be targeted again in the future as you began to accumulate more contracts in the black market. Such a threat could not be overlooked. It was time to bring this to an end. Watching Kakuzu's retreating figure, a smirk crept across Hyuga's lips. Kakuzu, have you ever tasted true suffering? Lord Kakuzu, we've spotted that Jun. In the black market, upon hearing the ninja's words, Kakuzu's eyes widened. Jun? That fellow who had continually encroached upon his business? After hiding for so long, he had finally been found. The little rascal must have shown his true colors. A cold glimmer flashed in Kakuzu's eyes as he immediately inquired. Where is he? The black market staff pondered momentarily and replied, near the western edge of the black market, in the forest. Someone has spotted him. Due to Kakuzu's influence, he had been keeping an eye on Hyuga's whereabouts during this time. Upon receiving the intel, he promptly relayed it to Kakuzu. So, you've been hiding there? Kakuzu snorted coldly and promptly left the black market. The staff member gazed at his departing figure, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Kakuzu was about to confront the hottest newcomer in the black market. A spectacle was certainly in store. Although Hyuga had remained quiet recently, his popularity in the black market had surged due to Kakuzu's notoriety. Everyone was aware that Kakuzu was about to face off against the most talked-about newcomer, Hyuga. As a result, Hyuga's bounty in the black market had also skyrocketed, successfully surpassing a significant threshold and reaching 36 million ryo. In the forest, Hyuga was stealthily crouched on a branch. The information he had leaked was designed to lure Kakuzu into his trap. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Kakuzu, cloaked in black robes, appeared nearby. The bait had taken. A faint smile played at the corners of Hyuga's mouth. Meanwhile, Kakuzu was cautiously scanning his surroundings. As a ninja who had been entrenched in the underground black market since the era of the first Hokage, he had absolute confidence in his strength, yet still retained a measure of caution. Since Hyuga could rise to prominence in such a short time within the black market, his abilities were undoubtedly formidable. Soon, he seemed to spot a familiar figure emerging from the woods. Kakuzu had scrutinized the photographs of Hyuga from the bounty missions dozens of times in recent days. In that instant, he recognized the very person he had been desperately searching for. A cruel smile spread across Kakuzu's face. After searching for you for so long, I have finally found you. Muscles rippled across his back, and a mask tore through his clothing, revealing a menacing visage. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Boom. From the mouth of the mask, a torrent of searing flames erupted, engulfing the woods before him and surging towards Hyuga's position. Chapter 65, Refund. Boom. The blazing inferno instantly consumed Hyuga's location. Several massive trees collapsed as they succumbed to the flames. Is it resolved? Kakuzu squinted, fixated on the spot engulfed in fire. In the next moment, a kunai suddenly shot towards him from behind, causing his expression to sharpen. Whoosh. His body transformed into an afterimage as Kakuzu vanished from his original position. I can't believe you dodged that. Appearing in another location, Kakuzu gazed at Hyuga on the branch, slightly astonished. That fire jutsu had been unleashed without any restraint, which suggested that this mysterious Jun was indeed formidable. This is good. I can hardly wait to claim your head. With that, Kakuzu began to remove his outer clothing, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The frustrations of recent experiences seemed to find an outlet at last. Hyuga felt a twitch in his eyelid. Big brother, are you not aware of the deadly law of removing one's clothing? However, Kakuzu evidently paid no heed. He roughly discarded his shirt, revealing skin marred with the scars of black threads, resembling a shattered mass of flesh stitched together by force. Kakuzu suddenly opened his mouth. Black threads writhed like seaweed within. From his back, several grotesque masks emerged, transforming into monstrous black-threaded entities beside him. Lightning style, false darkness, wind style, pressure damage. The two black-threaded beasts opened their mouths wide. A torrent of fierce lightning and violent wind erupted simultaneously. Hyuga inhaled deeply and immediately retreated. Rumble. The forest before him exploded into powder under the combined assault of the lightning and wind techniques. Just as Hyuga landed, a tremendous force suddenly yanked at his ankle, pulling him forcefully towards the ground. Hinata lowered his head and looked over. He saw an arm breaking through the ground, grasping his ankle through a connection of black threads. On the other side, Kakuzu was crouching, his right hand plunged beneath the surface. It was all too predictable. Kakuzu smirked. It seemed that this rival who dared to encroach upon his business was only of such caliber. Yet, in the next moment, his expression abruptly froze. Bang! Hinata, caught by Kakuzu's arm, suddenly transformed into smoke and dissipated. Shadow clone. Kakuzu's pupils constricted, a chill racing down his spine, raising every hair on his body. Behind him, a sound of air being sliced through approached at high speed. Decades of accumulated combat experience allowed Kakuzu to twist his body just in time to avoid a fatal blow to his heart. Whoosh! A kunai pierced through his right shoulder, embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. Kakuzu, with a cold demeanor, turned to the location where Hinata had been, gripping the severed arm with his other hand. Placing it on his shoulder, the black threads writhed, reattaching the severed limb. Cunning fellow. Kakuzu experimentally clenched the reattached hand, casting a mocking glance at Hinata. Hinata clicked his tongue. Truly, a ninja from the era of Senju Hashirama, Kakuzu's battle experience and abilities far surpassed those of ordinary shinobi. Coupled with 5 hearts and 5 lives, he was a formidable foe, given his current strength. Engaging in a direct confrontation without revealing his trump card would make it exceedingly difficult to defeat Kakuzu. However, fortunately, his aim this time was not to eliminate Kakuzu. It was time to end this game of cat and mouse. Kakuzu growled, as 3 monstrous heads formed from black threads twisted and emerged upon his shoulder, simultaneously opening their mouths. A ghostly blue light flickered within the mask's mouth. The final shot of the earth grudge fear. As Kakuzu's chilling voice echoed, the 3 masks on his right arm unleashed a terrifying surge of chakra. A blazing chakra projectile shot forth towards Hinata. Boom! A searing white light erupted, engulfing the forest before them. After a considerable time, the residual force gradually subsided. What remained of the forest had transformed into a chaotic pit. Surely, he hasn't been reduced to mere ashes? Kakuzu felt a headache coming on as he searched the ruins for Hinata's body. If Hinata's remains were non-existent, how could he claim the bounty? 36 million ryo was no small sum. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he discovered Hinata's head among the debris. The lower half had vanished, leaving only the head and a small portion of his shoulder, quietly resting in the corner of the ruins. Excellent, the head is intact. This means I can collect the bounty. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with delight. He skillfully picked up Hinata's head from the ruins, inspecting it closely to ensure everything was in order. His mood instantly brightened, and he even forgot the string of misfortunes he had faced prior. With Hinata dead, there would be no one left to encroach on his business. With this thought in mind, he clutched Hinata's head and leisurely prepared to head to the black market to claim his bounty. About 2 minutes after he left, a section of the ground in the ruins began to stir and a figure emerged. It was none other than Hinata, gazing at the wreckage around him. Hinata couldn't help but click his tongue. That was close. My speed saved me, allowing me to use the earth style to burrow underground. Before Kakuzu's attack arrived, he had already delved deep beneath the surface. Compared to the standard earth release techniques known in the shinobi world, this jutsu offered superior speed and concealment. Thanks to this, he narrowly evaded Kakuzu's onslaught. As for the head Kakuzu had taken, that was merely an illusion crafted by his transformation technique. While it bore an identical appearance to his own head, it could only maintain its form for half an hour. By the time Kakuzu attempted to exchange it at the black market, it would have likely expired. To deceive Kakuzu so easily felt almost too effortless. Hinata stroked his chin thoughtfully. Kakuzu had long been fixated on claiming his head. To end matters so simply would be a disservice to his adversary. An idea struck him. A sly smile crept across his face. Transform. He morphed into Kakuzu's likeness, clutching his own head in hand. It seemed a bit lacking. After a moment's contemplation, Hinata recalled that there were 4 black markets near the land of grass. If he timed it perfectly, he could simultaneously fleece all 4. Transform. 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 He called out thrice, his body trembling as he conjured 3 identical clones of himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 Kakuzus, each grasping Hinata's head, dashed in 4 different directions. Bam! The door to the black market was forcefully slammed open. The ninjas inside were immediately startled, gazing at the imposing figure that strode in confidently. Such a powerful aura. It exuded an overwhelming presence. Could it be? Is it Lord Kakuzu? I recognize him. He reportedly battled Senju Hashirama in the past. I've also heard of his infamous title as the immortal ninja of the black market. Seeing him in person is indeed remarkable. The staff at this black market hurriedly approached to fawn over him. Ah, Lord Kakuzu, what brings you to our humble establishment today? Humph. Enough chit-chat. Convert this head into a bounty for me. Kakuzu slammed Hinata's head onto the table. Certainly. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously in the other black markets. Meanwhile, the real Kakuzu was still en route to the black market, feeling quite pleased. Hinata was dead. The competitor who had encroached on his business had finally met his end, and the head was now in his possession, ready to be exchanged for a bounty. Humph. This is the fate of opposing me, Kakuzu. Before long, he arrived at the nearby black market. Huh. Lord Kakuzu, didn't you just leave? Why are you back again? The staff at the black market looked at him in confusion. Just left? What nonsense is this? When did I come here? Kakuzu wore a puzzled expression as he slammed Hinata's head onto the table. Convert this into a bounty for me. Wait a moment, Lord Kakuzu, didn't you just? The staff's words came to an abrupt halt. What lay on the table was no head. It was merely a dry branch. Kakuzu froze instantly. Where's my head? My enormous head? It was just here. The staff's heart raced as they suddenly recalled something, hastily checking the head Kakuzu had brought. At that moment, there was no head to be found. The space was empty. The staff's eyes reddened with rage, bloodshot. Kakuzu, refund me. Chapter 66. Opening the Sea of Consciousness and Refining the Spirit. How infuriating. I never expected Kakuzu to be such a person. I had admired him before. Indeed. I heard he had swindled several black markets and was blacklisted by them all. Yes, he was also responsible for the head-stealing incident. He truly has no regard for others. Around the black market, ninjas could be seen cursing Kakuzu everywhere. Within just over half a month, Kakuzu's reputation had undergone a dramatic transformation, from a celebrated star in the black market to a pariah that everyone sought to condemn. At this very moment, the instigator, Hinata, was at an inconspicuous black market, exchanging for the jutsu he had long desired. Sir, here are the secret techniques you requested. The staff at the black market respectfully handed over several scrolls to Hinata. After inspecting them, Hinata was satisfied and paid without hesitation. Thanks to Kakuzu, his wallet had seen considerable enrichment during this time. To reward these techniques in the black market was merely a trivial expense for him. Kakuzu was now unemployed. Most black markets had ceased to welcome his presence. This significant threat had been meticulously orchestrated to its demise by Hinata, hiding the scrolls within his robes. Hinata surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction before departing. At this moment, he employed the art of transformation, adopting an entirely new appearance. This technique proved incredibly useful in the black market, as it was a specialized transformation art of the celestial beings, nearly imperceptible to any ninja. Having left the black market, Hinata intended to find a secure location for seclusion. Even amidst the trials of the black market, he had never relinquished his cultivation of the Tai refining spirit art and the 9 breaths calming technique. The practice of these 2 methods had become an essential part of his daily routine. Approximately half a month prior, Hinata had discerned that his soul power had gradually reached a state of fullness. It was akin to a vessel brimming with water. No matter how diligently he practiced the Tai refining spirit art, his soul strength seemed stagnant, as though he had reached a critical threshold. Soon, he realized that the Tai refining spirit art consisted of 3 stages. The first stage involved methodically enhancing one's soul power to reach a point of sublimation. The second stage, building upon the first, required the opening of the sea of consciousness and the refinement of one's spiritual awareness. Recognizing this, Hinata held his breath. The endeavor to open the sea of consciousness and refine spiritual awareness was a transformation long coveted by countless cultivators. Subsequently, he embarked on numerous attempts, yet most yielded no results. It was as if a membrane had formed along his path of soul sublimation, impervious to his efforts to pierce through it. After much contemplation, Hinata suddenly conceived that if he could procure other soul secret techniques to nurture the small tree, perhaps he could discover a path to break through that membrane. This was the impetus behind his bounty for soul secret techniques in the black market. After a thorough search, Hinata ultimately located a secluded cave. The cave was situated in a remote area, devoid of human presence, making it highly improbable for any ninja to pass by. He tidied the cave and sealed the entrance, creating an ideal environment for seclusion. Taking a deep breath, Hinata calmed his restless spirit and prepared to comprehend the secret techniques he had acquired in the black market. These techniques were, to varying degrees, related to the soul. Soul-related techniques were exceedingly rare in the ninja world. The most renowned among them was the soul transformation technique, which enabled the small tree to sprout leaves of the Tai refining spirit art. As the dark side of the ninja world, the black market provided access to a wealth of resources, as long as one could offer sufficient wealth, whether in the form of lives or techniques. The first secret technique was a unique perception art, capable of sensing not only the chakra of others, but also possessing some awareness of certain barriers. The second technique resembled a mind-reading art, enabling the extraction of information from an enemy's mind. The third was a technique designed to guard against mental illusions, providing some resistance to ocular techniques. Lastly, there was a mental illusion technique, which, if ensnared, would plunge the victim into a state of entrapment. Although these techniques did not directly involve the cultivation of the soul, they nonetheless elicited a response from the small tree. The leaf of the Tai refining spirit art became resplendent and verdant, as if it had absorbed substantial nourishment and undergone growth. The Tai refining spirit art progressed from the initial stage to a more profound understanding. Meanwhile, a pure sense of enlightenment reverberated back to Hinata through the small tree. The long stagnant barrier of his soul showed signs of cracking. A glimmer of realization flickered in Hinata eyes. I comprehend. It felt as if the once chaotic and murky essence of his soul had suddenly become structured and orderly. His soul appeared to manifest a direction, with all his energy converging towards that point. The direction coalesced into a singularity, and his soul seemed to envelop itself in a cocoon, a jade-hued chrysalis emanating a faint glow, floating above the small tree. As time flowed gently, tiny specks of light ascended from the leaves of the small tree, merging into that jade chrysalis. Until, at a certain moment, Hinata felt an overwhelming surge. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed in his mind. After a brief pause, a torrent of soul power surged forth, erupting from the shattered chrysalis above the small tree, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. The roots of the small tree, which had previously anchored in the void, now found themselves bathed in this surging soul power, coalescing into a golden tide. The waves multiplied and intensified until, at last, Hinata sensed he had nothing left to give. Only then did the golden tide gradually subside. Hinata directed his consciousness inward and beheld a vast expanse of golden ocean materializing in his mind, with the small tree firmly rooted in the center. A wave of ecstasy washed over Hinata. The sea of consciousness. It has been achieved. He felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. His soul seemed to have attained a new level of sublimation. Each droplet within that golden ocean represented a convergence of his soul power. Though the golden sea appeared small, it also felt infinitely expansive, destined to grow alongside his ascending soul power. Hinata furrowed his brow slightly. The opening of this sea of consciousness seemed somewhat distinct from the experiences of other cultivators he recalled. However, it was possible that the influence of the small tree played a role. The small tree, anchored at the heart of the golden ocean, appeared to form a profound connection with his soul. Expanding his spiritual awareness, Hinata enveloped the small tree. In the past, he could only observe the state of the small tree through his consciousness. Now, with the opening of the sea of consciousness and the refinement of his spiritual awareness, he could finally use his spirit to observe the small tree. As his spiritual awareness spread forth, a look of astonishment crossed Hinata face. After the opening of his sea of consciousness, the small tree seemed to have undergone some change as well. Most notably, it had grown significantly. The last time the small tree exhibited such clear growth was when he unraveled the cage bird, truly awakening his heavenly eye. Moreover, alongside the leaves of the Tai refining spirit art, a brand new leaf had emerged. This leaf was as warm and lustrous as jade, radiating a gentle glow. Sprouting in close proximity to the existing Tai refining spirit art leaf, almost as if they had originated from the same place. Evidently, this new leaf was inextricably linked to the Tai refining spirit art leaf. As Hinata scanned the new leaf with his spiritual awareness, his pupils narrowed in surprise. The Spirit Guardian Technique? One of the 36 great arts of the Heavenly Talisman? A glimmer of astonishment lingered in Hinata-Yu's eyes. The Spirit Guardian Technique was no ordinary spell. It was one of the 36 great divine arts of the Heavenly Talisman. Thus far, the only one he had acquired was the 9 Breaths Calming Technique. The Spirit Guardian Technique allows the primordial spirit to exit the body, enabling one to traverse the void, a divine ability of celestial beings wandering the mortal realm. As Hinata-Yu contemplated the Spirit Guardian Technique, he suddenly found it curious how similar its capabilities were to the Soul Transformation Technique in the ninja world, both involving the exit of the soul and ethereal travel. Could it be that the cultivation of the Spirit Guardian Technique necessitated first opening the sea of consciousness and refining the spiritual awareness? This would explain why, during his comprehension of the Soul Transformation Technique, the small tree sprouted the leaf of the Tai refining spirit art, facilitating his opening of the sea of consciousness. Following the refinement of his spiritual awareness, the leaf of the Spirit Guardian Technique then emerged. The more Hinata-Yu pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. Had he acquired the leaf of the Spirit Guardian Technique before cultivating his soul and opening the sea of consciousness, even if he successfully cast the Spirit Guardian Technique, the risk of severe damage to his soul would have been considerable. Exhaling deeply, Hinata-Yu dispelled the clutter of thoughts in his mind. Regardless, he had undeniably undergone a significant transformation. The refinement of his consciousness allowed him to significantly enhance his sword mastery and the application of his mystical arts. Consequently, his strength surged correspondingly. Subsequently, as Hinata-Yu activated the divine ability, Yo-Senru-Chi, he felt an extraordinary lightness enveloping his body. The gravitational pull of the ninja realm seemed to lose its grip, and his spirit began to soar, floating effortlessly. He beheld his meditative form, the secluded cave where he resided, the surrounding forest, and the distant fields and villages. His spirit wandered freely until, at a certain moment, he encountered a vast expanse shrouded in darkness. Hinata-Yu furrowed his brow as he observed, from afar, a formidable army gathering on the plains. Despite the considerable distance, he discerned their armaments and the forehead protectors they wore. It was a battalion from a Wagakure. A rough estimation indicated there were at least thousands of them. A grave expression crossed Hinata-Yu's features. War was imminent, he murmured. Such a large contingent from a Wagakure, judging by their direction, was undoubtedly aimed at Konoha. The second great ninja war had long passed, and after years of recuperation, these ninja villages could no longer contain their restlessness. However, Hinata-Yu felt little concern. Having opened his sea of consciousness, he had undergone a transformation. Even if war were to erupt, it posed little threat to him. On the contrary, the chaos of war presented a rare opportunity. He could seize the moment to acquire the precious jutsu of other ninja villages and instigate new changes in the decaying order of the ninja realm. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. This war would not pass him by unnoticed. In the land of fire, within Konoha village, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office on the 3rd floor was palpably tense. The great figures of Konoha, rarely assembled, now occupied this dimly lit chamber. Seated around a wooden conference table, their expressions ranged from solemnity to oppression, contemplation to profundity. According to the latest intelligence relayed by scouts, the Wagakure had dispatched a unit that had crossed the land of grass, intent on approaching the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on crossed hands, his demeanor grave as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances that conveyed a shared weight of concern. Despite prior suspicions, the weight of this revelation was still suffocating. War was indeed approaching. After a moment's pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued, "If it were only a Wagakure, I would not be overly worried. However, according to the most recent reports, the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure has gone missing, and the newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Raza, accuses Konoha of his assassination and has declared war upon us." Nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words had barely settled when Danzo slammed his cane against the floor, producing a resonant thud. "The loss of the Kazekage is of no concern to us." The murmurs of the Konoha elite echoed around him, their voices a chorus of hushed discussions. This was clearly a pretext to wage war against Konoha. Danzo muttered through clenched teeth, familiar with such tactics, having orchestrated numerous events in a similar manner during his tenure with Root. Indeed, it was an excuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation. Yet, even knowing it was a ruse, what could be done? They had firmly implicated Konoha in the Kazekage's disappearance and declared war. Konoha had no choice but to prepare for battle. The atmosphere in the conference room grew even more oppressive. Among the 5 great ninja villages, aside from the ambiguous stances of Kumogakure and Kirigakure across the sea, 2 major villages had already entered the fray, their sights set on Konoha. The harrowing memories of the Second Great Ninja War replayed vividly in their minds. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, directing his gaze to a particular figure at the table, his eyes reflecting a mix of hope and complexity. The others followed suit, their gazes converging on a man seated upright, his silver hair standing out amidst the assembly. Kakashi Hitaki spoke with a calm demeanor. "Rest assured, I will intervene." His tone was unassuming, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet this very calmness served as a potent tonic for the assembly, alleviating much of their apprehension. Who was Kakashi Hitaki? The White Fang of Konoha. These 4 words had been the nightmares of countless sand shinobi. During the Second Great Ninja War, Kakashi had created numerous miracles, prompting the 3rd Kazekage to issue an order. Should the White Fang be sighted, all missions should be abandoned in favor of retreat. Even now, many ninja from Sunagakure trembled at the mere mention of his name. That is reassuring. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled, though the complexity in his expression deepened. With Kakashi Hitaki in action, concerns regarding Sunagakure would be significantly diminished. Yet, the evolving relationship between Kakashi and the village was increasingly enigmatic. Following the recent media incident and the assassination attempt on Team 7, Kakashi had ventured into the depths of Root alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself unsure of how to approach Kakashi in the current climate. The senior members around the table bore expressions of similar complexity. They had all heard whispers regarding Kakashi's circumstances. Now, with war on the horizon, they had no choice but to place their hopes upon him. Kakashi, undeterred by the surrounding tension, gazed out the conference room window towards the sky. He suddenly thought of his disciple. What remarkable feats might his prodigious talent achieve amidst this impending war? Chapter 68. Pre-war preparations. Kakashi Hitaki's strategy above Konoha. A white arc descended from the clouds, landing gracefully in a nearby forest. Hinata surveyed his surroundings, and with a thought, the flying sword at his feet sheathed itself behind him. Following the refinement of his consciousness, his ability to wield the sword had greatly improved. The journey from the land of grass to Konoha had taken less than half a day. Upon entering the village, however, Hinata's brow furrowed slightly. It was too quiet. The entire village exuded an unusual air of oppression. Instead of employing his divine eye, he extended his newly refined consciousness. It quickly enveloped much of Konoha, revealing the scenes within the village to his mind's eye. Various clans were diligently selecting their shinobi, distributing precious wartime resources such as military rations and explosive tags. In contrast to the great ninja clans, the preparations of the common shinobi were far simpler. Some were polishing their kunai, while others bid farewell to their families. In any world, when war breaks out, it is the sons of the impoverished who suffer the most. A heavy sigh escaped Hinata's lips. When he first traversed into this world, he had also harbored fears regarding the threat of war. The Third Great Ninja War, one of the most brutal conflicts in ninja history, had seen Konoha suffer significant casualties, with countless shinobi perishing in obscurity. Fortunately, he now possessed sufficient confidence to confront the impending conflict. Just as he prepared to return to the Hinata clan's territory, a familiar figure within his consciousness seemed to notice him and approached. Hinata focused his gaze. It was Kakashi Hitaki. "Sensei, is war upon us?" Hinata inquired. "Indeed. It seems you have already sensed it," Kakashi replied, his expression heavy. As someone who had experienced the Second Great Ninja War firsthand, he understood better than most the brutality of war. Just moments ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had issued the order to prepare for battle in the conference room. War was unavoidable. Gazing at Hinata before him, Hitaki Tsukumo displayed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "It appears that your recent experiences have brought about considerable changes?" He sensed that Hinata was somewhat different from before, though he could not quite articulate the specifics of this transformation. Hinata offered a faint smile. Since he had opened his sea of consciousness, his soul had undergone a profound metamorphosis, marking a complete rebirth compared to his former self. This eases my mind. Hatake Tsukumo exhaled softly. With Hinata Yu's enhanced strength, the likelihood of his survival in the impending conflict had significantly increased. War is cruel and will not spare you simply because you are a genius. Rather, it is precisely because of your brilliance that your adversaries will strive with all their might to extinguish your light before it fully shines. Hatake Tsukumo pondered for a moment and stated, "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall head to the Sand Ninja battlefield together." The Sand Ninja battlefield? Hinata Yu's eyes widened slightly as he contemplated. "Teacher Tsukumo, are you in command of that front?" In the original narrative, Hatake Tsukumo had earned a formidable reputation during the Second Shinobi War, having decimated the Sand Village. Given the current timeline, with White Fang still alive, it is highly likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen has entrusted the command of the Sand battlefield to him. Indeed, Hatake Tsukumo nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Hinata Yu. "In return, I will withdraw you from the Anbu and take you with me to the Sand battlefield." Hinata Yu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief reflection, he grasped Hatake Tsukumo's intentions. The term exchange indicated Tsukumo's stance. His agreement to go to the Sand battlefield was a transaction. He would suppress the offensive from the Sand village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would acquiesce to his request. A glimmer of gratitude surfaced in Hinata Yu's eyes. It was evident that, after enduring so much, Hatake Tsukumo was no longer the political naive depicted in the original story. He had come to a profound understanding that the so-called will of fire was merely a tactic employed by the higher-ups to control the populace. The illustrious White Fang had finally emerged from the shadows. As for his reassignment from the Anbu to accompany Tsukumo, Hinata Yu inclined to believe that Tsukumo was offering him an opportunity to achieve merit and cultivate his own loyal followers. Hatake Tsukumo regarded the somewhat youthful Hinata Yu before him, feeling a mix of complexity and sentiment. Hinata Yu was the most gifted ninja he had ever encountered. With his talents, he was destined to become a formidable figure in the shinobi world. However, the path of a genius would inevitably be fraught with challenges. The last time he had visited the Anbu, he had severely suppressed Danzo. It was possible that the old fox intended to exploit the chaos of war for his own nefarious schemes. After all, countless gifted individuals had perished due to carelessness in the harsh realities of war. Kato Dan and Senju Tobarama served as stark reminders of this truth. Understanding the dark undercurrents of Konoha's politics, he kept Hinata Yu close as a means of protection. Of course, he could not fathom that with Hinata Yu's current prowess, he no longer required such guardianship. After their succinct conversation, Hinata Yu bid farewell to Hatake Tsukumo and returned to the Hyuga clan's territory. Due to the impending war, the usually tranquil Hyuga estate was now filled with an atmosphere of tension and urgency as preparations were underway. Numerous clan members were diligently organizing explosive tags and military supplies. The streets echoed with the sounds of admonitions and reminders from the clan members. As one of Konoha's two great clans, the Hyuga family had to contribute a significant number of ninjas to the war effort, a necessary exchange to maintain their status. Upon entering his chamber, Hinata Yu observed the flurry of preparations outside and contemplated whether he should also make any arrangements. After some reflection, he decided to lie down and succumb to sleep. With his sea of consciousness already opened, he found the conventional warfare of ninjas rather beneath him. Instead, he preferred to seize this opportunity to rest and rejuvenate his spirit. Outside, within the estate of the Hyuga clan, sounds of reprimands resonated. "Move faster. A bunch of useless fools. Does the clan feed you for nothing?" A few branch family members, under the stern rebuke of a main family member, dared not utter a word in protest as they hurriedly transported supplies into the residence. Among them was a branch family member who cast a fleeting glance filled with resentment toward the main family member. It was Hinata Kaizen, whom Hinata Yu had saved in the land of Waterfall. The rebuking main family member was Hinata Kaizen, whom he had risked his life to rescue. Hinata Kaizen would never forget the astonished yet slightly mocking expression on Hinata Kaizen's face when he returned from the land of Waterfall. "You actually made it back alive? What about Hinata K? Did you leave him behind?" Hinata Kaizen instinctively clenched his fists, an overwhelming sorrow and rage flooding his heart. Was this the person he had risked his life to save? Must he sacrifice himself to protect such a scoundrel simply because he belonged to the branch family? In a daze, he recalled the words of that mysterious clan member. "Will you live your life like a slave? Or will you pursue the light of freedom with your life?" As his memories faded, Hinata Kaizen returned to the present. where Hinata Kaiyan continued to issue commands with an air of superiority. Yet this time, his eyes held no resentment, only a profound depth. Chapter 69. Are you the fastest man in the shinobi world? It's an honor to meet you. The following day, after a day of mobilization, the ninja forces of Konoha stood ready, a formidable presence arrayed before the village. From a distance, they resembled a vast ocean of brown. This ocean encapsulated the might of more than half of Konoha's shinobi. Hinata Yu stood at a distance, quietly extending his senses, and in an instant, the intelligence of this ninja force materialized in his mind. The entire Konoha contingent was divided into 2 units, one comprising around 4,000 ninjas, while the other was slightly smaller, numbering approximately 3,000. During this period, Konoha had just over 10,000 registered ninjas, making these 2 units a significant portion of the village's combat strength. Approaching the entrance of Konoha, Hinata Yu found Hitaki Tsukumo standing beside one of the units. Watching him with a smile. "Teacher Tsukumo, I hope I am not late?" Hinata Yu approached with a grin. "No, you arrived just in time." Hitaki Tsukumo replied with a serene smile. "You, where have you been all this time?" A voice tinged with surprise drew Hinata Yu's attention. Uchiha Erasure stood alongside Kakashi behind Hitaki Tsukumo. The 7th squad had reunited once more. "I've joined the Anbu." Hinata Yu offered a slight smile, not concealing the truth. With war imminent, his abilities would inevitably come to light, even if his Anbu identity remained confidential. Anyone who investigated would surely discover the existence of an Anbu operative known as the Sword Saint, whose abilities bore a striking resemblance to his own. It would be better to speak candidly, thus avoiding the need to explain to his comrades. "The Anbu?" Uchiha Arashi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. No wonder she had not heard any news from Hinata Yu for so long. He had joined the Anbu. The Anbu, as she understood, undertook exceptionally challenging missions. Yet, upon recalling Hinata Yu's prodigious talents, she felt reassured. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained largely expressionless, clearly already aware of Hinata Yu's new affiliation. "Damn it, that guy you actually joined the Anbu? I thought I finally caught up to him." With a mix of shock and a gritted teeth tone, Hinata Yu turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. He recognized an old acquaintance, Uchiha Obito, who was clenching his fists and muttering complaints. "Obito, what are you thinking? You is still a super genius. How could you possibly catch up to him?" Beside him, Lin Yahara helplessly supported her forehead, evidently exasperated by Obito's antics. Obito remained indignant, glaring at Hinata Yu. During their time at the Ninja Academy, he was the underachiever of the Uchiha clan, while Hinata Yu held the same title among the Hyuga clan. Despite possessing slightly stronger theoretical knowledge, Hinata Yu was inferior in every other aspect. He would sleep during class and take bathroom breaks when lessons concluded, earning the title of the laziest student in Konoha's history. Obito had teased Hinata Yu more than once to his face. It wasn't until one fateful day that Hinata Yu's astonishing talent was revealed, leading Obito to the shocking realization that the true fool was himself. From that moment on, he became fixated on surpassing Hinata Yu. After Hinata Yu joined the Anbu, news of him vanished from the village. Obito was elated to discover that Hinata Yu had seemingly become just another face in the crowd, believing his chance for a comeback had arrived. However, he was met with a harsh reality check. Accepting the truth, he wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Uchiha Ran looked at the suddenly diminished Obito with disdain, rolling her eyes. How could this fool be of her clan? He tarnished the Uchiha name. He must not be purebred. Nearby, the sounds of Minato Namikaze and Lin Yahara stifling their laughter reached him. Hinata Yu, however, did not share in their amusement, his brow furrowed. Was this a self-correction of the timeline, or a subtle ripple of the butterfly effect? Due to his influence, Tsukumo Hitaki had not taken his own life, and Kakashi had joined Team 7. Unexpectedly, after joining the Anbu, Team 7 was disbanded, and Minato Namikaze had managed to regroup Kakashi, Obito, and Lin Yahara, forming the iconic trio of the ninja world. Yet, upon reflection, the composition of Konoha's teams was inherently fluid. In the original narrative, Kakashi frequently changed teams due to discord with teammates, ultimately joining Minato's team under the recommendation of Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Hiruzen had political motives in placing Kakashi under Minato's command, it would not be surprising. After some contemplation, Hinata Yu quickly assessed the current situation. He scrutinized Minato beside Kakashi, a flicker of desire igniting within him. At this time, Minato had surely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, had he not? After weighing his words, he approached Minato, exclaiming, "Are you the great Minato Namikaze? Kakashi has spoken of you, and I've heard your speed is unparalleled." Minato paused, glancing towards Kakashi. "Hinata," you desperately gestured. "You said it, so say it." Yes," Kakashi replied helplessly. Minato, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted, "In terms of speed, I suppose I have some understanding." "Some understanding? More like an extraordinary mastery. You are renowned as the fastest ninja in the world. Even the fiery Kushina Uzumaki has succumbed to your incredible swiftness." With Kakashi and Minato successfully engaged, Hinata, you began fervently building rapport. Laughter erupted occasionally, piquing the interest of nearby ninjas. Minato's naturally carefree personality, along with his talent for naming, had inadvertently led to the creation of numerous formidable ninjutsu. As a disciple of Tsukumo Hatake and a former teammate of Kakashi, Hinata-Yu's connection afforded him the opportunity for conversation, which Minato was unlikely to decline. Nearby, Tsukumo wore a gentle smile as he observed the lively exchange. He did not think much of it. After all, Hinata-Yu had been in the Anbu for quite some time. It was entirely normal for someone emerging from darkness to engage in conversation with familiar faces. Tsukumo composed himself, scanning the troops before him, and nodded to a nearby ninja. The ninja promptly acknowledged, turning to the prepared troops, and shouted, "Let us move out." In an instant, thousands of ninjas advanced in unison towards the battlefield. This battalion was commanded by Tsukumo Hatake, tasked with the Sand Ninja Front. Another unit was designated for the Rock Village battlefield. Throughout the march, Hinata-Yu continued his conversation with Minato. Estimating that the preliminary exchanges had reached their peak, he prepared to delve into more serious matters. Considering his phrasing, he inquired, "Lord Minato, I've heard you are the second ninja to master space-time ninjutsu after the second Hokage. What is it like to wield such a technique?" Hinata-Yu gazed curiously at Minato. "Space-time ninjutsu," Minato mused, seemingly deliberating his words. "It's quite strange, an indescribable sensation. Akin to eating a hearty meal and then running upside down around Konoha 30 times without catching your breath." The corner of Hinata-Yu's mouth twitched. Such was the style of Minato. What an odd metaphor. Nevertheless, he grasped that mastering the Flying Thunder God required substantial physical adaptability. Otherwise, one would struggle to endure the pressures of spatial jumps. After some contemplation, Hinata-Yu cleverly posed several more questions regarding the Flying Thunder God, steering clear of its core aspects, merely to satiate his own curiosity. The ninja world held high standards for the transmission of ninjutsu, especially for powerful techniques like the Flying Thunder God. Unless a direct master-student relationship existed, as with him and Tsukumo, or Minato and Jiraiya, it was improbable for others to receive such knowledge freely. Hinata-Yu could only approach the topic indirectly to gain the insights he sought. As the Konoha forces proceeded, he seized opportunities to discuss matters with Minato. Should he obtain sufficient nourishment from Minato, it could lead to the flourishing of new abilities. No technique related to space was weak. Several techniques from his memory were renowned. After each discussion, Hinata-Yu felt an itch in his mind, an uncomfortable sensation that intensified whenever he reached critical points, yet Minato would not yield. This frustrating sense of stagnation stirred his impatience. As the troops advanced, the two Konoha battalions reached a separating juncture. Minato needed to accompany the second unit to the Rock Village battlefield, leaving Hinata-Yu with no choice but to relent. He had not left empty-handed from their discussions. With further stimulation, his abilities would undoubtedly evolve. Before parting, Minato gazed at Hinata-Yu, deeply moved. Throughout their journey, Hinata-Yu had been like a thirsty student, eagerly seeking knowledge. What an admirable thirst for learning. Initially, upon hearing rumors of Hinata-Yu, he had been somewhat indifferent to this purported genius of Konoha's history. However, their interactions had completely transformed Minato's perspective. Hinata-Yu was undoubtedly the most eager and astute ninja he had ever encountered. He regretted not meeting him sooner. "You, until we meet again," Minato called, his eyes glistening with emotion as he waved goodbye. Kakashi rolled his eyes nearby. Noticing the peculiar glances from those around him, Hinata-Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why had the atmosphere grown so strange? After the division of the main forces, Tsukumo Hatake's battalion proceeded towards the Sand Ninja battlefield near the Land of Rain. Though Hokages did not typically employ fire release, the majority of Konoha ninjas were still most proficient in it. Coincidentally, the wind release, favored by the Sand Village, was countered by fire release. To neutralize this disadvantage, the fourth Kazekage, Raza cunningly chose to launch an offensive near the Land of Rain. The constant rainfall in that region increased humidity, thereby diminishing the potency of fire release. Hinata gazed towards the distant country shrouded in dark clouds, feeling a sense of gloom, oppression, and confinement. This was his first impression of the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain, perpetually shrouded in precipitation, is often referred to as the Nation of Tears, ravaged by the scourge of war. This diminutive realm gave rise to the anti-leaf organization led by Nagato, which has made indelible contributions to the agricultural sector of the ninja world. Abundant rainfall indeed provides an ideal environment for rice cultivation. Hinata, suddenly struck by an epiphany, let out a sigh. Nearby, the members of the Uchiha clan gazed at him in astonishment. What on earth? Rice cultivation? Could it be that Hinata has recognized the harsh realities of the ninja world and wishes to retreat into a life of farming? A flurry of incredulous thoughts arose among those surrounding him. Hinata, disinterested in clarifying, turned away to continue their journey. Before long, this contingent finally reached the battlefield near the Land of Rain. Standing atop a rise, they could vaguely discern the dense encampments sprawling across the opposite plain, boldly marked with the insignia of the Sand Village. Had they not intervened, these Sand Village forces would have swept through, penetrating deep into the Land of Fire. Set up camp immediately, commanded the chief commander, Kakashi Hitaki, upon locating a suitable plain devoid of Sand Village ambushes. Having engaged in numerous battles with the Sand Village since the Second Great Ninja War, the legendary White Fang possessed unparalleled experience in confronting them. The Leaf Ninjas swiftly began to erect tents, triangular fabric structures emerging across the plain, starkly contrasting with the Sand Village encampments across from them. In the central tent of the Sand Village, a group of high-ranking officials sat around a long table. At the head of the table, a ninja with dark red hair, clad in a black uniform, surveyed the assembly with authority. This was none other than Raza, the newly appointed Kazekage of the Sand Village, who had once encountered Hinata. According to reconnaissance reports, half an hour prior, the Leaf's forces had established a camp 5 kilometers from the Sand Village. The moment Raza's voice fell, a wave of discussion erupted around the table. The Leaf forces had arrived? So swiftly? This time, we shall ensure that the Leaf pays dearly, avenging the third Kazekage. After preparing for so long, it is time for the Leaf to witness the true strength of the Sand Village. Voices filled with shock, anger, and eagerness converged. Raza, seated at the table, discreetly observed the expressions of the surrounding ninjas. The mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage had unsettled the village's morale. Thus, he, lacking sufficient credentials, had finally ascended to the position of Kazekage. Yet, his lack of depth made it challenging to unify all voices within the Sand Village. This battlefield was, at its core, a political maneuver to navigate internal conflicts and solidify his hold on the Kazekage position. After taking in the varied expressions, Raza pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. The commander of the Leaf forces is Kakashi Hitaki. At this revelation, the previously eager Sand Ninjas suddenly felt as though cold water had been poured over them. White Fang. The Leaf has appointed him as the chief commander? White Fang is not to be trifled with. Countless ninjas perished at his hands during the Second Great Ninja War. A flicker of fear appeared in the eyes of some Sand Ninjas. The name White Fang loomed over the Sand Village like a nightmare. Chio clenched his teeth. His son and daughter-in-law had perished at the hands of White Fang during the Second War, a grudge that could not be forgiven. Seeing the atmosphere reach a boiling point, Raza spoke nonchalantly. Is it merely the presence of White Fang that instills such fear in you? Instantly, all eyes turned to Raza. He smirked and continued. White Fang is a master of swordsmanship, while my magnet release is particularly effective against sword-wielding ninjas. Leave White Fang to me. An invisible pressure radiated from Raza, enveloping the surrounding Sand Ninjas, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Indeed, with the Kazekage present, the Kazekage's magnet release is most adept at countering ninjas like White Fang. The Kazekage is formidable. In this battle, our Sand Village shall surely triumph. Raza reveled in his own bravado, feeling utterly unfazed by White Fang. Even at the height of White Fang's acclaim, he had never faced off against the third Kazekage, who was also a magnet release user. Scouts had long since determined that the Leaf Station forces numbered merely over 3,000. In comparison, the Sand Ninja forces were significantly greater. Raza envisioned the dawn of victory. This battle is ours to win. Chapter 71. The oncoming battle in the main tent of the Leaf, a cadre of high-ranking officials sat around the conference table, their expressions grave. A sand table displayed the approximate troop deployments of the Sand Village. When deciding to establish camp here, Kakashi had dispatched scouts and sensory ninjas. They had recently confirmed the Sand Village's general positioning. Kakashi, seated at the head of the table, surveyed his fellow leaders and solemnly inquired, "What are your thoughts regarding our impending battle with the Sand Village?" Silence enveloped the table. The sudden declaration of war by the Sand Village had left many caught off guard, and now, under Kakashi's inquiry, they felt even more at a loss. Hinata Yu observed the expressions of the surrounding ninjas, inwardly shaking his head. If his memory served him correctly, in the original narrative, the Leaf had suffered greatly during the Third Great Ninja War. The Leaf had faced a 1v4 scenario, pitting their entire village against 4 major ninja villages, leaving them unable to adequately address each battlefield. The infamous Battle of Kikyo Mountain erupted under such circumstances, with the Sand Village advancing relentlessly until they reached the gates of the Leaf Village, inciting widespread panic. Had it not been for Minato Namikaze's legendary Yellow Flash, repeatedly repelling the Rock and Cloud Village assaults, the Leaf may have faced an even graver fate. However, in this timeline, Kakashi had not taken his own life, and with Hinata Yu's presence, the Sand Village would find it impossible to replicate their previous advances. Hinata Yu contemplated, with the leadership of White Fang. The Sand Village posed little threat. "It is indeed so," spoke Orochimaru, his voice raspy. "White Fang has repeatedly vanquished the Sand Village during the Second War, under his command. This battle is not a cause for concern. White Fang's prowess is unparalleled. The Sand Village cannot pose a significant threat." Following Orochimaru's assertion, the other ninjas exchanged glances and began to praise Kakashi effusively. During the Second War, the Leaf's victory over the Sand Village was largely attributed to Kakashi's heroic efforts. Regardless of the outcome, flattering Kakashi would be wise. Kakashi shook his head, musing, "The Sand Village's strength is not to be underestimated, and in this conflict, they have deployed nearly 1,000 more ninjas than we have. Such a disparity cannot be easily overlooked." Upon hearing this, the previously effusive ninjas fell silent. 1,000 ninjas? The Leaf had only dispatched around 3,000 to the battlefield, while the Sand had exceeded their numbers by a third. Such a significant numerical disadvantage would inevitably manifest on the battlefield. The Leaf ninjas faced the daunting prospect of engaging in battle with fewer forces. Yet, this situation was unavoidable, as the Leaf still needed to allocate ninjas to contend with other villages. Conversely, the Sand Village required only a small contingent to guard their village, allowing the majority of their forces to be deployed here. Realizing this, the expressions of the high-ranking officials at the table instinctively darkened. A fierce battle loomed ahead. Hinata Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed that Orochimaru across the table was casting glances his way, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable smile. However, he understood Orochimaru's intent all too well. "Is the Kusanagi sword useful?" Orochimaru's eyes seemed to almost convey this question directly. Hinata Yu felt a wave of exasperation. What on earth was Orochimaru thinking? If possible, he truly wished to avoid an encounter with him at this juncture. The subtle serpent conceals within it unknown malice. The interaction between Hinata Yu and Orochimaru did not escape the notice of the other ninjas seated at the conference table, who furrowed their brows in visible discontent. Under normal circumstances, Hinata Yu would not possess the qualifications to occupy a seat at this table. The attendees of this meeting were predominantly the upper echelons of Konoha, with at least seasoned jonin being the minimum requirement. How old is Hinata Yu? A mere fledgling, fresh from graduation. Granted access to a meeting that dictates the course of warfare solely due to his affiliation with Kakashi Hatake? Even the rarest of prodigies require time for their talents to manifest into power. The clandestine nature of his Anbu identity eluded these ninjas. Little did they know, Hinata Yu had already carved out a formidable reputation within another system. At that moment, the tent flap was abruptly thrust open, and a scout rushed in, panic-stricken, addressing Kakashi Hatake with urgency. "Lord Kakashi, Sunagakure has launched an attack. Their main forces are merely 3 kilometers from our camp." So soon, the surrounding ninjas collectively held their breath, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. They had just been deliberating on how to counter Sunagakure, only to find themselves facing an immediate assault. This was far too swift, leaving them no time to react. Hinata Yu swiftly extended his senses, spreading them out at an alarming speed. Indeed, He detected numerous traces of sand ninjas making their way at full speed toward their encampment, just a few kilometers away. 3 kilometers? At the pace of ninjas, they would arrive shortly. Kakashi Hitaki's expression grew grave as he analyzed the situation in mere moments. Without hesitation, he issued a somber command. All troops, heed my orders. Assemble the forces, prepare for battle. Yes. Chapter 72, The Sword of the Celestial Slayer. The plains stretched endlessly, a verdant expanse broken only by scattered hills. In times of peace, the view from afar would be remarkably picturesque. Alas, these were not peaceful times. A legion of ninjas gripped their kunai, stationed at one end of the plains, clad in green vests, the whirlpool emblem of Konoha emblazoned on their backs. The cold sweat beating on their foreheads and the occasional swallow of anxiety betrayed their inner turmoil. Before long, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. The frontline ninjas instinctively held their breath, their grips on their kunai tightening. They're coming. One ninja nervously alerted. True to his words, mere seconds later, a dark line erupted from the opposite side of the plain. The tremors intensified, and the line expanded into a mass of sand ninjas. Charge! Charge! Accompanied by deafening war cries, the Konoha ninjas surged toward the oncoming sand ninjas. From a vantage point above, one would observe 2 torrents of contrasting colors colliding across the plain. Ninjutsu class, step forward. The Konoha ninjas roared. Behind them, a line of ninjas surged forward in unison, swiftly forming hand seals. Almost in unison, they inhaled deeply and unleashed. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Dozens of flames erupted from their mouths, coalescing in the air to form a formidable sea of fire. The battlefield's temperature soared. The dragon fire technique, a linear fire release ninjutsu, when amassed in such numbers, formed an impenetrable wall of flames. On the opposing side, Sunagakure appeared to be well prepared. A large group of sand ninjas swiftly took the front line, wielding massive fans that they suddenly unfurled. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. A multitude of enormous wind blades soared into the air, forming a dense wall of wind that met the oncoming sea of fire head-on. The clash between the wind blades and flames erupted with a sound reminiscent of tearing flesh. The fire was shredded by the wind blades, and the remnants fell like burning meteors onto the battlefield. Kill! Charge! The ninjas at the forefront, braving the falling flames, screamed as they surged toward the enemy. The cacophony of roars, explosions, metal clashing, and flesh tearing filled the air in an instant. In the brief moment of confrontation, numerous ninjas fell, their eyes filled with fury and despair. Kakashi Hitaki stood resolutely on a hill, surrounded by Konoha ninjas charging forward. His gaze swept across the ranks of sand ninjas, as if searching for something. Meanwhile, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, was also meticulously scanning the Konoha ranks. In the next moment, their eyes met in the air. A smirk played on Raza's lips. Whoosh! A kunai whizzed through the battlefield. The sand ninja opposite barely had time to react before his throat was pierced, shock and disbelief evident in his eyes. Yet the kunai did not halt, striking another sand ninja behind him in the chest. Hinata, you stood at the center of the battlefield, effortlessly hurling kunai that claimed at least 2 sand ninjas' lives with each throw. His targets were always chosen with precision, primarily those of considerable strength within Sunagakure. Whether engaged in fierce combat or caught unawares, they fell to his kunai without a chance to react. Gradually, the number of sand ninjas succumbing to him increased. This astonishing feat drew the attention of the remaining sand ninjas. Fool! A sand ninja jonin seethed, his eyes bloodshot. In such a brief time since the battle commenced, at least a dozen sand ninjas had perished at Hinata-Yu's hands. These ninjas were invaluable assets to Sunagakure. If Hinata you were not swiftly dealt with, more would surely meet their demise. With a murderous glint in his eyes, the jonin brandished his bloodied ninja blade and charged toward Hinata-Yu's back, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Hinata-Yu did not even turn. He merely raised a finger slightly. Buzz! The sword of the celestial slayer, unleashed. A flash of cold light flickered. The sand ninja jonin froze in place. With a snap, his ninja blade shattered, clattering to the ground. A line of blood began to spread from his midsection. This is impossible, the jonin murmured in shock, his body slowly falling backward, splitting in half before it even hit the ground. The sword of the celestial slayer returned to Hinata-Yu's side, rapidly absorbing the residual blood. Hinata-Yu surveyed the chaotic battlefield with a cold gaze. The sword had been unleashed. Thus, it required a copious amount of blood to nourish it. In that case, I shall engage a bit, he said with a serene smile. The sword of the celestial slayer, floating beside him, transformed into countless afterimages, enveloping the battlefield in an instant. Ah, what is this? Fall back! Fall back! Do not approach. No. The cacophony of screams accompanied by the sounds of flesh being torn asunder echoed across the battlefield. Chapter 73. They call him the sword, immortal screams. Blood. Limbs. The scene resembled a hellish purgatory on this battlefield. Countless ninjas gazed in horror, their limbs turning cold in an instant. A long sword darted through the battlefield at incredible speed, its swiftness rendering its afterimages nearly indistinguishable wherever it passed. Blood and flesh flew, accompanied by pitiful cries. Sand ninjas attempted to defend against the flying sword by unleashing the earth flow wall for protection. Even a B-rank ninjutsu could not withstand the sharpness of that flying sword, which effortlessly tore through it as if it were mere paper. Those hiding behind were left with gaping wounds. Hinata, you stood calmly at the center of the battlefield, observing the unfolding chaos. This was the terrifying essence of a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are masters of slaughter. The battlefield is the ideal environment for them to showcase their prowess. The lethality of the sword arts reaches its zenith here. Quick! Someone stop him. Defensive ninjutsu. Defensive ninjutsu. Use defensive ninjutsu now. In the midst of the chaos, the sand ninjas' horrified screams echoed. A seasoned jonin swiftly reacted, employing earth-style ninjutsu for defense, prompting the other ninjas to quickly form seals and unleash their own protective techniques. Rows of earthen barriers emerged upon the battlefield, coalescing into an impenetrable wall. Whenever the front lines of earth defenses were breached, new barriers would immediately be conjured by the sand ninjas, creating a relentless relay of protection. After a concerted effort from hundreds of sand ninjas, a massive, impermeable earthen barrier finally materialized, encasing the Su Xian sword within. Had they succeeded? The lead sand ninja swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. The flying sword, which had claimed the lives of nearly 100 sand ninjas, seemed to have lost its potency, trapped within the multitude of earth jutsus. However, their reprieve was short-lived. A thunderous roar suddenly resonated from the depths of the earthen barrier, as the Su Xian sword, buried within, began to shatter the defenses at an alarming speed. In that instant, the expression of the sand ninjas outside shifted dramatically. They sensed the earth barriers being violently obliterated. Quick! Reinforce it. We cannot allow it to escape. The lead sand ninja bellowed, his face contorted in fear. In such a brief span, nearly 100 of their comrades had perished beneath the wrath of this sword. If it were to break free, what could they possibly use to defend themselves? A torrent of earth jutsus was rapidly unleashed, desperately fortifying the breached barriers. Yet, it was futile. In the distance, Hinata merely smiled indifferently. The next moment, a deafening explosion echoed, as a chilling beam of light erupted from the vast earthen barrier. The sand ninjas' eyes widened in horror, their screams piercing the air. What technique was this? The combined earth defenses of hundreds of sand ninjas were so effortlessly dismantled. This terrifying spectacle transcended their comprehension. Retreat! Retreat! The sand ninjas shrieked in terror. Having witnessed the Su Xian sword's ferocity, they dared not approach, hastily fleeing in panic. Yet, the recently liberated Su Xian sword craved more blood to quell its fury. The chilling light surged forth, and once again, the battlefield reverberated with inhuman cries. On the side of Konoha, the ninjas watching this brutal scene swallowed hard. If this flying sword were aimed at them, could they escape? The answer was unequivocally no. The terrifying assault of the sword, in terms of speed, sharpness, and its uncanny nature, far surpassed that of ordinary ninjutsu. Even the most seasoned jonin could never have anticipated such a frightening technique existed in the ninja world. Some Konoha ninjas gazed at the standing figure of Hinata with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Just moments ago, many of them had harbored doubts about his qualifications to partake in such high-level meetings. Now, that disdain had transformed into shock and reverence. Furthermore, a profound question lingered in their minds. How young was Hinata? How did he possess such formidable power? Most importantly, if he held such strength, why had there been no news of him within the village? It seemed unfathomable. Suddenly, a ninja recalled something, exclaiming, I remember. He is the sword immortal. The Anbu sword immortal. The mention of the Anbu sword immortal caused many Konoha ninjas to furrow their brows, as the identities within Anbu were shrouded in secrecy. and the name of the sword immortal was unfamiliar to most. Yet, a few were enlightened. Yes, that's him. I previously served in Anbu and heard tales of his prowess. He is the most coveted prodigy, having completed numerous high-difficulty missions single-handedly. Only then did the surrounding Konoha ninjas truly grasp Hinata Yu's identity. The awe and shock in their gazes intensified as they looked upon his figure. The sword immortal, so he was the sword immortal. Meanwhile, as Hinata Yu instilled fear in countless sand ninjas, on the main battlefield, two figures stood resolutely opposed to one another. Chapter 74. The Great Gung Sword Formation. Raza, hovering aloft atop a mound of sand gold, gazed down imperiously at Kakashi Hatake below. Kakashi stood firm upon a hill, exuding an aura of sharpness that made him resemble a blade poised to strike. The tension between the two radiated a terrifying energy, causing the surrounding combatants to instinctively clear a space, wary of being caught in their clash. White Fang, you have slain countless ninjas from my village during the Second Great Ninja War. It is time to settle this blood debt, Raza declared coolly, his words amplified by chakra, sending ripples through the ranks of sand ninjas nearby. The wind shadow has made his move. The clear skies are upon us. Similar thoughts raced through the minds of the sand ninjas, further elevating their admiration for the newly appointed wind shadow. Raza relished this effect, as confronting Kakashi directly was intended to establish his authority and credibility within Sunagakure. Kakashi, atop the hill, offered no extraneous words. He merely drew the ninja blade from his back, a pearlescent glow enveloping the blade. "Let us battle," he declared, his voice sharp as ice, resonating in Raza's ears. The great battle was imminent. Raza raised his hand, summoning a torrent of sand gold that surged forth like a massive wave, hurtling towards Kakashi. Magnet release. Sand gold wave. Kakashi did not flinch or even move. Instead, the white Fang in his hand glowed intensely. Clang. The blade wreathed in white light, cleaved downwards. The approaching wave of sand gold suddenly stilled, then shattered like a mirror, scattering into countless fine particles. Kakashi's figure emerged from the fallen sand gold, his blade still poised for a strike. A hint of concern flickered in Raza's eyes. Kakashi's strength exceeded his expectations. However, it was not an insurmountable problem. Magnet release naturally held an overwhelming advantage over sword-wielding ninjas. Each assault of sand gold would leave a layer of fine metallic dust upon Kakashi's blade. As the dust accumulated, his suppression of Kakashi's swordsmanship would only grow stronger. In other words, he needed only to persist in his attacks until the moment he could counter Kakashi. A subtle smile crept across Raza's lips. He relished the thought of Kakashi's weakness for lacking the bloodline limit. In Raza's eyes, Kakashi had already become a fish on the chopping board. With a sudden uplift of his hands, a larger wave of sand gold surged forth from beneath him, charging towards Kakashi. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's flank, the number of sand ninjas falling before Hinata Yu increased exponentially. Many fled in terror from the massacre wrought by the Susano'o sword, desperate to distance themselves from its carnage. Having consumed so much blood, the sword's surface glimmered with an eerie red light, suggesting a transformation was underway. Some sand ninjas spotted Hinata Yu's true form and, driven by desperation, charged at him. If they could eliminate this individual, perhaps this terrifying technique would be dispelled, they thought. Yet Hinata Yu merely smiled disdainfully. Though it was an incomplete sword formation, it should suffice to deal with your kind. He formed an intricate seal with his hands. The Susano'o sword, traversing the battlefield, suddenly paused, revealing a multitude of flying swords surrounding it. The flying swords formed a sword formation, initiating a frenzied slaughter. The Great Gung Sword Formation. This was a ninjutsu collected by Hinata Yu through the dark faction and black market, a divine technique that nourished the growth of the small tree. Though incomplete, it was more than sufficient to deal with these ordinary ninjas. The sand shinobi charging towards his main body were unable to evade and were instantly shredded by the sword formation. Kusuo, is this fellow a demon? Victory is impossible. More and more sand shinobi succumbed to mental collapse and fled. The pressure exerted by Hinata Yu even surpassed that of Kakashi Hatake during the Second Great Ninja War. Damn, how did it come to this? Chiyo, who had rushed over, gazed in horror at the surrounding battlefield, a scene of utter devastation. It was brutal, too brutal. Renowned in the ninja world since the First Great Ninja War, she had never encountered a battlefield that so profoundly shook her spirit. What on earth has transpired? Grabbing a fleeing sand ninja who had lost his composure, Chiyo asked in shock. Chiyo, Lady Chiyo? The sand ninja took a moment to respond, as if seizing a lifeline, and immediately recounted the harrowing scene. Chiyo's eyes were filled with immense disbelief. You mean to say that only one person killed so many of our ninjas? Yes. The sand ninja swallowed hard, still trembling with fear. They all call him the Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal? Chiyo clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. To take on such a grand title? What audacity! Having slain so many ninjas of Sunagakure, whether you are the Sword Immortal or a sage of 6 paths, you shall not escape. Chiyo turned to the puppet brigade following her, commanding fiercely. Puppet brigade, step forward and slay the Konoha Sword Immortal with me. Yes. Dozens of puppet brigade ninjas roared in fervor. Hinata sat cross-legged atop a hill, serving as the focal point of the formation. Channeling his consciousness to manipulate the sword array, countless sharp blades danced around him, and many sand ninja, unable to evade, were instantly reduced to mere pulp. Around him were only a handful of Konoha ninjas, gazing at him with overwhelming reverence and admiration. It could be said that Hinata had single-handedly reversed the tide of this battlefield. The last person to achieve such a feat was Kakashi Hatake during the Second Great Ninja War, a battle that had solidified the legendary reputation of the White Fang. However, the shock of that battle paled in comparison to what Hinata was achieving now. Suddenly, Hinata opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. Someone had breached his sword formation. No, to say someone seemed somewhat inaccurate. The intruder exhibited no life signals, advancing forward against the onslaught of blades with an indomitable, undead body. A puppet? A smile flickered in Hinata eyes. The strongest elite puppet brigade of Sunagakure has finally made their move? Well, I have long wished to test the power of puppetry. I wonder if capturing their puppets will allow the small tree to develop a method of summoning soldiers from beans. Chapter 75, The 9-Breath Method? Orochimaru began to wildly speculate. Puppet brigade. Charge. Quickly. We must break through these blades. Chiyo bellowed orders. Before her, dozens of puppet brigade ninjas maneuvered their puppets, forming an impenetrable triangular array around them, relentlessly attempting to breach the vast sword formation ahead. The more they pressed forward, the graver Chiyo's expression became. The strength of this sword formation exceeded her wildest imagination. The puppets of the puppet brigade were crafted from precious materials using special secret techniques, and in terms of durability, they surpassed ordinary ninja tools. Yet, before this overwhelming sword array, countless puppets were swiftly dismembered, leaving only a few metallic fragments behind. The puppet masters at the rear could only continuously replace the destroyed puppets with new ones. Once all the puppets were depleted, they would have no choice but to face the onslaught of sword energy with their own flesh. Chiyo gritted her teeth. The bodies of the puppet masters were inherently frail. If they were directly exposed to the sword formation, they would likely be annihilated within moments. A dilemma lay before her. Retreat. All previous efforts would be in vain. This colossal sword formation would continue to slaughter other sand ninja. Advance. The puppets might deplete prematurely, at which point they would be engulfed by the relentless sword energy. Lady Chiyo, what should we do? The surrounding puppet masters looked at her with worry etched on their faces. Their supply of puppets was limited. They could not continue to withstand the sword formation in this manner. In the short time since they began their assault on the sword formation, more than one puppet master had already lost all their puppets. At this rate, they could not hold out much longer. Chiyo clenched her teeth, a glint of determination in her eyes. Hold on. I refuse to believe his chakra is infinite. Let us see whose puppets deplete first, his or ours. As a figure renowned since the First Great Ninja War, Chiyo's resolve was beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Maintaining such a large sword formation must be an immense drain on Hinata's chakra. With their current reserve of puppets, they might indeed endure until Hinata's chakra ran dry. The puppet masters exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. They silently prayed that Hinata's chakra was on the verge of depletion. Meanwhile, at the heart of the sword formation, Hinata sat cross-legged atop the hill. Upon closer inspection, one would notice his breathing rhythm was quite peculiar, seemingly containing a special cadence. 9-Breath Method, one of the 36 divine techniques of the Heavenly Gang. Breathing 9 times allows the absorption of the world's essence, transforming it into an endless source of magical power. Chiyo's movements and those of the puppet brigade did not escape his keen perception. You wish to compete with me in endurance? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Hinata's mouth. Chiyo's reasoning was not entirely wrong. If he were a mere ninja, Maintaining such a vast sword formation would indeed deplete his chakra rapidly. Unfortunately, he was a sage. He did not cultivate chakra, but magical power. With the near-inexhaustible magical energy provided by the nine-breath method, sustaining such a sword formation was not a significant drain. Chiyo had completely misjudged. Hinata-Yu's endurance was beyond her comprehension. In a distant part of the battlefield, Orochimaru casually dispatched a charging sand ninja. His eyes filled with intense astonishment and delight as he gazed upon the magnificent sword formation. You truly have exceeded my expectations." His long, slender tongue licked his lips. The fervor in his gaze nearly impossible to conceal. The enormity of the sword formation was secondary. What truly captivated him was the peculiar energy enveloping Hinata-Yu. That energy was familiar to him. He had once pursued it madly. Yet, faced with the choice between life and death, he had hesitated. His pursuit of immortality had deterred him from risking his life to grasp such power. The Dragon Cave, sage art. Indeed, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Previously, he had gifted Hinata-Yu the Kusanagi sword scroll after sensing the residual natural energy within him, speculating that Hinata-Yu might have mastered a certain sage art. Now, that speculation had been validated. The strange energy enveloping Hinata-Yu was akin to the chakra of the white snake sage, even purer. Sage mode. Has you entered some form of special sage mode? And is this formidable sword formation a technique he employs in that mode? Orochimaru began to wildly speculate. This was not a mere whimsy. Many powerful sage arts could only be executed in sage mode, such as the white snake sage's Doton, inorganic rebirth, which could only be utilized in sage form. Clearly, this grand sword formation was also a sage art employed in a certain sage mode. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled. He felt he had grasped a profound truth. No wonder Hinata-Yu has risen to prominence in such a short span, mastering numerous formidable secret techniques. It turns out he has acquired the sage mode. However, Hinata-Yu's sage mode appears to bear little relation to the sage modes of the three great sacred lands. At this moment, his mind is filled with questions, his brow furrowed, unable to resist falling into contemplation on the battlefield. How did Hinata-Yu learn this peculiar sage mode? Could it be that an undiscovered fourth sacred land exists in the ninja world? Chapter 76. The most enduring man in the ninja world. Chiyo's complexion was exceptionally grim. As if she had swallowed 100 duck necks, her face fluctuating between hues of green and purple. She initially intended to compete with Hinata-Yu in terms of endurance, believing that with his chakra, he could not possibly maintain such a vast sword array for an extended period. If she could just hold on for a while. Once Hinata-Yu's chakra was depleted, the sword array would naturally collapse without attack. But now, she realizes how utterly mistaken she is. Hinata-Yu's endurance exceeds her wildest imagination. Nearly half of the puppet masters in the puppet class have seen their puppets utterly destroyed. Many of the younger female puppet masters, exhausted from prolonged exertion, are gasping for breath with flushed faces. At this rate, not only will they fail to exhaust Hinata-Yu, but the physically weakened female puppet masters in her own team may be the first to succumb. This cannot continue. Chiyo gritted her teeth. Hinata-Yu's endurance is terrifying. She could hardly fathom that such a man, with such remarkable stamina, exists in the ninja world. From her bosom, she retrieved a hefty scroll, a glimmer of resolve appearing in her eyes. This scroll contains the 10 mechanical puppets crafted by the legendary puppet master, Monzaemon. The Jinsho 10. These 10 puppets are the treasures of Sunagakure, and only she, the strongest puppet master, is qualified to wield them. All of Chiyo's other puppets have been exhausted during the previous defense against the sword array. To breach this sword array, the Jinsho 10 is her only option. Lady Chiyo, are you truly going to? The surrounding puppet masters gazed in shock at the scroll in her hand. Yes, Chiyo nodded coldly. If this drags on, we shall all perish here. Taking a deep breath, she threw the hefty scroll into the air. The scroll floated midair, unfurling on its own to reveal a peculiar character glowing with an eerie purple light. The 10 characters, seemingly alive, wriggled and burst forth from the scroll, appearing around Chiyo. 10 unique puppets, clad in white robes and each with distinct forms, connected to the 10 fingers of Chiyo via blue chakra threads. The eyes of the surrounding puppet masters brimmed with admiration and excitement. One finger controls one puppet. This is the might of Lady Chiyo, the strongest puppet master of Sunagakure. As the 10 diverse white-robed puppets circled her, Chiyo's aura seemed to shift. With a fierce glare at the thick sword energy surrounding her, she gestured with her fingers. The Jinsho 10 surged towards the sword array, wielding various weapons to fiercely assault the flying swords. With the Jinsho 10's support, the puppet class's speed in breaking through the sword array significantly increased, inching closer to the position where Hinata stood. At last, only one final barrier of sword energy separated them from Hinata. The Jinsho 10 sustained considerable damage in the process of breaking through, their white robes nearly shredded, revealing the original forms of the puppets. Gazing at the last obstruction, a glint of ruthlessness appeared in Chiyo's eyes. Chakra surged within her, flowing along the blue threads into the puppets. 3 peculiar puppets soared into the air, stepping upon one another to form a triangular formation, their mouths revealing a dark passage. Puppet technique. 3 treasures absorption. Chiyo bellowed. Boom. Accompanied by a roar of wind, a terrifying suction erupted from the mouths of the 3 puppets, forming a tornado. Countless blades of the sword, under this fearsome suction, uncontrollably flew into the passage behind the puppets. Simultaneously, the attracted blades began to slice through the 3 puppets. Chiyo clenched her teeth, desperately channeling chakra to sustain the 3 treasures absorption. This is her most powerful puppet combination technique, which once annihilated a 100-man squad on the battlefield. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering emanated from the 3 puppets. Crack! Crack! The sounds intensified, as these precious puppets, crafted by the progenitor of puppet masters, could no longer withstand the carnage of the sword array, fracturing into countless tiny pieces that fell. Almost simultaneously, the sword array that had been maintained also collapsed with a thunderous roar. The scene before them became clear. Chiyo had no time to feel joy as she saw a figure seated atop the hills, pure white eyes calmly gazing down at them. A profound shock filled Chiyo's eyes. How old could this Hinata boy be? He has already slain so many sand shinobi. If he were to grow fully, what a terrifying existence would he become in the future? Your ninjutsu has been deciphered by me. Surrender. Chiyo's voice was icy. The Jinsho 10 still had 7 puppets functioning normally, and she retained a significant portion of her fighting strength. The puppet class beside her still had over half their combat capacity intact. With Hinata having killed so many sand shinobi while maintaining his terrifying secret techniques, how much chakra could he possibly have left? No matter what, he must be eliminated. In the face of Chiyo's intense murderous intent, Hinata atop the hill merely chuckled lightly. How do you know that it was you who deciphered my sword array? Perhaps I intentionally allowed you to enter? Chapter 77, Raza, Save Me. On the main battlefield, the clash between Raza and Hatake Tsukumo had reached a boiling point. Sand gold spears and massive sand gold cubes plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon Hatake Tsukumo below. Compared to Raza's ostentatious gold attacks, Hatake Tsukumo's blade work was far more unadorned. No matter your myriad tactics, I shall sever them all with a single sword. The short blade in his hand, enveloped in white light, shattered the surrounding sand gold with each strike. Magnet release. Sand gold domain. Raza raised his palm and clenched it forcefully. A multitude of sand gold coalesced above Hatake Tsukumo, resembling a golden chrysalis on the verge of bursting, suddenly erupting into a flurry of golden spikes. Clang! A white arc flashed by as the descending golden spikes momentarily froze before transforming into golden sand that fell. The other ninjas on the battlefield could not contain their excitement at witnessing the clash between the two. Is this the power of the peak experts in the ninja world? Even the residual waves from their battle are beyond our capacity to endure. This is the might of Lord Kazekage. He truly embodies the name of a shadow. Go! Lord Kazekage, you must slay the White Fang. Such cheers erupted from the Sand Shinobi's side, while the Leaf's ninjas grew tense. In contrast to Raza's lofty attacks of sand gold, Hatake Tsukumo's swordsmanship seemed too simple and unadorned. Could the legendary ninja bearing the name of a shadow, the White Fang, truly emerge victorious? Suddenly, Raza seemed to sense something, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. It's about time to end this. Raza slowly raised both hands above his head, his chakra surging wildly. Beneath him, vast waves of golden sand erupted from the ground, far exceeding previous scales. Surging towards Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze sharpened as he immediately leaped back to evade, ready to slash with his White Fang short blade. Suddenly, a powerful resistance surged from the blade, causing his striking speed to slow dramatically. This brief obstruction allowed the rushing sand gold to engulf his legs, immobilizing him within the golden mass. Hatake Tsukumo looked at the White Fang short blade in his hand. noticing a dark golden thread subtly writhing in a hidden spot along the blade. He must be cursing his own incapacity for lacking the bloodline limit. White Fang. The chilling voice of Raza reverberated through the air, emanating from the sand platform and spreading outward. Magnet release, the nemesis of all sword-wielding ninjas. As the words fell from his lips, he swiftly clasped his hands together. Magnet release. Golden sand burial. Amidst a fierce roar, a torrent of sand surged forth, accompanied by a deafening crash that completely engulfed the unfortunate Konoha ninja, Hizashi Susano'o. When the golden sand finally subsided, a massive golden pyramid stood resolutely upon the battlefield. Raza panted heavily. Utilizing such a potent ninjutsu had drained a considerable amount of his chakra. Yet, every exertion was entirely worthwhile. A triumphant smile graced Raza's face. Hizashi Susano'o was doomed. No one could escape the funeral of golden sand, not even the White Fang. What remained were the other battlefields. Raza cast his gaze towards the opposite side. There was Chiyo, leading her puppet squad. Surely, the fate of the other battles had been sealed by now. Chiyo was fleeing. In a desperate retreat. Behind her, a glint of cold steel sliced through the air, and one of the remaining 5 puppets was severed by a flying sword. In the ranks of Juzo's 10 puppets, 3 had been obliterated by the onslaught of sword chi while attempting to breach the sword formation. In just 2 minutes, Hinata, you had effortlessly dispatched 3 of the remaining 7. Now, only 4 puppets remained. Lady Chiyo, what should we do? The surviving puppeteer gazed at Chiyo with fear in his eyes. Hinata, you was terrifying. Their puppets could inflict no harm upon him. Rather, they were easily shattered upon encountering his flying swords. In such a brief span, numerous puppeteers had perished, and if this continued, the entire puppet squad would likely be annihilated here. Chiyo gritted her teeth, her eyes fixated on Hinata, who stood atop his flying sword. His white attire billowed in the wind, and from his proud gaze, a hint of amusement glimmered as he surveyed them. She suddenly recalled Hinata's earlier words. How do you know it was you who broke my sword formation? Or was it I who deliberately allowed you to enter? Could it truly be that he had orchestrated this, rather than it being mere happenstance? The overwhelming sense of oppression was reminiscent of her encounter with Hizashi Susano'o during the Second Great Ninja War. The White Fang's swordsmanship possessed an undeniable sharpness. No matter what level of puppet she manipulated, they were cleaved asunder by a single stroke. Now, that suffocating aura had been replicated in Hinata. Who are you? The murderous intent in Chiyo's eyes was palpable. Hinata, standing upon his flying sword, spoke calmly. My master is Hizashi Susano'o. Chiyo's pupils constricted, a chill racing up her spine, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The White Fang? This young man before her was actually a disciple of the White Fang? The same White Fang whose son and daughter-in-law he had slain during the Second War, thus forging an irrevocable enmity? Noticing Chiyo's overwhelming shock, Hinata let out a light chuckle. What? Is it so shocking that my teacher is Hizashi Susano'o? Chiyo glared at Hinata, forcing the words through clenched teeth. I should have anticipated this. While Hinata's swordsmanship differed from Susano'o's style, there were undeniable similarities, especially at the moment he shattered her puppets, where she saw the shadow of Hizashi Susano'o. Lady Chiyo, we must retreat. The nearby puppeteer grasped Chiyo's arm, shaken by the turmoil. No. Under no circumstances can we allow him to live. Chiyo roared through gritted teeth. Hinata, you had slain many sand shinobi, and coupled with his status as a disciple of Hizashi Susano'o, her desire for vengeance surged to a fever pitch. Lady Chiyo, if we do not retreat now, we shall perish here. The pleading voice of the puppeteer snapped her back from her rage. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, Chiyo inhaled deeply, striving to calm her mind. Given their current state, it was impossible to deal with Hinata. His chakra seemed inexhaustible. First came the formidable sword formation, and now he had already eliminated a significant number of puppeteers, showing no signs of fatigue. Retreat, Chiyo reluctantly commanded, her gaze still fixated on Hinata in fury, as if she aimed to engrave his image in her memory. Thinking of fleeing? Hinata sneered, his fingers twitching slightly. The suspended sword, the Excalibur, shimmered, creating dozens of afterimages of flying swords. Chiyo's face paled as she immediately turned to escape. Protect Lady Chiyo. The remaining puppeteers positioned themselves behind her, maneuvering their puppets to withstand the incoming flying swords. Yet, under the relentless assault of the swords, their numbers dwindled. Channeling all her remaining chakra into her legs, Chiyo reached her utmost speed, her form nearly becoming a blur as she desperately fled the battlefield. Yet the menacing presence behind her did not dissipate. It grew ever closer, like fine needles piercing her back. In the face of life and death, Chiyo could no longer afford to maintain her facade of composure. Chakra coalesced in her chest. With a hint of desperation, her voice transformed into a sonic wave that resonated across the battlefield. Rasha, save me. Chapter 78. The sword approaches. Rasha stood triumphantly upon the sand platform, his spirits soaring. A colossal golden pyramid loomed before him, a tomb for the White Fang, the source of hatred for Sunagakure. The nightmare of countless sand shinobi was now sealed within this grand edifice. Rasha could almost hear Hatake Tsukumo's despairing wails echoing from within the suffocating sand. Had Tsukumo been of another type of ninja, perhaps he might have found a glimmer of hope to escape this pyramid. Alas, he was a sword-wielding ninja, inherently susceptible to the constraints of magnet release. This pyramid would maximize the suppression of Hatake Tsukumo's abilities, ensuring his demise within this grave of gold and sand. Rasha, with a hint of arrogance, surveyed the battlefield around him, his confidence swelling to its zenith. He felt as though he could rival the legendary god of ninjas who once quelled the chaos of the world. The outcome of this war was already predetermined. On the other battlefields, Chiyo and her puppet squad, the strongest weapon of Sunagakure, had likely decimated a significant portion of Konoha's main force. Konoha stood no chance of recovery. Suddenly, a voice laced with desperation echoed from afar on the battlefield, causing all ninjas within earshot to freeze, their expressions awash with disbelief. Rasha, save me. Was that Chiyo's voice? Rasha's expression stiffened abruptly. Chiyo was calling for his help? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have misheard. Rasha, save me. Rasha, save me. The increasingly frantic cries from across the battlefield gripped Rasha's heart like a vice. It was real. That voice belonged to Chiyo. He was all too familiar with it. It was undoubtedly Chiyo, and the situation was dire, reaching a life-or-death juncture, for Chiyo would never call on him otherwise. The overwhelming shock caused a brief lapse in the chakra sustaining the golden pyramid. Just that momentary hesitation made the massive structure tremble. Rasha's pupils dilated. He sensed an immense force surging from within the pyramid. Damn it! Hold it down! Rasha bellowed with a fierce snarl, channeling his formidable chakra to suppress the erupting energy within the pyramid. Crack! A crisp sound of fracture emanated from the tower. Crack! Crack! The sounds of shattering intensified. Blinding white light streamed forth from the fissures in the pyramid, time seemingly freezing for an instant before a thunderous explosion erupted. And the massive golden pyramid that loomed over the battlefield was obliterated, amidst the scattered golden grains of sand. Silken strands of pure white hair danced gently in the breeze as a figure stood resolute, wielding a radiant white light amidst the golden ruins. It is Lord White Fang. Lord White Fang has not yet been defeated. Such joy! The Konoha ninjas, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of fervent emotion ignite within them, erupting into jubilant cheers. Raza's eyes trembled. For the first time, someone had shattered his golden sand burial from within. Moreover, the current Tsukumo Hatake appeared to have undergone a monumental transformation compared to before. The emotionless gaze he possessed emanated an unescapable chill upon being met. If the prior Tsukumo Hatake was akin to a sword yet to be drawn, the present Tsukumo Hatake was a blade fully unleashed. If Hinata you were present, he would immediately recognize that Tsukumo Hatake's current state represented the third stage of the Hatake sword technique he had mentioned before the cabin. A dilemma now lay before Raza. Should he continue to battle Tsukumo Hatake or rush to rescue Chiyo? Without a moment's hesitation, the sand platform surged upward, swiftly flying towards the opposite side of the battlefield. The current Tsukumo Hatake instilled no courage to fight within him. If Chiyo, the seasoned advisor, were to perish, he would lose his greatest support within Sunagakure. Even if he were to win this battle, the position of Kazekage would be precariously threatened. The golden sand platform swept across the battlefield, revealing Chiyo's frantic figure fleeing in haste. At this moment, she appeared utterly disheveled. All 10 of the puppets from the Kinkaku force had been destroyed, and behind her, a chilling light approached at an alarming speed. Chiyo turned to see the rapidly enlarging cold gleam, a frigid dread surging up her spine as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Just then, Raza summoned his remaining chakra, a torrent of sand and gold rushing forth from the battlefield, colliding with the icy strike aimed at Chiyo. The moment the cold light touched the sand, it penetrated with astonishing speed. Raza immediately split off a portion of the sand, grasping Chiyo's thigh and swiftly dragging her toward his position. Chiyo's head jolted violently, her stomach churning, nearly expelling the duck neck she had consumed that morning. A glimmer of urgency flickered in Raza's eyes. Hinata's sword was rapidly slicing through his sand gold. At this rate, he would be unable to save Chiyo. Gritting his teeth, he channeled every last bit of chakra within him, causing an immense quantity of sand gold to rise from the hardened minerals beneath the surface, forming a colossal golden shield under the influx of his formidable chakra. This was his ultimate defense. Merely trifling techniques. Do they think they can thwart my assault? Hovering above on his flying sword, Hinata wore a slight smirk of derision. Come forth. His booming voice echoed across the battlefield. The engaged ninjas, be they from Konoha or Sunagakure, suddenly found their ninja blades trembling uncontrollably in their hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ninja blades flew from their grips, rapidly converging towards Hinata. Magnet release, Raza. Today, with my 2 sleeves of the Azure Dragon, I shall shatter your strongest defense. Hinata's bold proclamation resonated throughout the battlefield. Countless gazes, filled with shock, excitement, or fervor, fixated upon him. The flying blades twisted and coalesced before him, forming a gigantic sword dragon. This sword dragon, infused with unparalleled might, charged towards the golden shield that stood before Chiyo. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the immense golden shield failed to withstand even a moment of resistance, shattering into a multitude of fragments. Raza, maintaining the defense, felt blood surging from the corners of his mouth. No. Sensing the devastating aura of the sword dragon, Chiyo, ensnared by the sand, let out a desperate scream. Boom! The sword dragon engulfed her entirely. The earth trembled, and when the sword dragon finally subsided, a massive pit emerged where Chiyo once stood, littered with countless ninja blades reflecting cold light. As for Chiyo, she had vanished without a trace. Raza's pupils quivered at this sight. He raised his gaze, gritting his teeth, fixing his eyes upon the figure standing atop the flying sword, as if etching his visage into his memory. The golden sand platform raced towards the rear of the battlefield. Retreat! Retreat! Raza's furious voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. Chapter 79. The Formation of Armies from Bean's Retreat. Retreat! Raza's frantic cries echoed across the battlefield. The sand ninjas, still engaged with Konoha's forces, were momentarily shaken, allowing several Konoha ninjas to seize the opportunity and counterattack. Those sand ninjas who had witnessed Hinata use devastating strike against Chiyo were now utterly terrified, unable to muster even a semblance of combativeness. Upon hearing Raza's voice, they fled in a frenzy. The sand platform soared above the chaotic battlefield, and Raza felt a wave of despondency as he beheld the dire state of his comrades. The tide had turned. Sunagakure had lost this battle. If Chiyo had not perished, a united front with her could have turned the situation around. Alas, this world does not entertain what-ifs. Chiyo had already met her demise under Hinata's relentless assault. Witnessing this scene, the sand ninjas were gripped by shock and had long since lost any will to fight. Regardless of the circumstances, the tide of defeat was irreversible. He could only choose to retreat and mitigate losses. Upon returning to camp, he would face the wrath of the sand ninjas' higher-ups. The cost of this battle was far too great for even him, the Kazekage, to bear. Do not pursue. Tsukumo Hatake halted the Konoha ninjas eager to continue the chase, his gaze deeply fixed upon Raza, who was retreating on the sand platform. During their battle, Raza had always exuded an air of confidence and arrogance. However, upon hearing Chiyo's plea for help and rushing to the opposite side of the battlefield, he had suddenly changed his demeanor, fleeing in disarray and issuing a retreat order. Due to the distance, Tsukumo had not seen what transpired on that side of the battlefield. Yet he sensed a powerful sword aura erupting, causing the earth to tremble. Undoubtedly, something unexpected had occurred that forced the normally proud Kazekage, Raza, to abandon his dignity in a hasty retreat. What transpired over there? Tsukumo Hatake pondered, turning to the sensing ninja who had arrived beside him. The sensing ninja from the Yamanaka clan gulped nervously, relaying all the information he had gathered. Tsukumo's expression shifted from one of grave concern to astonishment, then to a tremor in his pupils, culminating in an expression of disbelief. Hinata, you had deployed a sword array and slain over 100 sand ninjas? Following that, he had decisively crushed the entire sand puppet unit? Under the protection of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, he had audaciously slain the advisor, Chiyo. Tsukumo Hitaki was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth? Was his disciple truly this formidable? Did Raza's panicked escape stem from witnessing his disciple turn Chiyo into mere dust before his eyes? While he was engaged in fierce combat with Raza on the main battlefield, Hinata, you had already been wreaking havoc on the other side? This world is utterly insane. Tsukumo Hitaki struggled to comprehend the magnitude of it all. Observing the incredulous expression on Tsukumo's face, the sensing ninja from the Yamanaka clan added bitterly, "It is undoubtedly true. Detailed information should arrive shortly. Although I, too, find it hard to believe, this event's authenticity has been corroborated by multiple sensing ninjas. It was undoubtedly true." Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a smile of gratification suddenly graced Tsukumo Hitaki's lips. So his disciple had already surpassed him? Meanwhile, on the other side, countless fiery gazes filled with admiration and reverence looked up at Hinata, who stood majestically upon the flying sword. This battle today is destined to be remembered by all. The blade formation, the sand ninja, the assassination of Chiyo, the retreat of the wind shadow. Every single act performed by Hinata evokes immense awe, and when combined, it is nothing short of extraordinary. In the eyes of the onlookers, Hinata has become a new legend. The elder generation of ninjas appears to see a reflection of the Second War's white Fang in him, a prodigious talent that has shaken the ninja world. No, perhaps it is more accurate to say that Hinata has surpassed the white Fang of yore, as the latter merely defeated Chiyo multiple times without directly slaying her. Moreover, Hinata is significantly younger than the former Konoha hero, Kakashi Hitaki. Those who once ridiculed him at the conference table now wish they could disappear into the ground, finally realizing how profoundly misguided their earlier judgments were. As the flying swords descended, Hinata stepped onto the battlefield, surveying his surroundings. Let us cleanse the battlefield. Indeed, though he may not be the highest-ranking ninja present, the other ninjas around him seem to possess an instinctual obedience to his words, eagerly commencing the cleanup. The spoils of this battle are undeniably substantial. The Sand Village retreated in haste, leaving behind a wealth of resources that now fall into their hands. Hinata approached the spot where Chiyo had previously fled, waving his hand to summon a large scroll from the battlefield into his grasp. It was the 10-puppet scroll. Aside from the 3 puppets that were shattered by the blade formation, he had skillfully incapacitated the remaining 7, ensuring they remained intact and could be repaired with the right materials. The puppet masters he had slain still had their souls lingering, and seizing this opportunity for soul extraction could yield all their knowledge regarding puppet techniques. Hinata extended his consciousness, swiftly enveloping the battlefield. He soon identified several suitable puppet master corpses. With no one paying attention, he crouched beside one and placed his palm atop the head. Soul extraction technique, activate. A torrent of memories surged into his mind, and with his powerful consciousness, he quickly sifted through the information, a faint smile curling upon his lips. The soul extraction technique is incredibly suitable for use on the battlefield, whether it be captives or the lingering souls of the deceased. The battlefield offers an abundance of opportunities. If he were to conduct a complete search using the soul extraction technique, surely Little Tree would be overwhelmed with delight. Next, Hinata approached another target and repeated the process, placing his hand atop the head for extraction. More memories of puppet secret arts flooded into his consciousness. As he continued to extract from the 3rd and 4th puppet masters, the familiar sensation of something awakening in his mind emerged, prompting him to hasten his pace. The Konoha ninjas witnessing this spectacle found nothing odd. After all, these puppet masters were all slain by Hinata, making his collection of spoils entirely reasonable. After extracting the memories from several puppet masters, Little Tree finally garnered enough nourishment, its branches stirring as a brand new leaf sprouted. Hinata held his breath, descending into his consciousness, entering Little Tree's realm. Upon seeing the newly grown leaf, a surge of joy filled his heart. Indeed, Bean Soldier's technique, initial insight. Chapter 80 Mother. I've made it. The sword immortal smiled at me. The Bean Soldier's technique. It truly is the Bean Soldier's technique. An uncontrollable smile of excitement spread across Hinata face. He had long coveted this technique, yet the secret arts he had gathered did not align with its essence. To his astonishment, through extracting the souls of these Sand Village puppet masters, Little Tree had sprouted this renowned divine technique. The Bean Soldier's technique can achieve maximum efficacy on the battlefield. If he were to master it swiftly, he might unleash unparalleled power in combat. Once the battlefield was cleared, Hinata promptly returned to the camp to begin his study of the bean soldier's technique. Though it bears similarities to puppet techniques, its essence differs fundamentally. The puppets controlled by puppet techniques are crafted by the puppet masters, whereas the soldiers manipulated by the bean soldier's technique resemble a form of spectral warriors. By utilizing items related to beans to summon these spectral soldiers, and employing the incantations embedded within the bean items, one could achieve the effects of the bean soldier's technique. The crucial aspect lies in the summoning of these spectral warriors. In the ninja world, there is no underworld. Thus, Hinata cannot summon spectral warriors from thin air. However, there exists another realm akin to the underworld, the Pure Land. It is said that the Pure Land harbors the souls of all the deceased from the ninja world throughout history, representing a vast treasure trove. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto Yakushi employed the impure world reincarnation technique to revive numerous spirits, wielding boundless chakra and wreaking havoc upon the ninja world. Ultimately, it was only through Prince's emergence as the protagonist, aided by the Sage of Six Paths, that this calamity was averted. If he could indeed mobilize the power of the Pure Land through the Bean Soldier's technique, the rewards would be immense. Hinata stroked his chin, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Long ago, he had noticed that the techniques Little Tree developed were not mere copies, but adapted to the circumstances of the ninja world. There being no underworld, or rather, the underworld being the Pure Land, lends credence to his hypothesis. Perhaps he could truly exploit the Pure Land's resources through the Bean Soldier's technique. Meanwhile, in the Konoha camp's logistics department, the ninjas were diligently preparing for logistical support following a fierce battle, as the Konoha forces required additional assistance. Suddenly, a logistics ninja named Delang blinked in disbelief, frozen in place. Hey, Jianrun, doesn't that approaching ninja resemble the legendary Sword Immortal? The Sword Immortal? Delang rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, I say, Jianrun, have you lost your mind from hauling supplies? A hero as powerful as the Sword Immortal would never grace a rundown place like this. With a resigned shake of his head, he continued with his work. Who is the Sword Immortal? A voice echoed, Sword incoming. Assassinate Chio. Retreat Wind Shadow. The camp buzzed with excitement, countless ninjas animatedly recounting the heroic proclamation. How grand! How powerful! Such a figure could never stoop to this grimy, laborious logistics department. Yet, it appeared to be true. Jian Ren's dazed murmurs reached Delang's ears. I say, Jian Ren, stop dreaming. Delang was also struck dumb. Before them stood a figure clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura that no ordinary ninja could possess. Smiling as he approached, what is happening? Is it really the Sword Immortal? This otherworldly presence is unmistakable, especially those gentle, pure white eyes. Delang had heard that the Sword Immortal belonged to the Hyuga clan. Could the smiling figure before him truly be the Sword Immortal? In that instant, Delang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement rise from his core, flooding upwards like a wave. Mother, I've made it. The Sword Immortal smiled at me. Excuse me, gentlemen, I have a question to ask, Hinata began, but before he could finish, a cacophony of clattering echoed as a ninja before him, overwhelmed with excitement, collapsed into the supplies he was carrying, losing consciousness. Hinata's lips twitched slightly. What in the world? Do I possess such great power? Well, it seems you're the only one left. Hinata looked at the remaining ninja with a sense of resignation. Jianrun, too, was unable to contain his excitement. Who is Hinata? A legend within the Konoha camp, hailed as a hero by countless ninjas. What kind of event could compel this esteemed ninja to seek out the truth himself? Might I inquire if the logistics department possesses any yellow beans? Hinata pondered this. What? Yellow beans? Ken was momentarily taken aback. Upon returning to the tent, Hinata helplessly closed the flap. Who would have thought that merely requesting some yellow beans could lead to such an uproar? Alas, his reputation had grown too formidable. His display of strength in the recent battle was overwhelming, especially that final command of Sword Come, which had become a mantra among countless leaf ninjas. Coupled with years of practicing breathing techniques, his appearance was remarkably handsome and ethereal, exuding a touch of celestial charm. Many female ninjas in the camp privately admired him as an object of affection. During the past few nights, Hinata had to reluctantly shut off his consciousness, lest he uncontrollably overhear some female ninjas expressing their. Hinata glanced at the cloth bag in his hand. Despite some twists and turns, he had successfully obtained the yellow beans he sought. While the technique of summoning soldiers from beans did not strictly require yellow beans, for the sake of caution, he decided against substitution. As a high-protein, easily storable food, yellow beans were not uncommon in the ninja world, making their presence in the logistics department quite normal. Chapter 81. Crafting talismans. With an ample supply of yellow beans in hand, Hinata began practicing the soldier summoning technique akin to the method of sprouting trees. The essence of this technique lay in communicating with the underworld to summon shadow soldiers. However, in the ninja realm, it translated to communicating with the Pure Land. After numerous failures, Hinata's experience in cultivation began to flourish. Each setback allowed him to glean insights for the next attempt. Finally, after countless failures, and with the bag of yellow beans nearly depleted, the beans strewn across the tent suddenly began to quiver faintly. Following a brief pause, an ancient soldier clad in armor, sword at his waist, materialized from the location of the yellow beans, surveying his surroundings with a hint of confusion. Success! A smile crept across Hinata's lips. This armored soldier's form was inspired by the terracotta warriors of his previous life. The armor provided protection, while the sword served as a formidable weapon. Hinata attempted to command the soldier's movements. The soldier, obediently following his commands, marched in precise formation within the tent. Unsatisfied, Hinata scattered a few more yellow beans. The illusionary soldiers, too, marched in unison. The rhythmic sound of their steps reached outside the tent, causing passing young female ninjas to blush and hasten their pace. Delightful, Hinata exclaimed with satisfaction. The soldier summoning technique had been fundamentally mastered. In the future, he might even refine it further to conjure not just soldiers, but perhaps even enchanting maidens in black silk. Next, Hinata began to test his limits. Without compromising the precision of his control, he discovered that with his current magical prowess, he could simultaneously summon hundreds of soldiers, capable of countering a small battalion. In time, with even greater strength, summoning tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers would not be out of reach. With the soldier summoning perfected, Hinata set his sights on other mystical practices. This battle had yielded vast gains. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, countless restless souls wailing in despair. Hinata's soul-searching endeavors had left his hands weary. Beyond the soldier summoning, there were many other techniques that captivated his spirit. Among them, one he held in high regard was the talisman crafting secret, a method derived from the creation of explosive talismans and similar runes. As the name suggests, it encompassed the crafting techniques for talismans. Hinata possessed the three mystical flames, making him adept at both alchemy and weapon forging. How much easier would it be for him to forge talismans if he could produce a batch of powerful talismans, such as those invoking thunder and fire? Combined with the multitude of soldiers summoned, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge. While the soldiers summoned from beings had limited offensive capabilities and could not wield spells, the integration of talismans would rectify that limitation. Imagine tens of thousands of soldiers simultaneously drawing forth talismans of thunder from their bosoms. Even a tailed beast would shrink in terror. My dear, the era has transformed. Thus, Hinata began gathering the necessary materials for talisman crafting, preparing to enter seclusion to forge a batch of talismans. The ingredients for talisman creation were very similar to those required for explosive talismans, and the camp was abundant with such supplies. Consequently, obtaining a substantial amount of materials proved effortless. Initially, his success rate in crafting was low. Out of every 10 attempts, only 6 or 7 would succeed. However, as his proficiency increased, so did his success rate. Eventually, failures became rare, allowing him to craft basic talismans at will. In addition to offensive talismans like Fireball and Thunder Palm, Hinata also created healing talismans, such as the Recovery and Rebirth talismans. In times of war, resources for medical assistance are universally desired. The next day, Hinata opened the tent flap and inhaled the fresh air deeply. After days of crafting talismans, he had amassed a significant collection. Just as he intended to step outside for a change of scenery, he noticed a ninja kneeling beside a stretcher, weeping in despair, while surrounding medical ninjas appeared helpless. What had transpired? Hinata approached the scene. Upon noticing him, the medical ninjas' expressions brightened. Even they had heard of Hinata's famed reputation. One young female ninja sighed. We have done all we can, yet we are still powerless. Hinata scrutinized the young medical ninja. It was Shizune, Tsunade's disciple, and a classmate from his own time, though they had lost contact after graduation. He was surprised to encounter her here. Perhaps feeling his gaze, Shizune's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head slightly. She was aware of his exploits. Little did she know that her former classmate had become the legendary sword immortal spoken of by many. Let me see. Hinata said calmly. The surrounding medical ninjas, including Shizune, looked on in astonishment. Could the sword immortal also possess medical ninjutsu? This ninja's injuries are grave. An infection has set in. Only Lady Tsunade could possibly save him. But the young medical ninja's voice trailed off. Yet Lady Tsunade suffers from hemophobia and cannot assist him. The latter half of her statement was a truth she could scarcely voice. I understand. Allow me to try. Hinata replied with quiet determination. Seeing his resolute demeanor, the surrounding medical ninjas exchanged glances and made space for him. Hinata crouched beside the injured man, extending his consciousness to examine him closely. Just as the medical ninja had mentioned, the injuries were severe, and the wounds had already begun to fester. They were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary medical ninjutsu. However, I do not require medical ninjutsu. Hinata produced a talisman from his robe. The rebirth talisman he had crafted. Ordinary healing talismans would likely offer little help for such injuries, but the rebirth talisman possessed greater efficacy and should yield results. As the surrounding ninjas watched in disbelief, Hinata affixed the talisman to the injured man's chest. A gentle green glow enveloped his body. When the light faded, the man's condition visibly improved. His complexion brightened, and even the deep wounds that had exposed bone were healing significantly. A miracle. This is a miracle. Who would have thought that the sword immortal possessed such potent medical ninjutsu? Is the sword immortal truly a ninja capable of miracles? The medical ninjas exclaimed in astonishment. Silent, yet profoundly astonished, gazed at Hinata. Could it be that not only was Hinata formidable in strength, but his medical ninjutsu rivaled that of Tsunade? What kind of celestial classmate was he? With an air of nonchalance, Hinata appeared unfazed, as if it were merely a trivial matter. His gaze lingered on the astonished Shizune. It seemed prudent to seek out Tsunade. If he could cure her hemophobia, surely it wouldn't be unreasonable to request the Ein Seal and the 100 healing technique to nurture the little sapling. Chapter 82. Lady Tsunade, you wouldn't want to. Shizune, where is Lady Tsunade's tent? With newfound determination, Hinata inquired of Shizune beside him. Shizune paused momentarily, a flicker of suspicion and confusion crossing her features. Was Hinata really asking for Tsunade's tent location with some ulterior motive? After all, Tsunade was in a rather delicate state, requiring her care for even the most mundane tasks. Observing Shizune's doubtful expression, Hinata's lips twitched slightly. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Besides, how old is Tsunade now? Just because she is slightly older, a tad paler, and a bit softer, does it warrant such concern? Please don't misunderstand. I simply wish to cure her hemophobia. He rolled his eyes. Oh, that startled me. I thought you intended to wait. What? Cure Lady Tsunade's hemophobia? Shizune's eyes widened, as if she had heard something utterly preposterous. What's wrong? This time, it was Hinata who looked at her with suspicion. Hemophobia was not something easily cured. Lady Tsunade herself, the most skilled medical ninja, had yet to overcome her own affliction. Shizune wasn't doubting Hinata's abilities. It was simply that hemophobia was a challenge that the entire medical community struggled to conquer. If even Tsunade was at a loss, how could Hinata possibly succeed? Well, regardless of the outcome, there must be some glimmer of hope. Hinata mused. He wasn't speaking idly. Hemophobia was fundamentally a psychological ailment, and in his previous life as a medical student, he had acquired some knowledge on the subject. Most importantly, having opened his mind he could potentially influence Tsunade on a spiritual level. Alleviating her mental barriers was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Shizune wanted to argue further, but suddenly recalled how Hinata had just healed a critically ill patient, creating a miracle. Perhaps he could indeed conjure another miracle. All right. Shizune conceded, nodding reluctantly. I'll let you try once, but I must insist that if there's no effect, you cannot disturb Lady Tsunade's rest again. She spoke earnestly. Of course. At the Konoha encampment, in a tent situated near the center, larger than the others surrounding it, Shizune instructed, You. Please wait here a moment while I inform Lady Tsunade. After saying this, she entered the tent solo. Lady Tsunade, why are you drinking again? Haven't we discussed that alcohol only worsens your condition? Mind your own business. Go away. Does my drinking interfere with you in any way? Hinata, standing outside, instinctively shook his head at the argument echoing from within. It seemed that the battlefield's harsh environment had exacerbated Tsunade's hemophobia. After all, witnessing countless ninjas perish in pools of blood daily, while feeling utterly powerless, would only intensify the despair and anguish she felt. With that thought, Hinata pushed open the tent flap. Lady Tsunade, if you're willing, I believe I can assist in curing your hemophobia. Tsunade, her face flushed and clutching a nearly empty bottle, looked at the figure standing at the entrance with half-drunken confusion. Who are you? Quite the handsome one, aren't you? Beside her, Shizun blushed and quickly interjected, This is Hinata, my classmate. He*s the sword saint that has been spoken of in the camp lately. Tsunade's eyes lit up. So you're that person. You're a disciple of the legendary White Fang, aren't you? With White Fang's reputation, even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, would refer to him as senpai. Indeed, my master is Hitaki Tsukumo. Hinata replied with a dignified composure. Did you also slay Chiyo of Sunagakure? Indeed, he affirmed. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her gaze assessing Hinata as if he were a prized prey. Chiyo, that witch, fought me numerous times during the Second Great Ninja War. I know her strength well. I never imagined she would fall to you. How old are you, anyway? To possess such formidable power at such a tender age, your future is boundless. Truly, you are the disciple of White Fang. So, Lady Tsunade, may I attempt to treat your hemophobia? Hinata smiled. Curing hemophobia is no simple task. Upon uttering the term, the light in Tsunade's eyes dimmed, and she sighed. As a medical ninja herself, she was painfully aware that even she could not resolve her own affliction. Noticing Tsunade's reluctance to allow him to try, Hinata paused, lowering his voice in a slightly alluring tone. Lady Tsunade, surely you do not wish to remain in such a state of despair? Tsunade's body quivered slightly as she clutched the bottle. Hinata pressed on. You wouldn't want to disappoint Kato Dan and the others, would you? Lady Tsunade, do you wish for the countless gravely wounded patients outside to die without receiving treatment? His voice seemed to morph into a delicate touch, gently probing Tsunade's most vulnerable emotions. With a crash, the bottle slipped from her grasp, shattering and splattering the liquid across her thighs. I feel so utterly useless. Making a mess everywhere, Tsunade's gaze turned despondent, akin to a helpless lamb. Lady Tsunade, truly, Hinata medical ninjutsu is remarkable. Please, allow him to try. Shizun, unable to witness Tsunade's dwindling spirit, urged gently, recounting how Hinata had healed the critically injured patient. The dullness in Tsunade's eyes gradually rekindled with a glimmer of hope. If Hinata's medical prowess was indeed as Shizun described, it would provide at least a shred of hope. All right, you little rascal from the Hyuga clan, I shall allow you to try. Chapter 83. Tsunade finds it wonderful. Upon hearing Tsunade's consent, a trace of a smile crept onto Hinata's face, subtle and unnoticeable. You wouldn't be trying to take advantage of me, would you? Tsunade suddenly scrutinized him with suspicion. Hinata felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Do I appear to be that kind of individual? Is it such a crime to be just a tad older, paler, and softer? Lady Tsunade, please do not question my professional integrity, he said, his expression serious, as if Tsunade's doubts had ruffled his feathers. Fine, let us pretend I didn't say anything. Tsunade yawned, displaying a hint of fatigue. Hinata was undeniably handsome and possessed a unique aura, ranking among the most attractive youths she had encountered. Even if this young rascal took advantage of her, she couldn't muster any grievance. After all, being handsome often granted one certain privileges. Lady Tsunade, may we begin now? Do as you wish. Hinata turned to Shizun. Shizun, could you please step outside for a moment? Shizun glanced at Tsunade on the bed, receiving her confirmation before nodding complexly at Hinata. I leave Lady Tsunade in your hands. With that, she exited the tent and closed the flap behind her. Inside, only Hinata and the disheveled Tsunade remained. The atmosphere grew subtly charged. Ahem, Lady Tsunade, please lie down. I shall commence. Hinata cleared his throat, making a concerted effort to avert his gaze from Tsunade's exposed form. Please proceed. A refreshing, crystalline chill emanated from the center of his forehead, spreading throughout his entire being, tempering the flames of desire within him. Lady Tsunade, henceforth, please consider yourself the patient and do not resist my guidance. Understood. Tsunade replied with a slight pout, finding Hyuga rather troublesome amidst a plethora of matters. As his consciousness extended outward, upon making contact with Tsunade's body, Hyuga felt a tremor ripple through him, as if some liquid were on the verge of escaping his nostrils. Under close scrutiny, upon scanning her closely, the delicate fabric draping Tsunade seemed almost non-existent. This was rather awkward. The outcome had evidently surpassed Hinata Yu's expectations. Typically, such a scan would not yield a perspective effect. Perhaps his activation of the heavenly eye, combined with the scan, rendered Tsunade's garments as insubstantial as air. Mere air. Taking a deep breath, Hyuga set aside his reservations. Even if he were to close his eyes, the scanning effect induced by his consciousness would still manifest vividly in his mind. He unleashed a surge of soul energy, penetrating Tsunade's mind. Hemophobia is a psychological ailment, one that conventional medical practices prove futile against. Thus, Hyuga's approach was straightforward, to untangle the knots within Tsunade's heart from the realm of the soul. In the original narrative, Tsunade was cured of her hemophobia through Naruto's adept oral persuasion. With his mastery of the Tai soul refinement technique and the augmentation of his soul power, he was confident in resolving Tsunade's ailment. As his soul energy infiltrated her being, Tsunade felt an unexpected lightness, her consciousness gradually blurring. It was as if she were floating away into an unknown realm. "Lady Tsunade, please relax. Do not fear whatever transpires." The gentle timbre of Hinata Yu's voice reached her ears. Strangely, upon hearing it, her previously tumultuous emotions began to stabilize. Hinata Yu commenced the psychological guidance he had learned in his past life, providing Tsunade with emotional support. Of course, verbal encouragement was merely superficial. The essence lay in the soul energy that accompanied his voice, repeatedly cleansing the wounds on her spirit. To Tsunade, Hyuga's voice sounded like a chorus of holy monks, continually purifying and comforting her, gradually dissipating the obsessions that were difficult to relinquish deep within her heart. In a daze, Tsunade found herself transported back to that fateful rainy night, the night when Kato Dan met his demise. The torrential downpour rendered the world a hue of darkness, striving to snatch her beloved from the clutches of death. As the coldness seeped into his body, her pleas morphed into desperate cries, echoing through the rain-soaked night. The chill of his body sent her pleas spiraling into a despairing scream that echoed through the storm. That unforgettable scene, once so deeply ingrained in her memory. She had succumbed to slumber, her gentle snoring breaking the silence, her countenance radiating tranquility and relaxation, reminiscent of an infant. If Kurenai were present, emitting soft snores that echoed her peacefulness and relaxation, akin to that of a newborn. Had Konoha's silent observer been present, they would have gasped in astonishment. For it had been years since Tsunade had slept so serenely. Hyuga exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting the soul energy that enveloped Tsunade, not the genuine voice of the monk. Yet, the results seemed promising. A smile graced Hinata Yu's face as he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Tsunade. The transformation was stark. Once one of the legendary Sannin, she now resembled a small kitten nestling in bed. As he surveyed her form, the contrast between her current state and her former self was stark. She had transformed from one of the legendary Sannin to a gentle kitten nestled in bed. Hyuga surveyed Tsunade's form, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. He chuckled lightly, turning to depart. Unbeknownst to her, Tsunade remained blissfully unaware of the occurrence, merely shifting positions and returning to sleep. Outside the tent, Kurenai anxiously awaited. With a playful gesture, he pinched the softness of her bosom, marveling at the astonishing tactile response. "Consider that a fee for my services," he chuckled lightly, turning to leave. Several hours later, Tsunade finally awoke from her deep slumber, stretching languidly. "Lady Tsunade, you are finally awake," Kurenai exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "The results are surprisingly favorable. She has fallen asleep," he replied with a smile. "That is excellent news," Shizen exhaled in relief. Hours later, recalling that Hinata had arrived in the afternoon, had she truly slept through to the evening? It seemed this young boy possessed genuine skill. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. She sensed a marked improvement in her condition, her spirit considerably lifted. "Kurenai, let him come again tomorrow. Perhaps this time, I can truly overcome my fear of blood." Chapter 84. Go fetch Lord Buntoku. In Sunagakure, within the central command tent, the atmosphere was as silent as death, with the sand ninjas seated around the conference table rendered speechless. Several days had passed since the battle, yet the sand ninja forces remained trapped in the shadows of that conflict. The entire camp was steeped in a profoundly gloomy atmosphere. The sand ninjas seated at the conference table remaining utterly mute. Days had passed since the battle. Asked after a moment of contemplation, his gaze nervously sweeping over the assembled leaders. To avenge Lady Chiyo. This battle is not yet over. Yes, for Lady Chiyo's vengeance. This debt must be repaid. An eruption of angry shouts erupted from the table after a brief silence. Many of those shouting were former subordinates of Chiyo or ninjas closely associated with her. As the first-generation Kazekage, Chiyo held a significant position within the Sand Ninja ranks. This grudge cannot go unaddressed. After a brief silence, the air erupted with furious declarations from those at the table, most of whom were Chiyo's former subordinates or close allies. He feared that the high-ranking ninjas would succumb to despair and refuse to continue the fight. If that were to happen, returning to Sunagakure would jeopardize his position as Kazekage. Firm in their resolve to avenge her, Rashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. But who will confront the Leaf Sword Saint? After all, even the Kazekage could not withstand such a force. Just as Raza reveled in his hidden delight, a voice. His position as Kazekage would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Fortunately, the significant impact of Chiyo's demise had galvanized most of the high-ranking officials to continue their pursuit of vengeance. Glaring at the woman who had spoken from the right side of the table, the previously fervent Sand Ninja leaders were doused in cold water, and the tent fell silent once more. Many ninjas cast icy glances at Raza, for they had witnessed firsthand how his defenses had been effortlessly shattered by Hinata. Glaring at the woman who had spoken from the right side of the table, the previously fervent Sand Ninjas fell silent, as if doused with cold water. Even before he had ascended to the position of Kazekage, this woman had consistently opposed him, posing the greatest threat on his path to leadership. In the end, it was Chiyo who had championed him, propelling him into the Kazekage's seat. It can be said that Chiyo's demise bears a part of the blame on Raza. She had been a thorn in his side, the greatest threat to his ascent. It was ultimately Chiyo's insistence that had propelled him into the position he now occupied. It can be said that Chiyo's demise bears a part of the blame on Raza. Raza gritted his teeth in silence, fixating his gaze upon Yakumo. Even before he ascended to the role of Kazekage, this insolent individual had consistently opposed him, proving to be his greatest threat on the path to leadership. Ultimately, the Sword Sage will have his reckoning. As the Kazekage, Raza understood that he must not falter in the face of adversity. He took a deep breath. It was hardly surprising that Yakumo could no longer restrain himself. Rest assured, the Sword Sage will have his reckoning. As the Kazekage, the only information he received was the terse response, Sword Sage. Raza's anger boiled. To invoke the name of a sage? Such audacity. Yet, he promptly sought out scouts to investigate the identity of Hinata. The only information he received was the terse response, Sword Sage. Raza's anger boiled. To invoke the name of a sage? Such audacity. Yet, recalling the devastating strike that had breached his most formidable defenses, a flicker of trepidation stirred within him. What a terrifying existence Hinata would become if allowed to fully mature. From that moment, he began to devise a strategy to eliminate Hinata. Kazekage, you mentioned that someone could counter the Sword Sage. Might I inquire as to the identity of this individual? A Sand Ninja asked curiously. Is the Kazekage truly considering harnessing the power of a tailed beast? The tailed beasts symbolize calamity. They represent the most formidable force within the ninja world. At last, is the Kazekage truly considering harnessing the power of a tailed beast? The tailed beasts symbolize calamity. They represent the most formidable force within the ninja world. At last, would they resort to utilizing a tailed beast in this conflict? A sardonic smile curled upon Raza's lips. No matter how powerful the Sword Sage may be, while Konoha is not devoid of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails remains the most powerful among them. However, its overwhelming strength renders it nearly impossible to control. While Konoha is not devoid of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails remains the most powerful among them. However, its overwhelming strength renders it nearly impossible to control, and Konoha seldom deploys it on the battlefield. This grants Sunagakure a distinct advantage. Summon Fubuki at once, Raza commanded confidently. The glances exchanged among the ninjas in the conference room held a peculiar significance as they swept over Hinata and Tsunade. The glances exchanged among the ninjas in the conference room held a peculiar significance as they swept over Hinata and Tsunade. Rumors had circulated that Hinata had been frequently seen in Tsunade's tent, with even whispers of embarrassing sounds escaping from within. Ahem, Kakashi's cough broke the tension. Redirecting the atmosphere, he cast a resigned glance at Hinata, having never anticipated that his disciple would become so entangled with Tsunade. Everyone, The intelligence gathered by our scouts indicates that Sunagakure has no intention of retreating. Rather, they are amassing more ninjas, and we can expect significant movements soon, Kakashi stated gravely, surveying the concerned faces of the Konoha ninjas. Despite the overwhelming victory in the previous battle, where Hinata's prowess led to the downfall of Chiyo, they could not afford to commit substantial reinforcements to any single battlefield, leaving Sunagakure with the upper hand in overall strength. Fear not, I shall take action, Tsunade declared calmly. They could not afford to commit substantial reinforcements to any single battlefield, leaving Sunagakure with the upper hand in overall strength. Fear not, I shall take action, Tsunade declared calmly. The news of her blood phobia had spread throughout the camp, leading to doubts about her effectiveness in a bloody confrontation. Rest assured, my hemophobia is nearly resolved, Tsunade explained with a smile, observing the incredulous expressions around her. Tsunade's hemophobia is cured? The gazes directed at her ignited with fervor and excitement. Tsunade explained with a smile, observing the incredulous expressions around her. Tsunade's hemophobia is cured? The gazes directed at her ignited with fervor and excitement. Tsunade said, glancing affectionately at Hinata. A collective gasp filled the air as the ninjas processed the revelation. So, Tsunade said, glancing affectionately at Hinata. A collective gasp filled the air as the ninjas processed the revelation. So, the reason for Hinata's frequent visits to Tsunade's tent was to assist in her recovery? If he could cure a condition even Tsunade struggled with, could his medical ninjutsu surpass hers? Instantly, their admiration for Hinata intensified. Hinata shifted uncomfortably under the weight of their gazes. He was unaccustomed to such attention. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Tsunade's recovery from hemophobia brought a sigh of relief from Kakashi. With her restored strength, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Tsunade's recovery from hemophobia brought a sigh of relief from Kakashi. With her restored strength. Reminiscing about the early days of Team 7, when you had introduced himself as someone who knew a little about everything. Kakashi had merely chuckled at the time. But you had since exceeded all expectations, even in the realm of medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, the tent flap was thrown open in a flurry. But you had since exceeded all expectations, even in the realm of medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, the tent flap was thrown open in a flurry. A scout rushed in to report to Kakashi, Lord White Fang. Sunagakure has mobilized nearly all of their ninjas and are heading this way. The number of ninjas Sunagakure is sending is even greater than before, the scout affirmed earnestly. A heavy atmosphere settled upon the assembly. The number of ninjas Sunagakure is sending is even greater than before, the scout affirmed earnestly. A heavy atmosphere settled upon the assembly. It seemed the time for decisive battle had come. Kakashi gazed out at the encampment, a sigh escaping him. In the next moment, a commanding aura surged from him. All troops, heed my command. Yes. The ninjas at the table responded immediately. Yamashiro, I, lead 2,000 ninjas to engage the enemy on the front lines. Yes. Orochimaru, present. Once all were assigned their roles, Kakashi turned his attention to Hinata. You. In this battle, you will act as a free agent, maximizing the depletion of enemy forces. Once all were assigned their roles, Kakashi turned his attention to Hinata. You. In this battle, you will act as a free agent, maximizing the depletion of enemy forces. Advance. The same expanse lay before them. Yet, after the previous battle, the surface was marred, littered with remnants of jutsu and unburied corpses. A deafening roar converged from both sides of the plain towards the center. The Sand Ninja and the Leaf Ninja clashed like two torrents of differing hues. A deafening roar converged from both sides of the plain towards the center. The Sand Ninja and the Leaf Ninja clashed like two torrents of differing hues. In the main battlefield, two icy gazes met once more. Kakashi Hitaki and Raza stood defiantly amidst the throngs of warriors. On the flanks, Orochimaru lay prostrate on the ground. In the main battlefield, two icy gazes met once more. Kakashi Hitaki and Raza stood defiantly amidst the throngs of warriors. On the flanks, Orochimaru lay prostrate on the ground, unleashing a terrifying display of strength that shattered the earth, consuming several Sand Ninja in the process. Across from her, Yakura's expression suddenly stiffened. Damn it! Unleashing a terrifying display of strength that shattered the earth, consuming several Sand Ninja in the process. Across from her, Yakura's expression suddenly stiffened. Damn it! A fierce battle spirit ignited in her eyes. She had remained dormant for far too long. The cold blood coursing through her veins had finally ignited once more. A fierce battle spirit ignited in her eyes. She had remained dormant for far too long. The cold blood coursing through her veins had finally ignited once more. Her strength returned, not in abundance, but sufficient nonetheless. Meanwhile, Hinata Yu hovered in the air on a flying sword, surrounded by a multitude of swirling sword energies. Each strike of his blade claimed the lives of many sand ninja. The formidable lethality of the sword master was unassailable on the battlefield. The surrounding sand ninja dared not engage. The majority of the sand ninja called him Azura. The bloody scenes of the previous battle lingered painfully in their memories. The majority of the sand ninja called him Azura. The bloody scenes of the previous battle lingered painfully in their memories. Slaughtering countless sand ninja. A few attempted to employ defensive techniques, yet they could not even halt him for a moment. Their defenses shredded alongside their very beings. Hinata Yu's prowess was akin to a force of nature, obliterating the ordinary ninja with ease. In the distance, several sand ninja nervously observed Hinata Yu's figure. Hinata Yu's prowess was akin to a force of nature, obliterating the ordinary ninja with ease. In the distance, several sand ninja nervously observed Hinata Yu's figure. Is he truly the sword immortal Raza spoke of? One bald monk clad in robes gazed up at Hinata Yu, who was dispatching sand ninja. Indeed, Lord Bunkafu. A sand ninja beside him replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. Bunkafu was a Jinchuriki of Shikaku, and the stakes were extraordinarily high. I understand, the monk named Bunkafu sighed. Reluctant to engage in the conflicts of the ninja world, he felt bound by the Wind Shadow's orders. I understand, the monk named Bunkafu sighed. Reluctant to engage in the conflicts of the ninja world, he felt bound by the Wind Shadow's orders. Bunkafu pressed his palms together, forming a heart symbol with his chakra, emanating a massive wave of energy. In the ceiling space, the sharp laughter of Shikaku echoed. Ha ha, Bunkafu, you finally released me. Suddenly, as Hinata Yu was slaughtering sand ninja, he sensed something and quickly turned to look behind him. It was the ceiling ninjas surrounding Bunkafu, feeling the sword-like sharpness in his gaze. Protect Lord Bunkafu, the sand ninja screamed. Releasing a tailed beast required time. They needed to halt Hinata Yu to give Bunkafu a chance to lift the seal. In almost an instant, Hinata Yu, flying on his sword, was upon them. The surrounding sand ninja immediately employed ninjutsu to block him, and the remnants of the puppet masters, their eyes bloodshot, commanded their puppets to attack. Chiyo is dead. The faith of the puppet masters is shattered, slain by Hinata Yu's blade. This hatred rendered them unable to forget, as they charged forth to obstruct Hinata Yu. Yet, with a single swing of his sword, he cleaved through them, their desperate cries mingling with the destruction of their puppets. Bunkafu's body radiated with a terrifying chakra, and a sharp, sinister laugh seemed to emanate from him. Bold fiend, I can see at a glance that you are no human. With a downward slash, Hinata Yu struck, and a sharp, sinister laugh seemed to emanate from him. Bold fiend, I can see at a glance that you are no human. With a downward slash, Hinata Yu struck. Boom. Bunkafu vanished, replaced by a colossal tanuki beast, letting out a piercing, malicious laugh. In Chapter 86, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. Hinata Yu proclaimed, ha ha, I am finally free. The sharp laughter of Shikaku echoed throughout the battlefield, reverberating like nails scraping iron. The immense shadow cast by the beast loomed over much of the battlefield. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? It's a tailed beast. Shikaku. The oppressive aura it exuded left many gasping for breath, too intimidated to confront it. Shikaku. It shrieked, its massive tail striking down with ferocity. Boom. The oppressive aura it exuded left many gasping for breath, too intimidated to confront it. Shikaku. It shrieked, its massive tail striking down with ferocity. Boom. Rapidly forming seals to unleash a massive fire release technique. The leaf ninja behind him followed suit, unleashing a variety of ninjutsu. The techniques collided against Shikaku's rotund belly, but were thwarted by its coarse skin. Seemingly enraged, Shikaku raised its colossal tail, a gigantic black pillar soaring into the sky. Numerous ninja were swallowed by the vast shadow, but were thwarted by its coarse skin. Seemingly enraged, Shikaku raised its colossal tail, a gigantic black pillar soaring into the sky. Numerous ninja were swallowed by the vast shadow. Below, a diminutive figure held his sword against the giant tail. Hinata Yu gazed calmly at the rampaging Shikaku. Back on the main battlefield, Kakashi Hatake and Raza continued their fierce struggle. Brilliant white light sliced through the air as Kakashi deftly maneuvered, effortlessly parrying Raza's attacks. Having learned from their previous encounter, he was at a distinct advantage this time. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted from the far end of the battlefield. Kakashi immediately turned to look, his pupils constricting. A tailed beast? The sand village had actually summoned Shikaku? Its astonishingly large form was clearly visible even from this distance. Raza, too, noticed this spectacle, a victorious grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Tailed beasts were known as natural disasters, akin to nuclear weapons in the ninja world. The location he chose to deploy Shikaku was where the leaf ninja were most concentrated. With Shikaku's ferocious temperament, the leaf would surely suffer devastating losses. Most crucially, Hinata-yu was also present. Should Shikaku manage to eliminate Hinata-yu, the scales of victory would irrevocably tilt in favor of the Sand Village. Hinata-yu was also present. Should Shikaku manage to eliminate Hinata-yu, the scales of victory would irrevocably tilt in favor of the Sand Village. Kakashi internally shouted, acutely aware of the terror that tailed beasts could wreak. On the other side, Shikaku's tail trembled in midair, its needle-like black pupils filled with fury as they focused on the diminutive figure below. My tail! My tail! This tiny human dares to block my tail. It roared in wrath. Filthy human, die! Shikaku's tail lifted, ready to strike down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground split open. Shikaku squinted, searching for Hinata-yu's figure, realizing that the sensation from its previous strike had not connected. The absurdity of its massive form juxtaposed with the minuscule size of its eyes was almost comical. Realizing that the sensation from its previous strike had not connected. The absurdity of its massive form juxtaposed with the minuscule size of its eyes was almost comical. After a long search, Shikaku could not locate Hinata-yu's whereabouts, until a sharp chill descended from above. Shikaku immediately raised its head, only to see a figure soaring in the sky, a razor-sharp sword aura descending upon it. With a splatter, Shikaku was wounded, a grotesque gash appearing on its face. The air bullet. An agitated Shikaku pounded its abdomen, spewing forth successive air bullets. Hinata, soaring with his sword, effortlessly evaded them all with his remarkable speed and agility. Occasionally, he would strike down, further marring Shikaku's form. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were left in stunned silence. How powerful! This is a tailed beast. He would strike down, further marring Shikaku's form. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were left in stunned silence. How powerful! This is a tailed beast. Discerning eyes could easily see that Shikaku's attacks posed no real threat to him. Instead, it was Hinata's occasional sword strikes that rendered Shikaku increasingly disheveled. Filthy human. Discerning eyes could easily see that Shikaku's attacks posed no real threat to him. Instead, it was Hinata's occasional sword strikes that rendered Shikaku increasingly disheveled. Filthy human. The comical scene evoked a saying from Lu Sun, using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Enough is enough. Having had his fill of play, Hinata's expression grew serious. Shikaku's body was far too massive. Relying solely on such attacks would make it difficult to inflict real harm. Drawing a handful of mung beans from his waist pouch. Shikaku's body was far too massive. Relying solely on such attacks would make it difficult to inflict real harm. Drawing a handful of mung beans from his waist pouch. This sudden turn of events left the ninjas on the battlefield astonished. Puppet technique? Or shadow clone? If it were the puppet technique, why were there no connecting chakra strings? This sudden turn of events left the ninjas on the battlefield astonished. Puppet technique? Or shadow clone? If it were the puppet technique, why were there no connecting chakra strings? Yet, if it were shadow clones, these black-armored soldiers bore no resemblance to Hinata, and their quantity was simply too vast. The black-armored soldiers, now appearing on the battlefield, quickly formed into a square formation, drawing forth a stack of talismans. These were precisely the talismans Hinata had previously crafted. Almost simultaneously, the black-armored soldiers crushed the talismans, producing sounds akin to popping beans. These spells, unlike ninjutsu, possessed far greater power. Such a dense barrage of firepower rendered Shikaku unable to raise its head, producing sounds akin to popping beans. These spells, unlike ninjutsu, possessed far greater power. Such a dense barrage of firepower rendered Shikaku unable to raise its head. Chapter 87. The Frenzied Shikaku. How brutal. Shikaku's appearance was utterly pitiful. The soldiers conjured from the mung beans unleashed a torrent of spells that instantly engulfed its body. Chapter 87. The Frenzied Shikaku. How brutal. Shikaku's appearance was utterly pitiful. The soldiers conjured from the mung beans unleashed a torrent of spells that instantly engulfed its body. Shikaku attempted to retaliate, but its body stiffened under the spell attacks, retreating in a pitiful manner. For the first time, Shikaku felt a deep sense of humiliation. The hatred towards these black-armored soldiers surged to an extreme. The ninjas from the battlefield were undoubtedly left in shock. What kind of technique is this? So powerful. In the eyes of the Konoha ninjas, Hinata's silhouette grew increasingly towering and mysterious. Whenever they thought Hinata was formidable enough. In the eyes of the Konoha ninjas, Hinata's silhouette grew increasingly towering and mysterious. Whenever they thought Hinata was formidable enough, he would unveil new tricks that left them in awe once more, in stark contrast to the astonishment and amazement of the Konoha ninjas. If they were to be thwarted by Hinata like this, all their sacrifices would be in vain. Damn it! Someone must stop the Asura. Puppet Brigade, cover Shikaku. Analyzing the situation on the battlefield, the Sand Village ninjas immediately shouted. The remaining Puppet Brigade Sand ninjas rushed forward. Analyzing the situation on the battlefield, the Sand Village ninjas immediately shouted. The remaining Puppet Brigade Sand ninjas rushed forward, charging towards the black-armored soldiers that were relentlessly attacking with talismans. The leader of the Puppet Masters, Chiyo, had been forcefully slain by Hinata in the last battle. Under Hinata's control, split into a portion to confront the Puppet Brigade. The Puppet Masters' attacks clashed against the bodies of the black-armored soldiers. Under Hinata's control, split into a portion to confront the Puppet Brigade. The Puppet Masters' attacks clashed against the bodies of the black-armored soldiers. But if they are puppets, how can Hinata control so many without using chakra strings? What is this sorcery? But if they are puppets, how can Hinata control so many without using chakra strings? What is this sorcery? Waves of shock and confusion flooded the minds of these puppet masters. Yet, Hinata would not provide them with explanations. A multitude of black-armored soldiers surged forth, effortlessly shattering the puppets manipulated by the puppet masters. Some puppet masters, unable to evade in time, found their own bodies easily slain. However, laboriously sweeping its tail, the thick, unwieldy tail sent several black-armored soldiers and surrounding puppet masters flying. As a symbol of disaster, Shikaku paid no heed to whether its attacks affected the puppet masters. After all, countless sand ninjas had fallen to its wrath during its rampages. The remaining puppet masters, terrified. Shikaku paid no heed to whether its attacks affected the puppet masters. After all, countless sand ninjas had fallen to its wrath during its rampages. The remaining puppet masters, terrified. Aside from a few that were severely damaged and dissipated into black mist, others shook their heads and charged back toward Shikaku. Shikaku was enraged. Its attacks became increasingly vicious. Aside from a few that were severely damaged and dissipated into black mist, others shook their heads and charged back toward Shikaku. Shikaku was enraged. Its attacks became increasingly vicious. The massive brown paws stomped down repeatedly, crushing the surrounding ninjas as if they were ants, causing the earth to tremble. That previous tail sweep was one thing. Now, its stomping had likely crushed countless puppet masters. The black-armored soldiers were not flesh and blood. Even if crushed by Shikaku, there would be no loss. However, these puppet masters, being mere mortals, were inherently weaker than ordinary ninjas. With each stomp of Shikaku, they burst like squashed bugs. There would be no loss. However, these puppet masters, being mere mortals, were inherently weaker than ordinary ninjas. With each stomp of Shikaku, they burst like squashed bugs. Many of these ninjas had witnessed Shikaku's rampages before. Each time, countless villagers from the Sand Village perished under its furious assaults. Only the Wind Shadow, who mastered magnet release, could barely restrain the raging Shikaku, but the Wind Shadow was currently engaged in combat with Kakashi and could not intervene. Some fleeing sand ninjas suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It was almost certain that Shikaku would rampage on the battlefield. Some fleeing sand ninjas suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It was almost certain that Shikaku would rampage on the battlefield. Hinata clearly recognized this as well, his eyes gleaming with realization. Shikaku does not differentiate between friend and foe. This is a weakness that can be exploited. The black-armored soldiers, previously targeted by Shikaku's wrath, received Hinata's orders and began rushing towards the fleeing sand ninjas. Shikaku immediately followed suit, its blood-red eyes fixated on the black-armored soldiers, previously targeted by Shikaku's wrath, received Hinata's orders and began rushing towards the fleeing sand ninjas. Shikaku immediately followed suit, its blood-red eyes fixated on the black-armored soldiers. As the powerful air blasts from Shikaku continued to erupt one after another, a multitude of sand ninjas, unable to evade in time, were engulfed by the onslaught. Damn it! As the powerful air blasts from Shikaku continued to erupt one after another, a multitude of sand ninjas, unable to evade in time, were engulfed by the onslaught. Damn it! Fixated on the advancing black-armored soldiers. Undoubtedly, Shikaku's fury was directed at these foes. Their presence had inadvertently led to the collateral damage inflicted upon the sand ninjas. Stop them. Fixated on the advancing black-armored soldiers. Undoubtedly, Shikaku's fury was directed at these foes. Their presence had inadvertently led to the collateral damage inflicted upon the sand ninjas. Stop them. Impervious to the wind-based assaults, pressed forward relentlessly. Shikaku's wrath followed closely behind. Hyuga, you observed this scene with satisfaction. With a swift motion, impervious to the wind-based assaults, pressed forward relentlessly. Shikaku's wrath followed closely behind. Hyuga, you observed this scene with satisfaction. With a swift motion, memories of its prior brutal encounters with these soldiers resurfaced. An even larger and more ferocious air blast was launched into the heart of the Sand Ninja forces. Memories of its prior brutal encounters with these soldiers resurfaced. An even larger and more ferocious air blast was launched into the heart of the Sand Ninja forces. Now completely berserk, Shikaku cared not for the lives of the surrounding Sand Ninjas. To it, they were no different than insignificant insects. The battlefield was suddenly filled with the anguished cries of the Sand Ninjas. Countless Sand Ninjas screamed in terror as they fled from Shikaku's rampage. The battlefield was suddenly filled with the anguished cries of the Sand Ninjas. Countless Sand Ninjas screamed in terror as they fled from Shikaku's rampage. The nearby Leaf Ninjas were once again left dumbfounded. Was this truly possible? In an instant. What must Raza be thinking upon witnessing this scene? Chapter 88. Shikaku feels its mouth filled. Raza stood atop a sand mat. What must Raza be thinking upon witnessing this scene? Chapter 88. Shikaku feels its mouth filled. Raza stood atop a sand mat, causing the massive wave to momentarily halt, a brilliant white light bursting forth from the fissures. The sand wave collapsed with a thunderous crash. Raza gasped, causing the massive wave to momentarily halt, a brilliant white light bursting forth from the fissures. The sand wave collapsed with a thunderous crash. Raza gasped, a serious expression crossing his face. The pressure Kakashi exerted was far greater than during their last encounter. Were it not for his elevation via the sand, he would have been vulnerable to Kakashi's lethal strike. Yet, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Raza's eyes as he gazed toward the other end of the battlefield. Shikaku's immense form was distinctly visible, seemingly unleashing its fury. The terrifying aftermath was palpable even from this distance. The leaf is doomed. Raza felt an unexpected surge of joy. This was the first time he had witnessed Shikaku in such a state of rage. He could only imagine the dreadful scene unfolding for the Leaf Ninjas under Shikaku's assault. The ninjas engaged in combat were nothing more than tiny, ant-like figures. Still, he could almost hear the desperate cries of the Leaf Ninjas as they succumbed to Shikaku's onslaught. No, a Sand Ninja, unable to escape in time, was crushed into a gruesome paste beneath Shikaku's colossal foot. The remaining Sand Ninjas. No, a Sand Ninja, unable to escape in time, was crushed into a gruesome paste beneath Shikaku's colossal foot. The remaining Sand Ninjas, too preoccupied with their own survival, couldn't even glance back at their fallen comrade. They poured every ounce of strength into their frantic flight. Shikaku unleashed its fury upon its own kin with such brutality. The once numerically superior Sand Ninja forces had dwindled significantly under Shikaku's rampage, now eclipsed by the Leaf forces. Hyuga, you watched this unfold, a subtle smile gracing his features. It is time to conclude this. The bean summoning technique had nearly exhausted its potential. Hyuga, you watched this unfold, a subtle smile gracing his features. It is time to conclude this. The bean summoning technique had nearly exhausted its potential. Potent energy converging behind it. Shikaku turned, its sesame seed-like black pupils locking onto the diminutive figure standing aloft, wielding a sword. That figure emanated a formidable aura. Shikaku felt a sense of danger. From this small figure, it sensed a threatening presence. Chakra surged within it, gathering in an 80-20 ratio of yin to yang, accompanied by a rising, piercing wail as a pitch-black sphere began to coalesce in its open maw. Tailed Beast Bomb. This ability was available to all tailed beasts. Formed by mixing chakra in an 80-20 ratio to create a high-density chakra sphere. The One-Tails generally refrained from using the Tailed Beast Bomb, but from this diminutive shadow, it felt an overwhelming threat. Without hesitation, it unleashed its most potent attack. Many leaf ninjas on the battlefield witnessed this spectacle. It felt an overwhelming threat. Without hesitation, it unleashed its most potent attack. Many leaf ninjas on the battlefield witnessed this spectacle. Recognized the terrifying similarity, albeit on a smaller scale. Retreat! Retreat! The commanding ninja immediately issued orders. The tailed beast bomb's radius was too vast. Those caught in its wake would face certain doom. The leaf ninjas promptly distanced themselves from Shikaku, their gazes fervently fixed on Hyuga Yu's silhouette above. How would this man, who had wrought countless miracles, defeat Shikaku? Hyuga Yu stood poised in the air, extending his right hand resolutely. Sword come! His commanding voice reverberated across the battlefield. Who had wrought countless miracles, defeat Shikaku? Hyuga Yu stood poised in the air, extending his right hand resolutely. Sword come! His commanding voice reverberated across the battlefield. The leaf ninjas felt their ninja blades tremble uncontrollably in their grasp, as though yearning to fly forth. Coalescing before Hyuga Yu's right arm into a sharp dragon of swords. The sword dragon spiraled forward, directly lunging at Shikaku. Simultaneously, the pitch-black, tailed beast bomb was unleashed. Coalescing before Hyuga Yu's right arm into a sharp dragon of swords. The sword dragon spiraled forward, directly lunging at Shikaku. Simultaneously, the pitch-black, tailed beast bomb was unleashed. The sword dragon and the tailed beast bomb collided midair. The dragon's maw, forged from blades, clamped down on the black sphere, gradually pushing it back with its formidable might. The sword dragon propelled the tailed beast bomb directly into its open maw. After a brief pause, an earth-shattering explosion ensued. Meanwhile, the battle between Raza and Kakashi continued. Suddenly, a colossal roar echoed, causing the very ground to tremble. Raza turned his head sharply, his pupils constricting in shock. In the distance, Shikaku's massive head had seemingly vanished. A colossal roar echoed, causing the very ground to tremble. Raza turned his head sharply, his pupils constricting in shock. In the distance, Shikaku's massive head had seemingly vanished, leaving only the remnants of its body standing on the battlefield. Impossible. Just as disbelief washed over him, a chilling voice pierced his ear. It is over, Raza. A white arc flashed, and intense pain radiated from Raza's left arm to his brain. Kakashi had appeared beside him, desperately manipulating the sand mat to create distance. His left arm had vanished, and thick blood gushed forth from the severed stump like a spring. Severely wounded, Raza dared not linger any longer. Retreat! Retreat! As he issued the command, the sand beneath his feet swiftly dragged him away. Approaching the location of Gaara, Raza dared not linger any longer. Retreat! Retreat! As he issued the command, the sand beneath his feet swiftly dragged him away. Approaching the location of Gaara, only the gruesome remains of countless sand shinobi lay scattered about. He spotted the unconscious Fu, bound by numerous sealing techniques. Unable to maintain his tailed beast transformation due to Gaara's grievous injuries. A scene of utter devastation. Raza's spine turned cold. Unable to maintain his tailed beast transformation due to Gaara's grievous injuries. A scene of utter devastation. Raza's spine turned cold. The deafening cries resonated across the battlefield. Countless leaf shinobi, breathless with exhilaration, gazed up at the figure standing resolutely in the air. Below him lay Fu, wrapped like a dumpling in sealing techniques. A legend. That calm figure aloft had become a living legend in their eyes. Hyuga Hayashi, in a single battle. Wrapped like a dumpling in sealing techniques. A legend. That calm figure aloft had become a living legend in their eyes. Hyuga Hayashi, in a single battle. Such achievements had already secured his place in the annals of Konoha and the entire ninja realm. Considering his age, the leaf shinobi below gasped, as if witnessing the rise of a genius rivaling the first Hokage. Sword Saint! Sword Saint! The thunderous cheers echoed throughout the battlefield. Kizashi Hitaki, as if witnessing the rise of a genius rivaling the first Hokage. Sword Saint! Sword Saint! The thunderous cheers echoed throughout the battlefield. Kizashi Hitaki. His disciple had surpassed him by leaps and bounds compared to his own youth. You have long since surpassed me, Hayashi, he mused with quiet satisfaction. His disciple had surpassed him by leaps and bounds compared to his own youth. You have long since surpassed me, Hayashi, he mused with quiet satisfaction. In the land of fire, within the Hokage's office, the sound of anxious pacing filled the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen, biting his tobacco pipe, paced nervously amidst a haze of smoke. And Kumogikure's A and B brothers had engaged in multiple skirmishes with Minato Namikaze within the Land of Lightning. The battlefield's circumstances were ever-changing. What might have been good news one moment could turn into devastating news the next. Hiruzen felt a deep anxiety. He was unaware of what transpired on the battlefield hundreds of kilometers away. Suddenly, a sound broke the tension. An Anbu agent half-kneeled before him in the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, we have received news from the Sand Shinobi battlefield. Chio has been killed, Fu has been captured, Raza has fled after losing an arm, and Sunagakure is preparing to sign a ceasefire agreement with Konoha." The tobacco pipe fell from Hiruzen's mouth, clattering uselessly to the floor. "What? I can't have heard that correctly. Chio is dead? That formidable warrior, active since the era of the first Hokage, has perished just like that? Fu has been captured, the host of the One Tail. Raza has lost an arm and fled? Sunagakure is drafting a peace treaty?" The string of astonishing news left Hiruzen dumbfounded, unable to articulate a response. This can't be right. Raza has lost an arm and fled? Sunagakure is drafting a peace treaty? The string of astonishing news left Hiruzen dumbfounded, unable to articulate a response. This can't be right. Can it? After a long pause, he finally managed to ask, his voice trembling with shock. "There is no error. This is the detailed intelligence for your review, Hokage-sama." The kneeling Anbu produced a scroll from his robe and respectfully handed it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen immediately took it, reading intently. With each line, his surprise deepened, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes twitching with disbelief. "Ha! Heaven bless Konoha! Heaven bless Konoha!" Hiruzen's heart surged with unrestrained joy. This detailed intelligence documented the number of Sand Shinobi captured and killed, as well as the resources obtained. It could not possibly be false. There was only one conclusion. The intelligence was undoubtedly true. After enduring the first and second great ninja wars, Hiruzen had never felt such exhilaration as he did now. Konoha had achieved a resounding victory, an absolute triumph. Unlike the previous two wars, this time they had not only slain the enemy's shadow, but had even captured a tailed beast host. Hiruzen's astonished gaze fixated on a name within the intelligence, Sword Saint. Hyuga Hayashi. This name was familiar to him. Hayashi was a ninja he had personally sent into the Anbu, and the title Sword Saint had gained remarkable renown within their ranks. Yet, Hiruzen had never anticipated that the name would resonate throughout the entire ninja world following this battle. One stroke severed Chio, repelled the wind shadow. A single sword fell the one-tailed Gaara. What audacity! What might! Hiruzen's pupils quivered slightly. The joy of Konoha's victory was overshadowed by a creeping dread that chilled his spine. That was close. That was close, he repeated several times. But such a sharp blade could also cut its wielder. The branch family, however, was a different matter. But such a sharp blade could also cut its wielder. The branch family, however, was a different matter. The life and death of the branch family rested entirely in the hands of the main house. No matter how powerful Hayashi became, he would have no fear of a potential rebellion from Hayashi. A smile crept onto Hiruzen's lips. Shortly after the Anbu departed, he would have no fear of a potential rebellion from Hayashi. A smile crept onto Hiruzen's lips. Shortly after the Anbu departed, his left eye wide with disbelief. Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi. The student of the White Fang has actually slain Chio. Spittle flew from his mouth in excitement. His left eye wide with disbelief. Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi. The student of the White Fang has actually slain Chio. Spittle flew from his mouth in excitement, nearly splattering Hiruzen's face. The oldest of Konoha's shadows could hardly contain his emotions at that moment. "Calm yourself," Hiruzen said, wiping away the spittle that had landed on his face, gazing at his old friend with a look that seemed to say, "Is this all you can muster? What is the fuss about?" He had even forgotten that just moments ago, he had been so shocked he had dropped his tobacco pipe. "Hiruzen, do you not understand what this means?" Danzo exclaimed, slapping the table, his expression a mix of astonishment and horror. "He is the disciple of Hizashi Hitaki. If these two join forces, how many in Konoha could possibly stand against them?" "Indeed, but do not forget, Hayashi belongs to the branch family." Hiruzen replied nonchalantly in response to Danzo's query. "Are you implying?" Danzo narrowed his single eye. Hiruzen smiled lightly at him, saying, "The branch family means their lives and deaths are controlled by the main house. Do you truly fear a mere caged bird?" Danzo's gaze flickered. His overly excited mind began to cool. Indeed, as Hiruzen had stated, Hayashi was of the branch family, and the branch family was subject to the control of the main house. No matter how powerful he became, he could not escape the fate of being merely a slave to the main house. They could easily manipulate Hayashi through the main family, and even use him against Hizashi Hitaki was not out of the question. After all, the stronger Hizashi became, the more valuable this caged bird would be. Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged knowing smiles, as if each had glimpsed the other's thoughts through their eyes. The stronger Hizashi became, the more valuable this caged bird would be. Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged knowing smiles, as if each had glimpsed the other's thoughts through their eyes. The repercussions of this clash reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world. Among the major villages, such as Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure, the repercussions of this clash reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world. Among the major villages, such as Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure, were etched into the memories of countless shinobi, leaving them in awe. The moniker of the white-clad sword saint of Konoha echoed throughout the ninja realm. Were etched into the memories of countless shinobi, leaving them in awe. The moniker of the white-clad sword saint of Konoha echoed throughout the ninja realm. In stark contrast to the external uproar, the atmosphere in Sunagakure was suffocatingly silent, steeped in an air of despair. Within the Wind Shadow office, an urgent meeting concerning the future of Sunagakure was underway. The faces of the Sand Ninja gathered around the long table were grim, their eyes filled with anger and resentment directed at Raza, who bore the brunt of their collective ire. This battle had resulted in a catastrophic defeat for Sunagakure. The village's decades of accumulated strength had been nearly obliterated in this single confrontation. With the death of the Shadow Assistant Chiyo and the capture of the lone Jinchuriki Fuku, a significant portion of Sunagakure's financial resources would now flow to Konoha for an extended period, exacerbating the village's already precarious situation. The high-ranking Sand Ninja at the meeting table harbored deep-seated animosity towards Raza. This foolish Wind Shadow had single-handedly jeopardized the future of Sunagakure for decades. The high-ranking Sand Ninja at the meeting table harbored deep-seated animosity towards Raza. This foolish Wind Shadow had single-handedly jeopardized the future of Sunagakure for decades. Suggested a veteran Jonin, casting a glance at Raza. The others quickly voiced their agreement. Indeed, with Lord Wind Shadow having lost his left arm. Suggested a veteran Jonin, casting a glance at Raza. The others quickly voiced their agreement. Indeed, with Lord Wind Shadow having lost his left arm. The third Wind Shadow? The bluntness of these remarks caused Raza to clench his teeth slightly. A succinct and powerful word echoed in his mind. Impeachment. The third Wind Shadow? The bluntness of these remarks caused Raza to clench his teeth slightly. A succinct and powerful word echoed in his mind. Impeachment. These high-ranking Sand Ninja sought to oust him from the position of Wind Shadow. This was the first instance since the village's founding that a Wind Shadow faced such a challenge from his subordinates. Raza's loyal supporters sighed in resignation, powerless to assist him. Raza's power had waned. The political advantages of being the disciple of the third Wind Shadow had dissipated with Chiyo's death and Fuku's capture. You would not wish for us to resort to forceful measures to compel your choice, would you? The most senior Sand Ninja spoke coldly. You would not wish for us to resort to forceful measures to compel your choice, would you? The most senior Sand Ninja spoke coldly. Raza had become a shadow of his former self. Had his left arm not been severed, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. But now, with only one arm, how much strength could Raza muster? Yi Tsong, as a user of the Shikutan bloodline, could easily overpower the current Raza. Even if a coup were to unfold, they could execute it with ease. As Raza, who had been elevated to Hokage by Chiyo's hand, stood in the wake of her demise, her loyal followers cast him glances rife with disdain. It was as if they wished for his demise more than any other faction. Countless Sand Ninja awaited his downfall. Should he resist stubbornly, he would likely face a coup. Yi Tsong approached Raza, lifting the Wind Shadow hat that lay beside him. Countless Sand Ninja awaited his downfall. Should he resist stubbornly, he would likely face a coup. Yi Tsong approached Raza, lifting the Wind Shadow hat that lay beside him, and looked down at Raza, a cold smirk gracing his features. Did you ever envision this moment, Raza? Raza, gritting his teeth, could only stare at Yi Tsong with begrudging fury. This insufferable wretch. The words he could easily utter in jest now lodged in his throat like a fishbone. Impossible to expel, for he knew that any sign of discontent towards Yi Tsong would provide the latter with an excuse to dispose of him. Perhaps Raza had not anticipated that, according to the original timeline, it should have been he who found an opportunity to eliminate Yi Tsong in secret. Yet now, the tables had seemingly turned. On the battlefield of Sunagakure, in the Konoha camp, the ninjas of Konoha, having completed their preparations, marched forth towards the Iwagakure front. The battle against the Sand Ninja had conclusively ended. The beleaguered Sunagakure had neither the strength nor the will to continue threatening Konoha, allowing their forces to redirect towards Iwagakure. The commander of the Konoha troops on the Iwagakure battlefield was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. His disciple, Minato Namikaze, was engaged in combat with the AB brothers in Kumogakure. As their skirmishes increased, Minato's name began to resonate throughout the land. However, compared to Hinata, and she was eager to see how Jiraiya would react upon their reunion. In the Iwagakure camp, the commanding General Huang Tu scrutinized the tactical map before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. The map displayed the troop deployments of both Konoha and Iwagakure, revealing a stalemate with no clear advantage for either side. Suddenly, the tent flap was pushed open, and a scout entered urgently. Lord Huang Tu, according to reconnaissance reports, the forces of Konoha are returning from the Sunagakure battlefield. The tent flap was pushed open, and a scout entered urgently. Lord Huang Tu, according to reconnaissance reports, the forces of Konoha are returning from the Sunagakure battlefield. The Iwagakure and Konoha forces were embroiled in a fierce engagement, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Should the troops commanded by Tsukumo Hatake arrive, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tip in favor of Konoha. After all, that contingent included the legendary Konoha Sword Saint. Huang Tu's anxiety deepened. The Konoha Sword Saint and Konoha White Fang were the most revered and formidable ninjas of the village, particularly the Sword Saint, who had slain countless Sand ninja in his campaign against them. Among other shinobi villages, he was known by a different moniker, the Konoha Ajura, who had slain countless Sand ninja in his campaign against them. Among other shinobi villages, he was known by a different moniker, the Konoha Ajura, a name forged in blood and slaughter. If they truly reached this location, the battle would pose an insurmountable challenge for Iwagakure. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Tu's demeanor shifted. As the sole possessor of the dust-release bloodline, the third Tsuchikage Inoki wielded the power to obliterate all. If he could remain hidden and seize the right moment to strike, he could eradicate the Konoha Sword Saint once and for all. At that point, if he could remain hidden and seize the right moment to strike, he could eradicate the Konoha Sword Saint once and for all. At that point, reversing the tide of battle would be a straightforward endeavor. Huang Tu increasingly believed in the success of this strategy, and bolstering morale from within the village. Thus, the stealthy arrival of the third Tsuchikage Inoki at the battlefield would be entirely unforeseen. And bolstering morale from within the village. Thus, the stealthy arrival of the third Tsuchikage Inoki at the battlefield would be entirely unforeseen. Konoha would never suspect that the third Tsuchikage had been quietly preparing to deliver a decisive blow. This battle is in my favor. Huang Tu mused. Chapter 91 That. It is indeed that. In the land of grass, at the Konoha camp, Jiraiya stood at the entrance, accompanied by a cadre of Konoha's high-ranking officials, awaiting the next development. The gazes of those present were filled with various emotions. Some were excited, others enthusiastic, while a few expressed anticipation. However, in Jiraiya's eyes, beyond these sentiments, there lingered a hint of tension. He had heard that Tsunade's hemophobia had been cured. Upon receiving this news, he had been taken aback. Jiraiya had sought numerous methods to treat Tsunade's fear of blood, but to little avail, leading him to gradually abandon the hope of a cure. Yet now, the sudden revelation that Tsunade had overcome her phobia left him exhilarated. Accompanying this excitement was a sense of apprehension. After all, mere news remained just that, until he witnessed Tsunade's condition with his own eyes. Who could truly ascertain her situation? Just as Jiraiya's thoughts were meandering, a voice of surprise erupted beside him. Look, they've arrived. Everyone turned to follow his gaze, and indeed, on the other side of the plain, a line of figures clad in the attire of Konoha ninjas was drawing nearer. It was the support team from Konoha. Wonderful. They have finally come. Indeed, a line of figures clad in the attire of Konoha ninjas was drawing nearer. It was the support team from Konoha. Wonderful. They have finally come. Indeed, the high-ranking officials of the camp were filled with profound anticipation. The unit led by Kakashi Hatake had become the talk of the ninja world after their exploits against Sunagakure. The high-ranking officials of the camp were filled with profound anticipation. The unit led by Kakashi Hatake had become the talk of the ninja world after their exploits against Sunagakure. Moreover, all these feats were accomplished by a single ninja. They were all curious about Hinata-Yu's arrival, wondering if this swordsman had developed extraordinary abilities. Moreover, all these feats were accomplished by a single ninja. They were all curious about Hinata-Yu's arrival, wondering if this swordsman had developed extraordinary abilities. The distant troops approached swiftly, and within a minute, they had reached the entrance of the camp. Jiraiya, as the commander, stepped forward with a smile, directing his gaze towards Kakashi, who stood opposite him. Elder White Fang, you have finally arrived. Even Jiraiya, addressing Kakashi, felt compelled to show respect by calling him elder. His tone as casual, as if discussing what he had for breakfast that morning. Jiraiya's lips twitched slightly. The ceasefire agreement was no trivial matter. His tone as casual, as if discussing what he had for breakfast that morning. Jiraiya's lips twitched slightly. The ceasefire agreement was no trivial matter. It was a euphemism for the reparations imposed on the defeated. Sunagakure, as the vanquished, would have to pay an exorbitant price for Konoha to agree to cease hostilities. Furthermore, the high-ranking officials behind Jiraiya regarded Kakashi with respect upon hearing his words. This was indeed the legendary Konoha White Fang, casually uttering such formidable statements. The high-ranking officials behind Jiraiya regarded Kakashi with respect upon hearing his words. This was indeed the legendary Konoha White Fang, casually uttering such formidable statements. I heard about your, that. Jiraiya stammered, his nervousness evident. Despite being prepared, he found himself at a loss for words in her presence. That. I heard about your, that. Jiraiya stammered, his nervousness evident. Despite being prepared, he found himself at a loss for words in her presence. That. Which one? Tsunade shot him an irritated glance. That. Just that. Jiraiya was flustered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The surrounding ninjas could not suppress their laughter. Rolling her eyes at him. Really cured? Jiraiya's voice trembled with barely contained emotion. And thanks to you, without him. Rolling her eyes at him. Really cured? Jiraiya's voice trembled with barely contained emotion. And thanks to you, without him. I wouldn't know when I could have overcome this fear. Tsunade smiled brightly. Ha, that's wonderful. A fervent emotion ignited within Jiraiya, and he was overwhelmed with tears of joy, rushing forward to embrace Tsunade. Bang! Tsunade delivered a swift kick to his chin, sending him flying back into a nearby tent. Laughter filled the camp, the atmosphere joyful and vibrant. In the main tent of the Konoha camp, Jiraiya sat at a large conference table, surrounded by other high-ranking officials. The sand table in the center meticulously detailed the troop deployments of both sides. His chin still throbbed from the earlier encounter as he cast a resentful glance at Tsunade beside him. Tsunade, was that really necessary? I am the commander here. Could you show me a bit of respect? After his complaint, Jiraiya composed himself and addressed the assembled ninjas with seriousness. Our unit has been embroiled in a fierce battle with the Wagakure for over a month. Throughout this time, both sides have experienced victories and defeats, maintaining a stalemate. Jiraiya's voice lowered. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Jiraiya's voice lowered. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. The eyes of the ninjas who had rushed from the battlefield of Sunagakure filled with concern. The Jinchuriki were always potent weapons of war for their villages. If not for Hinata-Yu's formidable intervention, decisively overpowering the fully transformed One-Tail, Shikaku, their losses could have been unimaginable. Jiraiya paused before continuing. Han possesses a unique ability, and his augmented speed makes it exceedingly difficult to restrain him. Countless Konoha ninjas have perished at his hands. As he spoke of Han's abilities, a flicker of hatred and frustration appeared in the eyes of the high-ranking officials present. While Han might not be the strongest of the Jinchuriki, a flicker of hatred and frustration appeared in the eyes of the high-ranking officials present. While Han might not be the strongest of the Jinchuriki, his capabilities were undoubtedly the most suited for battlefield effectiveness. Those ninjas who had come to support from the Sunagakure battlefield also bore expressions of gravity. Just from Jiraiya's description, they had already grasped the formidable nature of Han. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silent until now, turned his gaze toward Hinata-Yu. You. Can you handle this, Han? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Hinata-Yu? Deal with Han. The Konoha ninjas at the conference table wore expressions of astonishment and disbelief. His ethereal aura made him appear remarkably distinguished, yet his age rendered him seemingly out of place among the assembly. Perhaps for the first time, a ninja as young as Hinata-Yu occupied a position at the highest command table. At that moment, Hinata-Yu spoke calmly. Leave Han to me. In an instant, the atmosphere within the tent fell silent. Countless gazes, either shocked, exhilarated, skeptical, or hesitant, converged upon Hinata-Yu. The excitement and astonishment were naturally from those ninjas who had been transferred from the Sand Ninja battlefield. They had witnessed firsthand the overwhelming prowess of Hinata-Yu. The excitement and astonishment were naturally from those ninjas who had been transferred from the Sand Ninja battlefield. They had witnessed firsthand the overwhelming prowess of Hinata Yu. What a farce of a human pillar. What a ridiculous notion. The sword sage needs but a single strike. As for the skeptics, they were the higher-ups among the rock ninja forces, whose understanding of Hinata Yu was limited to mere rumors. They had not witnessed his strength with their own eyes. Moreover, his formidable power and the scorching boiling release on the battlefield far surpassed that of Shikaku. Even Jiraiya, when summoning the Toad Fumita, could only barely restrain his opponent's onslaught. Additionally, according to the intelligence gathered, Han was a perfected Jinchuriki, capable of complete tailed beast transformation and harnessing the power of the beast. Could Hinata Yu match that? Additionally, according to the intelligence gathered, Han was a perfected Jinchuriki, capable of complete tailed beast transformation and harnessing the power of the beast. Could Hinata Yu match that? Granting Hinata Yu due respect by referring to him as the Sword Sage. Although younger than Jiraiya by several years, as a disciple of Kakashi Hatake. Granting Hinata Yu due respect by referring to him as the Sword Sage. Although younger than Jiraiya by several years, as a disciple of Kakashi Hatake. The Konoha ninjas who had come to support from the Sand Ninja camp had fully set up their tents and integrated into the encampment. The Konoha forces significantly strengthened. The Konoha ninjas who had come to support from the Sand Ninja camp had fully set up their tents and integrated into the encampment. The Konoha forces, significantly strengthened, were eager to unleash their might against the hidden rock village. The suffering from previous battles with the rock ninjas had transformed into a driving force within their hearts. Thanks to the larger number of ninjas from the rock battlefield and Jiraiya's wealth of combat experience against the rock forces. Thus, the reorganized troops remained under Jiraiya's command. Thanks to the larger number of ninjas from the rock battlefield and Jiraiya's wealth of combat experience against the rock forces. Thus, the reorganized troops remained under Jiraiya's command. Just as he was contemplating how to optimally utilize this force to strike the hidden rock village unexpectedly, a scout suddenly burst into the tent. Lord Jiraiya, the rock ninja forces have mobilized a substantial number of ninjas and are approaching us. The rock ninja forces have mobilized? Jiraiya's pupils constricted. The commotion of the two Konoha forces merging could not have gone unnoticed by the scouts of the hidden rock village. Logically, the commotion of the two Konoha forces merging could not have gone unnoticed by the scouts of the hidden rock village. Logically, Ohitsu should have already known about the significant enhancement of the Konoha forces. Under such circumstances, he dared to initiate an attack. This is your choice. He was determined to reclaim victory in this battle. Gather the ninjas immediately and prepare for a full-scale assault. On the prairie, two massive forces rapidly closed the distance between them. Ninjutsu squad, prepare. Jiraiya commanded, his voice resounding. Instantly, a row of Konoha ninjas stepped forward in unison, swiftly forming seals before unleashing a torrent of fire release. A multitude of fire techniques surged toward the opposing rock ninjas, swiftly forming seals before unleashing a torrent of fire release. A multitude of fire techniques surged toward the opposing rock ninjas, some targeting them directly while others struck the barren ground in between. The earth ignited under the relentless assault of flames, and in certain cunning spots, the ground collapsed. Having learned from bloody experiences, Jiraiya ordered the ninjutsu squad to attack the surrounding empty ground at the onset of every major battle. Having learned from bloody experiences, Jiraiya ordered the ninjutsu squad to attack the surrounding empty ground at the onset of every major battle. The ninjas of the rock village were evidently more cunning and treacherous, which was why this force had persistently struggled to defeat their opponents. The battle was on the brink of eruption. As the Konoha forces approached, they were shocked to discover that the foremost rock ninjas were clad in thick stone armor. The battle was on the brink of eruption. As the Konoha forces approached, they were shocked to discover that the foremost rock ninjas were clad in thick stone armor. This heavy armor slowed their speed considerably, but significantly enhanced their defensive capabilities. When shuriken were hurled at them, they produced a sharp metallic clang, sparks flying. The commander of the rock forces, Ohitsu, bore a faint smile in his eyes. The stone armor adorning their bodies was an upgraded version of the rock fist technique. The ordinary rock fist could cover the fists and arms with thick rock, while more adept ninjas could envelop their entire upper bodies. These rock ninjas were carefully selected. How will your sword formations fare against such ninjas? Ohitsu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Among the Konoha forces, Hinata Yu instantly discerned the intentions of these rock ninjas. sacrificing speed and agility in exchange for formidable defensive capabilities to withstand my attacks? It appears that this Ohitsu has conducted thorough research on my abilities. Sacrificing speed and agility in exchange for formidable defensive capabilities to withstand my attacks? It appears that this Ohitsu has conducted thorough research on my abilities. It seems the battle on the sand battlefield has prompted other ninja villages to devise strategies against my powers. Alas, it is futile. Hinata smiled serenely. Behind him, countless blades radiated outward from his center, instantly engulfing a significant number of the rock ninjas ahead. The Great Blade Formation re-emerged in the ninja world. Chapter 93. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han has arrived. In a mere instant, the multitude of blades swiftly consumed the frontline rock ninjas. Under the relentless assault of the sharp blades, the stone covering those leading rock ninjas was rapidly stripped away. But that was not all. Once again, numerous blades spread forth, forming a new sword formation above them, operating in an entirely opposite direction. The two opposing formations, like grinding stones, swiftly pulverized the stone armor of the rock ninjas. In just a few breaths, agonized screams erupted from the rock forces. Ah, no. Retreat. Retreat. Once their rock defenses were shattered, the bodies of those rock ninjas were laid bare before the terrifying sword formation. Countless blades, imbued with a razor-sharp aura, cruelly shredded the bodies of the rock ninjas. This brutal scene sent shockwaves through the rear ranks of the rock army. The situation seemed to exceed their expectations. Their meticulously prepared earth-release defenses had proven utterly ineffectual against the sword formation. Ohitsu, within the rock forces, gazed calmly at the unfolding scene. The power of Hinata's sword formation exceeded his initial projections. However, his preparations were far from simplistic. Formation 2. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. The foremost rock ninjas rapidly rearranged themselves into formation, quickly forming seals as chakras surged, slamming their palms onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, a massive wall erupted from the earth, its thickness measuring several meters. This was an earth release technique unleashed through the combined chakra of nearly 100 rock ninjas, boasting defensive capabilities that far surpassed ordinary ninjutsu. The torrent of sword energy directly collided with the earth flow wall. A multitude of rock shinobi and leaf ninja clashed amidst the reverberations of sword formations and city walls. Shuriken and kunai flew through the air. A multitude of rock shinobi and leaf ninja clashed amidst the reverberations of sword formations and city walls. Shuriken and kunai flew through the air. While the sound of physical confrontations resonated like a dull thud, a leaf ninja, caught off guard, was ambushed from behind by an approaching rock ninja, with a kunai piercing deeply into his throat. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield. This was war. It was a matter of killing the opponent or being killed. There was no sorrow, no pause. Bloodied ninja blades continued to strike at the next enemy. Clang! A white arc of light sliced through the air, and an unsuspecting rock ninja, hiding behind an earthen wall, barely had time to react before his body, along with the defensive earth technique before him, was severed in two. The flesh was effortlessly cleaved apart in the arc of light, and the unfortunate rock ninja had no time to scream as his head was severed from his torso. The flesh was effortlessly cleaved apart in the arc of light, and the unfortunate rock ninja had no time to scream as his head was severed from his torso. Yet, their power was no less formidable. Ordinary rock ninja could hardly withstand a single blow, their defenses shattered alongside their bodies. Tsunade stomped the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to crack violently. Amidst the rumbling, several rock ninja were caught off guard and fell into the fissures, unable to evade in time. Causing the earth to crack violently. Amidst the rumbling, several rock ninja were caught off guard and fell into the fissures, unable to evade in time. Having overcome her fear of blood, Tsunade's fists were eager for action. As the ground erupted beneath her, she launched herself like a cannonball into the midst of the rock ninja. Seize them. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of anguished cries. The rock ninja maintaining the earthen wall felt their palms pressed against the ground, channeling chakra, but their expressions turned grim. They could sense the thick earthen wall before them, under the relentless assault of Hinata's sword formation, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hurry! Increase chakra output. The lead elite rock ninja shouted in alarm. If the strongest earthen wall fell, the rear rock ninja would be directly exposed to the threat of the sword formation. They had already witnessed its devastating power. If the formation were to break through, the casualties among the rock ninja would be catastrophic. A surge of chakra was continuously funneled into the earthen wall, and surprisingly, some blades even penetrated the defenses of the earthen wall from above, slaughtering the rock ninja, who could not react in time to maintain their techniques. Damn it! The leading rock ninja gritted his teeth. It could be said that a Wagakure had made meticulous preparations to counter Hinata-Yu's sword formation. Yet, the leading rock ninja gritted his teeth. It could be said that a Wagakure had made meticulous preparations to counter Hinata-Yu's sword formation. Yet, and the rock ninja maintaining the earth techniques were horrified to see spiderweb-like fissures spreading from within the wall. Retreat! Retreat! In the face of death. There was no time to hesitate. Many of the rock ninja, who had been sustaining the earth techniques, were so frightened that they dropped their hands and fled in disarray. The remaining rock ninjas' expressions changed drastically. The sudden drop in chakra led to the rapid collapse of the earthen wall. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, the towering wall came crashing down. A swarm of blades descended like locusts, cutting through the ruins of the earthen wall and swiftly slaughtering those rock ninja who remained. The towering wall came crashing down. A swarm of blades descended like locusts, cutting through the ruins of the earthen wall and swiftly slaughtering those rock ninja who remained. Without the protection of the earthen wall, the sword formation wreaked havoc, and many rock ninja perished before they could react. In the rear, the expression of the yellow-eyed commander tightened. Hinata-Yu's ferocity surpassed his expectations. The more intense the battle became, the more he felt grateful for his decision to launch an attack. Such an enemy must be eradicated in its infancy, with the sword formation bolstering their strength. The morale of the Leaf forces surged dramatically. Many Leaf ninja, previously concerned that Hinata-Yu's sword formation might harm them. Let these rock ninja see who truly reigns as the first ninja village. They shouted, their spirits lifted by Hinata-Yu's support. Let these rock ninja see who truly reigns as the first ninja village. They shouted, their spirits lifted by Hinata-Yu's support. Especially those Leaf ninja who had suffered greatly at the hands of the rock forces under Jiraiya's command were now filled with resolve, roaring as they charged at their adversaries. The scales of victory seemed to tilt in favor of the Leaf, just as many Leaf ninja believed victory was within their grasp. A streak of crimson surged through the scalding steam, piercing forward with a shriek. Chapter 94. You are even more useless than I imagined. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han. In the previous battle, the Leaf suffered considerable losses, struggling to defeat Iwagakure, largely due to Han's presence. His abilities would reach their zenith on the battlefield. In the previous battle, the Leaf suffered considerable losses, struggling to defeat Iwagakure, largely due to Han's presence. His abilities would reach their zenith on the battlefield. Once the high-temperature steam spread, it would incapacitate a large number of Leaf ninja, causing their skin to blister painfully. Even relying solely on his superhuman speed to continuously release scalding steam would exhaust the Leaf ninja, drastically diminishing their combat effectiveness. Even relying solely on his superhuman speed to continuously release scalding steam would exhaust the Leaf ninja, drastically diminishing their combat effectiveness. Jiraiya had contemplated whether to summon Namake's Minato from the Land of Thunder. After all, only a speed-oriented ninja like Minato could effectively counter a fellow speedster such as Han. The surrounding Leaf ninja could barely catch a glimpse of his form, only witnessing a red blur accompanied by a jet of steam, rushing forth amidst the shrill whistle. Han's target was unmistakably clear. He bypassed the ordinary Leaf ninja and headed straight for Hinata-Yu at the heart of the sword formation. Both he and Yu belonged to the same category of ninja. Their presence on the battlefield would unleash devastating area-wide attacks against enemies. Thus, Han charged directly toward Yu. Both he and Yu belonged to the same category of ninja. Their presence on the battlefield would unleash devastating area-wide attacks against enemies. Thus, Han charged directly toward Yu. It would not necessarily yield similar effects against the Leaf forces. Hinata-Yu, at the center of the sword formation, appeared to be prepared. It would not necessarily yield similar effects against the Leaf forces. Hinata-Yu, at the center of the sword formation, appeared to be prepared. It could be said that his use of the sword formation to slaughter ordinary rock ninja was a tactic to draw out Han, clad in red armor. It could be said that his use of the sword formation to slaughter ordinary rock ninja was a tactic to draw out Han, clad in red armor. To the eyes of other ninja on the battlefield, only the vast expanse of high-temperature steam could be seen spreading out, standing in stark contrast to the swirling sword energy. Hinata-Yu's gaze remained serene as he focused on a specific point within the sword formation. Despite Han's efforts to obscure his figure with steam, Hinatayu's gaze remained serene as he focused on a specific point within the sword formation. Despite Han's efforts to obscure his figure with steam, the sharp sound of metal clashing brought a flicker of surprise to Han's eyes as he found cracks appearing on his crimson armor. The sharp sound of metal clashing brought a flicker of surprise to Han's eyes as he found cracks appearing on his crimson armor. It is important to note that the crimson armor adorning his body is meticulously crafted from a special metal, capable of withstanding the immense power bestowed by the Five Tails. In the original work, Han, with his abilities fully unleashed, even managed to kick Naruto, in his golden form, into the air using this very armor. And a vibrant red tail emerged from behind him. He had entered the tailed beast chakra mode, harnessing the chakra of the Five Tails. And a vibrant red tail emerged from behind him. He had entered the tailed beast chakra mode, harnessing the chakra of the Five Tails. Han began to undergo a transformation into a more beastly form. It was precisely this thick layer of Five Tails chakra enveloping his armor that prevented the surrounding sharp blades from shredding his body in an instant. The ground beneath him suddenly erupted, and propelled by the force of the shattered earth, Han's body shot forth like a cannonball towards Hinatayu. In that instant, Hinatayu, situated within the sword formation, grasped Han's intentions. Countless blades shifted direction and began to rain down upon Han's position. Yet, bolstered by the chakra of the Five Tails, Han defiantly pressed forward against the onslaught of the blades, inching closer to Hinatayu. However, he soon realized that merely borrowing chakra was no longer sufficient to stave off the deadly encirclement of the blades. He soon realized that merely borrowing chakra was no longer sufficient to stave off the deadly encirclement of the blades. The thick layer of ominous crimson chakra on his body was being gradually eroded by the sharp blades, leaving only a thin veil. Determined, Han gritted his teeth, a glimmer of grim resolve appearing on his face beneath the armor. A surge of Five Tails chakra erupted forth, rapidly enveloping his form with its sinister energy. Beside the tail that had sprouted from his back, 4 additional tails emerged, causing his physique to swell dramatically as he was engulfed in the furious crimson chakra. He had transformed into a half-tailed beast. As a perfect Jinchuriki, even in this semi-tailed beast form, he maintained clarity of mind, a capability unattainable by other Jinchuriki. With the ground shattering beneath him, Han leaped into the air, propelled by the tremendous force of his half-tailed beast transformation, enduring the blade's assault as he charged toward Hinatayu. Akin to a thunderous release, propelling his massive form forward. With this technique, he drew ever closer to Hinatayu until, at last, akin to a thunderous release, propelling his massive form forward. With this technique, he drew ever closer to Hinatayu until, at last, broke through the barrier of blades and landed in a space devoid of sword threats, the eye of the formation. Han's gaze fixed intently on the tranquil figure seated before him. Broke through the barrier of blades and landed in a space devoid of sword threats, the eye of the formation. Han's gaze fixed intently on the tranquil figure seated before him. Han addressed Hinatayu with a deep voice. "You are even more incompetent than I had imagined. I thought you would arrive here sooner." In response to Han's palpable murderous intent, Hinatayu merely chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a hint of disdain and mockery. "You." Han's expression faltered momentarily. In response to Han's palpable murderous intent, Hinatayu merely chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a hint of disdain and mockery. "You." Han's expression faltered momentarily. What did he mean by being more incompetent than expected? Arriving here, he had not merely revealed all his cards, but had exerted considerable effort as well. What did he mean by being more incompetent than expected? Arriving here, he had not merely revealed all his cards, but had exerted considerable effort as well. He had anticipated savoring the sight of Hinatayu's panic-stricken expression, yet he found himself subjected to such scornful ridicule instead, further intensifying the rich crimson hue of his half-tailed beast form. Freed from the constraints of the sword formation, he resembled a lion unleashed from its collar, further intensifying the rich crimson hue of his half-tailed beast form. Freed from the constraints of the sword formation, he resembled a lion unleashed from its collar, poised to pounce mercilessly upon his prey. "I too am eager to witness your subsequent performance." Hinatayu rose from his seated position, the moment he stood, allowing sunlight to pierce through, brightening the grassy expanse. Han, in his half-tailed beast form, felt a sudden weight of seriousness in his gaze. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt an escalating pressure emanating from Hinatayu, reaching a point that instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. Seizing the initiative, Han's 5 chakra tails erupted with a surge of steam, propelled by its force as he charged toward Hinata-yu. Seizing the initiative, Han's 5 chakra tails erupted with a surge of steam, propelled by its force as he charged toward Hinata-yu. On the rear side of the rock shinobi battlefield, the tension was palpable as Hizashi, with a grave expression, observed the unfolding scene. Han's strength exceeded his expectations. The clash between Han and Hinata-yu was pivotal, with the outcome poised to significantly influence the trajectory of the war. On Konoha's side, numerous ninjas watched anxiously, acutely aware of Han's formidable prowess. His terrifying speed and the scalding steam he wielded constituted an insurmountable weapon against conventional ninjas. Whether through speed or steam, he could wreak devastating havoc across the battlefield. Now, they placed their hopes solely on Hinata-yu. Should he falter, they would bear the brunt of the Five Tails' wrath. A white arc of light sliced through the air, cleaving the opposing rock ninja, and his blade cleanly in two. Kakashi's form flickered as another white flash descended. Wherever he appeared, the rock ninja met with a grim fate. Behind him, the shockwaves of battle surged forth. He did not look back, but silently entrusted his faith to the depths of his heart, believing that Hinata-yu would not falter. After all, his disciple was known as the Sword Sage. Han's massive form, propelled by momentum, swiftly reached Hinata-yu, his crimson horns glinting ominously, as if seeking to pierce his flesh. Though in a half-tailed beast form, the horns atop Han's head retained formidable strength, easily capable of penetrating steel. Suddenly, Han's vision blurred. His horns passed through the space where Hinata-yu had been, yet he felt no impact, only an afterimage, as gravity pulled him down. Who felt his anger intensifying? This was not just bullying, no? It was an affront to the tailed beasts. How could he fly so high? How was he to retaliate? Who felt his anger intensifying? This was not just bullying, no? It was an affront to the tailed beasts. How could he fly so high? How was he to retaliate? Hinata-yu responded with a light chuckle, playfully engaging with the challenge. Han's fury only deepened. Among the tailed beasts, aside from the 7 tails, Hinata-yu responded with a light chuckle, playfully engaging with the challenge. Han's fury only deepened. Among the tailed beasts, aside from the 7 tails, the other 8 lacked the ability to fly. How could he ascend? No, it was not entirely impossible. A surge of dense chakra began to swirl, coursing down his spine toward his tail. Han inhaled deeply. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, an immense burst of white steam erupted from beneath his tail. The ground shattered as his colossal form propelled forward toward Hinata-yu. The steam continued to billow forth, enabling him to gain thrust by continuously releasing high-temperature steam, allowing him to accelerate through the air. This astonishing scene, perceived by the surrounding ninjas, resembled Han releasing a loud and enduring steam blast. It was as if the terrifying half-tailed beast Han had transformed into resembled some whimsical creature, charging at Hinata-yu with unrelenting fervor. It was as if the terrifying half-tailed beast Han had transformed into resembled some whimsical creature, charging at Hinata-yu with unrelenting fervor, compelling him to unleash an even greater steam blast directed at his onlookers. With the steam's continuous thrust, Han's position rapidly ascended, nearing Hinata-yu. Indeed, compelling him to unleash an even greater steam blast directed at his onlookers. With the steam's continuous thrust, Han's position rapidly ascended, nearing Hinata-yu. Indeed, as the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, one of the ultimate weapons of a Wagakure, Han had never before endured such disgrace. A cold, fierce glint appeared in his eyes. As the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, one of the ultimate weapons of a Wagakure, Han had never before endured such disgrace. A cold, fierce glint appeared in his eyes, as an aura of murderous intent spread around him. I hope you can still laugh after this. Just a hair's breadth away from Hinata-yu, his horns gleamed ominously. His speed began to wane. The momentum was insufficient to reach Hinata-yu's new elevation. Desperately squeezing chakra beneath his tail, he aimed to release even more steam blasts. His speed began to wane. The momentum was insufficient to reach Hinata-yu's new elevation. Desperately squeezing chakra beneath his tail, he aimed to release even more steam blasts. However, Han soon found himself drained. This altitude approached his limit, and Hinata-yu's sudden maneuver dissipated much of the power he had stored within. The steam emitted from beneath his tail grew intermittent. PFF, PFF, PFF. With each thrust, Han's hefty form ascended in fits and starts. This comical spectacle sent the Leaf Ninjas into fits of laughter, completely unexpected amidst the chaos of war, witnessing such an amusing display from a Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. Only the Iwagakure ninjas turned red with embarrassment, nearly digging their toes into the earth in shame. Wasn't Han supposed to be formidable? Anger surged within him as he attempted to rise again, but the energy expended had left him with naught but a futile struggle. His massive, cumbersome body plummeted, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The battlefield trembled violently, dust swirling as spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the site of his fall. Crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The battlefield trembled violently, dust swirling as spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the site of his fall. The half-tailed beast Han groggily lifted his head, swaying unsteadily as he clambered out of the pit. He noticed the surrounding ninjas struggling to suppress their laughter, their amusement evident. The half-tailed beast Han groggily lifted his head, swaying unsteadily as he clambered out of the pit. He noticed the surrounding ninjas struggling to suppress their laughter, their amusement evident. Uffed! One ninja burst out laughing. Ha ha! The rest soon joined in, laughter echoing across the battlefield. Han's face flushed crimson. For the first time since becoming a Jinchuriki, Han felt such profound humiliation. Raging fury boiled within him, and he abruptly tilted his head back. For the first time since becoming a Jinchuriki, Han felt such profound humiliation. Raging fury boiled within him, and he abruptly tilted his head back, glaring at Hinata Yu suspended above. With a sudden, piercing wail, a dark sphere materialized from his mouth, swelling in size. Tailed Beast Bomb. Chapter 96. The third Tsuchikage awaits. Tailed Beast Bomb. This is bad. Withdraw. Immediately retreat. Create distance. Do not enter the Tailed Beast Bomb's attack range. The Leaf Ninjas, witnessing Han's charge of the Tailed Beast Bomb, displayed a flicker of panic in their eyes. The Tailed Beast Bomb, a legendary force capable of leveling mountains. It seemed desperation had driven him to this point. Accompanied by a rising, shrill cry, the dark sphere expanded in Han's mouth. At a critical moment, it seemed desperation had driven him to this point. Accompanied by a rising, shrill cry, the dark sphere expanded in Han's mouth. At a critical moment, the Tailed Beast Bomb erupted, hurtling towards Hinata Yu in the air. The Leaf Ninjas' hearts raced, their gazes filled with anxiety as they looked upon Hinata Yu. The dark-tailed beast bomb was upon Hinata Yu. Clang! Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, a crisp metallic sound resonated as Hinata Yu simply swung his sword, the Zuskshin, downwards. The dark-tailed beast bomb was upon Hinata Yu. Clang! Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, a crisp metallic sound resonated as Hinata Yu simply swung his sword, the Zuskshin, downwards. The massive sphere was effortlessly deflected, soaring away and crashing into the ranks of the Iwagakure forces. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted. The ninjas on the battlefield stood agape, even Han himself momentarily frozen in disbelief. What did I just witness? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Hinata Yu had cleaved through the tailed beast bomb and sent it flying? Though incredulous, the explosion's aftermath was undeniable, and if memory served correctly, Hinata Yu had cleaved through the tailed beast bomb and sent it flying? Though incredulous, the explosion's aftermath was undeniable, and if memory served correctly. Uchiha Madara had treated the Nine-Tails bomb as a basketball, while the golden incarnation of Naruto had kicked several tailed beast bombs away. Uchiha Madara had treated the Nine-Tails bomb as a basketball, while the golden incarnation of Naruto had kicked several tailed beast bombs away. This was not the true tailed beast bomb of the Five Tails, but rather one conjured by Han in his half-tailed form. Its potency significantly diminished. On the ground. This was not the true tailed beast bomb of the Five Tails, but rather one conjured by Han in his half-tailed form. Its potency significantly diminished. On the ground. Han's earlier composure had evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of trepidation and gravity. Hinata Yu's strength exceeded his expectations. Anoki's intelligence had been flawed. Ominous chakra enveloped his form. As the chakra receded, his deep red exterior transformed into a pure white, his physique morphing fully into that of a tailed beast. Ominous chakra enveloped his form. As the chakra receded, his deep red exterior transformed into a pure white, his physique morphing fully into that of a tailed beast. A piercing wail resonated across the battlefield. The Five Tails, the king of Mu, had descended. Human, did you injure Han? Well, technically it was his own fault. Hinata Yu replied thoughtfully. Uffed. This remark sent the nearby Leaf Ninjas into another bout of laughter. Despite the formidable presence of the Five Tails, they found it impossible to suppress their amusement. Tsunade, observing Hinata Yu, could not help but chuckle. His wit was simply delightful. The five tails glared menacingly. The remarkable agility of the five tails surpasses that of all other tailed beasts, and with the aid of steam propulsion, it swiftly approached Hinata in midair. Its sharp horns. The remarkable agility of the five tails surpasses that of all other tailed beasts, and with the aid of steam propulsion, it swiftly approached Hinata in midair. Its sharp horns. Ranking among the most formidable taijutsu attacks even among all tailed beasts, it once sent Uchiha Madara flying, earning it the title of the ninja world's rocket head hammer. Unfazed. Ranking among the most formidable taijutsu attacks even among all tailed beasts, it once sent Uchiha Madara flying, earning it the title of the ninja world's rocket head hammer. Unfazed. Hinata elevated his position slightly, causing the five tails to miss its target. As gravity took hold, its body traced a parabolic arc, beginning to descend. Human. Inoki could fly by manipulating gravity, but Hinata's flying technique was simply extraordinary. Standing upon a flying sword, he could soar endlessly. Mu Wang had no doubt that, were it not for the limitations of chakra, Hinata's sword technique could even reach the moon. Inability to fly is your incompetence, not my shamelessness, Hinata replied nonchalantly. Were it not for the limitations of chakra, Hinata's sword technique could even reach the moon. Inability to fly is your incompetence, not my shamelessness, Hinata replied nonchalantly. He extended his right hand abruptly, summoning a multitude of long swords above him, their tips aimed at the ground. With a gentle wave of his hand, Hinata waved his other hand, causing the airborne swords to plummet from another direction. The five tails, unable to evade in time, was struck by a barrage of swords. The sharp pain elicited a pain scream as more swords fell vertically, encircling her and trapping her within. With the relentless onslaught of swords, the five tails struggled to lift her head. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed, causing her heart to race. One of her horns had been forcibly broken under the continuous assault of the flying swords. Although tailed beasts do not possess a definitive gender, they embody distinct personalities. And the five tails clearly exhibited traits of femininity, her voice reminiscent of a mature woman. The breaking of her horn felt akin to defacement. Damn human, die. And the five tails clearly exhibited traits of femininity, her voice reminiscent of a mature woman. The breaking of her horn felt akin to defacement. Damn human, die. Gathering a dark sphere within, accompanied by a rising, piercing sound, the five-tailed beast ball rapidly took shape. Compared to the half-tailed beast transformation of Han, gathering a dark sphere within, accompanied by a rising, piercing sound, the five-tailed beast ball rapidly took shape. Compared to the half-tailed beast transformation of Han, forged with the SAMADHI fire, the Zhu Xian sword, having absorbed a considerable amount of blood on the battlefield, had seen a substantial enhancement in quality. The sword's edge possessed increased power. Hinata's fingers twitched. Go. The suspended Zhu Xian sword transformed into a flash of cold light, descending swiftly. The sword's edge possessed increased power. Hinata's fingers twitched. Go. The suspended Zhu Xian sword transformed into a flash of cold light, descending swiftly. The five tails was still concentrating on her tailed beast ball when a chilling aura surged up her spine. She had no time to react as the cold light streaked past and struck her forming tailed beast ball. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as the tailed beast ball failed to be released and was detonated by Hinata's attack. At such close range, another one of her horns shattered. Her once pristine white fur now disheveled, as if scorched by fire. Unable to maintain her tailed beast transformation, her form began to recede, revealing the unconscious Han beneath. As Hinata descended to inspect Han's condition, an unexpected turn of events occurred. At the moment he landed, a pair of rocky arms burst from the ground. As Hinata descended to inspect Han's condition, an unexpected turn of events occurred. At the moment he landed, a pair of rocky arms burst from the ground. Came a hoarse voice tinged with amusement from deep below. Hinata's expression remained calm. The third Tsuchikage has awaited this moment. Chapter 97, The Shocking Inoki. This defies logic. Came a hoarse voice tinged with amusement from deep below. Hinata's expression remained calm. The third Tsuchikage has awaited this moment. Chapter 97, The Shocking Inoki. This defies logic. Rendering him immobile. This was a premeditated ambush, intended for a decisive strike. A pure white beam of light erupted forth, engulfing Hinata's body in an instant. At the same time, Kakashi Hatake, engaged in combat with the rock shinobi, abruptly widened his eyes in shock, turning his gaze. At the same time, Kakashi Hatake, engaged in combat with the rock shinobi, abruptly widened his eyes in shock, turning his gaze. He beheld the pure white beam piercing through Hinata-yu, shooting toward the distant sky. Dust release. Kakashi's voice quivered. A heavy punch sent a charging rock shinobi flying, crashing into the ground and consuming the incoming rock shinobi. The third Tsuchikage, Jiraiya, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. There was no doubt that this piercing beam was the dust release. The only Kekkei Toda in the ninja world, capable of disintegrating everything it touches into molecules. Hinata-yu. There was no doubt that this piercing beam was the dust release. The only Kekkei Toda in the ninja world, capable of disintegrating everything it touches into molecules. Hinata-yu. Their primary duty is to oversee the village, commanding and deploying troops. The personal arrival of the 5 Kage on the battlefield typically signifies a moment of decisive battle. Their primary duty is to oversee the village, commanding and deploying troops. The personal arrival of the 5 Kage on the battlefield typically signifies a moment of decisive battle. For the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, to lie in wait underground for so long was solely to eliminate Hinata-yu. Where is your dignity? The corner of Lus's mouth curled into a faint smile. Hinata-yu is doomed. There is no chance of survival after a direct hit from dust release. The sword saint of Konoha. Did you ever expect this? Today marks your demise, Lus sneered. This battle had lasted so long, and now it was only just beginning. The sword saint of Konoha. Did you ever expect this? Today marks your demise, Lus sneered. This battle had lasted so long, and now it was only just beginning. This was something they could not tolerate. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, remained hidden deep underground, employing a special sealing technique to evade detection. He awaited this moment. A moment when Hinata-yu would let his guard down, believing he had triumphed over Han. When all his defenses were relinquished, that fatal attack from the earth would unreservedly claim his life. Konoha, this battle has only just begun. Lus's smirk deepened. The ground wriggled as a diminutive figure emerged from beneath, hovering in midair. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, coldly observed Hinata-yu's position. Due to the eruption of dust release, the ground wriggled as a diminutive figure emerged from beneath, hovering in midair. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, coldly observed Hinata-yu's position. Due to the eruption of dust release, which had not been disintegrated by the dust release, standing in its original place. The sword saint of Konoha. Your ability allowed me to remain hidden for so long, which had not been disintegrated by the dust release, standing in its original place. The sword saint of Konoha. Your ability allowed me to remain hidden for so long. Your death is of no fault to me. Inoki crossed his arms, his tone laced with arrogance. As one of the 5 Kage, he held sufficient pride. As if engulfed in flames, a glimmer of shock and disbelief appeared in Inoki's eyes. This was not the effect of dust release, and its attack had long ceased. Suddenly, as if engulfed in flames, a glimmer of shock and disbelief appeared in Inoki's eyes. This was not the effect of dust release, and its attack had long ceased. Suddenly, revealing a figure hovering in the air, coldly looking down upon him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. He was certain that dust release had struck him. How could Hinata-yu remain unscathed? Could it be? Recalling Hinata-yu's earlier severed leg, which had inexplicably turned to ash, he was certain that dust release had struck him. How could Hinata-yu remain unscathed? Could it be? Recalling Hinata-yu's earlier severed leg, which had inexplicably turned to ash, Inoki suddenly formed a conjecture. A shadow clone. No, it must be some form of a unique physical clone. Clenching his teeth and fists, Inoki felt as if he had regained a decade of youth. The fury surging from his core nearly overwhelmed his reason. He had assumed he was in the atmosphere. Yet here was Hinata-yu, directly in outer space. How did you discover my presence? Suppressing the anger within, Inoki queried Hinata-yu in the sky. To be honest, your concealment is rather clumsy. I could smell the foul stench from afar. Hinata-yu retorted with a dismissive roll of his eyes. Inoki's anger flared, laced with a hint of arrogance. As one of the 5 Kage and the sole bearer of a bloodline limit that had been eliminated in the ninja world, laced with a hint of arrogance. As one of the 5 Kage and the sole bearer of a bloodline limit that had been eliminated in the ninja world, Inoki possessed ample pride. This was a confidence rooted in an absolute belief in his own strength. Even if he could not eliminate Hinata-yu in one blow, he was confident in his capability to easily deal with him. Hinata-yu rolled his eyes again. Did everyone perceive him as a mere 5-second man? Previously, During the battle in the Sand Village, Chio had confidently asserted he would not last 5 seconds, and she had witnessed the aftermath. There were not even enough remains to reduce to ashes. Of course, Hinata understood that this was the result of 2 different systems clashing. A certain white-haired individual could hold his own against anyone, but his mental arithmetic was unparalleled. Speaking of which, he had yet to employ this ability since its awakening. Suddenly, Hinata let out a light laugh. Something seemed on the verge of bursting forth from his forehead. Heavenly Eye, activate. In an instant, Hinata let out a light laugh. Something seemed on the verge of bursting forth from his forehead. Heavenly Eye, activate. In an instant. Long ago, before Hinata had broken free from his cage, he had unleashed the full potential of the Heavenly Eye amidst life and death. Long ago, before Hinata had broken free from his cage, he had unleashed the full potential of the Heavenly Eye amidst life and death, forcefully liberating himself from his confinement. The Heavenly Eye, as the first divine ability he awakened, held profound significance. Hinata would experience a remarkable amplification of his strength in a brief period. On the ground, Inoki gazed up at Hinata, whose momentum was rising dramatically. Hinata would experience a remarkable amplification of his strength in a brief period. On the ground, Inoki gazed up at Hinata, whose momentum was rising dramatically. Was this some secret technique for enhancing strength? Inoki's expression turned grave. The situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a chilling sensation erupted from behind. Was this some secret technique for enhancing strength? Inoki's expression turned grave. The situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a chilling sensation erupted from behind, sending shivers down his spine and raising goosebumps all over his body. At the critical moment, drawing upon decades of combat experience and the survival instincts honed amidst the bloodshed, the sound of severed hair drifting down was accompanied by a voice as cold as ice. Rolling away to create distance, Inoki gasped for breath. The sound of severed hair drifting down was accompanied by a voice as cold as ice. Rolling away to create distance, Inoki gasped for breath. This Tsuchikage felt that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Chapter 98. White Fang. Sword Saint. vs Inoki. Kakashi's gaze revealed no trace of anger. Rather, this Tsuchikage felt that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Chapter 98. White Fang. Sword Saint. vs Inoki. Kakashi's gaze revealed no trace of anger. Rather, it was devoid of any emotion whatsoever. All that remained was a chilling aura as cold as ice. Those familiar with him, especially his enemies. The short blade in his hand would become a nightmare for all adversaries. Inoki's posture was filled with caution. He was preparing to unleash dust release. No. The short blade in his hand would become a nightmare for all adversaries. Inoki's posture was filled with caution. He was preparing to unleash dust release. No. Kakashi's blade was too swift. Dust release might not be released in time. Most importantly, he must maintain distance, never allowing close combat. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi Hitaki on the ground furrowed his brow. As a sword-wielding ninja, he lacked the ability to fly. If Inoki remained airborne, then his abilities would be rendered ineffective. Kakashi Hitaki on the ground furrowed his brow. As a sword-wielding ninja, he lacked the ability to fly. If Inoki remained airborne, then his abilities would be rendered ineffective. Clearly understanding that Hinata had toyed with Han because the latter's power required proximity to manifest. Once out of reach, neither the high-temperature steam nor the astonishing speed would hold any efficacy. Kakashi Hitaki, like Han, was clearly of the same type of ninja. As long as he could ascend into the air, evading Kakashi's attack range, no matter how formidable his swordsmanship, it would be of no consequence. This was the might of aerial ninjutsu. Inoki chuckled inwardly with satisfaction. Yet, soon, the smile on his face froze. Beneath Kakashi's feet, an unexpectedly large sword had appeared, lifting him skyward. Was this Hinata's flying ninjutsu? Truly marvelous. Kakashi marveled at the sword beneath him, appreciating its extraordinary sensation of flight. Most importantly, he coldly regarded Inoki, lifting him skyward. Was this Hinata's flying ninjutsu? Truly marvelous. Kakashi marveled at the sword beneath him, appreciating its extraordinary sensation of flight. Most importantly, he coldly regarded Inoki, who possessed a bloodline limit. This was the first time Inoki felt such an intense sense of crisis. This is our first time teaming up against an enemy, isn't it? Kakashi declared with fervent battle intent, laughing heartily. Indeed, this time we must have a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Hinata proclaimed with exuberance. A flicker of anger ignited in Inoki's eyes. He felt as though he had become the subject of ridicule in the eyes of Kakashi and Hinata. Here we go? A flicker of anger ignited in Inoki's eyes. He felt as though he had become the subject of ridicule in the eyes of Kakashi and Hinata. Here we go? A white arc sliced through the air. Inoki barely managed to roll away to evade. Kakashi's blade was too sharp, even without making contact. A white arc sliced through the air. Inoki barely managed to roll away to evade. Kakashi's blade was too sharp, even without making contact. The lingering sharpness pricked at his skin. Just as he narrowly dodged Kakashi's assault, Hinata gently flicked his finger. A beam of cold light shot towards Inoki's heart, further enhancing his defensive capabilities. A cold gleam sliced through, effortlessly breaching the rocky barrier and leaving a gash upon Inoki's chest. Countless ninja on the battlefield focused their anxious gazes upon the three figures suspended in the air, fully aware that this confrontation would irrevocably determine the fate of the battlefield. The sharp pain in his chest sharpened Inoki's senses, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity. He understood that he could not allow the situation to persist, otherwise. The sharp pain in his chest sharpened Inoki's senses, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity. He understood that he could not allow the situation to persist, otherwise. Under the combined might of Hinata and Hatake Tsukumo, his fate would be dire indeed. Dust release. Limit removal technique. While Hatake Tsukumo skillfully evaded the dust release attack, propelled by his own sword, the pure white beam shot up towards the heavens. Breathing heavily, Inoki acknowledged the immense chakra drain of the dust release, knowing that if it struck true, it would spell certain doom for his opponent. Inoki acknowledged the immense chakra drain of the dust release, knowing that if it struck true, it would spell certain doom for his opponent. This was the key to his victory. If he could hit one of them, the other would struggle to pose a threat. Hinata waved his right hand, summoning a torrent of sword energy from behind him that relentlessly targeted Inoki's position. Inoki immediately took to the skies, tracing a graceful arc to evade. However, the sword energy pursued him doggedly, nipping at his heels. A sense of dread washed over Inoki. He was not adept at physical enhancement techniques. Unleashing a blinding explosion of light that engulfed the oncoming sword energy, the dust release's ability to deconstruct all matter allowed him to dissipate these blade attacks. Unleashing a blinding explosion of light that engulfed the oncoming sword energy, the dust release's ability to deconstruct all matter allowed him to dissipate these blade attacks. The chakra within him was depleting at an alarming rate. Hinata observed the scene with indifference. The dust release certainly posed a threat to him. The chakra within him was depleting at an alarming rate. Hinata observed the scene with indifference. The dust release certainly posed a threat to him. His life would be easily claimed. Surrounded by an onslaught of sword energy, Inoki seemed to grasp Hinata's intentions. Yet he was powerless to change his fate. If he ceased maintaining the dust release, the surrounding blades would instantly cleave him into pieces. Anger ignited within Inoki's eyes. Hinata's strategy was insidious. If he ceased maintaining the dust release, the surrounding blades would instantly cleave him into pieces. Anger ignited within Inoki's eyes. Hinata's strategy was insidious. Despite his overwhelming strength and prodigious talent, he exhibited not a trace of arrogance or overreach, meticulously dismantling all of Inoki's counterattacks step by step. Hinata would become one of the most terrifying figures in the ninja world, potentially rivaling the legendary Hashirama Senju of old. Drawing a deep breath, Inoki relinquished the dust release, plummeting headfirst toward the ground. Behind him, the torrent of sword energy pursued relentlessly. However, due to his use of the heavy stone technique, Inoki relinquished the dust release, plummeting headfirst toward the ground. Behind him, the torrent of sword energy pursued relentlessly. However, due to his use of the heavy stone technique, with the sword energy spiraling behind him like a tornado, Hinata frowned slightly. He could not believe that Inoki would undertake a futile endeavor. Indeed, with the sword energy spiraling behind him like a tornado, Hinata frowned slightly. He could not believe that Inoki would undertake a futile endeavor. Indeed, as Inoki neared the ground, the earth trembled with a mighty roar. A colossal rock giant erupted from the ground, casting an immense shadow over numerous ninja. The giant extended its palms, enclosing Inoki within, shielding him from the sword energy's assault. The blade struck the rock giant's form, producing a resonant metallic clang. What is that? A giant made of rock. It's enormous. The spectacle left the ninja on the battlefield in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment. The brown giant, composed of stone, loomed like a small mountain, its massive hands enveloping Inoki, deflecting the incoming sword energy. Among the rock ninja forces, Inoki's heart raced, the sweat in his palms betraying his anxiety. Is that the Earth Release, Stone Guardian technique? He murmured. The gargantuan rock giant was indeed a powerful ninjutsu known as the Stone Guardian technique, which combined formidable defense with attack, ranking among the pinnacle of Earth Release techniques. Inoki had utilized this technique to withstand Uchiha Madara's Susano'o's legendary Yata Mirror. It was only natural for an experienced ninja like Inoki to possess such formidable trump cards. Yet, Inoki had utilized this technique to withstand Uchiha Madara's Susano'o's legendary Yata Mirror. It was only natural for an experienced ninja like Inoki to possess such formidable trump cards. Yet, the giant's hand suddenly opened, unleashing a blinding white beam that swiftly engulfed a multitude of sword blades, sweeping through the skies and annihilating other blades in its path. Finally, panting heavily, Inoki felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. Nearly all of the sword energy had been dismantled by his dust release. Now it is my turn. Panting heavily, Inoki felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. Nearly all of the sword energy had been dismantled by his dust release. Now it is my turn. The massive rock giant extended its hand, comparable in size to a hill, lunging towards Hinata with reckless abandon. The massive rock giant extended its hand, comparable in size to a hill, lunging towards Hinata with reckless abandon, increasing its speed to evade the giant's grasp. However, the rock giant's arm accelerated unexpectedly, twisting at an awkward angle to strike at Hinata from a different angle, increasing its speed to evade the giant's grasp. However, the rock giant's arm accelerated unexpectedly, twisting at an awkward angle to strike at Hinata from a different angle. Has he reduced the weight with the heavy rock technique? A flicker of surprise crossed Hinata's eyes. In terms of ninjutsu reserves and combat experience, Inoki was nearly impeccable, seamlessly integrating his techniques into a unique fighting style. Even without the dust release, he stood as a top-tier powerhouse. Such a ninja stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Though he was an adversary, Hinata couldn't help but express genuine admiration for Inoki. However, the speed of his flying sword surged once more, evading the rock giant's arm. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Hinata gestured. Go. A chilling gleam shot forth, piercing through the colossal rock hand, sending debris flying. The rock giant staggered backward. A chilling gleam shot forth, piercing through the colossal rock hand, sending debris flying. The rock giant staggered backward. Above the rock giant, Inoki channeled chakra into the giant, swiftly repairing the gaping hole in its palm. The rock giant advanced, both hands swinging down as if swatting a fly towards Hinata. Utilizing his agile speed, Hinata effortlessly dodged the assault. Suddenly, the sky darkened, both hands swinging down as if swatting a fly towards Hinata. Utilizing his agile speed, Hinata effortlessly dodged the assault. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Hinata looked up to see the immense rock hand descending from above, akin to a mountain poised to crush him. Do you aspire to embody the Buddha? Do you think a mere ninja is worthy? This iconic moment nearly elicited laughter from Hinata. If you were truly the Buddha, I would turn and flee without a second thought. Alas, you are not. As his voice faded, a tremendous force emanated from his being. The magical energy surged within him, saturating every inch of his body. In an instant, his physical form expanded exponentially, his booming voice resonating through the heavens and earth. Law of heaven and earth, causing the stars to alter their hue. Shadows swiftly enveloped the majority of the battlefield, leaving countless ninjas aghast, their mouths agape. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Causing the stars to alter their hue. Shadows swiftly enveloped the majority of the battlefield, leaving countless ninjas aghast, their mouths agape. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The once mountain-sized rock giant appeared as diminutive as an infant beside Hinata in this new scale. An illusion? Other ninjas murmured in a daze. Yet, even if it were an illusion, it could not ensnare so many ninjas simultaneously, nor could it exude such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Only the ninjas from the Akimichi clan within the Leaf Forces exhibited a mix of shock and curiosity. Only the ninjas from the Akimichi clan within the Leaf Forces exhibited a mix of shock and curiosity. This terrifying amplification of size bore a striking resemblance to the clan's secret technique of multiplication. However, such a technique could not possibly achieve such a magnitude. The colossal power surging within him felt capable of shattering mountains with a single blow. The battlefield had never lacked for casualties. Whether ninja or civilian, war showed no favoritism. The Akimichi clan had suffered more than one loss in this conflict, after using the soul-searching technique. A small tree indeed sprouted the leaves of the law of heaven and earth. Yet, this was the first time he had utilized it in actual combat. A small tree indeed sprouted the leaves of the law of heaven and earth. Yet, this was the first time he had utilized it in actual combat. Resembling a mountain, suddenly lifted and descended toward the rock giant of Inoki with brutal intent. The sky darkened ominously. Countless ninjas screamed in terror. Resembling a mountain, suddenly lifted and descended toward the rock giant of Inoki with brutal intent. The sky darkened ominously. Countless ninjas screamed in terror, scrambling to flee while glancing up at the impending footfall. Inoki momentarily froze in disbelief. After so many years as a ninja, he had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. The thunderous sound grew ever closer, and his survival instincts, honed through countless brushes with death, snapped him back to reality. The rock giant raised its hand in a futile attempt to counter this world-shattering force. Boom! Hinatayu's foot stomped down. The rock giant raised its hand in a futile attempt to counter this world-shattering force. Boom! Hinatayu's foot stomped down. The rock giant could not even manage a moment's resistance before being reduced to mere fragments. The earth shook violently, akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake, as deep chasms erupted from where Hinatayu's foot struck, extending far across the battlefield. Some ninjas, unable to escape in time, were consumed by the chasms. Coughing, he clutched his chest, blood staining his lips. Though he had not been struck directly, the explosive aftershock had displaced his internal organs, inflicting severe injuries. With profound astonishment and dread, he gazed at the spot where Hinatayu's foot had fallen. The once mountain-like rock giant had vanished. With profound astonishment and dread, he gazed at the spot where Hinatayu's foot had fallen. The once mountain-like rock giant had vanished. Just as he struggled to comprehend the magnitude of his shock, a chilling sensation erupted from behind, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The third Tsuchikage had been waiting patiently. Chapter 100. Social death. The icy chill from behind tightened Inoki's senses to their utmost. He suddenly recalled that during the earlier battle, the third Tsuchikage had been waiting patiently. Chapter 100. Social death. The icy chill from behind tightened Inoki's senses to their utmost. He suddenly recalled that during the earlier battle, Kakashi Hatake had not made a move. As the strongest swordsman in the ninja world, he would not make such a fundamental error. The only conclusion was that he was seeking the opportune moment to strike. A sharp, pure white arc of light erupted forth, and Inoki tasted death in that instant. Earth-style chakra coalesced into rocky armor on his back as Inoki, with astonishing reflexes, twisted his body to avoid the fatal blow. This seemingly protracted motion occurred in the blink of an eye. Clang! The white arc flashed past, and Inoki gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. Father! Behind him. This seemingly protracted motion occurred in the blink of an eye. Clang! The white arc flashed past, and Inoki gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. Father! Behind him. His significance was paramount. He absolutely could not perish here. Kuratsuchi slammed his palm against the ground, and a massive rocky arm burst forth from beneath Inoki. His significance was paramount. He absolutely could not perish here. Kuratsuchi slammed his palm against the ground, and a massive rocky arm burst forth from beneath Inoki, grasping him with a fierce grip. The rocky arm emerged from Kuratsuchi's position, revealing Inoki, whose consciousness was already beginning to fade. Just a glance, and Kuratsuchi's pupils trembled, tears spilling from his eyes. Inoki was gravely injured. Kakashi Hatake's blade had nearly severed his spine in two, blood soaking the majority of his clothing. Had he not swiftly covered his back with rock and narrowly evaded the critical areas, that strike would have undoubtedly claimed his life. Father, do you have something to say? Noticing the weakened Inoki seemed to be trying to convey a message, Kuratsuchi held back his sorrow and leaned in closer. Retreat, retreat, the frail voice, raising his head to let out a pained, furious shout. His voice, laden with anger and sorrow, echoed across much of the battlefield with the aid of chakra. Retreat, retreat. The other rock ninjas, hearing Kuratsuchi's command, immediately began to organize their retreat. The rock ninjas on the battlefield swiftly fell back, despite their immense reluctance. The other rock ninjas, hearing Kuratsuchi's command, immediately began to organize their retreat. The rock ninjas on the battlefield swiftly fell back, despite their immense reluctance, leaving no room for hope of recovery. Lord Jiraiya, shall we pursue? A ninja beside Jiraiya looked at him earnestly. No, let us secure the battlefield, leaving no room for hope of recovery. Lord Jiraiya, shall we pursue? A ninja beside Jiraiya looked at him earnestly. No, let us secure the battlefield. The rock ninjas had launched a surprise attack, leaving them unprepared for the onslaught. The retreating rock ninja forces still retained a significant portion of their strength. A hasty pursuit could lead to ambushes. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, in the crucial position of commander, he understood that controlling the situation was a fundamental capability. The Leaf forces began to secure the battlefield. The disheveled rock ninja forces retreated, leaving behind a considerable amount of supplies that they could not carry away, all of which would become their spoils of war. Is that last ninjutsu truly of your own design? Kakashi Hatake inquired, astonished as he considered his words. All of which would become their spoils of war. Is that last ninjutsu truly of your own design? Kakashi Hatake inquired, astonished as he considered his words. Sort of. I drew inspiration from many other ninjutsu. It's always quite complex, employing various techniques. Doing this, and then that Hinata began to ramble. Sort of. I drew inspiration from many other ninjutsu. It's always quite complex, employing various techniques. Doing this, and then that Hinata began to ramble. He could claim it as his own creation. Many of the powerful techniques he had previously used had been brushed aside in the same manner. Although the truth lies before him, it is undeniably disheartening to be surpassed by one's own disciple. Kakashi, in that moment, resembled a wilted eggplant, his spirit visibly dampened. Although the truth lies before him, it is undeniably disheartening to be surpassed by one's own disciple. Kakashi, in that moment, resembled a wilted eggplant, his spirit visibly dampened. That towering giant he conjured is beyond his capacity to contend with. Having navigated the shinobi world for many years, Kakashi has never before experienced such terrifying pressure in ninjutsu. That towering giant he conjured is beyond his capacity to contend with. Having navigated the shinobi world for many years, Kakashi has never before experienced such terrifying pressure in ninjutsu. He nearly finds himself questioning whether this technique originates from a realm beyond his own. Of course, such absurdity is merely a fleeting thought. There remains much for me to learn from Master Kakashi. Hinata chuckled awkwardly. Truth be told, he is still far from his limits. The more formidable the consumption of chakra, a colossal figure capable of shattering boulders could only be sustained for but a single technique. Does that giant have a name? The more formidable the consumption of chakra, a colossal figure capable of shattering boulders could only be sustained for but a single technique. Does that giant have a name? Kakashi suddenly seemed to recall something, his gaze fixated intently on Hinata. While it may be disheartening to be easily surpassed by his disciple, if his name were to be spread throughout the shinobi world alongside Yu's ninjutsu, would this not also be a source of pride? Was not present. Otherwise, every time he performed a powerful technique, Minato would undoubtedly become overly excited, eager to claim naming rights. The thought of something like Pitch Black Arrow Zero is enough to induce social embarrassment. In the IWA ninja encampment, within the largest main tent, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Several medical ninjas flurried around a bedside, their movements frantic. Is my father seriously injured? Huangtu inquired anxiously. That's such a kid, One medical ninja glanced at his colleagues. Several medical ninjas flurried around a bedside, their movements frantic. Is my father seriously injured? Huangtu inquired anxiously. That's such a kid, One medical ninja glanced at his colleagues. Even if he were to recover, he might. Might what? Huangtu glared fiercely at him. The medical ninja hesitated, swallowing hard. Even if he were to recover, he might. Might what? Huangtu glared fiercely at him. The medical ninja hesitated, swallowing hard. Although the third Tsuchikage had long since passed his prime, with his vigorous vitality, he still had a considerable period of strength ahead. Yet now, although the third Tsuchikage had long since passed his prime, with his vigorous vitality, he still had a considerable period of strength ahead. Yet now, he would be confined to a wheelchair for the remainder of his days. Huangtu threw his head back and roared, his eyes bursting with crimson veins. This normally composed ninja could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. White Fang, Sword Saint. His frenzied voice echoed through the tent, reverberating throughout the IWA encampment.